Chapter 1, The Dam System. I scooped up water and flung it forcefully outward, the droplets scattering like rain as they fell evenly upon the vegetable patch in the courtyard. With the surge of spiritual energy, an inexplicable aura gathered between heaven and earth, drifting along with the sprinkling water droplets. The courtyard's melons, fruits, and vegetables received this nourishment and miraculously began to mutate, gradually nurturing strands of vital energy within them. I tightened my grip on the watering gourd ladle, watching the vegetable garden with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Just then, a ding. System notification sounded. Planting skill upgrade successful, skill mastery achieved. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the title of Divine Farmer. Learning knows no bounds. May the host never forget their original aspiration, remain insatiable in learning, and persevere. The next skill mastered will bring a mysterious grand prize. White light shimmered across my body as the system's voice slowly echoed in my mind. That's it? Nothing else? Eyes bloodshot and lips twitching with rage, I roared. I don't want any damn title, I just want to cultivate. Unable to bear it any longer, I smashed the gourd ladle in my hand to smithereens. Screw your stay true to the original aspiration, damn system. 8 years, you've screwed me over for 8 whole years. I quit. There wasn't an ounce of excitement left in me for the reward, only seething fury. Because this reward was nowhere near the cultivation breakthrough I'd been desperately yearning for. Boom! A thunderbolt materialized out of thin air and struck me square on the head. Instantly, my hair stood on end. My once delicate face blackened like the bottom of a pot, and my whole body convulsed as stray arcs of electricity crackled over me, leaving me trembling like a sieve. The system's warning echoed in my mind. This time it was relatively mild, nothing compared to the exquisite agony of past punishments like the Nine Heavens thunderbolt for defying its will. I gritted my teeth, seething silently. Others with systems rose against adversity, soared to greatness, crushed all enemies, and became unstoppably badass. But me? Farming, blacksmithing, woodchopping, sheen, chess, calligraphy, painting, useless life skills, all perfected under the system's buffs, without a single shred of progress in actual cultivation. 8 years in this world. At first, I dreamed big, leveraging the system for fame, fortune, adventure, a fairy-like bride, the pinnacle of success. Year after year passed, countless skills reached perfection, yet I remained an ordinary mortal. This damned system is utterly useless. It seems I'm destined for an ordinary life, forever one who cannot cultivate. I let out a long sigh, feeling as though this world held nothing but malice for an outsider like me, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. But life must go on, defiance invites disaster, while compromise offers a way out. I gathered my emotions, picked some cabbage, and prepared to practice my next skill, fish farming. Walking to the pond behind the house, I tore the cabbage into pieces and scattered them into the water. Today, these golden carp went wild, churning incessantly as they devoured the cabbage leaves I threw in. Streaks of golden light flickered as the fish showed visible changes after eating the cabbage, their bodies growing more slender, their heads and horns becoming fierce, and they occasionally leaped out of the water as if ready to ride the wind. Holy shit, are they about to become spirits? I gasped. In this world, spiritual energy was abundant, and it was common for all things to gain intelligence or transform into spirits, but I hadn't expected such a hyper-evolution right before my eyes. Even fish can cultivate now? That's a slap in my face. I'm even more depressed, this I can't tolerate. Tonight I'll eat them all. Chopped chili fish head, Westlake vinegar fish, Hong County sashimi, iron pot braised big fish. I pictured all 100 fish recipes I'd mastered, drooling uncontrollably. The pond full of golden carp seemed to understand my words. Terrified, they returned to normal behavior, all hiding at the bottom of the pool, not even daring to blow bubbles. At least you know what's good for you. If you cause any more trouble, it's the iron pot for you. I nodded with satisfaction when a moving white figure in the distance caught my attention. That's a cultivator using divine abilities to travel. I focused my gaze, my face flushed with excitement and my eyes shining. It was a young female cultivator, clad in white robes, her figure like a startled swan, fast as the wind, her skirt fluttering as she soared, transcendent and otherworldly. Her movements were so graceful they left me spellbound, my eyes filled with nothing but envy and longing. That white figure was swiftly approaching my direction. At this moment, Lin Zihan was filled with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her smooth forehead, her exquisitely beautiful face contorted with indignation. Her breathing was erratic, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of her lips, and her pristine white skirt was marred with signs of battle. I must return to the Fan Tian sect immediately to report to the sect master. The Tianlang gang has turned traitor, allying with our sworn enemies, the Xian Shui Pavilion. The sect must prepare countermeasures at once, or we may face annihilation. And that senior disciple of the Tianlang gang, Ma Peng, acting as outwardly courteous while harboring vile intentions, he actually tried to drug me and take my virtue. Such a shameless villain. I will never share the same sky with him. Lin Zihan suffered from villain schemes. Fighting through a bloody path while severely injured, she had relied solely on bitter hatred to sustain herself till now. As she was about to return to the sect's territory, her tense mood finally eased slightly. Though this is a humble abode, my virtue makes it fragrant. Passing by my courtyard, Lin Zihan unintentionally glanced at the couplet at the gate and immediately trembled, her face filled with shock. The calligraphy soared like dragons and danced like phoenixes, vigorous and powerful, with strokes sharp as silver hooks and iron strokes, exuding an overwhelming aura of righteousness that nearly shattered her Taoist heart. Whose calligraphy carries such majestic righteousness between heaven and earth? Lin Zihan thought to herself. Could it be that a Confucian master has traveled here? If she could enlist the help of a great Confucian scholar, perhaps her sex crisis could be easily resolved. But when she spotted me by the thatched hut, a pitch-black ugly man staring vacantly with a lecherous expression, drool dripping from my mouth, her heart instantly sank to the depths. She had expected to find a great scholar here, only to encounter a vulgar pervert, and just an ordinary mortal at that. The sheer disappointment nearly made her spit blood. Miss, why are you cursing at me for no reason? I felt utterly baffled. So what if she's a cultivator? I was simply minding my own business in my own yard. Who exactly have I offended? Lin Zihan snorted coldly, no longer interested in staying, and turned to leave. Miss, I see great misfortune upon you. I noticed Lin Zihan's glabella was darkened, her destiny palace shadowed, and sought to warn her out of kindness. Large chest? Big breasts? Lin Zihan reflexively glanced down upon hearing this, then flew into a rage. You damned dog, seeking death. With that, she lunged into the air and struck at me with a palm strike. At the gate, the door gods I painted sensed the killing intent. Their originally closed eyes suddenly opened wide, as if coming to life. A mysterious aura began to circulate, and an overwhelming pressure surged toward Lin Zihan like a tidal wave. But, already severely wounded, Lin Zihan had no ability to resist and was sent flying backward. Chapter 2, Young lady, please restrain yourself. What the hell just happened? I was utterly bewildered. I saw Lin Zihan charging at me viciously, then inexplicably flying backward, vomiting blood before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Is this some kind of scam? I haven't done anything. Warily, I approached Lin Zihan and noticed her pale complexion and shallow breathing. She had truly fainted. Her injuries were severe, with several old wounds reopening and bleeding profusely, staining her clothes crimson. At this rate, she would soon lose too much blood and meet an untimely end. Save her or not? Without hesitation, I picked up Lin Zihan and carried her inside, laying her down on a bamboo bed. My medical skills haven't yet reached perfection. Whether I can save you depends entirely on heaven's will. Truthfully, I wasn't very confident. Though I treated many ordinary mortals, this was my first time attempting to heal a cultivator. I took out my silver needles, sterilized them, took a deep breath, and then precisely inserted each needle into Lin Zihan's major acupuncture points. Twisting, lifting, inserting, mountain-burning heat, heaven-piercing cold. Within just a few breaths, I'd already employed over a dozen different acupuncture techniques. My hands moved steadily and swiftly, like the frenzied dance of wild bees, dazzling to the eye, utterly miraculous. A surge of vibrant vitality grew within Lin Zihan's body. Her bleeding stopped, her heart regained its vigor, her breathing steadied, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. In such a short time, I had saved a woman on the brink of death using just acupuncture. If word of this got out, it would surely shock the world. I exhaled in relief and began withdrawing the needles. Though I'd saved her life, the wounds on her body still needed timely dressing and medicine, otherwise, serious complications could still arise. Hey, miss, I'm just trying to save you, definitely not taking advantage of the situation here. With clear eyes and pure intentions, holding on to the principle of saving someone properly once you start, I reached to undo Lin Zihan's belt. After removing her outer garment, I found several sword wounds on her body, with the most serious ones beneath her ribs and across her abdomen, deep enough to glimpse bone. A wave of sympathy washed over me. What kind of bastard would hurt a woman so viciously? At that moment, Lin Zihan grabbed my head with both hands as if clutching a life-saving straw, pulling me tightly into her embrace. With warm, soft jade pressed against my face and intoxicating fragrance filling my nose, I was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? Miss, please maintain your dignity, I'm not that kind of casual person. I hastily broke free, my face flushed dark red. But then I noticed Lin Zihan was still unconscious. All this had just been her instinctive reaction. I knew it, no proper young lady would be this uninhibited. I pinned down Lin Zihan's squirming hands as I cleaned her wounds and applied my homemade ointment. As for the two larger wounds, they needed stitching first. Fortunately, my medical skills were exceptional. Operating single-handedly was no challenge at all. MMMPH. Lin Zihan moaned softly. The ointment worked wonders. Her wounds began healing gradually, the itch of new flesh forming, making her squirm unconsciously. Her lithe body arched like a water snake, her robes in disarray, revealing glimpses of snowy white skin. This made it impossible for me to concentrate on my needlework, and several times I almost inserted the needle in the wrong spot. As her injuries rapidly improved, Lin Zihan's consciousness gradually cleared. She slowly opened her eyes, sensing something was amiss. Why had her outer robe been undone? Then my face came into her view. I was pressing her firmly against the bed with one hand while the other fumbled around her abdomen. Ah, shameless scoundrel, what are you doing to me? Lin Zihan's mind went blank as she instinctively struggled with all her might. Hold still, almost done, I said as I finished the last stitch and began applying ointment. Lin Zihan wasn't about to listen to me, struggling even more fiercely. You bastard, let me go right now or I'll scream for help. Go ahead and scream. No one will hear you within 10 miles, I'm the only one living around here. I dismissed her threats, completing the final step before finally releasing her hand. Lin Zihan curled up into a ball, her eyes rimmed red, on the verge of tears. I'm going to kill you, I swear I'll kill you, she hissed through gritted teeth. I fetched a blanket to drape over her inside, like the dog that bit Lu Dongbin. You can't tell good from evil. I saved you out of kindness, yet you repay me with hatred. You, save me? Lin Zihan looked at my utterly unconvincing dark face, wholly unconvinced that a lecher like me could possibly be a good person. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her anymore, so I walked out of the room to wash off the stains and the marks left by the heavenly lightning strike on my head. As I left, Lin Zihan's excitement gradually subsided. After a quick self-examination, she froze in astonishment. Most of her injuries had somehow healed. The wounds had clearly been carefully treated by someone and had already begun to mend, leaving only faint scars. So he really did save me. I completely misunderstood him, but how on earth did he do it? Could he actually be some reclusive master? Lin Zihan was utterly bewildered. She knew the severity of her own injuries better than anyone, they should have been fatal beyond doubt. Yet now, miraculously, she had fully recovered. And what sort of place is this? Why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so incredibly dense? Lin Zihan gasped again in astonishment. She realized that the surrounding spiritual energy had condensed to near substantial levels. Even ordinary breathing here was several times more effective than cultivating at her sect's sacred ground. The effects while circulating her cultivation technique would be unimaginable. To test this, she cautiously began running her sect's foundational heart method. Vast amounts of spiritual energy poured into my dantian like swallows returning to their nest. The previously depleted dantian quickly filled up, and my cultivation base surged at a terrifying rate. Could this place be some sort of blessed paradise? I fear even the legendary 10 great holy cultivation grounds couldn't compare to this. Done causing trouble? I glanced at Lin Zihan after washing up, then hastily turned my head away. See no evil. Due to Lin Zihan sitting cross-legged in meditation, the blanket had slipped to one side, exposing her fragrant shoulders to the air. The sight was simply too much to look at directly. You, Lin Zihan glanced at me and froze instantly. Her delicate face, eyes clear as autumn water, carried a faint scholarly aura about her, making her as pure and untainted as a flawless crystal. So he's this handsome after all. I touched my own face, wondering if I hadn't washed it properly. Why was this tigress looking at me so strangely? This junior Lin Zihan thanks senior for saving my life. After draping the blanket properly, Lin Zihan hurried forward to bow and express her gratitude. Her pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment, clearly mortified by her earlier misunderstanding that I was some lecherous scoundrel, so terribly rude of her. By now, she was completely certain that I was none other than a genuine recluse of extraordinary ability. It was nothing, not worth mentioning. I'm GMO, just an ordinary man, certainly no venerable elder. I replied casually, since it truly hadn't required any effort. An ordinary man? Elder? Don't you realize you've given yourself away? There's still remnants of heavenly lightning lingering above your head. No ordinary man could survive a heavenly tribulation completely unscathed. Though you display noble indifference with lofty virtue, bestowing kindness without seeking reward, I am not one to leave favors unreturned like some petty person. Lin Zihan stared at me blankly, deeply moved, and made a bold decision in her heart. Esteemed senior's great kindness, this humble woman has no way to repay, except. As she spoke, she began unbuttoning her clothes. Hey, stop there. Don't tell me you're thinking of repaying me with your body. Before long, Lin Zihan covered her face with both hands and fled from my courtyard as if flying. Clad in my outer robe with a box of ointment I'd given her tucked in her arms, she sped off in the direction of the blazing heaven sect. How could you say such things, elder brother? She's still an unmarried maiden, she protested. Lin Zihan, usually so bold and unrestrained, now displayed a rare shyness befitting a young girl. At the thought of my earlier words, her cheeks burned crimson. Holding a fiery red pearl the size of a longan fruit in my palm, my awkward smile still hadn't faded. Just as I thought, all those books are full of lies. Those cliched plots where the maiden says, I've no way to repay your kindness except with my hand in marriage. I pray you won't refuse this unworthy girl. How could such scenes ever happen in reality? Lin Zihan was just unfastening her clothes to retrieve a precious treasure she kept close to her body, only to gift it to me. The treasure turned out to be the pearl now in my hand, the blazing pearl, the sacred artifact of the Brahma Heaven sect. Ugh, just this worthless glass bead? Stashed so carefully it completely misled me. After flicking it between my fingers, I realized it wasn't even as decent as the marbles I'd casually crafted for pastime, so I tossed it aside without a second thought. The sun set in the west, and night fell. After dinner, I practiced calligraphy for a while and went to bed early. After I fell asleep, the pond that had been quiet all day finally boiled with activity. One dragonfish after another leaped out of the water, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, their bodies enveloped in draconic aura as their fins gradually evolved into the shape of dragon claws. By the pond, the emerald-green old willow tree swayed without any wind, its countless drooping strands radiating green mist interspersed with swirling runes of divine law, a breathtaking spectacle. The fruits and vegetables in the garden emitted an incomparably pure vitality of vegetation, already genuine spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. A plump white caterpillar lay lazily on a vegetable leaf, its body translucent and gleaming with shifting nine-colored radiance that gradually faded away. In the blacksmith workshop on the right side of the courtyard, seemingly ordinary farming tools shimmered with dazzling brilliance, their luminous aura soaring skyward. The ordinary-looking courtyard finally revealed its extraordinary nature under daylight. Yet all these phenomena were concealed by an enigmatic force, completely undetectable to outsiders. The night grew deeper. A strange wind suddenly rose, and terrifying demonic energy ravaged the land. In the southern sky, a colossal figure blotted out the heavens, its enormous shadow enveloping vast stretches of mountain ranges. "You treacherous sky-devouring python, daring to ambush this emperor at the critical moment of my breakthrough. One day, this emperor will reclaim the heavenly passage mountains and tear you, this overgrown worm, to shreds." The shadow roared, torrents of blood cascading from beneath its wings, staining entire swaths of forest crimson. All sorts of demon beasts underground trembled in fear, holding their breath, not daring to make the slightest sound. They were terrified of catching the eye of the heavenly rock, the defeated demon emperor from the battle for dominance over the sky-reaching mountain range, lest they be swallowed whole in one bite. What has this emperor stumbled upon? A dragonfish. The heavenly rock's sharp eyes swept across the land, searching for a suitable secluded spot to heal its injuries, when it accidentally caught sight of the dragonfish exhaling and inhaling the moonlight. I'm GMO. That night, I was sleeping soundly when I was suddenly startled awake by the commotion near the pond. I thought a thief had broken in to steal my fish, so I quickly scrambled out of bed, grabbed a broom on the way, and rushed outside. Turns out, it was all the doing of that heavenly rock demon emperor. The moment it laid eyes on the dragonfish I raised, its eyes gleamed with greed, imagining how devouring them could not only instantly heal its injuries and greatly boost its power, but might even awaken its phoenix bloodline. Without hesitation, it swooped down toward the pond. But it hadn't anticipated that my courtyard was surrounded by the Taiji formless formation. Only as it got close to the yard did it sense something wrong, its expression changing drastically, but by then, it was too late. 5 divine beams shot skyward, weaving into a celestial net that instantly bound it tight. Its demonic energy was completely sealed, its primordial wild bloodline suppressed, and its massive body shrank continuously before plunging headfirst into the pond. The pond's dragonfish, seeing this delivered feast, frantically swarmed it, tearing at its flesh with their mouths. Immediately, water splashed wildly and feathers scattered everywhere. It barely managed to crawl out of the pond, its black plumage now mostly bitten away. Had it not been for its thick hide, innate protective abilities, and the dragonfish not yet reaching full power, it might truly have been eaten alive. At this moment, it looked at its half-bald body with a disgruntled expression, snarling fiercely, "Just wait. Once this emperor regains its strength, I'll devour every last one of you." The entire pond of dragonfish instantly sank to the bottom in terror, while it puffed up with pride, thinking even the mighty dragon clan wasn't so impressive after all. Little did it know, my shadowy figure had already crept close. In truth, the dragonfish weren't afraid of it, they feared me, the ruthless man who knew how to stew big fish in an iron wok. I swung the broom and rained blows indiscriminately on its head, scolding, "You bald, featherless phoenix wannabe, how dare you steal my fish?" When I called it a featherless black chicken, it became so enraged that smoke practically poured from its 7 orifices. It declared itself a supreme demon emperor, the unrivaled tyrant of the sky-piercing mountain range, and asked how a mere ant like me dared insult it so grievously, vowing to tear me to pieces. What it didn't anticipate was that my broom possessed magical properties. Each swing could immobilize an area of space, rendering it completely unable to move. The creature howled in agony as its demonic body was soon battered until its flesh split open. I held back from delivering lethal blows, thinking this black chicken would make for incredibly nourishing soup if kept alive. But as I stared at it, licking my lips, my true gluttonous nature was laid bare. Quickly though, I grew disdainful. This chicken wasn't plump at all, and its sparse feathers made me wonder if it was diseased. The damn thing collapsed on the spot when it heard I planned to eat it and stew it into soup. Just then, I noticed a chubby little green caterpillar from the nearby vegetable garden watching the show while clinging to a leaf. So I pinched it between my fingers, flung it to the ground, and squashed it flat with one stomp. I thought to myself, this garden's always got pests. Raising a chicken to hunt bugs might not be a bad idea. So I poked Tianping's featherless belly with a broom and said, "Alright little black, I'll spare your miserable chicken life today. From now on, you're in charge of pest control for this vegetable patch. Work hard and you'll never worry about food and drink. But if you don't perform well, your fate will be either boiled plain or braised in soy sauce." Terrified out of its wits, it didn't dare show the slightest resistance and kept nodding knowingly, even starting to mimic chicken clucks outright. I nodded in satisfaction, tossed the broom aside, and turned to head back to sleep. But after reconsidering, worried this black chicken might fly over the courtyard wall and escape, I turned back. Grabbing it in one swift motion, I plucked every last feather from its wings with quick efficiency. I clapped my hands, satisfied, and went back to sleep. The heavenly roc, feeling chilly and utterly humiliated, swore fierce vengeance, declaring, "A demon may be killed but not insulted," vowing an eternal feud with me. But soon, the indignation on its face faded, replaced by sheer astonishment. It realized the courtyard was overflowing with spiritual energy, dozens if not hundreds of times richer than even its cave abode in the sky-reaching mountains. It also noticed that my willow tree was a primordial spiritual root, with each branch embodying a different cosmic law. Meditating beneath it would grant enlightenment without demonic interference, mastering all principles effortlessly. And the vegetables and fruits filling the yard, every single one was a spiritual plant. The overwhelmed bird kept gasping in awe like a bumpkin seeing the capital for the first time. Its horizons broadened beyond measure. It thought to itself that it truly must be a heaven-chosen demon, blessed with extraordinary fortune. It planned to feign obedience temporarily, biding its time to eventually destroy me and seize everything here. It even considered clearing out small insects as nothing more than a trivial task, grinning widely as it fantasized about its grand ambitions for the future. Right in the middle of its delightful reverie, a sinister voice abruptly rang out. "Who exactly are you calling insects? TSK, featherless chicken, are you looking to die?" A terrifying aura instantly crushed it flat against the ground. It was terrified to the core, with every feather standing on end, completely baffled by the sheer power of this unknown presence. To my astonishment, it turned out to be the tiny green caterpillar I had crushed underfoot earlier. Shimmering with 9-colored radiance, its body gradually reformed. It had miraculously come back to life. The sky roc recognized it as the heavenly silkworm of 9 transformations, one of the 10 primordial chaos divine beasts, and was struck with terror. After all, wasn't the heavenly silkworm of 9 transformations supposed to have gone extinct ages ago? How could it be here? What chilled its blood even more was the realization that this very heavenly silkworm had just been crushed to death under my foot, an absolutely bone-chilling thought. The little green caterpillar restrained its aura and mumbled that I truly lived up to being its dearest master, since no matter how it hid, I could always easily catch it. How frustrating. Upon hearing this, Tianpeng felt as if struck by lightning from a clear sky, unable to believe the 9 transformations heavenly silkworm would acknowledge me as its master. The little green caterpillar snorted and warned that I was unfathomably deep. It told Tianpeng to behave honestly as a chicken from now on, and if it dared to scheme, it should be prepared to end up as white-cut chicken. Tianpeng shook its head like a rattledrum, quickly promising it would never dare entertain any disloyal thoughts and swore to be a well-behaved chicken. The little green worm's body gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Tianpeng looked on with envy, thinking that the 9 transformations heavenly silkworm already possessed the power to manipulate time and space despite its small size. Once it grew up, it would undoubtedly become a supreme being capable of roaming freely between heaven and earth. From then on, its mindset completely shifted. It felt that being in this sacred cultivation realm where spiritual plants flourished everywhere, backed by the 9 transformations heavenly silkworm, and served by a fearsome master like me, such profound connections were enough for it to stride unopposed through the world. It smugly thought that the gulping serpent, that country bumpkin, wouldn't even be qualified to lick its boots in the future. The damn rooster was strutting around the vegetable patch in high spirits, letting out occasional cock-a-doodle-doos that disturbed my sleep in the bedroom. Annoyed, I shouted, "Shut up! If you keep crowing and ruin my sleep, I'll stew you tomorrow." It immediately shut its mouth in fright, no longer daring to act smug. A day later, Lin Zihan arrived at the Skyburn sect covered in dust from her journey. The moment she entered the sect, she caused quite a stir. The young senior and junior brothers of the Brahma Heaven sect saw her wearing a man's coat, and they all pounded their chests and stamped their feet, their hearts utterly shattered. Some thought they were seeing things, others suspected Lin Zihan had taken up with someone outside their circles, and yet another faction was ready to duel whoever had dared lay a hand on Lin Zihan. Some people still comforted themselves, saying that Lin Zihan was merely wearing men's clothing, not that she had taken a man for herself. There were also those of narrow hearts, staring at their fellow sect members with bloodshot eyes, itching to expose so-called that dog man and teach him a brutal lesson. On GMO Lin Zihan was the forbidden fruit in Huang Weinsai's eyes, the selfish, arrogant, and extremely jealous man. Seeing Lin Zihan return unharmed, he glared at her from the crowd with a twisted expression, silently swearing to carve the shameless wild man involved with her into pieces. Meanwhile, a mysterious shadow lurked in the darkness. Seeing Lin Zihan return, it concluded that the Tianlang gang's betrayal had been exposed and decided to inform their leader to strike first. Upon returning to the Fantian sect, Lin Zihan immediately reported the Tianlang gang's treachery, Ma Peng's poisoning attempt and his vile intentions to her father, Lin Zhan, the sect's leader. Lin Zhan flew into a rage, vowing to tear the Sky Wolf gang and Ma Peng to pieces. Yet he worried about their old rival, the Mystic Water Pavilion, which had always been stronger than the Brahma Heaven sect, and now they joined forces with the Sky Wolf gang. A single misstep could spell doom for their sect. At this moment, Lin Zihan told Lin Zhan about meeting me, a reclusive master, and went into detail about my extraordinary abilities. To everyone's surprise, instead of being pleased, Lin Zhan got angry and scolded Lin Zihan for mistaking a swindler for a master and even letting the con artist make off with their sect's treasure, the blazing fire pearl. Lin Zihan refused to believe I was a fraud and argued with Lin Zhan. This only made Lin Zhan angrier. He said they should go see for themselves how I must have already fled with their treasure. "She bastard, if I ever catch you, I'll grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes to the wind." Lin Zhan snarled viciously as he stormed off into the sky with Lin Zihan in tow. After their departure, a cyan figure tailed them silently while a dark shadow sent word to the Mystic Water Pavilion. Their commotion would undoubtedly spark rampant speculation throughout the sect once again. Lin Zihan guided Lin Zhan to the front of my courtyard. Seeing cooking smoke rise from the chimney, she felt both relief and apprehension, relieved that I hadn't fled, yet worried about provoking her father's wrath. Lin Zhan strode forward to break down the door, only to be repelled several steps back by an overwhelming righteous aura. Humiliated and enraged, he raged about me being a fraud who boasted shamelessly of false virtues. Lin Zihan feared Lin Zhan might act recklessly, so she stepped forward to knock on the door and called for me. I was preparing lunch and felt quite excited to have visitors, so I opened the door and welcomed them inside. Lin Zhan scrutinized me carefully. Though he detected no spiritual energy fluctuations from me, he still sensed something peculiar about me and didn't dare underestimate me. Upon entering the house, Lin Zhan immediately noticed the dense concentration of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, and his expression visibly shifted. Not knowing how to broach the subject, Lin Zihan hesitated, but Lin Zhan directly demanded the return of the leaf fire pearl. I was surprised this worthless pearl was worth coming all this way for, saying I try to find where I tossed it. I actually dug out a handful of small pearls and told Lin Zihan to pick. When Lin Zhan saw those dazzling 5-element spirit pearls glowing with treasure radiance, his eyes nearly popped out. Lin Zihan said he wanted the red leaf fire pearl, making Lin Zhan regret ever suspecting me of being a fraud. Suddenly, Lin Zhan noticed dragon mist rising from my courtyard pond with leaping dragonfish, and a celestial peng bird strolling through my vegetable garden. He gasped in shock but quickly swallowed his cry. I thought he wanted chicken, so I grabbed an axe to slaughter the sky rock, which trembled in terror. Lin Zhan shook his head in panic, repeatedly saying it wouldn't do. I then asked if he'd like fish instead, to which he claimed he was vegetarian. I rejected Lin Zhan's suggestion of eating dragonfish. The dragon clan is notoriously protective. If this were exposed, who could withstand their wrath? Lin Zihan looked at his father in confusion, probably wondering why this meat-devouring, liquor-guzzling man had suddenly turned vegetarian. Lin Zhan had no choice but to whisper a reminder to her, which shocked Lin Zihan so much her eyes nearly popped out of her head as she covered her mouth speechless. This place actually breeds dragonfish and even a demon emperor, simply unimaginable. Lin Zhan gulped hard, his gaze toward me completely transformed as he muttered, "A supreme master, definitely a peerless recluse of unparalleled prowess." He pondered how the Fantian sect would have nothing to fear from the profound water pavilion or the Sky Wolf gang if they gained the protection of a mighty being like me. Yet since he'd offended me earlier, he was now racking his brains on how to mend relations and cling to this thick thigh of mine. Seeing they didn't care for meat, I suggested stir-frying some greens so they could eat first and search for the beet at their leisure. Lin Zhan was so excited he nearly wept old tears, thinking I hadn't taken offense at his earlier rudeness. His face full of shame, he turned to me to beg forgiveness, then froze mid-sentence, for he saw that as I chopped vegetables, my entire being radiated the harmony of heaven and earth. Every movement left traces of the great Tao. The dancing cleaver executed supremely exquisite blade techniques, each rising and falling motion exuding profound mystical resonance. He shouted, "Nature follows the Tao," leaving both himself and Lin Zihan utterly stunned. If one could comprehend even a fraction of this principle, it would bring boundless benefits throughout their lifetime. Lin Zihan felt dizzy and strained after just a couple of glances, quickly shutting his eyes in fear and daring not to look again. Lin Zhan, with his profound cultivation, seemed to have grasped some enlightenment, capturing a fleeting spark of insight. His cultivation soared rapidly, showing signs of a breakthrough in his realm. At that very moment, the voice-transmitting jade pendant in his bosom vibrated, and a panicked voice came through. "Sect Master, a formidable enemy is attacking. Return immediately." Disturbed by the voice, Lin Zhan was jolted out of his state of enlightenment. He was just one step away from breaking through to the spiritual emperor realm. What a pity, with such major troubles befalling his sect, how could he peacefully attempt his advancement? Lin Zhan said to me with deep gratitude, "Senior Ji, enemies are attacking our sect. We must return immediately and thus must bid farewell now." I shall remember Senior's profound guidance forever. Should Senior ever require anything in the future, I would go through fire and water without hesitation. I stood there bewildered. I hadn't done anything. How did this become some great act of guidance? Moreover, why are cultivators so excessively polite? They keep calling me Senior every other word, showing such respectful manners and perfect etiquette. I corrected him seriously. In that case, hurry back home then. Feel free to visit again when you're free. Also, I'm just an ordinary mortal, no Senior here. Thinking I didn't want to expose my identity, Lin Jun quickly changed his address. Then, Mr. G, I shall return another day to receive your teachings. I couldn't help but wonder to myself, why was Lin Jun looking at me so strangely again? I noticed his forehead had a bluish tint with ominous shadows between his brows, so I warned him to be extra careful on the road. I also grabbed a handful of spirit beads and handed them to Lin Zihan, telling her to play with these while she couldn't find the red ones. Lin Zhan and Lin Zihan were deeply moved. They thanked me repeatedly before reluctantly leaving. Only after they had gone did Huang Guang reveal himself, creeping toward my courtyard with murderous intent while muttering, "So this is where the wild man is hiding. Let's see how I'll finish you off." He had secretly followed them here. Uncertain whether I was the wild man Lin Zihan had supposedly found outside, he decided to eliminate me anyway. Better safe than sorry according to his ruthless logic. He crept into the courtyard, secretly observing and waiting for the right moment to strike, unaware that a nearly featherless giant black chicken had also set its sights on him. By this time, the Brahma Heaven sect had descended into complete chaos. Dozens of experts from the Mystic Maiden Pavilion and the Heavenly Wolf Gang, aided by traitors, had infiltrated the sect, killing, burning, and wreaking havoc everywhere. Fortunately, the intruders were few in number, and after some initial disorder, the Brahma Heaven sect finally managed to organize an effective defense. Outside the mountain gates of the Brahma Heaven sect, a man and a woman concealed their forms, suppressing their auras as they lay in ambush. The man was Tian Xiong, leader of the Sky Wolf Gang, a burly figure with a full beard who kept casting lewd glances at the voluptuous curves of the woman beside him. The woman was Chao Surong, sect master of the Mystic Water Pavilion. Acting on intelligence from their mole within the Brahma Heaven sect, they had devised a plan, stage a feigned assault to lure Lin Jun back, then ambush him en route. Both being at the late-stage Spirit King realm, they were certain their 2-against-1 advantage, combined with the element of surprise, made Lin Jun's defeat inevitable. Thus they remained utterly relaxed, already envisioning how to divide the Brahma Heaven sect spoils between them. Tian Xiong bared his yellowed teeth in a grin and said to Chao Surong, "Elder Chao, Lin Jun won't escape calamity this time. If I help you kill him, how will you repay me?" His gaze lingered shamelessly on Chao Surong's voluptuous figure. With a slight frown, she replied, "Leader Tian, hadn't we agreed? The Brahma sect spoils would be split 50-50 between our factions." But Tian Xiong responded with brazen cheek, "I could forgo that 50% share, hell, I'd even give you the entire Sky Wolf Gang. You know what I truly desire." The man was coveting Chao Surong's body, aiming to persuade her through his bedchamber, a scheme to bring the Mystic Maiden Pavilion under his control as well. Chao Surong's face instantly darkened, regretting that she'd invited a wolf into her house. If she refused Tian Xiong now, he might immediately turn hostile. Bringing up conditions at this critical juncture clearly showed his calculated attempt to threaten her into submission. Just as Chao Surong was at a loss about what to do, Lin Zhan and Lin Zihan appeared. Exchanging glances, Tian Xiong and Chao Surong transformed into two streaks of light as they assaulted Lin Zhan, unleashing boundless lethal techniques from the first move. Yet Lin Zhan remained completely unruffled. He had taken my warning of "be careful on your way" as an oracle, proceeding with utmost caution and maintaining vigilance throughout his journey. He exclaimed with admiration, "Master Ji is truly a divine being," anticipating the enemy's moves, and his reverence for me deepened further as he fearlessly stepped forward to meet them. Now a changed man with soaring cultivation, he was confident in holding his own against Chao Surong and Tian Xiong's combined assault. Boom! The three engaged in relentless combat, terrifying energies colliding while shockwaves scattered in all directions, raising clouds of dust amidst flying sand and stones. Ultimately, both sides retreated without either gaining advantage. With stunned disbelief, Chao Surong demanded, "Lin Zhan, how has your cultivation soared like this? With your aptitude, reaching Spirit Emperor realm should have been impossible." Lin Zhan roared with laughter, "You two must have stumbled upon some dumb luck. If I'd spent half an hour longer with Master Ji, I'd have broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm by now. Snapping your necks would have been child's play." Tian Xiong rolled his eyes as a wicked idea came to him. "What nonsense is this, Master Ji? Who does he think he's fooling?" he scoffed. "Master Chao, you hold off Lin Zhan while I capture his daughter to force his hand." With those words, he turned and lunged at Lin Zihan. Lin Zhan roared, "Tian Xiong, you, the dignified leader of a gang, would strike at a junior? How shameless and despicable." He hurried to stop her, but was blocked by Chao Surong. Lin Zihan fled in panic, her face full of fear, yet a glint of cunning flickered deep in her eyes. Tian Xiong sneered as he approached her, saying, "Haha, little girl, don't struggle in vain. Let Uncle Tian take good care of you." In just a few leaps, he closed in on Lin Zihan, reaching out to grab her chest with a lewd move. But the moment he got close, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Bursts of radiant glow erupted successively, and several dazzling beams shot straight at Tian Xiong's face. Tian Xiong's eyes bulged in fury as his face twisted in terror, screaming, "Ah, what the hell is this thing?" Chapter 7, Who is Mr. G? Never in his wildest dreams had Tian Xiong imagined that a formidable gang leader like himself could be outmaneuvered by a mere slip of a girl. He hadn't given Lin Zihan the slightest consideration, yet she dealt him a lethal blow. At the critical moment, Lin Zihan directly unleashed the spiritual beads given by GMO. The spiritual beads radiated brilliant light like celestial stars, unleashing unimaginable power that smashed violently onto Tian Xiong. Tian Xiong's protective spiritual energy was shattered, several life-saving treasures successively crushed to pieces, his entire body mangled and severely wounded. Terrified like a wounded beast, he let out a shrill howl and fled in the blink of an eye. Lin Zihan simultaneously activated several spirit pearls, depleting nearly all her spiritual energy and leaving her with no strength to strike again. She could only watch helplessly as Tian Xiong escaped right before her eyes. Xiao Surong was stunned by the scene before her. What on earth was that thing? It could severely wound Tian Xiong in an instant. Even the blazing fire pearl didn't possess such power. Combined with Lin Zhan's earlier words, Xiao Surong quickly formed a conjecture. Lin Zhan must have encountered a tremendous opportunity. Not only had his cultivation skyrocketed, but he had also obtained several extraordinarily powerful magic treasures. Mr. G? She secretly made a mental note. Retreat! With a loud shout, Xiao Surong gave her subordinates the order to retreat, though whether those people could escape was beyond her concern now. This operation had been a complete failure. She forcefully took Lin Zhan's palm strike to create distance, then fled in another direction. If she didn't leave now and let Lin Zihan recover, she would surely die. What a pity. Lin Zhan felt some regret. If he could have kept Xiao Surong and Tian Xiong, then the profound water pavilion and the Sky Wolf gang would have been completely finished. Letting the tigers return to the mountains this time would surely bring endless future troubles. It seems I still underestimated Mr. G. Who would have thought the spirit pearls he bestowed could possess such terrifying power? Truly, the master is lofty as mountains and fathomless as the abyss. Lin Zhan sighed inwardly. Without pursuing Xiao Surong and Tian Xiong, he led Lin Zihan into the sect to thoroughly eradicate their enemies. Not a single invading foe escaped, all were annihilated. This battle marked a sweeping victory for the Blazing Heaven sect. The Mystic Maiden Pavilion and Celestial Wolf sect suffered heavy losses, with dozens of their elites killed or wounded. Investigate for me and find out exactly who this Mr. G is. After successfully escaping back to the Mystic Water Pavilion, Xiao Surong, unwilling to accept defeat, sought to uncover the truth. Lin Zhan's sudden surge in power, along with the several magical artifacts in Lin Zihan's possession, were clearly not things the Brahma Heaven sect could possess. They must have been gifts from that Mr. G. A surefire scheme had been utterly ruined by this Mr. G. She simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. At the same time, she secretly issued another covert order. Should Tian Xiong's whereabouts be discovered, he was to be killed on sight if the opportunity arose. Tian Xiong was severely wounded. This was the perfect moment to eliminate him. After suffering his threats earlier, how could she possibly let this matter rest? Mr. G? No matter who you are, I, Tian Xiong, will sacrifice everything to take your damned life. Like a stray dog, Tian Xiong, consumed by boundless hatred toward GMO, fled into the deep mountains and dense forests. He knew that the Brahma Heaven sect would never let him go. The Mystic Water Pavilion would surely kick him while he was down, and even within his own gang, there were those eyeing his position, plotting to usurp it. Tian Xiong fled westward, unaware of where he was going until, in his dazed state, he collapsed onto an ancient grave. Blood gushed ceaselessly from his body, soaking into the soil and vanishing in an instant. TSK, the taste of fresh meat. A voice emerged from beneath the earth, like the howling of malicious ghosts from the 9 nether springs. That icy, lifeless aura frightened Tian Xiong to his core. He felt an overwhelming will descend upon him, threatening to snatch away his life. Spare this mongrel's life, esteemed elder. I, Tian Xiong, swear to submit to you, willing to serve as your ox or horse without hesitation. At the brink of life and death, Tian Xiong hastily begged for mercy, displaying not a shred of dignity. Fearful of death, groveling like a worm, humans remain as despicable as ever. But this old ancestor happens to lack a dog. Very well, I shall bestow upon you the glory of being my lackey. A surge of dark energy erupted from the grave mound and plunged into Tian Xiong's forehead. Tian Xiong's eyes turned blood red, his canine teeth growing wildly until he resembled neither human nor ghost. A savage, bloodthirsty evil aura radiated from his entire being as his cultivation skyrocketed, directly breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? GMO stepped outside and noticed an abnormal phenomenon in the western primal forest. Jet black smoke billowed into the sky like dense ink, overwhelming the heavens as vast swaths of dark mist blotted out the sun. Who the hell would be so heartless as to set fire to the mountain? Let me find out who did it, and I'll break their damn legs. GMO faintly sensed the chilling aura of death and detested it intensely. He failed to recognize the unusual nature of the black smoke, mistakenly assuming someone had deliberately set the forest ablaze. The 9-transformation heavenly silkworm, hiding in the old willow tree, gazed westward and muttered, "Seems like some ancient fossil has crawled out from the underworld. This will surely bring a storm of bloodshed to the mortal realm. But this old thing better not provoke our master, or else." GMO was about to return to his room when he faintly heard screams in the distance. Turning his head to look, he got a huge fright. A chicken was attacking someone. In the vegetable garden, the black chicken was brutally pinning a man into the soil, relentlessly clawing and pecking at him. The man's clothes were torn into shreds, his body covered in wounds, and his face smeared with chicken droppings. He looked utterly miserable. "Not bad. My chicken can actually guard the house and catch thieves." GMO was astonished and finally took a proper look at Tian Peng for the first time, offering rare praise. Sure enough, raising it wasn't in vain. This chicken guards the house better than a dog. I've been praised. Tian Peng felt elated as if floating on air. GMO's approval was his highest honor, and when he even received a reward afterward, he nearly fainted from happiness. GMO assumed Huang Guangxai, who had intended to harm him, was a thief. After kicking him a few times, he unceremoniously threw him out of the courtyard. As a reward, he scattered a handful of grain for the skyrock. "This is Shinong rice." The skyrock gazed at the golden millet grains, cautiously trying one. Instantly, its blood surged violently, demonic power surged exponentially, and even its ancestral bloodline power gradually strengthened. The 9 transformations heavenly silkworm watched with envy. Even the chicken received such treats from its master. When would it ever get such preferential treatment? Is the master disgusted by my ugliness? I want to become beautiful. Lost in thought, she began spinning a cocoon, wrapping herself within it. With each molting, the 9-transformation heavenly silkworm undergoes dramatic physical changes while awakening incredible new abilities. The dragonfish refused to be outdone either. Small bumps swelled on its head as tiny sharp horns emerged, marking yet another step forward in its transformation into a dragon. Huang Guangxai fled in disgrace, tears of humiliation streaming uncontrollably down his face. He was the personal disciple of the Grand Elder of the Brahma Heaven sect, a prodigy among the younger generation, yet he had actually been humiliated by a mere chicken. No, it was that man, that venomous G-fellow. He must have secretly instructed that demonic chicken to humiliate me. Huang Guangxai gnashed his teeth in fury, wishing he could tear GMO into pieces. This was an irreconcilable enmity. Such humiliation must be repaid 1,000-fold, he vowed. "Young man, do you seek vengeance? This old man is willing to lend you a helping hand." A seductive voice suddenly whispered beside Huang Guangxai's ear. Chapter 8. A mud-stained peasant dares to discuss zither music. Amidst cascading celestial light and echoing Sanskrit chants, an immortal-looking elder with crane-like hair and youthful complexion descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Huang Guangxai. Bathed in a resplendent golden aura, his entire being radiated sacred majesty, as though an immortal had descended to the mortal realm. "Young man, this humble elder perceives extraordinary bone structure and rare talent within you, potential worthy of a spirit emperor. I wish to forge a benevolent connection. Would you be willing?" The old man stroked his long beard, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Huang Guangxai, as if gazing upon a priceless uncut jade. "Immortal elder, are you speaking to me?" Huang Guangxai stood wide-eyed and slack-jawed, breathing rapidly, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. At his lowest moment, a supreme powerhouse descended from the heavens, claiming he had the makings of a spirit emperor and wished to establish favorable ties with him. This scene was so surreal that Huang Guangxai thought he was dreaming. The old man nodded with a benevolent smile and said, "You are truly extraordinary among men, yet you've suffered humiliation. This old man is willing to bestow upon you peerless divine arts to help you take revenge." Thud! Without a second word, Huang Guangxai immediately knelt before the old man, his lips moving but unable to utter a single word from excitement. With a knowing smile, the old man extended a finger, and an immensely profound scripture poured into Huang Guangxai's mind. "I am the dragon among men, endowed with the potential of a spiritual emperor. Once I master this unparalleled divine technique, it will be GMO the dog's final hour." Huang Guangxai, filled with hope, bid farewell to the old man and resolved to devote himself to cultivation. Once his divine technique reached perfection, he would return to settle today's humiliation with GMO. As Huang Guangxai departed, the old man's kindly expression vanished, a cold sneer curling at the corners of his lips. "Useless wine sack and rice bag. Might as well make use of your waist, test his depths with you." Then, the old man gazed at GMO's courtyard in the distance and muttered to himself, "Rising with the sun and resting at dusk, living here like an ordinary mortal for 8 years. You must be quite pleased with yourself, thinking you've successfully deceived everyone. But this old man's vision is sharp as a torch. I've seen through everything long ago. This place holds great fortune. Your seclusion here must mean you intend to stake your claim and take a share of the spoils. I've been observing you secretly for several years. It's time to test your mettle now. Without heaven-defying capabilities, you have no right to partake in this feast. The old man wore an expression of supreme confidence, as if everything was under his control. In reality, Huang Guangcai was merely a pawn in his game. What so-called dragon among men or bearing of a heavenly emperor, all of it was lies. There are no such things as free lunches in this world. Everything is just calculation and scheming. What does this old pervert want? He's been spying on me for years. GMO stared at the distant old man, his scalp crawling with a sickening chill that ran through his entire body. The old man thought his secret observation of GMO had gone unnoticed, completely unaware that GMO had known all along. But GMO had no idea of the old man's true intentions, simply regarding him as a creepy old voyeur with questionable habits. A man must always learn to protect himself, no matter the circumstances. From the other party's sinister gaze and increasingly bizarre smile, GMO felt an impending danger that made his heart race with unease. Who wouldn't be afraid when targeted by an old man with such morbid tastes? Perhaps I should forge a few weapons to defend myself. GMO had such a thought in his heart. Moreover, his blacksmithing skills hadn't been practiced for a long time, so this was a good opportunity to hone them. With no iron materials left at home, GMO decided to go to town to purchase some. Taking a carrying basket with him, he set out. Today, the town of Baisho was noticeably livelier than usual. The streets were bustling with countless refined scholars and romantic poets, where many young male cultivators carried ancient zither on their backs or held sheet music in their arms, passionately exchanging ideas. GMO, filled with curiosity, spotted a familiar peddler and approached to inquire about what was happening. Physician G, do you want to strike it rich overnight? Do you dream of skipping a lifetime of hard work? Well, your chance has arrived. The peddler spoke with great enthusiasm as he began explaining the situation to GMO. On ordinary days, GMO often treated illnesses for free for some poor folks in town. Everyone addressed him as Dr. G, and he had quite a reputation in the area, being very well liked. I heard that City Lord Wen of Manhwa City pressured his daughter for marriage, forcing the young lady, Wen Shi, to flee and hide in our town. Lady Wen Shi is hosting a grand gathering next month, a musical gathering to meet friends, and there's a good chance she might use this opportunity to seek a suitable husband. That's why a flood of scholars and cultivators have been pouring into our Baiso town lately, all vying for Lady Wen's attention. To be chosen by her and marry into the Wen family would mean a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Dr. G, why don't you attend the grand event too? With your handsome appearance, Miss Wen might just take a fancy to you at first glance. The vendor recounted the whole story with a smile and even playfully urged GMO to join the celebration. GMO suddenly realized why everyone seemed so pumped up. They were all eyeing the chance to live off a cushy marriage. He had heard of Wen Shi before too, renowned for her exceptional literary talent and superb musical skills, hailed as the Southwest's #1 gifted maiden. But becoming a son-in-law and marrying into her family? GMO immediately lost interest. Being a live-in husband wasn't for him. As he headed toward the town's blacksmith shop, the sounds of string and wind instruments constantly drifted in and out of his ears, one after another. GMO just kept shaking his head upon hearing it. Could this truly be called music? As he passed by a cottage, GMO was drawn by the sound of a zither and stopped in his tracks. After listening for a while, he furrowed his brows. The player was likely a beginner, not very old, their fingers awkward from the unfamiliarity with the instrument, yet remarkably, the melody carried a childlike innocence. What made GMO frown was the torrent of vulgar insults accompanying the cheen music. He pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. You're such a pig, utterly stupid, hopelessly unteachable. Can't even remember such simple finger techniques. Hold out your hand. A man who appeared to be a tutor, his face full of impatience, raised a wooden ruler and struck a little girl's palm viciously. The little girl was only about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 perky pigtails, looking mischievous and adorable. But now her eyes welled up with tears, biting her pink little lips, stubbornly refusing to cry. Her pair of tender white hands were beaten black and blue, resembling little pig's trotters, yet the tutor showed no shred of mercy, striking with brutal force. Stop! GMO couldn't bear to watch and spoke up to stop it. No one should hit a child like that. The teacher glanced over and waved him away impatiently. This esteemed scholar is educating his students. Outsiders should stay out of it. Move along. This doesn't concern you. A teacher is one who imparts wisdom, instructs skills, and dispels doubts. As for the cheen, it embodies elegance and righteousness, guarding against evil and rectifying the human heart. You are unworthy to be a teacher, let alone play such an instrument. GMO blared at the tutor with barely contained fury. Under her stern rebuke, the scholar hung his head in shame. You, a lowly peasant, dare to speak of the qin? The master flushed with anger and shouted, do you even understand the qin? Do you know what gong, shang, ju, ji, and yu are? What about open strings, harmonics, and stop tones, let alone the finer techniques? The master, full of arrogance, fired off a rapid series of questions, trying to regain his dignity. But halfway through his tirade, he suddenly fell silent, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 9, A Melody Leading to Enlightenment. The vast and weighty tones of the zither resonated, its pristine and intricate melodies flowing, instantly purifying the heaven and earth. GMO walked before the ancient zither, his slender fingers plucking at its strings. Plucking, hooking, flicking, striking, picking. Dozens of finger techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands as he demonstrated every conceivable skill of the guqin. Wonder if this country bumpkin is qualified to discuss music? GMO tilted his head toward the teacher, his expression indescribably calm and unhurried. The teacher's face burned crimson with shame, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. From the moment GMO played his first note, he had already astonished everyone as if descended from the heavens. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Such mastery of the qin was no longer something he was qualified to critique. If GMO wasn't qualified to discuss the qin, then no one else in the world was. I've learned my lesson, the teacher said, bowing to GMO with folded hands before fleeing like a startled hare. He certainly had no face to stay there any longer. Big brother, you play so beautifully 100 times better than Mr. G is playing. Could you teach Yuer? The little girl tugged at GMO's hand, her eyes sparkling like little stars, with admiration that couldn't be concealed. GMO had merely displayed a hint of his skill, yet it was enough to completely captivate the little girl called Yuer. I'm actually just barely decent at playing myself. GMO felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise as he tenderly cupped Yuer's red and swollen little hands, asking softly, does it hurt? Yuer shook her head slightly and said with self-reproach, it doesn't hurt, Yuer. It's not teacher Jia's fault. I'm just too slow, I can never remember the fingering techniques, and my fingers never seem to obey me. She'd had her hands beaten to this state, yet still spoke up for that teacher. This little girl possessed an extraordinarily kind heart. GMO happened to have some ointment with him, which he carefully applied to Yuer while comforting her. Yuer isn't dumb at all. You're just a little impatient in your heart. Learning the guqin first requires peace of mind. As he applied the ointment, he patiently explained the basics of the guqin to Yuer. Before long, under GMO's guidance, Yuer was actually able to clumsily play an introductory piece from beginning to end. Yuer learned it. Yuer really learned it. Yuer isn't a pig after all. Thank you, big brother. The little girl clapped her hands gleefully, laughing with excitement as she planted a loud kiss on GMO's cheek, her bright eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Soon after, the girl was astonished to discover that her little hands no longer hurt at all. They were completely healed, even more delicate and fair than before. Not far away, a tightly shut window had somehow silently cracked open just a sliver. Inside, a strikingly beautiful woman peered through the gap. From the moment GMO quarreled with the teacher, she had taken notice, and when she heard the sound of the qin, the woman could no longer resist opening the window to peek. She truly wished to know what kind of person possessed such qin skills, such temperament, and such kindness. Who would have thought such a man still existed in this world, unrivaled in both virtue and qin artistry? A pity, he's just a mortal. With a wistful sigh, the woman seemed somewhat unwilling to accept this, but after a long while, she finally let it go. Very well, let cousin Wency have this advantage. If she were to meet this young master, she'd probably be eager to pledge herself to him. I truly look forward to seeing how that proud little thing will react after losing so thoroughly in musical skills. According to the sect rules of Lingshu Sword Sect, disciples were forbidden from marrying mortals. As the chief disciple of Lingshu Sword Sect, Tang Shui enjoyed many privileges, yet ultimately couldn't violate the sect's regulations. After casting one last lingering glance at GMO, she reluctantly closed the window, simultaneously shutting a door within her heart. Big brother, play a song for Yuer. Yuer clung to GMO's arm, cooing sweetly in that irresistible tone of hers. GMO lovingly ruffled Yuer's hair and said with a smile, all right, but if I don't play well, you mustn't be disappointed. After taking a slow, deep breath to settle his mind, GMO entered a state of perfect harmony with the universe and began to play the qin. He was playing a segment from High Mountains and Flowing Waters, one of the 10 famous ancient qin pieces, specifically the section titled Flowing Waters. Ding dong. As the qin music began, an artistic conception emerged. Tang Shui, in her low spirits, suddenly heard the qin music. Her delicate frame trembled, and everything before her eyes seemed to blur. In the chaos, a celestial river appeared, descending from the ninth heaven. Its meandering waters connected heaven and earth, nourishing all things. This is the voice of the great Tao. Tang Shui's entire body trembled. She felt that as the zither sounds resonated, they triggered a harmony with the great Tao, allowing her to effortlessly perceive infinite Tao rhythms and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth without obstruction. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward her like young swallows returning to their nest, while intricate sword intents spontaneously arose from her heart, accompanied by faint metallic clashing sounds. Her comprehension of the sword Tao continuously ascended to new heights. The zither notes, brimming with the vastness of heaven and earth and the ethereal charm of flowing water, rippled outward, drifting in all directions. Yuer was the first to be affected. Her eyes grew hazy, her small body swaying to the rhythm as she underwent marrow-cleansing metamorphosis, a peculiar energy taking root within her. A stray dog, hearing the music, sat cross-legged like a meditating monk, its eyes gleaming with wisdom as its scruffy fur turned golden and radiant. A tiny mouse burrowed out from underground, its body surging with demonic power as wings unexpectedly sprouted from its back. In the distance, at a splendid and luxurious estate, the white-haired grandmaster of the music world, Li Xiao, was moved to tears as he exclaimed in astonishment, "What am I hearing? The voice of heaven itself. It's as if I saw my departed old friend again. Back then, we played lute and flute in harmony under the setting sun. Now that my soulmate is gone, who remains to listen when the strings break and the instrument snaps?" Shortly after, Li Xiao called for his disciples and urgently instructed them to find the person who had played the guqin. He wanted to personally visit and seek guidance in the art of music. After finishing his rendition of Flowing Water, GMO felt refreshed and uplifted, as though his guqin skills had improved once more. Looking up, Yuer was still immersed in the melody, her round little face adorned with a smile, clearly having gained much from the experience. Yuer truly has a natural talent for the qin, her heart is pure enough to resonate with the music. Her future achievements with the guqin will be immeasurable. GMO praised sincerely, unable to bear disturbing her. Giving the little girl's rosy cheeks an affectionate pinch, he left contentedly. Not long after, that distant closed window was opened once again. A figure swiftly flew over and landed beside Yuer. Tang Shui was still enveloped in the aura of her recent breakthrough, her bright eyes shimmering with swordlight as she eagerly scanned her surroundings. Where is he? Where has that young master gone? It was truly unbelievable. Just listening to a single zither melody had not only allowed her to break through in cultivation but also granted her deeper insights into the path of the sword. If a single tune could enlighten my Tao, he is no ordinary man. Could it mean that Tang Shui discovered that GMO had long since departed, feeling profoundly disappointed, yet a hint of something else surfaced as a shy smile played at the corners of her lips. Her gaze fell upon Yuer, and she thought to herself, it seemed this young girl was her only lead to uncovering that gentleman's whereabouts. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as an expression of utter disbelief crossed her features. Chapter 10, 10,000 gold for an axe. A sword's courage and a qin's heart. This little girl has actually awakened the swordqin spirit. If she could enroll in our Lingshu sword sect, within just 10 years our sect would surely gain another sword saint. Tang Shui stared intently at Yuer, yet she was also privately puzzled. She'd interacted with Yuer before without noticing anything unusual, so how had the girl suddenly developed this rare gift? Could it be that young master's doing? Tang Shui didn't dare to contemplate deeply what unimaginable power would be required to accomplish such a feat. How could such a young gentleman possess such heaven-defying methods? Could he actually be a powerhouse of unparalleled might? The more Tang Shui pondered, the more miraculous Jima seemed, until she nearly burned with the desire to immediately find him and uncover all his secrets. Li Zhao's disciples returned empty-handed after searching everywhere, utterly failing to locate Jima. The old master sighed deeply and declared that whoever could find the zither player would receive his full musical heritage, instantly causing a sensation. The stray dog and the rat also stirred up quite a commotion, attracting numerous cultivators who scrambled to capture them. As for why a dog and a rat suddenly attained enlightenment, it became one of Whitehead Town's unsolved mysteries. Meanwhile, GMO remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he'd caused as he leisurely made his way to the town's blacksmith shop. Brother Zhang, why the long face? You're about to get married, shouldn't you be glowing with happiness? Arriving at the blacksmith's shop, GMO greeted the simple and honest man currently hammering iron. It's Dr. G. Haven't seen you in quite some time. Here to buy iron materials again? Blacksmith Zhang forced a faint smile at the sight of GMO carrying a basket on his back. 2 years ago when he was forging iron, molten metal scalded him, leaving extensive burns on his body. It was GMO who saved him, so he had always been deeply grateful and treated GMO with great respect. Every time GMO came to buy iron materials, Blacksmith Zhang would almost always sell them at a low price, preferring to take the loss rather than charge GMO a single extra cent. I might need a bit more this time. GMO nodded, somewhat embarrassed. The more he bought, the greater Blacksmith Zhang's potential loss would be. Take as much as you want, no need to be polite. I've still got a few pieces of dark steel stored away, I'll go fetch them for you now. Zhang the blacksmith set down his work, took the basket, and went inside to rummage through his iron supplies for GMO. With nothing else to do, GMO spotted the half-forged axe on the workbench and casually picked up the heavy forging hammer to continue shaping it. Just then, a woman caked in rouge and powder stormed over, shouting at the top of her voice, "Blacksmith, When are you going to scrape together the 500 taels of silver dowry my father demanded? Keep dragging your feet and this old lady might just change her mind and marry that butcher Sue instead. GMO glanced at the woman and finally understood why blacksmith Zhang was so troubled. For the average family in town, the dowry for marrying off a daughter was just a few taels of silver, along with some fine silks and valuables amounting to about 20 taels in total. But this woman had the audacity to demand 500 taels right off the bat. What an outrageous sum. Blacksmith Zhang hurried out, forcing a smile as he said, Suifan, give me a few more days. Once I sell my shop, I'll have enough. Could you ask your father to lower the dowry a bit? We still have to live after this, after all. After selling off the blacksmith shop, old Zhang would lose his means of livelihood, so he hoped the bride's family would lower their dowry demands. Without a second thought, Suifan flatly refused. Dream on. Not a copper less than 500 taels of silver. I'll give you 2 more days. If you poor wretch still can't scrape it together, our deal's off. Plenty of men are lining up to marry this lady, you know. TSK, such a materialistic woman. GMO watched Suifan's retreating figure, feeling that Zhang the blacksmith truly deserved better. Better to demolish a temple than break up a marriage as an outsider. GMO couldn't rightly intervene, so he could only vent his anger on the axe before him. Sparks flew, iron shavings scattering. Under GMO's hammering, the pitch-black axe surprisingly gained streaks of silvery white, with faint runes flickering in and out of sight. The once ordinary axe seemed to have become something different. Dr. G, your blacksmithing skills are even better than mine. If you opened your own shop, business would surely boom. Zhang the blacksmith gave a thumbs up in admiration, feeling there was something extraordinarily satisfying about watching GMO forge metal. It possessed a kind of peak perfection mastery over power. If I had the money, I'd love to take over your shop. Alas, GMO was broke too. Though he wanted to help Zhang the blacksmith, his intentions outstripped his means. Take all the good iron with you, better not let others get it cheap if I'm selling it at a low price anyway. The blacksmith Zhang loaded the highest quality ores from his shop and several pieces of mysterious iron into the woven basket, packing it full to the brim. GMO finished his task and tossed the newly forged axe into the water pool to cool it down. Taking out all the silver he had on him and handing it to blacksmith Zhang, GMO realized it still wasn't enough, leaving him rather embarrassed. It's alright. You can pay me back when you're better off. Blacksmith Zhang didn't mind at all. Even if GMO never paid, he wouldn't have said a word. After GMO left, blacksmith Zhang lost all interest in working. He squatted by the shop entrance, smoking his pipe, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Just then, a cultivator passing by the smithy was drawn to a glimmer of light coming from the water trough. He yanked the axe straight from the water, his eyes bulging wide open. Blacksmith, how much for this axe? He asked impatiently. 1. Blacksmith Zhang extended a single finger, the words 1 tael already on the tip of his tongue. 1,000 taels of silver? No problem. The cultivator hurriedly took out the silver notes, afraid that blacksmith Zhang might change his mind. Buying this axe for 1,000 taels of silver? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Another cultivator appeared, unable to tear his eyes away from the axe, and declared loudly, I'll pay 1,000 taels of gold. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar, drawing swarms of nearby people rushing over. 1,000 taels of silver was already shocking enough, but someone actually offered 1,000 taels of gold. Such bidding was unheard of. Zhang the blacksmith couldn't believe his ears, his voice trembling. Are you joking? An axe worth 1,000 taels of gold? Who are you trying to fool? Obviously, I was joking. Did you really think a mere 1,000 taels of gold could buy this axe? Not a chance. I bid 10,000 taels instead. A female cultivator stepped forward from the crowd and offered an even more staggering price. The entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. That's Lady Wen's personal maidservant. If even she has taken an interest in this axe, could it truly be a treasure? Some recognized the female cultivator. A person of such status would naturally not speak without consideration, meaning she genuinely believed the axe before them was worth 10,000 taels of gold. With the female cultivator's status evident, no one dared to make another bid for the axe. When blacksmith Zhang received the thick stack of gold notes, his mind was still reeling. He never imagined he'd inexplicably come into such a massive fortune. And the reason for everything was merely GMO casually forging an axe for him. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd's eyes lit up, staring fixedly at blacksmith Zhang before swarming over and pouncing on him. Chapter 11. Why are these pecs so ridiculous? What do you think you're doing? Blacksmith Zhang clutched the gold voucher tightly to his chest, his face filled with panic. Could these people be eyeing his fortune with malicious intent? Yet he was thinking too much. That wasn't the case at all. The swarming crowd rushed past blacksmith Zhang, pouring into the shop to frantically buy up all sorts of ironware inside. If one axe could appear, who knows what other treasures might be hidden within? Before long, every item in the shop had been snapped up, and Zhang the blacksmith found himself clutching a thick stack of silver notes in his arms. Some people secretly asked blacksmith Zhang about the origin of that axe. He shook his head, pretending to know nothing and didn't reveal GMO's involvement. Though just an ordinary townsman, Blacksmith Zhang clearly understood the logic that a man's wealth is his own ruin. If outsiders learned the axe was forged by GMO, it might bring catastrophic consequences upon him. Thus, another unsolved mystery was added to Baiso Town's legends. Tang Shui practically turned Baiso Town upside down in her search, yet ultimately failed to find GMO. With deep regret, she could only lead Yuer back to Lingshu Sword Sect. From that day onward, Yuer's fate was completely transformed. The Lingshu Sword Sect would pour all its resources into nurturing her to become a legendary sword saint. Who could have imagined that an ordinary little girl would have her entire life changed just by meeting GMO? With a full basket of iron materials on his back, GMO walked along the road home. Humming a tune as he went, he remained utterly unaware that Baisho Town had already been thrown into chaos because of him. Mr. G, I will definitely dig you out and grind your bones to ashes. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen to such a state? Tian Xiong emerged from the western primeval forest, filled with endless resentment. Though his cultivation had greatly advanced, successfully stepping into the Spirit Emperor realm, he had paid the price of his freedom, submitting beneath another's feet, becoming the servant of the Nine Nether Ancestor. To put it bluntly, he had become the Nine Nether Ancestor's dog, bound by his restraints and manipulated at will. Tian Xiong understood clearly that he had fallen into a pit of fire, but unfortunately, there was no way back now. Mr. G, is someone calling me? GMO looked up and saw Tian Xiong, but since he didn't recognize him, he paid no further attention. Meanwhile, Tian Xiong also noticed GMO. A killing intent flared up within him, but upon sensing not the slightest trace of spiritual energy from GMO, realizing he was just an ordinary person, his interest quickly faded. A mere ant isn't even worthy of becoming blood fodder. Killing you would only dirty my hand. Consider your wretched life spared. Tian Xiong cast a disdainful glance at GMO before continuing on his way. Had he known this GMO was the very Mr. G he loathed to the marrow, he'd surely have been sick with regret. GMO sensed a chilling aura of deathly stillness, making him frown. There was something profoundly wrong about this man. He gave off the unsettling impression of a living corpse. In a secluded valley outside the territory of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, 10 cultivators dressed in the robes of the Mystic Water Pavilion lay hidden among the grass. Leading them was a cultivator with slightly curled, short blue hair. His features were deep-set, with handsome brows and bright eyes that resembled the purest of lakes, exceptionally striking in appearance. The male cultivators around him stole glances, whether intentional or not, their expressions tinged with a sense of inferiority. Senior Sister Lan Ro, with only 10 of us, isn't our number insufficient? Should we call for more fellow disciples? Someone spoke to the blue-haired cultivator. It was truly unexpected. This figure, so devastatingly handsome that it made men everywhere ashamed of themselves, was actually a woman. Yet she wore androgynous clothing and had short hair, making it genuinely difficult to discern her gender at first glance. The reason this group appeared here was that their scouts had detected Tian Xiong's whereabouts, prompting them to set an ambush at this location. But due to the urgency, only 10 people were gathered. No need to worry, Tian Xiong was already severely injured during the Brahma Heaven sect battle and is no longer a concern. Lan Ro tossed her hair with confidence. Carrying her sect's treasured artifact, the Misty Dew Cosmic Ribbon, she was highly confident she could deliver Tian Xiong's death. Once Tian Xiong was eliminated, the entire Sky Wolf Gang would scatter like loose sand, ultimately falling into the grasp of the Profound Water Pavilion. Oh, nothing to worry about? How bold indeed. For a bunch of small fries like you to ambush me is simply knowing neither the height of the heavens nor the thickness of the earth. A cold laugh suddenly rang out as Tian Xiong's burly figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the spot. One Mystic Water Pavilion disciple failed to dodge in time and was crushed into pulp on the spot. Spirit Emperor Realm. Lan Ro felt the overwhelming violent aura rushing toward her, her face paling drastically. Wasn't Tian Xiong supposed to be severely injured? Not only was he unharmed, but his power had increased dramatically instead. Xian Shui Pavilion, what gall. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll gladly accept the offering. Tian Xiong burst into laughter. These people before him would make excellent blood fodder. Everyone, run. Lan Ro made a snap decision and turned to flee. The Tian Xiong before them now was absolutely not someone their group could handle. Do you really think you can escape? Tian Xiong looked like a mad demon, his entire body wreathed in rolling black mist as he threw a punch, instantly reducing a man to fragments. Then, with a swift palm strike, he seized the arm of a cultivator and tore him in half alive. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by incessant screams as the disciples of the Profound Water Pavilion were slaughtered one after another, utterly powerless to resist. Lan Ro summoned her misty veil of heaven and earth, encasing herself in layers of protective energy, yet even that proved insufficient to resist the onslaught. She was struck by several palm strikes in succession, her luminous shield shattered as her entire body was sent flying. Torrents of black blood gushed from the corners of her mouth. Lan Ro felt as if all her organs had been displaced. Had the misty heaven silk not absorbed most of the impact, she would surely have perished. Tianxiong has obtained a great opportunity. This information must be delivered to the sect. Her body teetering precariously, Lan Ro nonetheless mustered the last of her strength to flee toward the direction of Profound Water Pavilion. Tianxiong didn't pursue Lan Ro, as in his eyes, she was already as good as dead, and would meet a most gruesome end. GMO never expected that while simply walking along, disaster would literally fall from the sky. Someone fell from the heavens, nearly crushing him beneath them. By sheer coincidence, Lan Ro, having fled an unknown distance before her strength finally gave out, collapsed right before GMO's feet. Wow, a handsome man descended from the heavens. This young man is so good-looking. GMO couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon seeing Lan Ro's striking features. Those looks are simply at the peak, handsome enough to rival the skies. If he were a maiden, he'd probably fall head over heels at first glance. How could there exist a more beautiful man than himself in this world? Utterly unfair. Put. Lan Ro coughed up a mist of blood, teetering on the edge of death. The surrounding plants withered instantly upon contact with the blood-stained water. Help me deliver a message to the Mystic Waters Pavilion. Tell them. Her breathing was faint as a dying thread. Knowing death approached, she could only pin her hopes on GMO. You seem nearly finished. Lucky you ran into me. GMO paid no attention to what Lan Ro was saying and directly picked her up, throwing her over his shoulder. Truly no one is perfect. Though this young man's looks are flawless, his figure leaves something to be desired. Those pectoral muscles are absurdly exaggerated, he must lack proper exercise. GMO felt an astonishing softness pressing against him, restoring some of his confidence. At the very least, his own pectoral muscles were genuinely firm. Absurdly exaggerated pectoral muscles? Lan Ro spat out another mouthful of blood in frustration, then angrily bit down hard on GMO's ear. Ah! Instantly, a piercing howl of pain echoed through the rosy clouds. Chapter 12, I'm straight. Gritting through the pain, GMO carried Lan Ro back home. This young man has no martial virtue, and such a petty mind. Just because I said his pecs were weak, there's no need for such an overreaction. Rubbing his ear, now red from the bite, Jima felt a strange sensation. Why did being bitten feel kinda nice? Oh no, am I getting turned? Jima's heart skipped a beat as he roughly threw Lan Ro onto the bed. What are you trying to do? Lan Ro was so weak she could barely speak, yet she mustered her last ounce of strength to grip her collar in terror, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Helpless to resist, she was taken home by a man and thrown onto the bed. The outcome was truly unimaginable. At that moment, Lan Ro regretted it so bitterly, knowing what she knew now. Dying at Tianxiong's hands would have been far better. What are you trying to do? What's with that look, that posture? You're acting like I'm gonna do something to you. I'm straight, okay? GMO gritted his teeth, feeling deeply insulted. Wait, what? Did I misunderstand? Lan Ro's face flushed slightly, though she didn't understand why the man before her kept insisting he was straight. Judging by his reaction, he probably wouldn't do anything to her. Only then did she feel reassured. But then, GMO's next words made her heart leap into her throat again. Take off your clothes. Hearing this, Lan Ro immediately clutched her collar again with the hand she had just relaxed, glaring fiercely at GMO. GMO was so exasperated by this reaction he nearly spat blood, explaining, your clothes are soaked in blood, and this blood is highly poisonous. Lan Ro finally removed her outer garment with lingering skepticism, her heart still filled with vigilance. If it's poisonous, you've gotten plenty on yourself too. Why aren't you afraid at all? She didn't know that GMO's body could neutralize all toxins. He was practically impervious to any poison. GMO fetched silver needles and said, first I'll protect your heart meridian, then find a way to extract the corpse poison from your body. The words had barely left his mouth when 3 silver needles pierced Lan Ro's chest. Through the fabric, he precisely located the acupuncture points without the slightest error. Such skill, if witnessed by physicians outside, would surely leave them in awe. Lan Ro instantly froze as if turned to stone. Never before had she been intimately touched by a man, and just now, GMO had made contact with a place no outsider had ever reached. He's a doctor. Lan Ro comforted herself this way, yet resentment still simmered in her heart. Grinding her tiger-like canines, she nearly pounced to bite GMO several times in fury. But then her body trembled, and her face flooded with disbelief. She only felt her heart racing wildly as her previously exhausted, lamp-oil-dry body began brimming with vitality again, her whole being gradually regaining energy and spirit. Such medical skill is nothing short of divine. Lan Ro gazed at GMO, her expression completely transformed. Meanwhile, GMO was busy crafting medicinal pills. After crushing several herbs, he added a splash of well water and began kneading them with his hands. Lan Ro was utterly dumbfounded. Who in the world refines pills like this, so carelessly, no different from kids playing house? Is this man really a divine doctor? Then, something astonishing happened. As GMO kept kneading, pinching, and rubbing, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out while streams of runes continuously emerged from his palms. First grade, second grade. Visible to the naked eye, the medicinal pill in Jimo's hand began developing pill patterns, strip after strip continuously emerging. Lan Ro rubbed her eyes in disbelief, convinced she must be seeing things. When she opened her eyes again, she nearly screamed out loud. The pill in Jimo's hand already bore 8 medicinal patterns, unmistakably an 8th grade elixir. Though it falls slightly short, it should be enough to neutralize the poison. GMO pinched the pill and gave it a sniff, visibly dissatisfied. An 8th grade elixir, it's actually an 8th grade elixir, and he still looks completely disdainful. Lan Ro stared in astonishment, only to see GMO walk over and stuff the pill into her slightly parted lips. The softness brushing against his fingertips sent an unexpected flutter through GMO's heart. His mind raced in panic. What was happening? Was he actually developing feelings for a man? The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, its immense medicinal power flooding through Lan Ro's meridians and limbs. The corpse poison within her body melted away like snow under the spring sun, completely purified within moments. Lan Ro felt she must be dreaming. Just as she was about to die, a man had carried her home, and then she had been cured with such effortless ease. I've heard people see hallucinations when they're about to die. None of this can be real, Lan Ro murmured to herself. At this moment, a wicked hand reached out and pinched her delicate cheek hard. Does it hurt? GMO asked. Could there be something wrong with my pill? Why did this person become so foolish after taking it? So, as if possessed, he ended up pinching Lan Ro. After taking action, GMO immediately regretted it. How could he have gotten handsy with another man? The shame was unbearable. It hurts. A sharp pang of pain washed over Lan Ro, finally convincing her she wasn't dreaming, this was all real. As for GMO taking liberties with her, she outright ignored the matter. Her body was completely restored, spiritual power coursing through her veins. Refreshed and invigorated, Lan Ro had never felt better in her life. She knew she'd encountered a true master. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Lan Ro quickly stood up and gave GMO a deep bow. I'm no senior. My name is GMO, you can call me Dr. G or Mr. G. GMO said, not daring to look directly at Lan Ro. Mr. G, so you are Mr. G. Lan Ro's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed GMO's hand tightly, as if afraid he might slip away. The Mystic Water Pavilion had spared no effort or expense in searching for GMO, yet had found no trace of him. Now that she realized the man before her was the very Mr. G they'd been seeking, how could Lan Ro not be beside herself with excitement? You, let go. GMO's voice trembled slightly. How could her small hand be so soft? How could holding it feel so incredibly comfortable? Oh God, could I actually be getting turned? I'm sorry, Mr. G, I didn't mean to. Lan Ro hastily let go, lowering her head with pouted lips, her face flustered like a child who'd done something wrong, terrified she might have offended GMO by being improper. The hand of a senior expert was not something she could casually touch. GMO's heart skipped several beats at this sight. How could a man be so unbearably cute? He took several deep breaths before finally calming down. Leave now. With a stern face, GMO issued the order to leave. Who knew what might happen if Lan Ro stayed any longer? Hearing this, Lan Ro's amber eyes welled up with tears. Detecting the resoluteness in GMO's tone, she thought she had angered him and was filled with unbearable self-reproach. Mr. G, I'm truly sorry. She repeatedly bowed to GMO before forcing back her tears and walking away. After a long while, GMO stepped outside. Watching the nearly vanished figure in the distance, he let out a soft sigh. He felt a sense of loss, but the next second, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 13, A Girl Must Be Demure. On the haystack in the courtyard, multicolored rays of light shimmered. It was a huge pile of eggs. Some were as small as chicken eggs, while others were as large as dinner plates, 20-some in total. Beside him, Tianpan watched Jima's reaction with bated caution. Ever since Jima had scorned him for not being able to lay eggs, Tianping had been plagued by a sense of crisis. After much deliberation, he'd finally come up with a brilliant solution. If he couldn't lay eggs, then why not steal them? So off he went and returned with a bunch of monster beast eggs, all premium quality ones of the Demon King rank. If his strength had temporarily allowed, he would have gone back to the sky-reaching mountain range and retrieved that nest of Demon Emperor rank serpent eggs from the devouring sky python. Good, very good. My chicken finally laid an egg. GMO broke into a smile, then looked puzzled as he glanced at the heavenly rock and back at the plate-sized egg, his face full of bewilderment. How did such a small body produce such a huge egg? Tianpeng then realized his mistake and trembled with fear. But GMO didn't press for details. After all, in this world where demon beasts could take human form, what couldn't happen? Little Black, you're quite remarkable, very promising. GMO poked Tianpeng's plump belly with great satisfaction. Only then did Tianpeng's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settle, and when he received GMO's reward, he was so excited he nearly fainted. The reward was a chicken coop. An ordinary-looking yet extraordinary chicken coop. Golden grass, 7-star soul-returning vine, branches of the ancient willow tree. Even the raw materials alone were obscenely extravagant, and the completed chicken coop was nothing short of extraordinary. Great Tao runes danced, chains of order intertwined, and dazzling treasure radiance shot up through the clouds, nearly blinding the Skyrock's eyes. This chicken coop of mine probably rivals even the legendary Phoenix Nest, he mused. The Skyrock excitedly nestled in the chicken coop, feeling its bird life was now complete. GMO carried the pile of eggs back to the house, already contemplating 100 ways to cook them. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they'd probably be so angry they'd cough up blood. Eating Demon King eggs as if they were ordinary chicken eggs, aren't you afraid the heavens will strike you with 5 thunderbolts? You must understand, Demon Beast eggs or pups can be contracted by cultivators as battle companions, while those of Demon King rank are literally worth cities. Yet now, glutton GMO was actually eating them as food. A single meal devouring wealth worth several cities. Who in this world could be so extravagantly wasteful? It seemed even the heavens couldn't bear to watch the scene any longer. As GMO patted his bulging belly, idly playing with eggshells while letting out satisfied burps, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly occurred. Boom, rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently, the intense tremors instantly knocking GMO off his feet. As he fell, GMO's face registered shock. He had distinctly heard the sound of a heartbeat coming from deep beneath the earth. When GMO held his breath, trying to listen more closely, the heartbeat vanished. At the same time, the earthquake also ceased, as if the tremors had been caused by that very heartbeat. I must be hearing things. GMO got up from the ground, dusting himself off. A heartbeat causing an earthquake? That's impossible. Inside a mysterious cave dwelling, the old man who had fooled Huang Guangcai smiled and muttered, "The revelry is about to begin." Then he thought of GMO, and his expression instantly turned grave. In his eyes, GMO was an unpredictable and uncontrollable variable. If he got involved, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. It seems Huang Guangcai must make his move soon to test GMO's true capabilities. The elderly man paused in thought, devised a plan, then dissipated into a wisp of wind and drifted out of the cave dwelling. On the other side, Lan Ro returned to the Mystic Maiden Pavilion with tear-streaked cheeks, falling to her knees before Chao Surong. "Master, your disciple has committed a grave mistake that may bring utter ruin upon our sect." Terrified that her offense against GMO might implicate the Mystic Water Pavilion, Lan Ro's heart was consumed by panic. Given GMO's methods, should he truly set his sights on the Mystic Water Pavilion, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. "Tell me exactly what happened. Describe it carefully to your master." Chao Surong immediately panicked as well. Had something earth-shattering not occurred, her beloved disciple would never have behaved so uncharacteristically. While wiping her tears, Lan Ro began recounting the events in detail. After hearing this, Chao Surong was stunned for quite some time, as if trying to make herself accept the near-fantastical notion that someone could casually concoct an 8th-grade pill with their bare hands. As for Tian Xiong having already become a spirit emperor, that fact surprisingly didn't shock her as much. "Master, Mr. G was originally aligned with the Brahma Heaven sect. Now that your disciple has offended him, he might very well come after us." Lan Ro was filled with anxiety, convinced she had committed an unforgivable blunder. After pondering for a long while, Chao Surong's face broke into a smile as she helped Lan Ro up and said gently, "Disciple, you're overthinking this. Blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. This may well be a stroke of fortune for our profound water pavilion." Lan Ro looked utterly bewildered as she listened to Chao Surong's detailed analysis. "Although you offended Master G, he is a transcendent expert living beyond worldly concerns. How could he be petty-minded enough to hold a grudge? Moreover, all signs indicate that Master G holds you in high regard. Think about it, he carried you home despite being such an exalted figure, and even deigned to save your life personally. Doesn't this show profound care from a senior master towards his junior? As long as we can dispel Mr. G's slightest trace of anger, then our profound water pavilion's greatest opportunity will come." Lan Ro blinked in astonishment after hearing these words, realizing her master's analysis made perfect sense, and her sorrow immediately turned to joy. Mr. G had even affectionately pinched her cheek. He must truly value her. At this thought, Lan Ro's eyes sparkled with renewed radiance. That Brahma sect has attached itself to Mr. G and gained immense benefits. If we could earn Mr. G's favor, soaring to greatness would be just around the corner. In a few days, I'll go with you to visit Mr. G. Roar, the rise and fall of our profound water pavilion now rests entirely on you. Chao Surong placed both hands on Lan Ro's shoulders and spoke with earnest solemnity. While this master-disciple pair was discussing how to curry favor with GMO, the Brahma sect was also brewing its own little schemes. Lin Zhan had been riding high these days. The profound water pavilion that had long oppressed them was now retreating steadily under his blows, while the Sky Wolf gang had been forced to turtle up completely, their spirit thoroughly broken. The Brahma Heaven sect seized vast territories, increasing their overall strength by a full 30%. All of this was bestowed by Master G. We must find time to properly express our gratitude to him. Most importantly, we must find a way to firmly bind the Brahma Heaven sect to Master Ji. Lin Zhan had already thought of a method to cling to Jimo's coattails and revealed a triumphant smile. Lin Zihan, standing nearby, misunderstood her father's words and shyly said, "Father, what are you thinking?" I'm not ready to agree to that yet." "What?" Lin Zhan was completely baffled, then widened his eyes in shock. "What nonsense are you thinking? Have some restraint, a young lady should show modesty." Though he said such words, an audacious thought still involuntarily surfaced in his heart. Chapter 14, Fighting to Latch onto the Thigh. It was a fine day with clear skies, perfect for visiting relatives and friends. Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong seemed to share a telepathic connection, unwittingly choosing the same day to visit GMO. Even more astonishingly, both parties arrived at their destination almost simultaneously. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Both sides unleashed their peak auras simultaneously, clearly ready to come to blows at the slightest disagreement. "Tomboy, what are you doing here?" Lin Zihan spoke first, pointing at Lan Ro and questioning her angrily. The two had clashed multiple times before, bearing deep grudges against each other. Wars between women often began with words. Lan Ro refused to back down, shooting Lin Zihan a glare before retorting, "You tigress, I should be the one asking you that." Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong naturally wouldn't stoop to petty arguments with juniors. They let the two younger women quarrel while simultaneously releasing their spiritual senses to survey their surroundings, wary of falling into any traps. After confirming there were no ambushes around, both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But clearly, Lin Zhan's smile grew even brighter. "Pavilion Master Qiao, let's settle both new grievances and old scores today. This ends only when one of us falls." Faced with such a perfect opportunity, Lin Zhan naturally sought to seize this chance to eliminate Xiao Surong. Clusters of dazzling radiant light burst forth one after another as Lin Zihan had already activated those spirit beads gifted by GMO. Lan Ro showed no fear, raising her hand to summon the misty heaven silk behind her, the celestial ribbon soaring through the air. Just as both sides were about to clash, a plump black pheasant waddled out leisurely with its characteristic splayed gait. "If you're going to fight, scram further away. Don't cause a ruckus at my master's doorstep, he prefers tranquility." The heavenly Pang spoke in human language to stop both parties. As a chicken, one must not only lay eggs but also guard the home, and heavenly Pang faithfully fulfilled its duties. "Demon Emperor." Xiao Surong was so startled she retreated several steps in succession, nearly fleeing on the spot in terror. Lin Zhan and Lin Zihan remained utterly composed, cupping their hands in salute towards Tianpeng. "We pay our respects to your excellency Tianpeng. None of these tedious formalities, please. I'm merely a chicken raised by Mr. Ji, just an ordinary little black-boned chicken." Tianpeng had thoroughly absorbed Jimo's philosophy of humble living. Paying no further attention to the crowd, he leisurely sauntered back to the vegetable garden. That seems to be the Tianpeng Demon Emperor from the Tongtian mountain range. To think he'd transformed into a chicken to guard Mr. Ji's courtyard. Xiao Surong was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped, elevating her estimation of GMO several notches higher. Lin Zhan seemed to particularly enjoy Xiao Surong's naive reaction and said disdainfully, "Xiao Surong, let's take our battle elsewhere. We shouldn't disturb Master Ji's quiet cultivation." But Xiao Surong would never agree. Engaging in battle now would mean certain defeat for her side. She refused outright. "Today we came specifically to visit Master Ji. We don't have time for your childish provocations." Now it was Lin Zhan's turn to be shocked. Since when had the profound water pavilion developed connections with GMO? "Is Mr. Ji at home?" Xiao Surong and Lan Ro from the profound water pavilion have come to visit. Xiao Surong called out respectfully. "Mr. Ji, we've come to visit again." Lin Zihan shouted in a very down-to-earth manner, fully aware that GMO was indifferent to formalities and disguised himself as an ordinary mortal. Too much etiquette would only be counterproductive. Sure enough, upon hearing this, GMO immediately came out. "Welcome, welcome. Having guests visit brings great joy." When GMO saw Lan Ro standing outside the door, his body visibly stiffened. Indeed, Mr. Ji looks at Roer differently. Xiao Surong's eyes immediately sparkled, sensing potential romance. Lin Zhan, being shrewd, also noticed something unusual and mistakenly assumed Lan Ro shared a special relationship with GMO. Opening the courtyard gate, GMO welcomed the four visitors inside. This was Xiao Surong's first visit, and everything she saw nearly made her shriek repeatedly. Whether it was the couplets, door gods, vegetable garden, or dragonfish, everything here left her utterly stunned. Even Lin Zhan couldn't help gasping in amazement when he saw Tianpeng's chicken coop. "Excuse the poor craftsmanship, it's my first time building a chicken coop." GMO gazed at the rather unsightly chicken coop and felt somewhat ashamed. He had built it too hastily without much care, making it truly unfit for others to see. Once again, the four were utterly stunned. A nest comparable to a phoenix's roost and still not satisfied? What level of thing could possibly catch your esteemed eye? Upon entering the room, the dense spiritual energy rolling in made all four of them take deep, refreshing breaths. Xiao Surong had completely made up her mind. No matter the cost, she would cling tightly to GMO's coattails. "Make yourselves at home, have some water," GMO warmly greeted them. 4 cups of sweet well water were placed on the table, emitting a faint, pleasing fragrance. Lin Zhan knew full well that everything about GMO was extraordinary. He couldn't wait to pick up the cup and take a sip, instantly falling into a dazed state. Nectar spirit liquid. He took another sip, carefully savoring it before speaking. Lin Zihan and Lan Ro also raised their cups successively, taking small sips one after another. It wasn't that they were being deliberately reserved, the spiritual energy contained in the liquid was simply too overpowering for them to handle if consumed too quickly. GMO watched Lan Ro sticking out her lilac-like tongue, drinking water like a kitten, and instantly felt his heart pounding again. Upon hearing that the cup contained the legendary Changjiang spiritual nectar, Xiao Surong held it with utmost care, fearing to spill even half a drop. But the next second, GMO's words made her hand tremble so violently she nearly dropped the cup. The well water is pretty good, huh? Remember when I dug this well? It took me a full 2 months, GMO said eagerly, always happy to share his achievements. Getting others' approval was his greatest satisfaction. Yet it was precisely these plain and unadorned words that made Xiao Surong tremble with shock. Good heavens! Mr. G possesses an entire well of ambrosial spirit liquid. Mr. G, thank you for your hospitality. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. Lin Zhan retrieved a token from his robe and presented it to GMO with both hands. Brahma order. Xiao Surong's pupils constricted as she never expected Lin Zhan to go so far as to offer even this item. But then again, nothing else would likely catch Mr. G's eye besides this treasure. The holder of the Brahma order could command the entire Brahma sect, even the sect leader was no exception. In other words, Lin Zhan had effectively handed the entire Brahma sect over to GMO. GMO took the token and found it to be just a piece of rotten wood with extremely poor carvings. He couldn't understand why Lin Zhan was treating it so solemnly. Considering that the gift's value lies in the sentiment behind it, he didn't refuse and accepted it, saying, "This wood is quite nice. I happen to need a paperweight." Xiao Surong was horrified. Could it be that the entire weight of the Fantian sect was merely equivalent to a paperweight in Mr. G's eyes? Lin Zhan's eyes also dimmed slightly. As expected of Mr. G, the Fantian sect truly wasn't worthy of his regard. However, just receiving this Brahma order is enough. It signifies Mr. G's acknowledgement of his ties to the Brahma sect, which for Lin Zhan is an immense blessing. Mr. G, I too am willing to follow your orders. Xiao Surong also hurriedly voiced her stance. As the esteemed master of the Mystic Water Pavilion, her words undoubtedly signaled the pavilion's willingness to submit. What's wrong with this auntie, saying such things the first time we meet? GMO muttered to himself, failing to grasp the hidden meaning behind Xiao Surong's words, and hurriedly declined. What kind of feudal society nonsense was this, sending an auntie to serve him? He wouldn't dream of ordering anyone around. Lan Ro, thinking GMO was still angry with her, grew anxious about how to make amends. In her fluster, the words slipped out before she could stop them. The moment she spoke, the entire room fell into stunned silence, while GMO shuddered so violently his tiger frame trembled. Chapter 15. The child who knows how to act cute gets the most love. Mr. G, why don't you pinch my cheeks? Recalling the tender expression on GMO's face when he had previously pinched her cheeks, Lan Ro couldn't help but speak up. She lifted her head, which made her nearly perfect facial features appear even more three-dimensional. Her amber eyes were incredibly pure, radiating an indescribable adorableness, and her words were lethally charming. Shameless, Lin Zihan cursed under his breath. Lin Shan looked meaningfully at Xiao Surong, his vigilance rising several notches. The Mystic Water Pavilion had even resorted to using the honey trap tactic. Their scheming truly ran deep. Xiao Surong wore the pleased expression of a gratified elder. Outsiders often said her dear disciple was too heroic in bearing and lacked feminine charm. But weren't these little mannerisms and expressions quite beguiling enough? As for Lan Ro, her thoughts were actually quite simple. This was merely her way of pleasing GMO while expressing her apology. 4 pairs of eyes fixed intently on GMO, waiting to see what he would do. At this moment, GMO was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Should he pinch or not? Not pinching would make him seem guilty, but pinching might expose him. Good girl. GMO came up with a compromise. He ruffled Lan Ro's slightly wavy short hair and gave her a compliment, deliberately adopting the tone of an elder praising a junior. Then he quickly withdrew his hand, fearing he might give himself away. To divert everyone's attention, he said, my chicken has laid many free-range eggs lately. They taste excellent. Let me boil some for everyone to try. But isn't Tianping male? How can he lay eggs? Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong exchanged bewildered glances. To please the great master, has the mighty demon emperor really gone to such lengths as to change genders? When GMO took out those demon beast eggs, they realized they had overthought things. Mr. G, you're eating these? Discovering the so-called chicken eggs actually emanated the aura of demon kings, none of them knew what to say. How brutal, treating demon king eggs as food was simply unheard of and shocking. But then again, considering Mr. G's status and position, it probably amounts to nothing. Mr. G, must these eggs really be boiled? Lan Ro couldn't help but speak out. Each egg contained a future little demon king, and she truly couldn't bear the thought. Alright, if you say so, we won't boil it. GMO readily agreed. Then noticing the glimmer of fondness in Lan Ro's eyes, he handed her several eggs. You like them? Take these to play with. Several priceless Demon King eggs obtained just like that. Lan Ro widened her eyes, unable to believe it. This scene made Lin Zihan feel very familiar. Wasn't that how he got his spirit beads? Enough already? GMO stuffed several more into her hands, for no other reason than to see Lan Ro holding the eggs with that adorably silly expression on her face. Lin Zhan inwardly slapped his thigh. The squeaky will really does get the grease. Lan Ro had merely acted a tad cute, yet reaped such rewards. He secretly gave his own daughter a kick. Lin Zihan was dazed and desperately wanted to ask why his father had kicked him, but under Lin Zhan's exaggerated wink, he suddenly understood and also raised his head, cupping his face with both hands. Mr. G, he said, how about you pinch my cheeks too? GMO was utterly speechless. Men and women should not touch each other, and with so many people watching, what was this tigress trying to pull? Naturally, pinching was out of the question. He tossed an egg to Lin Zihan and shooed him away. With such a comparison, the difference was plain to see. Lan Ro had her arms full of eggs, a good dozen or more, while Lin Zihan had only managed to get one. This made Xiao Surong, who had been anxious after being rejected by GMO, break into a delighted smile, while Lin Zhan wore a bitter expression. Each egg would hatch into a Demon King, and in just a few years, the Dark Water Pavilion would gain over a dozen Demon King battle pets, undoubtedly multiplying its overall strength several times over. Lin Zihan, feeling rather indignant, glared fiercely at Lan Ro before whispering to her father, Dad, do you think I'd look better with shorter hair? Maybe dye it blue? Lin Zhan couldn't even be bothered to respond to his daughter anymore. This wasn't about hair. Who'd fancy someone so sloppy and carefree all day long? GMO once again busied himself preparing meals. Hospitality was an innate virtue etched deep in Chinese souls, yet his gesture left all four guests overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. A reclusive master cooking for them, how utterly undeserving they felt. Both Lin Zihan and Lan Ro eagerly offered to assist GMO, but these young ladies had never set foot in a kitchen before, leaving them utterly useless and wide-eyed with helplessness. Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong had come together, creating a rare harmonious scene between the two who were once as incompatible as fire and water. Elder Qiao, my apologies, please forgive me for seizing quite a few territories from your pavilion recently. I will return them immediately upon my return. Lin Zhan clasped his fists apologetically. Likewise, Xiao Surong spoke with equal sincerity. In the past, I also took several spirit veins from your sect. You may send people to reclaim them at any time. Sect leader Lin. From now on, we are all one family, Lin Zhan remarked with heartfelt emotion. Who said we're family? Xiao Surong shot Lin Zhan a glare. We're both Mr. G's people now. Ha. Lin Zhan gave an awkward chuckle, never expecting the usually decisive pavilion master Qiao to reveal such a girlish side. The centuries-old feud between the two factions was finally laid to rest at this very moment. There never really were any grudges too deep to unravel. Everything simply came down to interests driving the conflict. Soon, a whole table full of vegetarian dishes was served. GMO wasn't being stingy, it's just that no one dared to touch the chicken, fish, or eggs in his home. Shredded tofu soup, spiced garlic eggplant, candied sweet potatoes. Every dish was a feast for the senses, not only exquisitely presented and fragrant but also brimming with rich spiritual aura. This isn't vegetables, it's absolutely spiritual cuisine. When the golden rice was served, it completely blew everyone's minds. Shanong rice. All four of them abandoned proper etiquette and began devouring the food voraciously. Even Lady Xiao Surong, usually the most poised and dignified, abandoned all decorum and began competing with Lin Zhan for the dishes. Master Qiao, I've already willingly returned such a vast territory to you. Can't you just let me pass with these vegetables? Lin Zhan pleaded. Sect Master Lin, are you even a man? Fighting for food with a mere woman like me? Xiao Surong's retort left Lin Zhan utterly speechless. These dishes not only contain immense spiritual energy but are also brimming with vital essence, capable of enhancing both cultivation and physique. Their miraculous effects defy description. Every bite could significantly enhance their strength, equivalent to months of arduous cultivation. How could they not be petty about it? GMO always felt something was off. As Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong argued, it somehow started to resemble playful flirting. The group devoured the entire table of dishes as if they hadn't eaten for days, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. And the benefits soon became apparent. Lin Zihan and Lan Ro successively broke through, stepping into the spiritual venerable realm. Among their peers, such strength could be called extraordinary. Meanwhile, Lin Zhan fully entered the spiritual emperor realm, while Xiao Surong was just a short step away. With some focused cultivation, becoming a spiritual emperor would be no issue. Both of them felt grateful for their choices and secretly vowed, Master G, from now on, we shall never waver in loyalty and will follow your commands without question. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the 9 heavens. This oath had actually stirred the resonance of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 16 First Probe. Seems like cultivators may appear glamorous on the surface, but life isn't easy for them either. Watching Lin Zhan and Xiao Suron leave carrying bundles of green onions, radishes, and cabbage along with several jars of well water, GMO couldn't help but sigh. After the meal, seeing how enthusiastically they'd eaten, he politely offered to give them some vegetables from his own garden. To everyone's surprise, Lin Zhan and Xiao Suron truly didn't hold back at all. This wasn't the time for restraint. Those too thin-skinned would only lose out. The thicker one's face, the greater the benefits. These spirit vegetables rival precious medicines, while the jade nectar was even more invaluable, capable of substantially enhancing the sex foundation. They all knew GMO wasn't a stingy person, nor would he play any testing games, so naturally they had no reservations about taking what was offered. Lin Zimu and Lan Ro, being more reserved, covered their faces in embarrassment at their elder's behavior, too ashamed to face anyone. Lin Zhan and Xiao Suron were utterly excited, even unable to resist discussing when to visit Mr. G again, clearly addicted to mooching off him. After all, they were already Mr. G's people. Strengthening the sex power was just to better serve him in the future. Impressive tactics, to subdue the Fantian sect in Xianshui Pavilion in such a short time. The old man witnessed everything from afar, his expression growing even graver as he said to Huang Guangcai beside him, "Go now, the time for vengeance has come. Old immortal, just wait and see. I swear I'll pound the GMO into mincemeat." Huang Guangcai brandished a silvery white staff in his hand, brimming with confidence. The silver staff was neither metal nor wood, its surface engraved with mysterious runes. With just a slight infusion of spiritual energy, it could unleash astonishing power. This is the old man's life-bound magical artifact, the primordial chaos staff, temporarily lent to Huang Guangcai for use. "Have no fear, this old man shall be your steadfast support." With a light pat from the elder, a sphere of light poured into Huang Guangcai's body. Huang Guangcai couldn't suppress a long cry of exhilaration. He felt his divine power circulating rapidly through his meridians in full cycle, as if his entire being now possessed inexhaustible strength. At this moment, he felt himself immensely powerful, as if he could shatter even a towering mountain with a single strike of his staff. "GMO, you wretched villain, pay with your life." With a thunderous roar, Huang Guangcai charged straight for Jimo's courtyard, kicking up clouds of dust in his wake. From its lazy sprawl in the chicken coop, Tianping cracked open its eyes. Spotting the distant dust cloud, the creature's lips curled into a gleeful grin. "Great, here comes my chance to shine." Before the words could fade, his figure had already transformed into a streak of light as he charged forward. Huang Guangcai had already rushed to the front of the courtyard, and without a word, fiercely swung his staff. Divine rock spreads its wings. Before Tianping, the phantom of a golden-winged rock spread its wings and soared, unleashing an earth-shaking momentum as it charged forward. The two forces collided, sending Tianping flying on impact. Humph! How could a mere demon emperor withstand this old man's treasure? Now let's see how GMO counters next. The old man, who had been closely observing the situation, wore a smug expression while anticipating GMO's next move. As long as GMO takes action, his true strength can be revealed. After observing GMO for so many years, he had never seen him make a move. This time, by using Huang Guangcai, he intended to force GMO to show his capabilities. "Damn chicken demon, you humiliated me back then and even dumped a pile of chicken droppings on my head. Today, I'll take your life first before dealing with that G guy." After landing his first strike, Huang Guangcai laughed arrogantly and launched another attack. A trickle of blood seeped from Tianping's lips. Huang Guangcai's strength wasn't particularly formidable, but the staff in his hand was bizarrely peculiar, utterly impossible to confront head-on. "Relying on your weapon, are you? As if this emperor lacks one." With a wave of Tianping's hand, the chicken coop instantly appeared before him, radiating dazzling rays of light like a miniature sun. Grasping it firmly, he swung it with tremendous force and hurled it forward. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion erupted as Huang Guangcai's staff was sent flying, and his body was smashed violently into the ground. "Do this emperor look like a sick chicken to you?" The heaven rock extended a claw, pinning Huang Guangcai beneath its foot, then proceeded to tear into him with frenzied brutality. Huang Guangcai's clothes were shredded to pieces, his entire body covered in wounds. "Old immortal, save me." Huang Guangcai felt utterly humiliated, having barely tasted moments of glory before being knocked down flat. Now, all his hopes rested on that senior master. He firmly believed that as long as the senior master intervened, this wretched chicken demon would be easily vanquished. What worthless trash, mud too loose to build a wall, can't even defeat a mere chicken. Such a waste of my careful nurturing. The old man didn't immediately intervene to help, as he still had reservations in his heart. Stepping forward now would most likely mean openly breaking with GMO, leaving himself at a great disadvantage without knowing the opponent's true strength. Calling for daddy won't help you, no one can save you now. After giving Huang Guangcai a thorough beating, Tianping contemplated whether or not to finish off this brat. The anticipated immortal elder still hadn't appeared, and Huang Guangxi began to panic. Continuing like this, his life might not be safe. It's thundering, gotta hurry and bring in the laundry. The earlier commotion woke Jima from his afternoon nap. Thinking it was going to rain, he groggily went out to retrieve the clothes drying outside. Once outside, he saw clear skies with no sign of rain whatsoever. However, it seems like we're witnessing a familiar scene again. The chicken is beating someone up again. A glance reveals, oh, it's that same thief from last time. This guy just won't learn his lesson. Last time we let him off, and now he's back stealing again only to get caught by the chicken once more. However, seeing Huang Guangxi already in such a miserable state, he decided not to pursue the matter further. You shameless bastard, if you dare come again, I'll break all 3 of your legs. GMO picked up the primordial chaos staff from the ground, glaring viciously at the area between Huang Guangxi's legs with undisguised contempt. I swear I'll never come back again. Huang Guangxi didn't dare linger any longer. Upon hearing GMO was willing to spare him, he immediately scrambled up from the ground and took off running at full speed. Hey, stop right there. GMO suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Huang Guangxi only ran faster. That scoundrel must be going back on his word. If I stop now, I'm done for. Young people these days are so uninhibited. I just wanted to give you a cloth to cover up. Never thought you'd prefer running around naked. GMO shook his head, lamenting the decline of public morals. Even if you don't mind, others might get offended by the sight. Besides, with what little you've got down there, you actually dare to show it off. Not good, the chaos staff has been taken. The old man watched as his lifebound treasure fell into GMO's hands. Though he tried to summon it back, there was no response whatsoever. Some force had completely immobilized the chaos staff. How could that be possible? The elder recklessly activated his heart technique, only to suffer a backlash that made his chi and blood churn violently. GMO smoothed out the last rune on the chaos staff's surface, twirled it in his hands, and murmured to himself, the kitchen's missing a fire poker. With a little reshaping, this rod will do just fine. Tianping had initially entertained thoughts about the primordial chaos staff, but now he had no choice but to give up. If his master called it a fire poker, then it could only be a fire poker. A fire poker? This is beyond insulting. The old man's fury soared to the heavens. To have his natal treasure treated as a mere fire poker, such humiliation was intolerable. He was about to act recklessly when he felt as if an invisible force had struck his body, causing him to violently cough up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 17, A Divine Artifact Emerging? Ah, my connection with the primordial chaos staff is weakening. The old man's face was filled with terror, utterly baffled as to why this was happening. Over there, GMO had already entered the house. Although the old man couldn't see what was happening, he didn't need to guess to know that GMO was undoubtedly performing some spell to sever his connection with the primordial chaos staff. The old man's life essence was deeply intertwined with the primordial chaos staff, having refined it for years with his heart's blood until the two had nearly merged into one, becoming inseparable. Yet now, the old man could clearly sense the primordial chaos staff gradually being torn away from him. Could it be that GMO's power had already reached such terrifying heights, capable of erasing his presence from the staff so effortlessly? No, he must have used some shady and cunning method. There's absolutely no way anyone could possess such heaven-defying abilities. A stick untrimmed will never be straight. At this exact moment, GMO was in the kitchen, randomly hacking away at the primordial chaos staff with a kitchen knife, trying to trim it into a straighter and more wieldy shape. The indestructible primordial chaos staff, impervious to water and fire, proved powerless against this ordinary iron-forged kitchen knife, reduced to a completely mangled state. Among them, the life-soul energy belonging to the old man was dissolved by a strange force emitted from the kitchen knife, ultimately being completely erased. But the old man violently spat out a mouthful of bloody mist, his face as pale as gold paper, utterly drained and weakened. His connection with the primordial chaos staff was completely severed. Fetching out a jade bottle, the old man reluctantly placed his last 8th grade elixir into his mouth. Only then did his complexion improve slightly. GMO, this round I admit defeat. But you wait, this old man will never let it rest. The elderly man, his face twisted with resentment, returned to his cave dwelling to nurse his wounds. As for Huang Guangxi, who had fled in disgrace, his unrestrained barefoot dash made him utterly infamous. His lifelong dream of achieving fame and capturing the people's attention had come true, just not in the way he'd imagined. Yet Huang Guangxi was devastated. Who would enjoy a reputation like the naked little gentleman, with people pointing fingers at him while wearing expressions full of disdain and ridicule? His hatred for GMO soared to new heights, but he despised even more the old man who had coaxed him into seeking revenge on GMO. Had it not been for that wretched old fool's instigation, he wouldn't have ended up in such disgrace. What infuriated him most was that the old bastard had abandoned him like a pawn, leaving him to suffer without lifting a finger. Only now did he realize he had been ruthlessly used. Just wait until I become the Wen family's son-in-law, then I'll make you all pay dearly. Huang Guangxi gritted his teeth, his face twisted in fury. The news of when she, the esteemed daughter of the Wen family, hosting a musical gathering in Baisho town had already spread far and wide. To Huang Guangxi, this was a golden opportunity to leap over the Dragon's Gate. With his musical skills, winning Wen Shi's favor would be as easy as reaching out and taking it. Though his character was less than stellar, Huang Guangxi did possess some genuine talent with the qin. Among the younger generation, he could still hold his own in terms of skill. Having returned to the Tianlang gang, Tian Xiong swiftly executed 2 rebellious elders with ruthless efficiency. After spending some time consolidating his power, he once again tightened his iron grip over the gang. Having become the Spirit Emperor, he was brimming with ambition and resolved to wipe out the Mystic Water Pavilion and the Brahma Heaven sect. Then, something utterly disastrous occurred. The Sky Wolf gang was completely routed. For some unknown reason, the overall strength of the Mystic Water Pavilion and the Brahma Heaven sect skyrocketed. Even Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong had advanced to the Spirit Emperor realm. What astonished Tian Xiong the most was that the Brahma Heaven sect and the Dark Water Pavilion had actually allied together, forming a coalition. Upon hearing this news, Tian Xiong was seething with rage. That bitch Xiao Surong has actually hooked up with Lin Zhan. How shameless! These two factions that had been sworn enemies for centuries, as incompatible as fire and water, had suddenly reconciled. Apart from Xiao Surong getting involved with Lin Zhan, Tian Xiong couldn't think of any other reason. You guys are clearly messing with me. Tian Xiong felt a deep sense of betrayal. If it weren't for Xiao Surong's provocation, how could he have betrayed his alliance with the Brahma Heaven sect? If he hadn't been injured in the ambush on Lin Zhan, how could he have been reduced to the 9 Nether Ancestors' lackey? Now that Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong have gotten together in secret, he has ended up being the most miserable one. Such encounters filled Tian Xiong with righteous indignation, making him wish he could tear those adulterous dogs limb from limb. I'll fight you to the death. As if possessed by madness, Tian Xiong threw all caution to the wind and declared total war against the Mystic Water Pavilion and Brahma sect, determined to fight to the bitter end. The chaos outside remained utterly unnoticed by GMO, but the frequent earthquakes brought him endless annoyance. Soon after the first earthquake, several more followed in quick succession, though none were as violent as the first, and no strange heartbeat sounds were heard again. Still, it left GMO feeling extremely unsettled, making him wonder if he should move somewhere else. Judging by the signs, there's a high chance a major earthquake will strike soon. If we don't flee now, we'll surely meet our doom. Strangely enough, none of the people around showed the slightest panic, as if completely unaware of the impending danger. Dr. G, stop joking, there's no earthquake coming. When GMO tried warning some nearby villagers about the earthquake, their responses only deepened his bewilderment. It seemed that apart from him, no one else had even noticed the tremor that shook the ground. After asking many people in a row, the response was always the same: everyone believed GMO was spouting nonsense. If not for his title as a physician, GMO would likely have been branded a lunatic and dragged off to be dunked in a pig cage. Could it really be just my imagination? GMO began to doubt himself, but after feeling the intense tremors of the earth once more, he still sensed something was amiss. Perhaps I could build a seismograph to monitor it. A plan formed in GMO's mind. He could only verify this through scientific means, or else he'd never find peace. I happen to have a large amount of iron materials purchased from Zhang the blacksmith on hand, enough to construct the seismograph. Another chance to show off. Tian Peng had the unmistakable makings of a bootlicker. Seeing GMO light the furnace to start smithing, he rushed over to help without a second thought. He didn't know how to work the bellows, but when it came to fanning flames and adding fuel, he was quite the expert. With a flap of its wings, a fierce gust arose, causing the flames in the furnace to roar to life. GMO discovered his chicken possessed such an ability and praised it again, making Tianpeng overjoyed and even more vigorous in fanning the flames. Several pieces of black iron and ore quickly melted into molten metal. GMO then removed the impurities, added some flux, and forged them into an alloy. Turning stone into gold, could it be that my master is a divine craftsman? This scene opened Tianpeng's eyes wide. To refine ordinary ore into higher-grade metal was a skill said to be mastered only by legendary divine artisans. Clang! GMO began to strike with his hammer. This blow resonated like the tolling of a massive temple bell. Tianpeng felt his mind reverberating, going completely blank, while an insight into the great Tao began to sprout within his heart. GMO continued hammering, forging relentlessly. The rhythmic strikes of his hammer seemed to merge into a symphony of the great Tao itself, captivating Tianpeng completely and immersing him in profound wonder. Resonating with the Tao, this is divine craftsmanship beyond mortal measure. At this moment, in Tianpeng's eyes, GMO wielding his hammer appeared immensely majestic, as though he were a deity incarnate. Sparks kept flying as the embryo gradually took shape, revealing a cauldron-like vessel before his eyes. The cauldron resembled a wine vessel 9 feet in diameter, with 4 divine beasts cast on its exterior corresponding to the cardinal directions, while its interior bore intricate carvings of the celestial stems and earthly branches. The moment the cauldron emerged from the furnace, a dazzling aurora shot straight into the heavens. Holy shit, a divine artifact. Chapter 18. There really was such a melody. Tianping's jaw dropped so wide it could have swallowed several eggs whole. What had he witnessed? The birth of a divine artifact? Yet before long, the radiance faded, the extraordinary phenomena vanished, and everything returned to tranquility. Tianping couldn't resist pouncing forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the giant cauldron, yet he detected no divine peculiarities from the object in his embrace. Could I have been mistaken? Tianping bounded up and down, inspecting tirelessly, but no matter how much spiritual energy he poured into it, the iron cauldron remained utterly unresponsive. It must be that divine treasures conceal themselves, suppressing their own aura. Perhaps when my strength grows greater, I'll be able to perceive its true nature. Tianping finally came to the conclusion, how could mundane objects produce such astonishing supernatural phenomena? Looks decent, but who knows if it's any good? GMO stared at the plain iron cauldron before him, unable to confirm whether it was the legendary seismoscope. As for its usefulness, testing was needed to find out. After moving the iron cauldron outside and tossing it into the vegetable plot, GMO simply left it there. Tianping was dumbfounded. Who in their right mind would just toss a divine artifact in the yard? Was his master really so careless, not worried about thieves coveting it? He immediately moved the chicken coop next to the iron cauldron and settled down there, determined to keep watch over it at all times. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in complete chaos. Countless people witnessed the dazzling, sun-like radiance shooting straight up to the heavens, turning the very sky and earth into a different hue. Something extraordinary has manifested in the world, but its aura is concealed, making its precise location impossible to determine. Countless mighty beings had their interests piqued, yet they could only sigh in frustration. However, many blinded by greed set off in the general direction of the glow, hoping like a blind cat might chance upon a dead mouse. Perhaps fortune would favor them, and the treasure would willingly acknowledge them as its master. At the summit of a lofty peak within the celestial span mountains, an aged Taoist slowly opened his eyes, lightning crackling within his pupils as divine radiance blazed forth. Behind him, a Taiji Yin-Yang Bagua diagram gradually rose into existence. He pinched his fingers together, performing continuous calculations until he finally grasped onto a wisp of elusive energy in the void. The sleeping grounds of the White Emperor. The old Taoist's expression grew incomparably complex. He sighed, then slowly closed his eyes again. From within the ancient tomb in the primeval forest, the sinister voice of the Nine Nether Ancestor echoed, "This is the aura of a supreme treasure. What a pity my true form cannot emerge. That idiot Tian Xiong is truly useless, still failing to deliver blood sacrifices. Apparently, he needs to be reminded who the master is if he's forgotten he's just a dog." Within the Skullfang gang, Tian Xiong let out a blood-curdling scream as if being flayed by 1,000 blades. The excruciating pain pierced his very soul, making life worse than death. He begged for mercy, "Ancestor, spare me. This humble servant will deliver the blood sacrifice at once." Only then did the netherworld ancestor withdraw his mystical power, his voice echoing in Tian Xiong's mind, "A supreme treasure has emerged within a 10,000 li radius. Find it." Tian Xiong acknowledged the order and immediately dispatched all his subordinates in full force. A few more days passed, and the earthquake came again. GMO immediately rushed outside to see if the seismoscope had any reaction. But to his disappointment, what a worthless piece of junk. GMO kicked the iron cauldron over with a curse and stormed back into the house. This time was a total loss, expended so much effort just to forge a useless thing, wasting all that iron for nothing. The sky rock nearby didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of becoming collateral damage. Clearly, to survive by the master's side, one must be useful, otherwise, even divine artifacts would be scorned. Then, he made a surprising discovery. The overturned iron cauldron had righted itself, returning to its original position and standing perfectly still. Could it have developed a weapon spirit? Tianping grew wary and quickly moved the chicken coop farther away, no longer daring to stay too close to the iron cauldron. Before long, the surrounding spiritual energy drifted over and slowly flowed into the cauldron before vanishing without a trace. Inside the cauldron, the engraved patterns of the heavenly stems and earthly branches grew increasingly distinct. As a result, Tianping retreated even farther away, his face twisting into a worried frown. With this, it felt as though their home had gained a bottomless pit that endlessly consumed spiritual energy. There simply wouldn't be enough to spare anymore. But there was nothing he could do but accept it. Who was he to dare compete with the iron cauldron for resources? GMO was completely unaware of the immense turmoil his sudden whim to create a so-called earthquake detector had stirred. Fortunately, the Tai Chi formless formation concealed the celestial signs, otherwise, countless masters would likely have come knocking to seize this treasure by now. As the new month arrived, Baimo Town grew even livelier. The day of Wenxi's musical gathering approached, attracting scheming young talents who swarmed into Baimo Town like flies seeking to climb the dragon's coattails. Of course, there were some fellow Qin players who came purely for friendship, though they were in the minority. Li Xiao had been so absorbed these days that he neglected sleep and meals, shedding even more of his already sparse hair, making him appear even more haggard. During this period, he hardly rested at all. His mind was entirely occupied by the melody Flowing Water played by GMO. Unfortunately, as he had been too far away that day, he couldn't hear it clearly. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could only recall half of its fragmented score. Even so, he played and sang every day, completely lost in his obsession. If I could obtain the complete musical score, I would die without regrets. Li Xiao had exhausted all means at his disposal, yet still could not find any trace of that extraordinary master. The rewards he offered even attracted cultivators at the Spirit Emperor realm, but it was all in vain. The transcendent master had appeared like a fleeting glance and never showed himself again. The student couldn't bear to watch and advised, "Master, what great sage exists in this world? In my view, this musical piece must have sprung from your own burst of inspiration." Li Xiao was a paramount authority in the music world, the pinnacle existence in musical arts. Had he simply remained silent, this composition would have become rightfully his. "Hold your tongue. How could mere mortals like us possibly compose such celestial harmonies?" Li Xiao rebuked. As a man of noble character, he would never stoop to such base acts of plagiarism. Nevertheless, many still questioned the existence of the melody Flowing Water. Some even suspected with ulterior motives that Li Xiao had taken bribes to help boost someone's reputation. Such incidents weren't unheard of. Wealthy scions with connections would often present mediocre works, only to have them lavishly praised through the endorsements of renowned masters. Li Xiao's current stance mirrored exactly the behavior of those masters, appearing to manufacture hype for someone else. The timing coinciding with Wenxi's chess-themed social gathering made such suspicions seem particularly plausible. "I knew it. There's no such thing as heavenly music. It's all fake, just empty hype. Who would have thought even a master like Li Xiao would stoop so low for a few pennies, doing something so disgraceful to his reputation? Let's be honest, who in this world would turn down easy money?" The skeptical voices multiplied, with many being misled into believing Li Xiao had taken bribes to perform. Li Xiao, once revered by the world, saw his reputation gradually tarnished. His disciples, unable to bear their teacher's humiliation, knelt and pleaded with Li Xiao to let it go. "While the whole world is steeped in filth, I alone remain pure. Like the melody High Mountains and Flowing Waters, man should be clear and free, undisturbed by praise or blame." Yet Li Xiao remained true to his own ways. Everyone was disappointed by Li Xiao's behavior. For the sake of money, had he really abandoned all sense of dignity? At the same time, I was curious, who could it be, and what price had they offered to make Li Xiao behave like this? Master Li Xiao is right. There really is such a musical piece. Just as everyone was expressing doubts, someone spoke up in this manner. Chapter 19, Marry Him. These words caused an immediate uproar as soon as they spread. Who on earth had the audacity to openly support Li Xiao at this moment, unafraid of being drowned in public condemnation? But upon learning the speaker's identity, the entire crowd fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The person who made this statement was none other than Tang Shui of the Lingshu Sword Sect. After safely settling Yuer at Lingshu Sword Sect, Tang Shui ultimately couldn't let go and returned to Whitehead Town. When she heard so many people slandering GMO, she couldn't hold back and spoke up in fairness. As one of the top-tier factions, the Lingshu Sword Sect's prestige carried weight, and Tang Shui's words as its foremost disciple naturally held considerable sway. Her authoritative statements silenced many of the detractors, yet skepticism lingered amongst the majority. None could provide evidence that the heavenly melody had truly existed. "You still refuse to show yourself? Indeed, how could a dragon soaring the 9 heavens care about the pointing fingers of mere ants?" Tang Shui felt indignant on Gmo's behalf, though there was nothing she could do about it. As long as GMO didn't appear publicly to demonstrate his unparalleled pipa skills, these malicious rumors would never cease. And she believed that given Gmo's status, he naturally wouldn't stoop to arguing with such vulgar people. Next, Tang Shui searched everywhere in the town, hoping to see GMO one more time. Baisho Town, Maple Garden. Inside an exquisite pavilion. When she was reading a poetry collection, while her personal maid Xiaolan was admiring a silver-patterned axe, unable to put it down. "I don't know what's so great about this darn axe that you have to hug it even when eating and sleeping. Honestly, you might as well marry the thing." When she seemed tired, she set down the poetry collection and stretched her slender waist lazily, her figure absolutely flawless. Without a trace of makeup, her fair, immaculate skin emitted a faint glow, breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing her maid Xiaolan so obsessed with an axe, she couldn't resist teasing her. "Miss, this is no ordinary axe, it's extraordinarily remarkable." Xiaolan, ignoring her young mistress's teasing, earnestly tried to explain how exceptional the axe in her hands truly was, how it contained a wisp of law's power within, and how utterly mysterious its origins were. The axe was naturally the one purchased from blacksmith Zhang for 10,000 taels of gold. Since obtaining it, Xiaolan hadn't let it out of her sight for a single moment, even giggling in her sleep with delight. To acquire a law-imbued axe for a mere 10,000 taels of gold, they'd practically stumbled upon the bargain of a lifetime. "Got it. So it's not a broken axe anymore, look how nervous you are." This place was Emperor Bai's former residence, it's normal to find one or two rare treasures here, no need to make a fuss. Wenxi laughed. She had never been interested in cultivation since childhood, so the axe held no appeal for her. Xiaolan was well aware of her young mistress's temperament and didn't dwell on the axe any longer. Changing the subject, she said, "Miss, have you heard the rumors outside? There's a peerless Qin master in Whitehead Town who even impressed Grandmaster Li Xiao." Originally, Xiaolan shared the same skepticism as everyone else, but her perspective changed after Tang Xue's declaration. Because Tang Xue never lied. When she said calmly, that person's musical skills might not be bad, but they're just mediocre. A true master of the Qin would never seek fame and praise so blatantly, stirring up such a big controversy. She despised those who chased after fame and profit the most, firmly believing that GMO was using the opportunity to promote himself, which made her look down on him greatly. Xiaolan nodded repeatedly, thinking her mistress spoke wisely. The zither player follows the way of heaven and prizes authenticity. How could it possibly be so mundane? Perhaps only the composer of this poem is the true embodiment of purity and noble integrity. Wenxi sighed, carefully withdrawing a yellowed piece of paper from her bosom. On it was inscribed a poem, its characters fluid and dynamic, elegant yet forceful, exuding an aura of noble righteousness. "This humble abode finds grace in virtuous delight, where moss creeps green up steps, grass hues peer through blinds bright, with scholars' laughter ringing, no common soul in sight." Her fair fingertips traced the calligraphy as she lost herself in the poetic imagery between each stroke. Disdaining splendor, rejecting vulgarity, indifferent to fame and wealth, this was truly the noble soul she'd been desperately seeking. In truth, Wenxi hadn't come to Whitecrest Town merely to escape her family's marital pressures, but to find a particular person. Finding the author of this inscription of a humble abode poem was her true purpose. "Miss, if you find this poem's author, what will you do?" Xiaolan asked curiously. "Marry him." Wenxi pondered for a moment before answering with utmost seriousness. "Achoo!" GMO rubbed his nose as he sneezed incessantly. How strange, he wasn't even sick, so why this endless sneezing? They say sneezing means someone's thinking of you. Ridiculous. I've neither money nor influence, who would spare me a thought? More likely, someone's talking trash behind my back. GMO muttered to himself and continued working with his hands. At this moment, he was focused on a 5-foot-long section of tonguewood, tapping and shaping it incessantly. The rough form of a guqin had already taken shape. Beside him, Tianpeng watched intently with his plump belly sticking out. There was no chance for him to show off this time. This kind of delicate craftsmanship was completely beyond his abilities. GMO picked up a carving knife, his gaze turning utterly focused as he entered a state of complete absorption, forgetting both the world and himself. He seemed to have full confidence, the carving knife moving freely with his will, falling continuously upon the hard tonguewood. Jimo's speed was astonishing, the blade tracing mysterious arcs as it lifted curls of wood shavings. His masterful technique left Tianpeng utterly dumbfounded. The master's craftsmanship is incredible. Tianpeng was at a loss for words. With just a single carving knife, he had fashioned exquisite patterns and strikingly lifelike depictions of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. This zither was prepared for Yuer, so GMO incorporated many cartoonish elements, carving the surface full of flowers, plants, and various small animals. What's more terrifying is that these carved flora and fauna didn't just appear vivid and lifelike, threads of cosmic laws continuously flowed into them with Jimo's craftsmanship. Tianpeng counted clearly beside them, there were a full 36 different cosmic laws. If all unleashed simultaneously, the destructive power would be unimaginable. It's just passable work. I hope Yuer likes this toy. GMO clapped his hands, somewhat dissatisfied, mainly because the materials weren't great, just ordinary tonguewood without much age. For now, let Yuer make do with this. When I get my hands on timber aged several thousand years or more, I'll properly craft her a fine sheen. Just passable? A toy? Tianpeng didn't even know how to sarcastically respond anymore. From what I gather, this is merely a toy made for a child, yet it's so extravagantly crafted. As expected of our master. Could it be that you're planning to nurture a little god of slaughter? GMO adjusted the tuning pegs and strings of the chain, painted it with a pink base coat, and set it to dry on the iron cauldron in the courtyard. He planned to deliver it to Yuer in a couple of days. Unbeknownst to him, Yuer had already been taken by Tang Xue to the Lingshu sword sect. After GMO left, Tianping couldn't wait to rush over, eager to take a closer look at this Qin. But before he could get close, he was directly sent flying by a tremendous force. Zhen! The Qin suddenly emitted crimson radiance as its strings began vibrating autonomously, filling the air with a majestic melody that reverberated in all directions. Then who? Tianping couldn't believe his eyes. What was he seeing? Within the radiant glow, dragon-like creatures were actually flying about. Chapter 20, You're telling me how to do my job? The light was too dazzling for Tianping to see clearly. Is it a living creature or something else entirely? Like golden serpents dancing wildly, or dragons soaring through the skies, its writhing body finally came to rest motionless on the surface of the Qin. As the rosy light faded, two ancient-looking characters abruptly appeared on the instrument's surface. Xin Lai, is this the Qin named Tiancheng? Tianping's face was etched with astonishment. Could this Qin truly be so extraordinary that heaven itself bestowed it a name? It turned out that what seemed like a dragon-shaped creature dancing in the air was actually the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth imprinting itself, giving this zither its name. Holy crap! It's just a half-assed job by the master and already got a heavenly bestowed Qin name. If he ever put his heart into crafting one, wouldn't that be defying the heavens themselves? The Tianping gasped sharply, not daring to ponder deeply about what had occurred. The thought of this Qinglai Qin being used as a mere toy for a child made his heart ache so fiercely he could scarcely breathe. Secretly resolving himself, he swore to improve his conduct. Perhaps one day he too might receive such toys as rewards. A few days later, GMO, carrying the Qinglai Qin on his back, arrived in Baisho town. Upon arriving at Yuer's home, he learned that the little girl had already been taken away by people from the Lingshu sword sect. He felt somewhat despondent, unsure if they would ever meet again after this separation, but his heart genuinely rejoiced for Yuer. GMO handed the Qinglai Qin to Yuer's father, asking him to pass it on to Yuer as a token of his regard. Dr. G, my daughter is now a cultivator. She'll devote herself entirely to seeking the Tao from now on, and I'm afraid she won't play the Qin anymore, Yuer's father declined. Practicing the zither cultivates one's character and refines emotions, offering innumerable benefits for cultivation. We mustn't let Yuer neglect it. With Jimo's persuasion, Yuer's father finally accepted the Qinglai zither. Yet this very Qinglai zither almost became the cause of mortal danger for Yuer, though that comes later in our tale, so we'll leave it for now. Maple Garden bustled with voices when she entertained talented guests from all directions through zither gatherings. At this moment, countless talented youths from prestigious families, noble scions, and literati have gathered here. The overwhelming majority of those present have come for Wen Shi, hoping to showcase their talents and win her favor, thereby soaring to great heights. The Wen family is a renowned millennium-old aristocratic clan, yet this generation has seen a decline in male heirs, leaving only 2 daughters. Thus, countless people have been racking their brains to marry into the Wen family, and with this golden opportunity now before them, they naturally strive to outshine one another. The melodies of zither rose and fell in succession, while recitations of poetry and couplets filled the air without cease. Though ostensibly a zither gathering, poetry and literary compositions were also integral to demonstrating one's talent and knowledge. Like peacocks in courtship display, the attendees flaunted their abilities with abandon. Only those who truly stood out from the crowd would receive an invitation to ascend to the pavilion and meet Wen Shi in person. The honored young master Huang Guangcai of the Blazing Sky sect is requested to enter the pavilion. Scholarly of the Langya Academy, my lady requests your presence. Xiao Lan's voice echoed intermittently, inviting those with exceptional musical and literary talents to enter the pavilion. For some it's joy, for others it's sorrow. Those whose names were called rejoiced with excitement, while the rest could only beat their chests in frustration, lamenting their lost opportunity. The gathering numbered thousands of participants, yet only a mere dozen or so were admitted into the pavilion, testament to Wen Shi's exceedingly discerning tastes. Inside the pavilion, a dozen gifted scholars competed to showcase their talents, each striving fervently to win Wen Shi's favor. Huang Guangcai stole some limelight with his masterful lute skills, but this only earned him the crowd's collective resentment. People mockingly dubbed him the little streaking gentleman, bringing up his embarrassing mishap until his face turned red as a baboon's bottom. Were he not thick-skinned, Huang Guangcai might have fled the scene right then and there. The gathering soon devolved into a free-for-all of exposing each other's shortcomings and attacking rivals, everyone trying to elevate themselves by trampling others down. When she watched these men's performances with evident disappointment on her face, why are all the men in this world such worthless creatures? Sister Xue, is that peerless zither master you spoke of present here today? When she inquired of Tang Xue beside her, secretly hoping this mysterious musician might appear and perhaps bring her a pleasant surprise, Tang Xue shook her head. She had already checked everyone who entered Maplewood Garden but found no trace of GMO. Indeed, someone like GMO, whose cultivation could resonate with the Tao, would never stoop so low as to appear in such a place. Lord Li of Langya Academy scoffed, as the saying goes, no one can indisputably claim to be the best scholar in the world. To me, that fellow is nothing but a fame-seeking fraud. He's right. If he truly had remarkable talent, he would have shown himself long ago, many chimed in agreement. Ha! That fellow probably fears being exposed on the spot, which is why he dares not show his face. People like him aren't worthy of our company. Huang Guanxi also mocked openly, reducing Jimo's worth to absolutely nothing. Tang Xue's face tightened, nearly unable to suppress her urge to teach these people a lesson, but out of consideration for Wenxi's dignity, she forcibly held herself back. Miss Wenxi, how about you play a piece for us to broaden our horizons? The crowd chimed in enthusiastically. Then, I shall display my meager skills. Unable to decline further, Wenxi could only nod in agreement. Zheng, slender jade-like fingers plucked the zither strings, allowing the moving melody to flow forth like a gentle stream. When she exuded an aura of tranquility and serenity, or human and zither seemed fused into one, channeling emotions through the flowing melody. The zither's aria rippled like a gentle brook, nourishing the soul as if bathed in spring breeze, cleansing the entire spirit. As the last note faded, profound silence fell. Then came thunderous applause. That was exquisite, the melody lingers in the air, truly unforgettable. Miss Wen's piano skills are unmatched, having achieved perfect harmony between player and instrument, putting us all to shame. Such mastery may even rival that of Li Xiao himself. Everyone rushed to lavish praise on Wenxi, competing to flatter her with relentless fervor. Their obsequious expressions unmistakably resembled those of sycophantic hounds. At this moment, not far from the pavilion in the purple bamboo grove, Li Xiao was drowning his sorrows in drink. He had come at Wenxi's invitation, but finding no common ground with others and being mocked yet again, he felt utterly disheartened and could only hide here drinking alone. As he drank, he plucked the strings playing that incomplete melody flowing water, his mood shrouded in gloom. When masters are slandered while clowns strut about arrogantly, how has the world come to this? In standing up for GMO, Li Xiao's reputation had already been ruined, and more than half of his disciples had deserted him. Such a blow was utterly devastating for an old man. Young man, wine isn't meant to be drunk this way, and the qin certainly isn't meant to be played like this. A voice interrupted Li Xiao. Are you telling me how to do my job? Li Xiao glared at the young man before him and said angrily, had I really fallen to such a state where I could be ordered around by some half-grown youngster? In all the world, who would dare presume to teach him how to play the qin? No, there was indeed one person. That mysterious master, peerless in the art of the qin. GMO parted his lips, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. I wouldn't dare presume to teach. Though I do have a piece called Song of Carefree Sighs, might I ask the old master for his critique? He passed by the maple garden and, out of curiosity, dropped in to join the lively gathering. Unexpectedly, he encountered a down-and-out old qin master who happened to be playing his very own composition. To meet by chance is fate. Thus, GMO decided to play an uplifting melody, hoping to properly comfort the old qin master. Very well, today I shall give you some guidance. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Ordinarily, I never lightly impart my qin playing skills to others. Li Xiao found GMO rather agreeable and decided to offer him some guidance. Well then, please enlighten me. GMO took Li Xiao's qin and began to play. The moment the first note sounded, Li Xiao felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going utterly blank. Chapter 21, Completely Incomparable. Sister Xue, compared to that peerless qin master, how do you think my playing fares? Despite receiving thunderous applause, Wenxi found little joy in it. She had heard such hollow praises countless times before and had long grown numb to them. The world was full of sycophants and flatterers, which she utterly detested. All she wanted was an honest evaluation, hence her inquiry about Tang Xue's opinion. If Li Xiao had been present, he would naturally have offered fair commentary, but since he wasn't there, they could only turn to Tang Xue for her opinion. There's absolutely no comparison. Tang Xue answered without hesitation. She never lied, and her response was refreshingly direct. The master played celestial music, while Wenxi, no matter how skilled her performance, still couldn't compare. The difference was like that between heaven and earth, naturally incomparable. Though Wenxi played excellently, forcibly comparing her to GMO could only be described as a world of difference. Miss Tang, are you suggesting my young mistress plays better than that mysterious qin master? Xiaolan wore a smug expression, mistakenly believing Tang Xue was praising her young mistress, making her swell with shared pride. Wenxi curled her lips slightly. It seemed her earlier suspicions were correct. The so-called peerless zither master was nothing remarkable after all. She was brimming with pride, supremely confident in her zither skills. Apart from a handful of grandmasters, she believed few could rival her. Tang Xue remained silent, knowing quietude was now the wisest choice. After all, one shouldn't openly embarrass Wenxi. The main issue was she couldn't prove Jima's musical skills, leaving no choice but to let these people misunderstand. Wenxi was sharp as a tack. Noticing the subtle expression on Tang Xue's face, she seemed to sense something amiss. her heart roiling with shock. Could it be that Tang Shui's words meant the complete opposite of what she'd assumed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She couldn't accept it. She would rather believe she was slightly inferior than accept those 7 devastating words. There simply is no comparison. Just then, the sound of a zither floated over from the direction of the violet bamboo grove. It's him, his zither music. Hearing the familiar aura in the Qin music, Tang Shui was ecstatic, nearly crying out in excitement, completely convinced it was that master playing once more. The master has finally appeared. When she felt a thunderous shock in her mind, her face filled with astonishment. Celestial music, truly celestial music. The notes seemed imbued with enchanting magic. The moment the melody arose, it made one's soul tremble in resonance, utterly lost in the exquisite artistic conception. Ancient obsession and modern madness, rosy cheeks turned snow-white hair. The exquisite zither music seemed to recount touching stories, its cadenced melody narrating countless bittersweet experiences, worldly loves and hatreds, all ultimately dissolving into sighs of untrammeled freedom. Long after, the lingering notes still seemed to hover by the ears, unwilling to disperse. Every face in the audience wore expressions of awe and rapture, utterly immersed in the zither's melody, unwilling to awaken from the reverie. Indeed, there's simply no comparison. I'm merely the glow of a firefly, yet I dared to contend with the brilliance of the full moon. Whence smiled bitterly, completely overwhelmed. Such mastery of the zither truly reaches the pinnacle of achievement, unparalleled in this world. This isn't his true capability, perhaps he only exerted 30 to 40% of his full power. Tang Shui spoke. The master clearly held back, not entering the state of harmony between heaven and man, nor employing that method of resonating with the Tao. Otherwise, the effect would have been even more terrifying. It's highly possible that after a single piece, everyone present would collectively achieve breakthroughs. How could this be? Sister Shui, you must be joking with me, right? When she simply wouldn't believe it this time, just 3/10 of her power had produced such terrifying results. If she exerted her full strength, wouldn't that attain the very music of the great Tao? What realm would that be? The level of deities? Yet Tang Shui offered no reply, her figure already vanishing from sight as she dashed toward the purple bamboo forest. There's no hurdle in this world that can't be overcome. Old man, try to see things differently, tomorrow will be better. GMO patted Li Zhao's shoulder and comforted him softly. This melody can rekindle one's passion for life and foster a positive mindset. It ought to be beneficial for the elderly gentleman. Li Xiao trembled all over, so moved that tears nearly burst from his eyes. After searching desperately for so many days, he had finally met the living legend in person. The master must have known of his grievances, and played Carefree Lament especially to console him. Xiao, isn't that my name? This piece must have been composed specifically for me by the master. Unworthy as I am, how could I deserve such a composition? Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Li Xiao, overcome with emotion, immediately prepared to kneel. A man's pride is worth its weight in gold. Old sir, you'll shorten my lifespan with this. Here's the carefree tune you asked for, but please, don't kneel. GMO truly couldn't stand this old man. What kind of elderly person kneels so readily at his age? Moreover, he wanted to take me as his master. What on earth was going on? Honestly, I'm not cut out to be a teacher. What qualifications do I have to instruct such a masterful luthier? This song is yours now. GMO swiftly transcribed the musical score and handed it to Li Xiao before hastily making his exit, terrified that the old man might grab onto his pant legs and prostrate himself right then and there to become his disciple. When did my personal magnetism become this powerful? GMO was utterly baffled. Master Li Xiao, where is that eminent figure? When Tang Shui arrived at the purple bamboo grove, she found nothing once again. GMO had vanished anew. Alas, the master has left. It must be that my devotion was inadequate, and he deemed me unworthy to accept me as a disciple. Li Xiao was utterly remorseful, convinced that his own overzealous excitement had caused him to lose composure and frighten the man away. But when he saw the musical score in his hand, his fighting spirit was reignited. He firmly believed that perseverance could move metal and stone. Sooner or later, he would surely win Jimo's heart. Whence he stood by the balcony, her emotions turbulent for a long time, utterly crushed by the overwhelming blow. Her pride crumbled in the melody of Jimo's zither. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond the skies. She took out the yellowed paper, staring blankly at inscription of a humble abode. Just then, a fierce gust of wind blew through, sweeping the paper away. By sheer coincidence, it landed right before GMO. GMO had just hurriedly emerged from the purple bamboo grove when smack, a sheet of paper plastered itself across his face. At first glance, the handwriting looked strangely familiar. This was precisely the essay inscription of a humble abode that he'd practiced writing when learning calligraphy 2 years ago. How could it possibly appear here? It was enough to make one believe in ghosts. GMO felt a chill run down his spine. In panic, he tore the paper to pieces and threw it on the ground. An object that had been missing for 2 years suddenly reappearing, such a thing would frighten anyone. Up in the loft, when she's heart shattered at the sight. What she witnessed was her most treasured possession being torn apart and discarded. That was an incomparably precious treasure. How could he do this? Xiaolan, pick it up immediately, when she cried out urgently. After Xiaolan painstakingly collected all the paper scraps, she discovered that no matter how she pieced them together, some parts were still missing. The wind was too strong, and those paper fragments had long been blown away to who knows where. There was simply no way to retrieve them anymore. When she had never hated someone so intensely before, she swore she would track down this disgusting man and punish him severely. Only then could she relieve the hatred in her heart. Just as when she was about to dispatch people to chase GMO, a voice suddenly rang out. You're not allowed to touch him. Chapter 22. I waited for the wrong person. Sister Shuei, are you protecting him? Wensi stared at Tang Shuei, who was blocking her path, her expression turning extremely unpleasant. Tang Shuei nodded and said, it's just tearing up one of your poems, isn't it? I'm willing to compensate you tenfold on his behalf. Tenfold? Do you have any idea how important this poem is to me? Can you possibly compensate for it? When she bristled like an outraged kitten. For her, in praise of a humble dwelling was a priceless treasure of extraordinary significance. Nothing in this world could compare to it. What infuriated her even more was Tang Shui's demand for tenfold compensation. This was a desecration of an inscription of a humble abode. If I can't afford to compensate, then can my Lingshu sword sect afford it? Tang Shui spoke coolly, since when she refused to show any courtesy, there was no need to hold back either. After all, GMO had shown great kindness to both Tang Shui and the Lingshu sword sect. So Tang Shui directly invoked the authority of her sect. She was never one to bully others with her status, but for GMO's sake, she was willing to do so, and would. GMO was under her protection now, even if it meant offending the Wen family. As if my Wen family would be intimidated, when she wasn't the least bit shaken by threats. While the Lingshu sword sect was formidable, the Wen family wasn't far behind. They had the strength to stand their ground. Miss Wen, then you go back and tell City Lord Wen, starting a war with the Lingshu sword sect over a mere poem. See how he chooses. After leaving these words, Tang Shui turned and departed. How to choose would be left to the Wen family. In any case, she would protect GMO regardless of the outcome. Young lady, the master won't indulge your willfulness. Xiao Lan whispered a reminder from the side. Although the master regarded Wensi as the apple of his eye, he wouldn't break ties with the Lingshu sword sect over a mere poem. Wensi shot Xiao Lan a glare and stomped her foot in frustration, fully aware of the high stakes involved. For now, there was nothing she could do but let it go. Staring at the incomplete inscription of a humble abode, she gritted her teeth and said, you wretched man, until this poem is complete, I won't let you off the hook. Tang Shui can't protect you forever. What if Miss Tang were to marry that man? Xiao Lan muttered softly again. Wensi was left speechless, her face darkening with annoyance. This situation really might come to pass if Tang Shui didn't care deeply about that despicable man. Why would she have turned against her like this? At the same time, outside, complete madness had broken out. A single rendition of Ballad of Carefree Wandering plunged the entire maple garden into deathly silence. Every soul stood utterly shaken. Celestial music, true heavenly melodies indeed. Li Xiao had spoken the truth all along. There truly exists unparalleled masters in this world, whose zither artistry leaves one breathless with admiration. There's simply nothing left to do but bow in reverence. Many people felt their faces burning with shame. They had spent recent days fiercely criticizing Li Xiao, accusing him of taking bribes to hype others up, of having no sense of dignity whatsoever. The facts proved them utterly wrong. Such a transcendent master, already at the pinnacle of zither artistry, would he still need publicity stunts? Compared to the master, they're not even worthy of being called dirt. Everyone searched desperately for traces of the master, longing to hear that divine zither music again, yet the master had vanished without a trace. Master Li Xiao, we were wrong. We measured a nobleman's mind with our petty thoughts, tarnishing your esteemed reputation. We truly deserve death. They sought out Li Xiao and came to apologize in person, but Li Xiao outright shut his door on visitors, burying himself in studying the musical score GMO had given him, paying no mind to matters beyond his walls. Li Xiao's reputation not only returned to its former standing but was elevated even higher because of this incident. As for those disciples who had severed ties with Li Xiao, their guts twisted with regret. Unfortunately, there are no pills of remorse in this world, and they'd lost all chance to return under Li Xiao's tutelage. Tang Shui continued her search, yet still couldn't find GMO. She couldn't help feeling frustrated. Why were they always just one step away from meeting each other, seemingly fated to miss every encounter? At least there was some good news indicating the mysterious master was still in Whitehead Town. Completely unaware of the commotion he'd caused again, GMO wandered around casually after leaving Maple Garden as if nothing had happened, bought some daily necessities, then headed to blacksmith Shang's place. Last time I bought iron materials, I still owed the seller quite a bit of silver. This time I came to pay off the remaining balance. When I arrived at the blacksmith's shop, I found it completely deserted. After asking around, I learned that blacksmith Zhang had recently come into a fortune and had even climbed the social ladder. He'd been hired by the Longchang Trading Company at a high price to work as a weaponsmith. An ordinary blacksmith becoming a weaponsmith? If not for the prestigious reputation of Longchang Trading House, everyone would have suspected this to be a scam. I knew it, just from seeing Master Zhang, the blacksmith's brows extending past his eyes, signaling honesty and fortune. It was clear he was destined to meet a noble benefactor. He was bound to rise to prominence sooner or later. GMO sighed, wondering why he wasn't fortunate enough to have such a noble benefactor appear in his life. It never crossed his mind that he himself was Master Zhang's noble benefactor. The Longchang Merchant Guild hired blacksmith Zhang precisely because his workshop had produced an axe of law. Of course, if blacksmith Zhang failed to forge anything useful in the future, his fate would become unpredictable. Longchang Merchant Guild? GMO made a mental note of this name, planning to inquire about blacksmith Zhang's whereabouts later. He had to repay what he owed. Taking advantage of others was never his way. The Western Primeval Forest. A group of Tianlang gang members advanced deeper into the forest. Their horses were laden with sacks, from which dark red blood continuously seeped, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Leading them was Tian Xiong, his face dark and grim with displeasure. Godfather, where are we taking these corpses? Wouldn't it be easier to just bury them somewhere random? Ma Peng, who had been serving by Tian Xiong's side, spoke up to ask. The Tianlang gang was engaged in an all-out war with the Fantian sect and the Xian Shui Pavilion, resulting in many fallen brothers. Yet each time, Tian Xiong would collect the corpses and transport them into the forest. This time, it was even more unusual. He had mobilized 500 men to escort this batch of corpses. Since Tian Xiong used brutal means to execute 2 elders, the Sky Wolf gang became his absolute domain where hardly anyone dared to disobey his orders. No matter how bizarre the situation was, no one dared to question it. Shut up. Whatever happens next, don't leave my side. Clearly in a bad mood, Tian Xiong didn't answer Ma Peng's question, his expression growing increasingly tense. This made Ma Peng even more puzzled. Could there be enemies nearby? But they were escorting corpses, not gold or silver treasures. Who would bother to rob them? Ever since Tian Xiong became the Spirit Emperor, Ma Peng had felt increasingly unable to understand his adoptive father, and unfamiliar distance had grown between them. In the past, Tian Xiong had doted on him like his own son, patiently answering any questions he had. But recently, whenever Ma Peng asked anything, he never received an answer. For instance, why had Tian Xiong suddenly broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm? Why was he transporting these corpses? And why did his personal guards keep disappearing without explanation? Ma Peng knew full well that Tian Xiong was deliberately keeping something from him. We're here. Tian Xiong raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt while pulling Ma Peng close to himself. Ma Peng noticed Tian Xiong was acting extremely unusual. With head bowed and body bent, his face wore an expression of reverence, yet his frame remained rigid, even trembling slightly, clear signs of fear. Just as he was about to speak, Tian Xiong stopped him with a warning glance. Ah! At that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air. Chapter 23, Eliminate Tian Xiong, everything he owns shall be yours. It all happened extremely suddenly, without even the slightest prelude. A disciple from the Tianlang gang suddenly collapsed to the ground, letting out wretched screams as blood spurted from his body. Like a deflated balloon, he withered away in moments, becoming nothing more than a dried-up corpse. Next, one after another, the rest of them fell where they stood, utterly powerless to resist as misfortune swept over them all. Ma Peng was so terrified he nearly pissed himself, his instincts screaming at him to flee, only to find his wrist tightly gripped by Tian Xiong, completely immobilized. Stay still if you want to live, Tian Xiong said grimly, showing no reaction to the surrounding tragedy as if he had anticipated this outcome. Were it not for being held up, Ma Peng would probably have collapsed to the ground right then. His heart was filled with endless dread. What on earth was happening? Not a single person on the scene escaped, all falling victim to the massacre. Even the horses were not spared, transformed into shriveled carcasses. In the end, even the corpses inside the sacks were drained completely, leaving behind nothing but hollowed-out husks. Only then did Ma Peng seem to realize why Tian Xiong had transported the bodies here. It was to feed some terrifying creature. Fortunately, Tian Xiong protected Ma Peng, and misfortune did not befall him. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. This batch of blood offerings is quite good. The voice of the Nine Nether Ancestor echoed from within the ancient tomb seemingly accompanied by a belch, indicating genuine satisfaction. 500 living souls and hundreds of corpses finally gave the Nine Nether Ancestor a sense of satiety. Hearing this, Tian Xiong's tense body finally relaxed, his expression no longer nervous as he respectfully said, "As long as the patriarch is satisfied." Beside him, Ma Peng was so horrified he couldn't speak. The corpses were one thing, But what about those 500 brothers? Had Tian Xiong been feeding them as livestock to this old monster? Going forward, might he end up as blood fodder too? At this thought, an extra layer of coldness crept into Ma Peng's gaze as he looked at Tian Xiong. As long as you do things with dedication, the patriarch will naturally reward you. From underground, a dark light shot out, entering Tian Xiong's body, while Ma Peng also received benefits. A wisp of dark glow seeped into his forehead. This was the reward granted by the Netherworld Patriarch. Carrot and stick, that old thing truly knows how to play with people's hearts. Tian Xiong's face was filled with ecstasy as he felt his cultivation realm surge dramatically once more, advancing from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Spirit Emperor level. Meanwhile, Ma Peng also wore an expression of utter disbelief. A single wisp of the dark radiance was worth years of his arduous cultivation, truly unimaginable. At this moment, he finally understood Tian Xiong's actions. With benefits like these, what did losing 500 brothers matter? Even if more had to die, it would still be worth it. I need more blood offerings, the chilling voice of the ancient Nether ancestor echoed. When Tian Xiong and Ma Peng left the primeval forest, their bodies were completely drenched in sweat, as if they had been fished out of water. Only when sunlight fell upon their bodies did they finally exhale deeply, completely relaxing. Only then did that feeling of being shrouded by death completely vanish. Godfather, what exactly was that? Ma Peng finally couldn't hold back and asked, his voice trembling. Such an existence was truly too terrifying and evil, absorbing the essence of living beings, treating humans like ants, absolutely horrifying. Don't ask. Bury this matter in your heart, and let no third soul know of it. Tian Xiong warned, should any information about the Netherworld ancestor leak out, death would be certain with no burial ground to claim. Although they had profited this time, the Netherworld ancestor's appetite was growing increasingly voracious. Should the day come when they could no longer satisfy its hunger, even they themselves might be devoured. I understand, Father. We need only supply the blood offerings, and benefits will flow to us endlessly. Ma Peng tasted the sweetness and became addicted to it. He finally figured out the reason for Tian Xiong's improved strength, convinced that as long as he served the 9 underworld's ancestor diligently, he too would reap tremendous benefits. This time we lost 500 brothers. What do we do from now on? Tian Xiong frowned. If not forced by desperation, Tian Xiong wouldn't have resorted to sacrificing Tianlang gang members as cannon fodder. Continuing like this would likely mean even the entire Tianlang gang couldn't satisfy the 9 underworld's ancestors' appetite. I am willing to share your worries, Father. A glint of ruthlessness flashed through Ma Peng's eyes. Living people? That wouldn't be difficult at all. As long as one was cruel and merciless enough, obtaining enough blood sacrifices would come naturally. Soon after, a wave of blood-soaked terror began to spread. The Brahma Heaven sect and the Mystic Maiden Pavilion discovered that the Sky Wolf Gang had cowardly retreated into their shell. Having seized too much territory from the Sky Wolf Gang, they now needed time to digest their gains, so they temporarily halted their siege on the gang. But then something terrifying happened. Cultivators from the Brahma Heaven Pavilion and the Mystic Water Pavilion began vanishing one after another, as if evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, wandering cultivators from the Jianghu and practitioners from other factions likewise vanished without a trace. In just 10 short days, over 100 cultivators had disappeared, sparking widespread panic. What in the world is happening? Who could be behind these sinister deeds? Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong put their heads together, yet no matter how they deliberated, they couldn't devise a solution. The cultivators under their command have gone missing, yet the motives of the other party remain unclear. Every attack leaves no trace behind. At first, they suspected it was a plot by the Tianlang gang, but when even rogue cultivators became victims, the Tianlang gang was immediately cleared of suspicion, since Tian Xiong had no reason to target rogue cultivators. Right now, everyone is panicked, and we have no way to deal with this. Should we go consult Master Ji? Xiao Surong proposed the suggestion. The situation is spiraling out of control, and at this rate, who knows how many more people we might lose. Lin Zhan shook his head and said, if we can't even handle such a trivial matter, we have no right to trouble Mr. G. I suspect an expert at the Spirit Emperor realm abducted these people. As long as we investigate thoroughly, we will surely find clues. As subordinates, they had received countless benefits but had yet to achieve any merit. Lin Zhan felt ashamed to seek Jimo's help and wanted to resolve this on his own. He refused to believe someone could vanish without a trace. There must be some leads to follow. After discussing, the two decided to set a trap to lure the snake out of its hole. Their successive successes went completely unnoticed, emboldening Tian Xiong more and more. In just half a month, he secretly captured over 300 cultivators, all fed to the 9 Abyss Patriarch. Meanwhile, Ma Peng, being meticulous in his schemes, even turned on his own allies, kidnapping dozens of the Wolf Gang members, playing the thief who cries thief to clear himself of all suspicion. Who would have thought that the leader and young master of the Sky Wolf Gang, notorious for having the highest number of missing persons, were actually the masterminds behind this incident? Penger, it's all thanks to you. If not for your brilliant scheme, Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong might have already come knocking at our door. Tianxiong patted Ma Peng's shoulder, thoroughly satisfied. Now, he no longer worried about the shortage of blood offerings. As long as the plan proceeded smoothly, it wouldn't be long before the Nine Nether Ancestor would reappear in the mortal realm. At that time, wiping out the Brahma Heaven sect and the Profound Water Pavilion would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Thank you for your praise, adoptive father. It's simply my duty as your child. Ma Peng's eyeballs rolled restlessly, his outward deference masking inner resentment. After putting in so much effort, all the benefits went to Tianxiong. He couldn't even get a taste of the broth. If he could replace Tianxiong, then wouldn't. An improper notion surfaced in his heart. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ma Peng's mind, eliminate Tianxiong, and everything he has will be yours. Chapter 24, The Tomb of the White Emperor. Ma Peng was startled. Who was speaking? More importantly, how did the other party know the thoughts currently in his heart? If Tianxiong were to find out about this, there would be no way I'd survive. Ma Peng was drenched in cold sweat, his frightened eyes fixed on Tianxiong, terrified the man might strike him dead with a single blow. Tisk, TSK, TSK, so timid and cowardly. How can someone like you ever accomplish great things? That icy voice echoed once more in Ma Peng's mind, dripping with scorn. Ma Peng immediately recognized it as the voice of the ancestor of 9 netherworlds. Why did the other party want him to eliminate Tianxiong? What sinister scheme was at play here? Was this a case of killing the donkey after it had ground the grain? Or did the ancestor of 9 netherworlds truly value him and intend to nurture him? Ma Peng's thoughts swirled endlessly, yet he couldn't unravel the ancestor's true intentions. Seeming disappointed with Ma Peng, the ancestor of 9 netherworlds stopped transmitting any further messages. Panger, you're sweating profusely. Are you feeling unwell? Tianxiong noticed Ma Peng seemed often asked with concern. Naturally, he couldn't hear the words the netherworld ancestor spoke to Ma Peng, unaware that calamity was about to befall him. Your son is fine. Ma Peng feigned composure, not revealing the slightest hint of his true thoughts, and inquired, Foster father, may I accompany you next time when delivering blood offerings to the ancestor? No, it's better if you keep your distance from the ancestor. Tianxiong immediately refused, well aware of the methods of the 9 nether ancestor, fearing Ma Peng might follow in his footsteps and become another lackey. Upon hearing this, Ma Peng instantly assumed Tianxiong intended to hoard all the benefits bestowed by the 9 nether ancestor, and his rage ignited. Deep within his pupils, a trace of killing intent arose. Within the ancient tomb, the 9 nether's ancestor grinned from ear to ear, envy, wrath, greed, sloth, gluttony. To think I'd encounter someone bearing all 7 deadly sins. Truly, nothing is uglier than the human heart. I shall stir forth all 7 evils within Ma Peng's soul, then harvest them as my nourishment to break free from this prison. Tianxiong could never have imagined that despite his wholehearted loyalty to the 9 nether's ancestor, he remained nothing more than a disposable pawn. By the pond, beneath the willow tree, GMO lounged lazily while feeding the dragonfish, his gaze occasionally drifting westward as his brow furrowed with displeasure. He could sense the thickening black mist rising within the primeval forest, accompanied by surging blood-colored radiance. The eerie atmosphere made one feel intensely uncomfortable. Could there be evil spirits stirring in the forest? Something feels seriously off. GMO contemplated whether he should investigate and uncover exactly what was happening. Just then, a figure arrived outside the courtyard. GMO's gaze sharpened, instantly boiling with rage. It was him, that old man with his peeping habit. Before he'd only watched from afar, but now the bastard actually had the audacity to come knocking at his door. The elderly man outside the courtyard had shed his previous immortal-like demeanor, deliberately transforming his appearance into that of a feeble old farmer on his last legs. GMO, today I shall test you to see whether you're truly a dragon or just a worm. A sharp glint flashed in the old man's eyes. Last time, his scheme against GMO had backfired, resulting in the loss of his life-bound treasure. This time, he was determined to reclaim his dignity no matter what. Most importantly, by his calculations, the great opportunity at this location was about to manifest. He needed to discern GMO's true intentions to guard against any unforeseen dangers. I, Hong Qiantu, the thousand-faced butcher, have roamed unrivaled for centuries. What scene haven't I witnessed? First I'll overwhelm this wretch with my aura, then seize the chance to force out his true origins. The old man cleared his throat and gathered his thoughts, having already devised a plan. Yet unexpectedly, the courtyard gate creaked open, and GMO stormed out angrily, wielding a fire poker. Hey, you old rascal! How dare you come knocking on my door? GMO bellowed. Hong Qiantu was startled on the spot. That kid actually stole my thunder first. What a sneaky move. With that, his imposing aura instantly weakened by 30%. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you're in disguise. You've been spying on me for years, and now you actually come knocking. What the hell do you want? GMO raised his fire poker, pointing it straight at Hong Qiantu's nose as he loudly accused, spraying the man's face with flecks of spittle. Hong Qiantu was forced to retreat step by step, his imposing demeanor weakening further. He was inwardly horrified, having believed his secret investigation to be flawlessly executed, never imagining the other party had seen through everything all along. Every instance of his smug disguises must have appeared utterly ridiculous in the other's eyes. Flushing crimson with shame, Hong Qiantu opened his mouth to argue, but when he took a closer look at the fire poker in Jimo's hand, he nearly vomited blood on the spot from sheer rage. Isn't this my life-bound magic weapon, the primordial chaos staff? How did it turn into such a state? An indestructible epic-grade divine artifact has been reduced to a worthless stick, transformed into mere firewood. This is a blatant, barefaced threat. The implication was clear, the other party was outright telling him, I can destroy your life-bound artifact anytime I want, so dealing with you would be a trivial matter. Hong Qiantu swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm and not lose his composure. In that case, let's lay all our cards on the table. We're all birds of a feather, why pretend not to know each other's purpose? Hong Qiantu laid it all out. They were both hiding here for the White Emperor's tomb beneath the earth, scheming for its great fortunes. Why bother with pretenses? Now that things have been laid bare, let's see how to resolve this and whether there's any possibility of cooperation between both parties. Who said we're the same kind of people? There's absolutely no way we could be cut from the same cloth. GMO said with utter disdain. A filthy peeping Tom actually had the shameless gall to claim we're the same kind of people. What brazen audacity! Hong Qiantu immediately furrowed his brows upon hearing that Jima had no intention of cooperating. He sensed this wouldn't end peacefully, realizing it might come down to a battle of strength, and sneered, Do you actually intend to fight me? In the end, everything boiled down to whose fist spoke louder, the weak held no voice. Thus, Hong Qiantu didn't hesitate to show his unyielding stance. I could take on 5 of you with one hand tied behind my back. A single move from me, and you'd be begging for mercy before you knew what hit you. GMO cast a disdainful glance at Hong Qiantu's emaciated frame. This old codger actually wants to throw hands with me? He must have lost his damn mind. Though he couldn't cultivate, GMO had complete confidence in his martial skills, especially his mastery of the 3 techniques: receiving, neutralizing, and countering. Dealing with some withered old man was child's play. Hong Qiantu's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze turning grave. Could this bastard really be stronger than me? No wonder he's so arrogant. Is he truly skilled, or is he just putting on an act? And what kind of divine ability is this, Jiehua Fei? It seems quite formidable, better stay on guard. Sir, do not push me too far. I, the thousand-faced butcher Hong Qiantu, am no counterfeit reputation. Hong Qiantu didn't hesitate to drop his renowned name, certain it would make an impression. The thousand-faced slayer Hong Qiantu had established his fearsome reputation across the land 3 centuries ago. With a countenance that shifted like flowing water, he walked the path of enlightenment through slaughter, his hands stained crimson, a celestial killer of legendary infamy. Never heard of it. GMO shook his head, the disdain in his eyes growing even more pronounced. At such an advanced age, he thought, still clinging to these edgy epithets, is this meant to intimidate children? Hong Qiantu refused to believe GMO hadn't heard of his infamous title. He clearly perceived that flicker of contempt in the other's gaze, unmistakable indifference toward his formidable presence. Never in his existence had he suffered such casual disrespect. This was humiliation of the highest order. This was beyond endurance. Hong Qiantu was furious beyond measure. In one swift stride, his fist shot toward Jimo's face like a meteor. Bang! Before the attack could land, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Behind GMO, a terrifying aura violently erupted. Chapter 25, Someone Called Me a Scumbag. Hong Qiantu's face filled with terror as he hastily withdrew his attack, retreating over 10 meters in succession. He stared at the door god painting behind GMO, his expression shifting uncertainly, as that heart-palpitating aura emanated from the divine guardian. Had he not sensed danger and withdrawn his attack in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just who are you, sir? Hong Qiantu clenched his fists until they creaked, his hair stirring without wind. His earlier moment of cowardice had made him lose face, and he burned with humiliation. But he simply didn't dare make any rash moves. There wasn't the slightest trace of spiritual energy fluctuation from GMO, and his emotions were as steady as an old dog. He was just too composed. Come on then, why the cold feet? GMO directly tossed aside the fire poker, placed his left hand behind his back, and crooked his right index finger at Hong Qiantu in a beckoning gesture. The meaning was crystal clear. One hand is all I need to deal with you. Hong Qiantu's face turned as black as a pot's bottom, but in the end, he lacked the courage to make a move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fathom Jimo's depth, feeling only that the other stood as lofty as a mountain, sacred and inviolable. Very well, you may have a share here. Hong Qiantu pointed to the ground beneath his feet, acknowledging Jimo's right to participate and willing to share the fortunes of the White Emperor's tomb with him. The location of the White Emperor's tomb was right beneath Jima's courtyard. What do you mean a share? Are you joking? I cleared this land, I planted these crops, everything here belongs to me. Are you trying to rob me? Only then did Jima have a sudden realization this old man had been scheming to seize his property all along, No wonder he'd been secretly observing for years. They were talking completely past each other, their conversation happening on entirely different wavelengths. Their conversation was like the south-pointing chariot heading north, completely at cross purposes, yet neither realized it. Don't push your luck. Trying to monopolize everything? With such greedy ambitions, aren't you afraid you'll choke to death? Hong Qiantu's eyes widened in disbelief at Jimo's audacious demand to swallow this celestial opportunity whole. This pie had already been divided among several major powers beforehand. Allowing GMO a slice was concession enough. Who could have imagined his boundless greed? Did he really think he could snatch food from a tiger's mouth with just his own strength? Everything here belongs to me. Don't even think about laying a finger on it. GMO refused to yield an inch. As if joking, how could he let someone steal his own courtyard? This old fool was truly dreaming. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled violently, the intense shaking making it almost impossible for the two to keep their balance. At the same time, Jimo's face stiffened as he heard that eerie heartbeat sound again. This time he heard it extremely clearly. It was absolutely not an illusion. Hong Qiantu pinched his fingers and calculated for a while, frowning tightly as if deep in thought. You heard that? GMO asked curiously. Hong Qiantu rolled his eyes at GMO. Wasn't this just taking off one's pants to fart? Did he really think that just because his cultivation wasn't as high, he couldn't sense the tremors underground? Who did he think he was looking down on? At this moment, Hong Qiantu became even more convinced that GMO had built a house here, disguising himself as an ordinary person living in seclusion, all for the sake of monopolizing the White Emperor's tomb. You really can hear it. Jimo's joy was evident on his face. Someone finally agreed with him. So the earthquake was real, and the heartbeat sounds were genuine too. Let me give you a kind warning. Leave now if you value your life. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hong Qiantu glanced at GMO one last time before flicking his sleeves and walking away. When words failed, only strength remained to settle matters since negotiations had collapsed anyway. Judging by the fluctuations just now, the White Emperor's tomb should be opening soon. We need to inform the other parties to make preparations. The most urgent priority is to coordinate first and see how to deal with GMO. If all else fails, we'll gather the collective strength of all families to eliminate him first. With just his personal power against so many factions, it would be like an egg striking a rock, a suicidal act. It seems this old geezer has backup. GMO instantly grew uneasy. Being alone against overwhelming numbers, how was he to handle this situation? If his farmland got taken, wouldn't he lose everything? Just then, on the aged willow tree, a silkworm cocoon began radiating nine-colored splendor, slowly splitting open along a faint seam. The nine-transformation heavenly silkworm that had been cocooned for many days seemed about to emerge. Tianping was the first to sense it, trotting quickly to the base of the tree and raising his head to observe. With each metamorphosis, the nine-transformation heavenly silkworm would alter its form, its power increasing exponentially while gaining a new innate divine ability. Tianping was genuinely curious about what form the nine-transformation heavenly silkworm would take this time. GMO was also drawn over, watching the cocoon on the willow tree with great interest, murmuring softly to himself. Upon hearing this, Tianping trembled in fear, wishing he had gone deaf instead. What had he just heard? His master actually said, "What a pity. If I'd found these earlier, I could have had silkworm pupae to eat. It's been so long since I've had fried silkworm pupae." Slowly, a plump little worm, its body translucent and glistening, crawled out of the cocoon. Seeing it wasn't a butterfly, GMO felt somewhat disappointed and turned to leave. The nine transformations heavenly silkworm looked utterly bewildered, then realized she hadn't changed much apart from becoming transparent in color and slightly plumper. She seemed essentially the same as before. She hadn't grown any more beautiful. But soon, the nine transformations heavenly silkworm showed delight. Wriggling her plump little body, she flashed with white light and instantly transformed into a willow leaf. Then, it transformed into a divine rock again, leaving the mighty bird utterly dumbfounded. My innate divine ability is transformation. The nine transformations heavenly silkworm morphed into a dragonfish, swimming joyfully in the pond. Though her original form remained largely unchanged, this divine ability suited her perfectly, allowing her myriad transformations at will. The ancient tomb in the primeval forest was shrouded in eerie winds, with howls like ghosts and wolves. The Nine Netherlord also sensed that unnatural heartbeat, his face filled with astonishment. Could it be, Emperor Bai isn't dead yet? Or perhaps, has he been resurrected? The heartbeat originates from the White Emperor's tomb, meaning there's still a living creature inside. It's truly unimaginable what it could be. If the White Emperor were truly alive, the Nine Nether ancestor would have to behave with his tail between his legs. Back then, it was precisely the White Emperor who tore his bones apart and sealed him beneath the Nine Nethers. I refuse to believe it. There's no way the White Emperor could still be alive. The Nine Nether ancestor roared violently, struggling fiercely as he attempted to break free from the earth. The surrounding soil churned, vast stretches of mountain forests collapsed, and the area was left in complete devastation. Unfortunately, the power of the seal remained strong, and the 9 Nether ancestor was still imprisoned, unable to overturn the suppression. I must break the seal before the White Emperor's tomb opens and return to the world of men. Alive or dead, I will uncover the truth. If any remnant of his soul remains, I'll scatter it to ashes. The 9 Nether ancestor's face twisted ferociously as he roared madly. Simultaneously, in the far northern lands, the millennia-old ice sculpture shattered explosively, from which emerged a stunningly beautiful maiden with jade-like skin and icy bones. She lifted her gaze southward, her crystal-clear pupils exuding boundless cold, murmuring, "I wish to win one heart, to stay together till white-haired old age." Lies, all lies. You filthy scoundrel. You'll pay for this. In Whitesnow Town, GMO suddenly sneezed violently, nearly choking on his breath. Holy crap. What just happened? I swear I heard someone call me a scumbag. Chapter 26, The Iron Cauldron Suppresses the Turtle King. In a hidden valley, several grotesquely shaped individuals gathered furtively together. There was a burly man with a thick neck, bubble-like fish eyes, and an abnormally large head, a bamboo-thin monk with a drooping horse-like face, a pale-faced scholar who appeared refined yet carried a spiked club. If any cultivator passing by were to witness this, they'd surely be scared out of their wits. These are all celebrated figures of great renown. Be they renowned sect leaders who command awe across regions, ruthless killers who've slaughtered countless, or even those exceptionally vicious great demons. Old Hong, you're becoming more disgraceful with age. To think a dignified spirit venerable expert like you would surrender without even throwing a single move? I think he's just too timid and got intimidated by that G fellow. That GMO is probably all show and no substance, definitely not some hidden master. That's right, I've never heard of anyone by that name. Among all the renowned powerhouses in the world today, there isn't a single one with the surname G. The group surrounded Hong Qiantu, hurling scornful remarks while occasionally bursting into laughter. Rarely did they get such a golden opportunity to mock a fellow expert, and the sheer delight of it was beyond words. Hong Qiantu's aged face flushed crimson. He had gathered these people to deal with Jimo's matter, not to listen to them mock him. Unable to stomach this humiliation, he clenched his teeth and said sternly, "Fine, fine. Since you're all so capable, you handle it yourselves. I'm washing my hands of this matter." His well-intentioned warning had been met not with gratitude but with ridicule. Hong Qiantu decided to coldly stand by and let these people deal with GMO on their own. He's just some brat who likes playing ghostly tricks. Xian Ao, we'll go deal with him right now. The burly man with a thick neck and broad head spoke in a deep, resonant voice, his entire body radiating overwhelming demonic energy. His true form was that of a 1,000-year-old profound tortoise, carrying within its veins a trace of the divine black tortoise's bloodline. Arrogant and unruly, he looked down upon all others and utterly refused to believe in the existence of any mysterious reclusive master. "How about this? Whoever kills GMO can claim an extra share of the White Emperor's tomb's fortune," someone suggested. Agreed. Let's settle it like this. This suggestion immediately gained unanimous approval. They all nodded in agreement, unanimously passing the motion. Just one person to win over for an extra reward. It's like pie falling from the sky. Who wouldn't be tempted? And they didn't take GMO seriously at all. Hong Qiantu snorted coldly, that GMO is anything but simple. If you insist on courting death, I won't stop you. Just don't blame me when you reap the consequences. Old Hong, seems you've really been scared out of your wits. Wait here, I'll go fetch that brat's head right now to vent your anger. Xian Ao burst into raucous laughter, his entire figure transforming into a streak of yellow light as he shot straight into the distance. The remaining few exchanged glances with knowing smiles, each harboring their own schemes. None were in any hurry to act. It was just as well having a reckless fool test Jimo's limits first. Before long, Xian Ao appeared outside Jimo's courtyard. After scanning his surroundings with a disdainful look, he sneered, "Thought it might be something impressive, but it's just relying on that strange door god to scare people off." Hong Qiantu must be a coward to be frightened by this. Having carefully observed the area and confirmed there were no other anomalies, Xian Ao revealed his true form as a massive black tortoise, bypassed the door god by burrowing underground, and slipped into the courtyard. This went so smoothly it deepened the disdain in Xian Ao's heart. He scanned his surroundings and spotted Tianping basking in the sunshine on the vegetable patch. Demon venerable. At the same moment, Tianping also noticed Xian Ao. The terrifying aura emanating from the other party made him tremble uncontrollably. But when he saw that figure not far away, Tianping's mood instantly calmed. With the master here, why fear some mere bird? Smoothing his feathers, Tianping continued his sunbath as if he hadn't noticed the mystic turtle at all. Tianping bird, you, a dignified demon emperor actually guarding a human's home? How disgraceful to our demon kind. The mystic tortoise glared coldly at the sky rock, his fury blazing uncontrollably. A demon emperor? How could you demean yourself by submitting to a mere human? The Skyrock ignored him, whispering gravely, out of respect for our shared demon kind, I offer this warning, flee now while you still can. Flee? Ridiculous. I came here to kill. The profound turtle's face was filled with a cold sneer, radiating killing intent. Little did he know that danger had already arrived. Wow, what a fat turtle. Jimo's eyes gleamed with green light as if he'd spotted peerless beauty. He sprinted over with vigorous strides and stomped his foot right onto the turtle's shell. The kick was impossibly cunning. The profound turtle couldn't dodge fast enough, forced to watch helplessly as it was pinned beneath a human foot. It felt like being struck by a meteorite. His strongest pride, that mighty physique, failed utterly against this force. His limbs went limp as he collapsed face-first onto the ground. The profound turtle trembled in terror. He could shoulder entire mountains, yet now found himself completely immobilized beneath this human's foot, unable to struggle even an inch. Such a massive turtle, imagine how nourishing the old turtle soup brew would be. GMO licked his lips, practically drooling. Such an enormous turtle, he'd never seen one this big before. A single pot probably wouldn't be enough to stew it all. The profound turtle's body was trembling, not from pain, but from rage, an incomparable, extreme fury. What had he just heard? This lowly human actually called him an old turtle and dared to suggest boiling him into turtle soup. He, the profound turtle, was a descendant of the black tortoise, a creature of noble lineage. Yet now he was being treated as mere food. Die, you damned bastard. The mysterious tortoise seethed with rage, howling inwardly as he frenziedly channeled every ounce of his demonic power. Truly driven to the brink of madness, he recklessly awakened the black tortoise bloodline within him without regard for the consequences, determined to annihilate GMO through the cruelest means possible. Sensing the terrifying force erupting beneath his feet, GMO couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. This old turtle was unexpectedly fierce, packing quite a punch. However, this wild old turtle is also the most nourishing. Its meat must be of superb quality. He caught sight of the iron cauldron beside him, and his eyes lit up. The mystic turtle finally broke free, transforming into a ball of light that fiercely charged towards GMO. Crack! The next instant, he was sent flying, landing in a dazed heap, feeling as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Even more terrifying was how its indestructible tortoise shell became covered in cracks. Had it not been for its black tortoise bloodline protecting it, the creature would have undoubtedly been squashed into a pulpy mess. Tianping observed the scene calmly, silently mourning Xianeo's fate. You poor old bastard, he thought, running into our master's hands like this. Then he couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, turtle soup was supposedly quite nourishing, and he might just get to taste some too. Xianeo trembled in terror, nearly frightened out of its wits as it desperately considered burrowing into the ground to escape. His prized tortoise shell, which he took such pride in, had proven so fragile. This iron cauldron must be an extraordinary treasure of unimaginable origins. Then an iron cauldron, massive as a mountain peak, came crashing toward him again. We're doomed! The mystic turtle felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, his entire body drained as an unstoppable force crushed him. What level of magical artifact is this, to possess such terrifying power? At this moment, he realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. It felt as if an entire mountain range was crushing him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that all his demonic power had been completely drained. Now, there was absolutely no room left for resistance. GMO grinned, raised the iron cauldron once more, and brought it down upon Xianeo's horrified gaze. Chapter 27, in that case, payment in flesh it is. Soon, news of the black turtle's capture came back. Truly a beast, big head but no brains, reckless and foolish. The pale-faced scholar Fan Jingxing, wielding his spiked club, wore an expression of utter contempt. In Fan Jingxing's view, this mystic turtle was simply asking for death, utterly lacking vigilance, barging into the opponent's territory like a reckless fool. Now it's all over, played like a fool, pinned down before even getting a chance to unleash my full strength. What a rotten way to lose. Brother Fan, do you perhaps have some brilliant strategy? Hong Qiantu asked curiously. Fan Jingxing was brimming with confidence and let out a triumphant laugh. Simple. All we need to do is set up the Yin Wind Thunderkill formation around Jimo's courtyard. It'll ensure he dies without a burial site. Hong Qiantu's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. He was well aware of the deadly potential of the Yin Wind Fiend Lightning formation, a vicious trap that could kill without leaving a trace. If augmented by the endless fiendish energy emanating from the White Emperor's tomb beneath the earth, the formation's power would multiply several-fold. Even a spirit sage realm expert would likely be helpless against it. Just watch closely as I teach that brat a lesson. With a flick of his sleeve, Fan Jingxing vanished from sight. At this moment, GMO was lying on the iron cauldron with his eyes closed, recuperating from the considerable effort it had taken to deal with the mysterious turtle. He wanted to rest a bit before deciding how to handle this old turtle. Earlier, the turtle had even begged for mercy in a remarkably human-like manner by kowtowing, which softened Jimo's heart and made him reluctant to deal a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the poor mysterious turtle, covered in bloody wounds, lay pinned beneath the iron cauldron in the mud, trembling with fear as it awaited its fate. Fan Jingxing arrived outside the courtyard and sneered repeatedly upon witnessing this scene. He circled the courtyard several times, calculating positions while occasionally burying formation flags, beginning to set up the Yin Wind Malevolent Thunder formation. Below the ground, wisps of baleful energy were drawn upward, continuously funneled into the formation. Activate the formation. With everything prepared, Fan Jingxing let out a loud shout, fully activating the formation. Sinister winds howled, thunder rumbled, and dark, oppressive clouds enveloped the sky above the courtyard, as an overwhelmingly powerful force completely shrouded the entire compound. The baleful aura of the White Emperor's tomb is truly formidable. The power of the Yin Wind Thunder formation is even more terrifying than anticipated. Now, let's see how I crush this GMO. Fan Jingxing formed hand seals, driving the formation into full operation. The howling sinister wind coalesced into a massive serpent of roiling malevolent energy, surging toward GMO in the courtyard. The shrieking gale swept through like a torrential flood, pulverizing everything in its path to dust. The vegetable garden was plowed open with a deep trench, vast patches of soil reduced to drifting ashes. Watching GMO oblivious to the approaching peril, Fan Jingxing's face brimmed with smug triumph. Whoever you are, if you're hit by this move, your flesh and blood will dissolve in an instant, leaving behind only a pile of bones. The eerie wind carried terrifying power that even Fan Jingxing found chilling to the core. Not even he himself believed he could survive this attack for half a second. Yet in the next instant, the smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. How was this possible? How could this be? The bone-chilling wind capable of extinguishing all life swept past GMO yet barely lifted half a corner of his garment, leaving him entirely unaffected. Impossible. This simply couldn't be. Fan Jingxing couldn't accept this reality, launching several more attacks consecutively, all with identical results. Oh, seems like there's some reaction, GMO murmured as he tightened his clothes and rolled over slightly. He must possess some treasure like the wind calming pearl, there's no other explanation. Fan Jingxing convinced himself with this rationale. Without a wind-attributed treasure for protection, not even a spirit emperor-level expert could withstand the assault of the Yin winds with mere physical endurance. In that case, I'll summon the baleful thunder to blast your soul into oblivion. A cruel grin twisted Fan Jingxing's face as his spiritual energy surged wildly. His hands weaved through the air, forming one profound mystical seal after another. In the air, an overwhelmingly violent force, nearly capable of annihilating all creation, was gathering. Fan Jingxing spread his fingers, and a black lightning bolt roughly the size of a chicken egg gradually took shape under his control, crashing down violently onto GMO's head. Let's see if you can survive this. Fan Jingxing seemed to vividly picture GMO being reduced to charred remains, grinning so hard his face might split with excitement. Bang! Lightning struck GMO, and then, there was no then left. Fan Jingxing widened his eyes in disbelief, and once again summoned dark thunder to strike, this time with fist-sized bolts of lightning. GMO scratched his head, completely unharmed. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Fan Jingxing let out a low growl, immediately biting his tongue and spraying a mouthful of vital blood essence, recklessly overloading the activation of the formation. Instantly, bucket-sized bolts of baleful lightning continuously appeared, with electric serpents wildly dancing, bombarding GMO in an unending barrage. The sheer might of such thunder could shave an entire mountain peak level to the ground. Yet despite this, aside from his long hair coming loose and arcs of electricity coursing across his body, GMO remained completely unharmed. He had been struck by the system's heavenly thunderbolts before. Long accustomed to such trials, how could he possibly fear this mere wisp of baleful lightning? Fan Jingxing gasped heavily, his breath weak, his entire face as pale as gold leaf. GMO remained completely unharmed. He had expended a great amount of vital essence, nearly draining himself to the point of exhaustion. How could this be? Fan Jingxing stared fixedly at GMO, his face filled with sheer disbelief. This was beyond sinister. After exhausting every possible method, he hadn't been able to harm GMO in the slightest. It defied all logic. At this moment, Fan Jingxing was gripped by profound terror. Hong Qiantu had spoken true, this man was unfathomably deep, utterly beyond any hope of contending with. Without another word, he turned around and dashed into the air. This is no place to come and go as you please. Without the master's permission, you stay right where you are. An ethereal voice rang out, and Fan Jingxing felt like a fly struck by a swatter, crashing violently into the courtyard. In his daze, Fan Jingxing caught sight of a multicolored worm and stared at it in stunned disbelief. Chaotic Divine Beast, the 9 Transformations Heavenly Silkworm. Yet this 9 Transformations Heavenly Silkworm actually referred to itself as a servant, addressing GMO as its master. Heavens, a primordial chaotic divine beast acknowledging a master. Just what kind of background does this GMO have? To think I'd had the audacity to make a move against an existence of this caliber. What's going on? GMO slowly opened his eyes and saw a figure collapsed in the vegetable garden. The surrounding area was in complete disarray. Damn scoundrels, how dare they come here to make trouble and ruin my garden. G-Man, filled with rage, strode over and kicked Fan Jingxing several times. Was growing vegetables easy? And now so many of them had been destroyed. Fan Jingxing convulsed all over, foaming at the mouth, wisps of green smoke rising from his body, struck by the residual thunderous energy lingering on G-Man. Only then did G-Man notice arcs of electricity still crackling around himself. Baffled, he wondered, had he done something wrong recently? Was the system punishing him again with lightning? Why didn't he even feel it? At this moment, Fan Jingxing regretted everything, knowing what he knew now. He'd rather die than come here. Are you with Hong Qian too? GMO inquired. Being a kind person who'd never offended anyone, this unprovoked sabotage could only be the work of that old villain Hong Qian too. Fan Jingxing was dumbfounded. This truly was a master, seeing through everything with unfathomable profundity. You've ruined my vegetable patch. You'll pay for this, or you're not leaving. Jimo's voice turned icy. This matter couldn't be settled so easily. I'll pay, I'm willing to compensate. Hearing there was still a way out, Fan Jingxing didn't dare utter another word and hastily pulled out all his most treasured possessions, epic-grade weapons, priceless array formation materials, and so forth. Is this it? Just a pile of worthless junk. GMO looked at the junk Fan Jingxing had produced with utter disdain in his eyes. Those items were completely useless. I thought making them compensate with a few taels of silver would suffice, but who knew despite their flashy clothes, they'd be broke as hell, not even a single valuable item on them. He sized up Fan Jingxing's muscular physique up and down, stroking his chin with a wicked grin. In that case, pay with your flesh. Chapter 28. Seems this old monk must personally step in. Pay with flesh. Fan Jingxing's voice trembled with fear, his legs shaking so violently he nearly collapsed on the spot. What had he just heard? Did this exalted master have unconventional intentions toward him? Rumors said some eccentric senior experts had peculiar tastes. Never did he imagine he'd encounter such a situation today. How could it be like this? Fan Jingxing felt his buttocks tighten and his entire body turn ice cold. What? Not happy? Jimo's tone suddenly turned frosty. Fan Jingxing shuddered, shaking his head frantically with glistening tears of grievance in his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he gave a fierce nod. At this moment, for the first time in his life, he resented his own parents. Father, mother, why did you have to bring me into this world with such devastating good looks? What a curse! Enough, enough. As long as he could survive, what did this small sacrifice matter? Steeling his heart, Fan Jingxing began undoing his clothes, swiftly stripping off his upper garments. I like initiative. Jimmy nodded with a satisfied smile. Fan Jingxing closed his eyes and began to unbuckle his belt, a single clear tear silently rolling down from the corner of his eye. My innocence, guarded for 250 years, is about to be lost. Just doing that in the courtyard? Not going back to the room? It's still daytime. After trembling for a long while, Fan Jingxing finally undid his belt. What are you doing? Jimo's voice rang out, thick with bewilderment. Fan Jingxing opened his eyes to see GMO, who had somehow gotten his hands on a hoe and was now shoving it directly into his grasp. For farming, just take off your upper garment. There's no need to remove your pants. GMO shook his head. This guy clearly had never done farm work before, didn't even understand the basics. And to think he was already shedding tears before even starting the work. Pathetic. GMO naturally had no special preferences, he simply wanted Fan Jingxing to compensate through manual labor by plowing fields and growing vegetables, nothing more. Farming? Fan Jingxing froze. Wasn't it supposed to be that? How did it become farming? Then his sorrow turned to joy as he gazed at GMO with eyes full of gratitude. Wonderful! My innocence is preserved. Immediately after, his breathing grew ragged as he stared fixedly at the hoe in his hands, his eyeballs nearly popping out. Legendary grade. The valley was enveloped in silence. The mystic turtle never returned, captured. Fan Jingxing's reckless meddling had brought him down too. What were they to do now? Shall we join forces and attack together? Someone cautiously suggested, though without much confidence in their tone. Hong Qian disagreed, dismissing the idea. GMO hasn't resorted to lethal force, there's still room for negotiation. But if we strike, it'll likely become a fight to the death. The main reason Hong Qian dared not voice was his fear of angering the others present. He really wanted to say that even if our group joined forces, we'd likely be throwing good money after bad, going in and never coming out. Just as the group was at their wits' end, the horse-faced ascetic spoke up. It seems this old monk must personally step forth to turn the tide. Instantly, all eyes in the group focused on the ascetic. Master Huining, please don't interfere anymore. 2 have already fallen, you'll just be throwing yourself away. Hong Qian kindly reminded him. In terms of combat prowess, Huining was similar to Xian'ao and Fan Jingxing. What waves could he possibly stir up? The others also advised him earnestly, stating plainly that everything required careful planning and that reckless bravery wouldn't do. Xian'ao is reckless, Fan Jingxing only knows crooked methods. To achieve great things, one must ultimately rely on this. Hu Weining stroked his bald forehead, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Strength and aggression are ultimately inferior strategies. Only by winning through wisdom and subduing the enemy without battle is the superior approach. Could it be Master Hu Weining intends to coax, no, enlighten that GMO? They furrowed their brows, their faces filled with confusion. Hu Weining wielded an extremely unorthodox divine ability whenever he activated it and uttered the words, "Fellow Taoist, you have a karmic connection with my Buddha." He could convert the other person into his disciple. It was by relying on this divine ability that Hu Weining rose from obscurity, guiding countless disciples and establishing a mighty faction of his own. Now, this notorious human trafficker dared to stretch his sinister claws toward GMO. Hu Weining, that GMO's strength is definitely above both of us. Can you really convert someone like him? Hong Qian too raised his doubts. Hu Weining's divine powers only worked on those of lower cultivation realms, so they should have no effect on GMO. With a smile, Hu Weining replied, in the past, this old monk truly had no confidence. But now, that pup GMO won't escape my grasp. As he spoke, he drew out a thumb-sized diamond-shaped crystal and displayed it before the crowd. The crystal appeared plain and unremarkable, seemingly no different from ordinary quartz, yet it exuded an extraordinarily eerie power. Just as the group tried to examine it more closely, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their heads, as if a psychic force was tugging at their souls, eroding their consciousness. It's the Eye of Medusa. The group inhaled sharply, steadied their minds, and hastily retreated several steps, their faces filled with deep wariness. The eyes of Medusa possess the mighty power to freeze souls. If Hu Weining harbors ill intentions and uses the eyes of Medusa to perform that corrupting sorcery, they would undoubtedly be doomed. With such a treasure at hand, even spirit sage realm experts might fall victim to it, and even some spirit emperors with weak soul power could be affected. Hu Weining looked smugly at the reactions of those around him, his face full of conceit. Wait here, everyone, while this old monk goes to subdue that surnamed Ji and bring him back to Kowtow and apologize to you all. Under the gaze of several onlookers, he flung his monastic robe and strode away through the air. Hu Weining actually had such fortune to obtain such a treasure. From now on, we must be extra cautious. Who knows when this bald monk might stab us in the back? Hong Qian too murmured. The others quickly agreed. One must always guard against treachery, or else they might fall without even knowing how. Arriving outside Jimo's courtyard, Hu Weining didn't act rashly, squinting to observe the situation inside the yard. The mysterious turtle was pinned beneath an iron cauldron, unable to move a muscle, covered in blood, impossible to tell whether it was alive or dead. Fan Jingxing fared even worse, stripped to the waist, toiling under the blazing sun as he hoed the earth, his entire body caked in mud, looking utterly wretched. Forcing a spirit venerable to farm, is this something a human even does? Hu Weining snorted coldly. Having decided to convert Jima, he was determined to keep him as a servant and thoroughly humiliate him. No matter how cunning the fox, it is no match for a skilled hunter. Jima, let me show you this old monk's methods. Hu Weining's entire body erupted with white mist, transforming him as if he had become a different person, now appearing solemn, dignified, and benevolent. If it weren't for his slightly horse-like face ruining the image, he truly had the aura of an enlightened monk. Neither joyous nor sorrowful, he radiated a serene presence that made people instinctively want to draw near him. Anyone familiar with Hu Weining would recognize this as the prelude to him stirring up trouble, and those who caught his attention rarely escaped his clutches, either converted or subdued, becoming his disciples. Then, Hu Weining took out the Medusa's eye and held it in his hand, chanting a Buddhist invocation. Amitba Buddha. These 4 words seemed to possess a deadly allure, making one unable to resist falling into their grasp. From the unseen realms, a mysterious force descended. A Buddhist aura enveloped the entire courtyard. Chapter 29, Words that Shatter Dharma. Hu Weining pressed his palms together devoutly, continuously chanting sutras. A faint golden light unexpectedly emanated from his body. Beneath his feet emerged the illusory form of a lotus pedestal, while a radiant halo blossomed behind his head, presenting an image of extraordinary sanctity. The sutra chants rippled outward in all directions like water waves. The heavenly rock was the first to succumb, its eyes glazing over with confusion as its consciousness gradually blurred. It began swaying unsteadily towards Hu Weining. Fan Jingxing felt his eyelids grow heavier and heavier, sensing a familiar voice calling to him. He couldn't resist the urge to close his eyes and obey the summons. Meanwhile, the mystical turtle showed no abnormalities for unknown reasons. Unnoticed by anyone, an independent domain had formed around the iron cauldron, blocking all external influences. The dragon fish, possessing divine beast bloodline, remained unaffected. The 9 transformations heavenly silkworm swung lazily on a willow branch without so much as glancing at Hu Weining from start to finish. Who's yelling out there? Can't a person get some sleep? GMO stumbled out of the bedroom rubbing his bleary eyes, his tousled hair sticking out in all directions. His face was flushed with the irritation of interrupted sleep. Just as he'd begun dozing off for his afternoon nap, someone's incessant shouting like an annoying fly had ruined any chance of rest. He shouted at the top of his voice, snapping Tianping back to his senses in an instant, and Fan Jingxing was no longer lost either. Huning shuddered from the roar, the golden radiance around him dissipating, his divine ability had actually been broken. A single word to break spells. Huning's face was full of shock and fear, stunned into stillness. I can't believe someone just randomly shouted and broke his mystical powers. It must be a coincidence. Definitely a coincidence. Refusing to believe in such a luck, he opened his mouth again and continued chanting the scriptures. Finally seeing Hui Nang, GMO shouted loudly, "Monk, what do you want? I got no silver if you're begging, and if you want food, stop making noise and come get it inside." "Let me go inside? You think I'm so dumb that I'd fall into your trap? Entering your yard would be like letting you have me at your mercy." Huineng stared at GMO, tightly gripping the Medusa's eye, continuously chanting mantras. Waves of Sanskrit hymns surrounded GMO endlessly with boundless psychic power. "Friend, I see you have a connection with my Buddha." Huineng emitted a beam of Buddhist light that enveloped Jima, with overwhelming conversion power continuously assailing him. "Connection, my foot. Stop playing these ghostly tricks, haven't you had enough?" Jima frowned, his anger flaring. "If you're here for alms, I'll naturally make sure you're well fed. But if you're here to swindle, don't blame me for being impolite." Realizing that Jaimin showed no signs of being converted, Huineng began to panic. His pupils dilated as he glared fixedly at Jaimin, pushing his mental energy to its limit. Rays of bewitching light shot from his eyes while streams of sigils swirled around him. Wherever his gaze fell, all living creatures would be inevitably converted. "Take this." GMO couldn't take it anymore. This bald monk, with his horse-like face, kept winking and making faces at him. It was utterly revolting. Finally reaching his breaking point, GMO swung his fist and threw a punch. Ouch! Huineng watched helplessly as a fist slammed into his nose bridge, instantly making his nose sting as tears and snot gushed out simultaneously. Completely focused, with all his concentration fixed on Jima, he had no defenses left against such a sudden move. Confusing radiance? Salvation powers? None of it seemed to affect Jima in the slightest. Disgusting. Ugh! GMO unleashed a flurry of punches, beating Huineng until his face was bruised and swollen, transforming his horse-like face into a pig's head. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was a monk, GMO would have broken his legs without hesitation. Huineng was as if struck by lightning, his entire body petrified, unable to utter a single word. He had encountered the first Waterloo of his career, and the psychological blow was devastating. What exactly is their cultivation level? A spirit emperor? Beyond spirit emperor? Unfathomably profound, utterly unfathomable indeed. "Mr. G, calm down. Let me drive this bald donkey away for you so he doesn't ruin your mood." Fan Jingxing walked over with a hoe, shoving Huineng out, while secretly giving Huineng a meaningful look. "Huineng, wise men know when to flee. Get out while you can, or your life's at risk. This is as far as I can help you, brother." Huineng was deeply moved. Truly, adversity reveals true friendship, and time tests the heart. "Good brother, you're truly loyal." He was just trying to seize the opportunity to make his escape, but his gaze accidentally fell upon Fan Jingxing's hoe, and instantly became glued to it. Legendary class hoe? It truly is a legendary hoe. Wasn't Fan Jingxing supposed to be a prisoner? How did he instead get such tremendous benefits? No wonder this bastard didn't care about his status and demeaned himself by doing farm work. Turns out there were huge benefits to be had. "Leave now, 'cause trouble here again, and you won't be let off lightly." GMO waved his hand, dismissing Huineng, but then he noticed something was off. The monk was staring at him with a strange, fixed gaze. "Mr. G, this old monk was wrong. I swear to reform my ways and become a better person. How about letting me atone by farming for you?" Huineng said pleadingly, apologizing with utmost sincerity. Fan Jingxing was instantly furious enough to swear. He had kindly saved Huineng's miserable life, yet this bald monk repaid kindness with enmity by trying to steal his livelihood. If Huineng also starts farming, wouldn't his legendary hoe be in jeopardy? No good deed goes unpunished. Had he known earlier, he'd have let Mr. G beat this shameless bald monk to death. Seeing Huineng's scrawny frame, GMO softened slightly and agreed. "Fine, the tools are in the forging room. Go get one yourself." "Got it." Huineng briskly ran in the direction Jima had pointed out. Fan Jingxing quietly sighed in relief. His hoe was safe. Curious, he caught up with Huineng, wanting to verify a bold conjecture in his mind. Entering the blacksmith's workshop, the two of them were instantly dumbstruck by the sight before their eyes. The modest forge was filled with farming tools of various kinds, all uniformly of legendary grade, their dazzling radiance nearly blinding the two men. Incredible, absolutely incredible. After muddling through most of their lives, they realized they might as well have lived those years as dogs. Only now did they truly understand what it meant to have their horizons broadened. "I've wasted the first half of my life," muttered the old monk. "After swindling so many people, my entire life savings aren't worth as much as a single farming tool here. Hu Weinan sighed with profound emotion, then excitedly pulled out a gleaming sickle with a cold glint and began showering it with ecstatic kisses. Seems like they both came from impoverished backgrounds. Getting this excited over decent farming tools, GMO mused. Watching their reactions, Jima felt a twinge of pride, suddenly realizing maybe he wasn't quite as poor as he'd thought. Then his heart overflowed with pity, and he flipped the mysterious turtle out from under the iron cauldron, saying, "Alright, little turtle, since you understand human nature, I won't stew you. From now on, you'll weed in loosened soil in the vegetable patch. I guarantee you'll have food and drink." The mysterious turtle nodded hurriedly, its heart finally settling back down from its throat. At last, it no longer had to fear being boiled into turtle soup. Then, the turtle burrowed into the vegetable garden, its bubble-like eyes gleaming brightly. My heavens, these vegetables, they're all treasure herbs. Even the wild weeds growing here contain unimaginable spiritual energy. Thinking about the task Jima assigned him weeding the grass, Xian'eo was so excited he nearly fainted. This was no menial labor, it was a divine gift, a stroke of fortune. Master Ji, from now on, I, Xian'eo, will be your most loyal turtle grandson. At this moment, all resentment Xian'eo held toward Jima evaporated. He even wished he could cling to Jima's leg and call him Grandpa. Chapter 30. Beware of those around you, good for nothing. The long-dormant Sky Wolf gang has made new moves once again. The Netherworld ancestor, sensing the tremors from the White Emperor's tomb, could no longer restrain himself. He ordered Tian Xiong to investigate and pinpoint the tomb's location. Upon receiving the command, Tian Xiong wasted no time. He dispatched his men to gather intelligence and investigate every lead. The information reported below gave Tian Xiong an unexpected gain. The location of the White Emperor's tomb had a courtyard built upon it. The owner of the courtyard was a young man named GMO. Moreover, Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong had once visited GMO together. These clues, when connected together, suddenly became crystal clear. This person named GMO was undoubtedly the mastermind who had reduced him to his current miserable state, Mr. G. Ah, you damn G, I've finally found you. Tian Xiong's beard and hair bristled with rage as he threw his head back and roared with laughter. This time, he would chop GMO into 8 pieces, extract his living soul, and torture it 100 times over. Tian Xiong, brimming with furious rage, made no attempt to conceal his overwhelming murderous intent. Without delay, he set off from the headquarters of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, flying straight toward Jimo's location. Along the way, chaos ensued, chickens scattered, dogs barked, and people trembled in fear. Many wondered who had been foolish enough to provoke someone as ruthless and bloodthirsty as Tian Xiong. Such a person was surely doomed to a horrific fate. Before long, Tian Xiong had arrived above Jimo's courtyard. Cloaked in swirling black mist, his face twisted into a vicious snarl like a beast ready to pounce on its prey. Today, I shall leave no rooster crowing nor dog barking alive. Tian Xiong let out a furious roar as his late-stage spirit emperor aura erupted without restraint. His eyes blazed with crimson light as he descended like a falling meteor, unleashing a devastating stomp. Several gazes in the courtyard turned toward the sky. Another fool seeking death. Tianping merely glanced before withdrawing his gaze, utterly indifferent. Fan Jingxing, Hu Weining, and the demon Xian'eo all wore icy sneers. Who in the world would have the audacity to dare declare such slaughter, leaving neither fowl nor dog alive? Seeing it was merely a spirit emperor realm cultivator, his smile instantly grew colder. All of you must die. Though Tian Xiong noticed the humans and demons on the ground, he didn't take them seriously. In this godforsaken backwater, he was the absolute ruler who could possibly intimidate him. Black mist surged beneath his feet, coalescing into an enormous foot that seemed intent on crushing everything beneath it into smithereens. Xian'eo was the first to lose his temper. Ever since being trampled under Jimo's foot, he had secretly vowed never to tolerate being stepped on by anyone other than GMO. Fan Jingxing and Hui Nan were no pushovers either. How could they endure such humiliation? And thus, 3 formidable and overwhelming auras erupted in full force. At the same time, icy cold killing intent sharp as blades firmly locked onto Tian Xiong. Soul Sovereign, TH3. Tian Xiong paled in terror, unable to comprehend why 3 Soul Sovereign realm experts had appeared here. And when he clearly saw who these 3 individuals were, he felt his scalp tingling and nearly wet himself in fright. The 1,000-year-old black tortoise of Floating Leap Mountain, Xian'eo. Fan Jingxing, the one who could slaughter an entire city in one strike, leaving no trace behind. And lastly, that evil monk Hui Nang, whose single word could snatch away souls. These 3 were all formidable figures with the piercing gaze of wolves and hawks. Compared to them, Tian Xiong was nothing more than a puny little brother. The mere thought of daring to raise a hand against these 3 made Tian Xiong's scalp tingle with terror, realizing he'd been lighting a lamp in the outhouse, practically begging for death. Senior masters, this is all a misunderstanding, just a big misunderstanding. Tian Xiong hastily reined in his aura, not daring to let the slightest trace of killing intent show. He stood as meek as a lamb, barely daring to breathe. How could our people be so incompetent, failing to detect that these 3 formidable figures had appeared here? After we return, immediately execute those responsible for gathering intelligence. A misunderstanding? Didn't you declare you'd leave none alive, not even chickens or dogs? Go ahead and make your move then. Xian'ao chewed leisurely on grass roots as he spoke in a leisurely tone. He was still seething with resentment. How dare Tian Xiong try to step on him? Absolutely unforgivable. This junior wouldn't dare. It's all a misunderstanding. I came here seeking revenge on a fellow named GMO, never intending to offend you three esteemed seniors, Tian Xiong hurriedly explained, lowering his posture to the utmost. Thinking to himself that he had given them enough face, he believed the three before him surely wouldn't make things difficult for him now. Little did he know that not explaining might have been better. Now everything was completely screwed. The temperature seemed to drop instantly as Fan Jingxing's group all darkened their expressions. What? This guy actually wants revenge against Mr. G? Calling Mr. G kid? You've really got a death wish, haven't you? Young man, you're asking for it. Fan Jingxing stepped forward, patted Tian Xiong's shoulder, then suddenly exerted force. He slapped him so hard he sent him sprawling to the ground. The mysterious turtle leaped up, smashing its hard shell heavily onto Tian Xiong's stomach. Seemingly addicted to the act, it smashed several times in succession before exhaling excitedly with satisfaction. Truth be told, the feeling of smashing someone was truly delightful. But Tian Xiong vomited blood profusely, feeling as if all his internal organs had been displaced. The excruciating pain contorted his face into a grimacing mask. These old bastards have no martial ethics, resorting to dirty tricks utterly shameless. But he dared not voice his anger, as they had at least shown some restraint during the attack and held back their full strength, otherwise he wouldn't be alive now. You reckless fool! How dare an insignificant ant like you offend Master G? Huining slapped Tian Xiong across the face with such force that several of his molars went flying. This monk is unworthy of being a clergyman, devoid of any compassion, and turns out to be the most ruthless one. Mr. G? Tian Xiong was shocked. How could even these three old monsters address him as Mr. G? Just who exactly is this GMO? Then, he felt himself splitting apart. Could this Mr. G be his destined nemesis? Why was he always so thoroughly overpowered by him? Every time he got involved with him, the outcome was miserable. Tian Xiong truly wanted to know just what kind of background did GMO have? What's going on? So noisy. Hearing the commotion, GMO stepped out of the house. Mr. G, this young fool who knows no bounds has come to cause you trouble. Fan Jingxing scurried over and explained obsequiously. Honestly, Mr. G is noble and heroic with unshakable principles. How dare this wretch plot against you? He's utterly wicked and unforgivable. Huining opened his mouth, his words dripping with honey as he fervently lavished praise. The mysterious turtle shook its head, itching to join in but remembering its identity as an old turtle, could only sigh and turn away, angrily munching on grass instead. Seeing this, Tianping immediately felt his status threatened. Those two were masters at flattery. What could he do about it now? GMO glanced at Tian Xiong, vaguely recalling their brief encounter. The man's cold, lifeless aura had left a deep impression on him. Tian Xiong also examined GMO with curiosity, his face full of confusion. A mere mortal? Something wasn't right. How could a mortal command such respect from Fan Jingxing and the other two, even being addressed as sir by them? GMO couldn't understand why Tian Xiong was picking a fight with him. Could it simply be because he had looked at him one time too many, and the man had been holding a grudge all this time, deliberately coming back for revenge? But he didn't want to figure it out either, because there was no need. Let him go, no need to argue with a dead man, Jima said calmly. The humans and demons around were perplexed. Although Tian Xiong had been injured, his wounds were by no means fatal, so why would Mr. Jima call him a dead man? Of course, everyone wisely kept silent, for the words of an expert must carry deeper meaning. Tian Xiong didn't expect GMO to let him off, which came as quite a surprise. Was this man's heart really so magnanimous as to bear no grudge against him? Or did he have some hidden agenda? GMO stared at Tian Xiong's darkened brow and sighed. Be wary of those close to you. Good luck. Chapter 31, A Mortal World Immortal? I won't spare any of you. Once I release the 9 Abyss Ancestor, every last one of you will die. Tian Xiong staggered out of the courtyard, wiping filth from his face as he shot one last murderous glare behind him. Though GMO had spared his life, Tian Xiong showed no gratitude. Instead, he was already plotting revenge. This kind of person is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, cold-blooded and heartless. Tian Xiong arrived full of bluster, then scurried away in humiliating defeat, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Various factions rushed to investigate, desperate to uncover the truth of the matter. Tian Xiong proceeded with extreme caution the entire way, trembling with fear lest someone ambush and kill him midway. Fortunately, his lingering intimidation still held sway, preventing anyone from daring to attack recklessly, allowing him to escape safely back to the Sky Wolf Gang. Tian Xiong summoned Ma Ping, deciding to have him escort him to seek out the 9 Nether Ancestor for an audience. He was severely injured and needed treatment urgently. Once the Brahma Heaven sect and the Profound Water Pavilion learned of the news, they would surely take action. The Sky Wolf gang was no longer a safe place. At this moment, only the Nine Nether Ancestor could swiftly heal his injuries and had the capability to ensure his safety. That GMO, is he truly so formidable as to injure my foster father this severely? Ma Peng's face was full of concern as he stepped forward to examine Tian Xiong's injuries. Unfathomably powerful. We mustn't linger here. Escort me to see the patriarch immediately. Still trembling with lingering fear, Tian Xiong refused to elaborate further, his only thought being to seek the protection of Netherworld Patriarch and survive this calamity first. Helping Tian Xiong up despite his severe injuries, Ma Peng's lips curled into a chilling smile. Foster father, don't worry. I'll take you to see our ancestor right now, by bringing your corpse. No longer concealing his true nature, Ma Peng revealed his ugly face as he plunged a dagger into Tian Xiong's heart. Peng why? Tian Xiong tightly grasped Ma Peng's arm, his face ashen with disbelief. He couldn't fathom that the person he trusted most would betray him to death. At this moment, he finally understood the special meaning behind Jima's words. Let him go. There's no need to argue with a dead man. Beware of those around you. Watch your back. It turns out that GMO had foreseen all this and kindly warned me. But I didn't believe him. GMO possesses unfathomable, godlike abilities. How pitiful and ridiculous it is that I kept wanting to oppose such a transcendent being. Tian Xiong was filled with regret, but alas, it was too late for everything now. Godfather, don't blame your child. The Netherworld Ancestor promised that if I eliminate you, everything will be mine. Ma Peng finally got his wish and laughed wildly. Ha! You actually believe that old ghost's nonsense? Making deals with demons never ends well. Listen to me, stay away from the Nine Nether Ancestor if you want to live. Tian Xiong exhausted his last vestiges of vitality to leave Ma Peng with this warning, then unwillingly breathed his last. A man's words are kind when death is near. He truly had Ma Peng's best interests at heart, but clearly Ma Peng wouldn't take it to heart. Tian Xiong's tragic death and Ma Peng's rise to power caused a sensation when the news spread. Upon receiving the news, Lin Zhan and Xiao Surong immediately mobilized their forces and launched a full-scale attack on the Tianlang gang. However, the Tianlang gang's headquarters was already deserted. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find where Ma Peng had taken the gang's thousands of members. After that, the mysterious disappearances of cultivators also ceased to occur. People only realized later that it was all the work of the Sky Wolf gang. But alas, it was too late to seek revenge. Inside Jimo's courtyard, the three men Qian Ao, Fan Jingxing, and Hui Neng working the fields gathered together with sorrowful expressions to chat. Did you hear? Tian Xiong is dead. Mr. Ji's words truly came to pass. Huainan whispered quietly, his face still bearing traces of fear. He remembered when Jima had said Tian Xiong was a dead man. Back then he hadn't understood, but now the terrifying realization crept upon him. Jima had predestined Tian Xiong's death in advance. Such methods were unheard of, utterly terrifying. Fan Jingxing swallowed hard before hesitantly speculating. Could this be the legendary words become reality ability? Speaking divine words to enact laws as an immortal's means, could it be that Master Ji has descended from the upper realm? The mystic turtle waved its claws, pointing toward the heavens. At this, the three fell into silence. The more they discussed, the more they felt GMO was as vast as the ocean, unfathomably deep. Huainan clasped his hands together in prayer, chanting a Buddhist invocation, and said, minor hermits hide in mountains and forests, greater hermits in bustling markets, and divine hermits within the mortal world. This old monk suspects Master Ji cultivates the great Tao of the mortal world, destined to attain the peerless Tao fruit of a mortal immortal. That makes sense. How laughable for Hong Qian to assume Mr. Ji came for the White Emperor's tomb. With his wealth and status, why would he covet such trifling treasures? No, Mr. Ji is playing a far greater game. Fan Jingxing's face was filled with reverence, his mind weaving grand assumptions until his admiration for GMO surged like an endless, mighty river. Hee, let's keep a low profile and get rich quietly. We'll just pretend we know nothing and treat our master as an ordinary person, just do our part well and that's enough. Tian Peng somehow wedged himself among the three of them and voiced his opinion. Absolutely right. The four exchanged glances, each secretly calculating their own schemes with minds working furiously. Four idiots. Watching the four fools from a distance, the Nine Transformation Heavenly Silkworm wore an expression of utter disdain and sighed, you're all still far too naive. GMO inside the house rubbed his nose and looked out the window, seeing the grinning humans and animals gathered together, feeling a warmth growing in his heart. Having lived alone for 8 years, his heart too had been lonely. Now that life was gradually filling the courtyard, his heart felt immense joy. He realized he was slowly beginning to integrate into this world. Within the valley, Hong Qian Tu and the others gathered once more, sighing and lamenting. Last time all our allies were still gathered together, now 3 are missing. Those 3 old brothers are living in such hardship, it's barely a life fit for humans. Shen Ao used to love swallowing creatures alive, feasting on big chunks of meat, but now he's gnawing on roots all day, probably just skin and bones now, nothing left but his turtle shell. Brother Fan Jingxing, who used to have such fair and delicate skin, has been weathered by sun and wind till he's almost black as charcoal. Master Huaining has it even worse. After all, he was once the leader of a major sect. Now he's spending his days plowing fields and growing vegetables. How will he ever face his thousands of disciples again? The group exchanged the rumors they'd each gathered, their expressions growing increasingly grim. They were all allies, like grasshoppers tied to the same string. Witnessing their comrades in such dire straits, they felt the pain as if it were their own, their hearts filled with sorrow. Hong Qiantu was especially overwhelmed with guilt. "It's all my fault," he said. "I should have stopped our 3 old brothers back then. Knowing how vicious the GMO could be, how could I just stand by and watch them leap into the fire pit?" Someone posed the question, "What other good strategies do we have now to deal with that GMO? Whether we can save Xian'ao and the other 2 is one thing, but we can't just stand aside and do nothing. All parties have invested vast manpower and resources for the White Emperor's tomb. How can we simply hand it over for nothing? In my opinion, there's no need to worry too much. Let's gather all our forces and strike GMO with a thunderous blow." At this moment, a voice brimming with boundless killing intent came from afar. Chapter 32, The Most Vicious and Insidious Scheme. A woman could be seen riding a sword through the air, speeding toward them. Her skin was as white as snow, with phoenix-like eyebrows and bright eyes, her dark hair fluttering in the wind like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Disciple Tang Shui of Lingshu's sword sect pays respect to all esteemed seniors. The woman landed in the valley, sheathed her sword, and bowed with proper etiquette. Originally, the Lingshu sword sect was supposed to send an elder for these negotiations. However, the sect had recently discovered a rare genius possessing both sword valor and zither heart, and all the elders were preoccupied with instructing this extraordinary disciple, leaving none willing to undertake this task. Since Tang Shui happened to be in Baisho town at the time, the responsibility naturally fell upon her. "Does nephew Tang truly represent Lingshu sword sect?" Hong Qiantu inquired. "All matters concerning the White Emperor's tomb are under my sole authority. I propose we mobilize every available resource and declare war," Tang Shui declared, her voice laced with lethal intent. The assembled crowd exchanged uneasy glances, withholding immediate endorsement. Could the Lingshu sword sect be trying to take this chance to kill Huaining and Fan Jingxing? Someone raised doubts. If war breaks out, GMO would undoubtedly make Huaining and the others his first targets. This is clearly using another's blade to kill. Everyone present knew Fan Jingxing had old grievances with the Lingshu sword sect, while Huaining had once converted one of their sword prodigies to Buddhism. Even a fool could guess the Lingshu sword sect intends to hit them when they're down. As for the mysterious tortoise, being a demon beast, its life or death held no significance to the Lingshu sword sect. Honored seniors, this junior offers some humble suggestions. Whether they are feasible will be entirely at your discretion. Tang Shui neither admitted nor denied anything, offering no explanation whatsoever. Once more, the group deliberated but still failed to reach any conclusion. If a fight breaks out, Huaining and the other 2 are definitely done for, and Jima's true capabilities remain unknown. Who knows what price they'd have to pay. Worst case scenario, a few more people present might get dragged into the mess. For their own interests' sake, aside from Lingshu's sword sect, no other faction dared to rashly suggest starting a fight. In the end, it was Hong Qiantu who proposed sending someone to negotiate with Jima again, waiting to decide based on the outcome. The proposal was unanimously approved. Then, Hong Qiantu nearly slapped his own face in frustration when everyone unanimously recommended him as the negotiation representative. Damn it all. Wasn't this just lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet? Old Hong, the decision between war and peace now rests entirely on you. Go in peace. After all, it's said that during war, envoys are never harmed. Surely GMO won't do anything to you. Seeming to notice Hong Qiantu's unease, everyone quickly offered words of comfort. These people were all talk without understanding the stakes. As long as they were safe, they didn't care if others perished. This junior is willing to accompany Elder Hong on this journey. Tang Shui spoke up, seemingly unaware of the danger as she volunteered to walk into peril herself. Actually, she was just curious and wanted to meet GMO. Hearing this, Hong Qiantu was deeply moved. This truly reflected the fickleness of human relationships. As Hong Qiantu gazed at Tang Shui, he felt warmth in his heart and resolved that if there were any dangers on this journey, he would protect her safety even at the cost of his own life. Under Hong Qiantu's lead, the 2 arrived in front of GMO's courtyard. This GMO is utterly inhuman, humiliating my 3 old brothers like this. Watching the scene within the courtyard, Hong Qiantu bristled with fury, itching to take action and rescue them immediately. Within the courtyard walls, one could see. The black tortoise revealed its true form as the mystic turtle, chewing mouthfuls of wild grass from the ground, even swallowing the roots along with the dirt and gravel. Fan Jingxing and Huaining were equally miserable, toiling bare-chested under the scorching sun, sweat pouring down like rain as they hoed the fields, and seemingly driven by extreme hunger, the two gulped down well water frantically every now and then to stave off hunger. How wretched could they be? These mighty spirit venerables, once so noble and esteemed, were now humiliated in barely surviving under the devilish oppression of GMO. Cowardly fearmongers. Tang Shui felt not an ounce of sympathy, as Fan Jingxing and Huineng were both enemies of the Lingshu sword sect. Moreover, as powerful cultivators, how could they choose to crawl and survive in disgrace? It was utterly contemptible. Given Tang Shui's unyielding nature, where she'd rather break than bend, choosing death over surrender, she held nothing but disdain for those three. Something's not right. Hong Qiantu couldn't help but grow suspicious. Judging by Xian Ao and Fan Jingxing's temperaments, they weren't the type to fear death. There must be something more to this. It must be that scoundrel GMO, forcing them with some underhanded methods, Hong Qiantu declared with absolute certainty. At the thought of it, Hong Qiantu's fury burned even hotter as he roared, "GMO, show yourself." Naturally, he didn't dare enter the courtyard recklessly, fearing he might fall into some trap, so he could only arrange to meet Jima outside for negotiations. No matter what, Hong Qiantu decided he would fish Fan Jingxing and the other two out first. "You old geezer really never give up your wicked schemes." GMO recognized Hong Qiantu's voice and immediately appeared. The moment GMO showed himself, Tang Shui's delicate and elegant face was filled with astonishment, then blossomed into a radiant smile as she rushed straight toward him. "Tang Shizhi, it's dangerous. You mustn't enter the courtyard." Hong Qiantu was startled and wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. His heart leapt to his throat as he channeled all his spiritual energy, ready to intervene immediately if Tang Shui faced any danger. But what happened next left him utterly petrified. Rather than attacking GMO, Tang Shui, hands and feet together, she threw herself into Jimo's arms, clinging to him tightly like a koala. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. But something even more shocking happened. "You bastard, do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you?" Tang Shui clung desperately to GMO, burying her face in his chest as if afraid he might vanish. Not just others, even Jimo's mind was buzzing with confusion. "What's going on? Am I being publicly molested here?" In the distance, Huining exclaimed in amazement, "What kind of immortal technique is Mr. G using? It's 10,000 times more powerful than my salvation mantra." The salvation mantra was Huining's supernatural ability to convert others, but it merely influenced people's beliefs, making them worship and follow him. It couldn't make someone throw themselves into his arms willingly. That young lady seems to be Tang Shui from the Lingshu sword sect, who's highly likely to become the sect's next leader. Yet she was subdued by just a glance from Mr. G. His strength is truly beyond comprehension. Fan Jingxing's admiration for GMO reached its pinnacle. He lamented in his heart that if he could learn even 10,000th of Master G's skills, he wouldn't have remained single for 250 years. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could our master possibly use divine powers on a mere woman?" Tianpeng corrected them. These fools never understood their master always identified as immortal, never employing the slightest bit of spiritual power, much less displaying divine abilities. "Tianpeng is right. This little girl is no ordinary maiden. She's most likely employing you humans' most vicious and unsolvable stratagem, the age-old, honey, trap." Old Turtle Xian Ao wore the smug expression of one who'd seen through everything long ago. "GMO, you beast, release Miss Tang this instant." At this moment, Hong Qiantu grew terribly anxious. Fearful that Tang Shui might come to harm, he steeled himself to charge forward recklessly and fight GMO to the death. But a single voice struck him like lightning, leaving him frozen in place. Chapter 33, Don't Ruin Our Peaceful Bliss. "Senior Hong, please don't come bother us." Tang Shui spoke, her voice carrying a hint of bashfulness. These very words forcibly halted Hong Qiantu's advance. So it's true after all, it really was a beauty trap. Huining stared at Xuanao, baffled by how this dim-witted turtle, ordinarily the dullest of them all, had suddenly become so shrewd, as if enlightenment had struck. Watching Xuanao incessantly chewing on wild grass, inspiration flashed through his mind. He immediately plucked several blades and stuffed them into his own mouth. "Oh wow, this smells amazing." Huining paid no heed to anything else, stuffing wild grass into his mouth and wolfing it down ravenously. "GMO, what exactly did you do to Miss Tang?" Hong Qiantu roared, convinced that Tang Shui must have fallen under Jimo's evil spell. How else could a young maiden utter such words? Moreover, the Lingshu sword sect rules were the strictest of all, making it utterly impossible for Tang Shui to throw herself at a man. This had to be all Jaimin's doing. "I didn't do anything. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm the victim here?" Jaimin raised both hands in protest, his body rigid with tension, not daring to move a muscle, paranoid that Tang Shui might falsely accuse him of being a lecher. He was the one who'd been wronged, yet somehow, he was the one being misunderstood. Where was justice in this world? The Lingshu sword sect must have uncovered Mr. G's background and deliberately set up this honey trap. What a cunning scheme indeed. Fan Jingxing sneered. These so-called righteous sects were all sanctimonious hypocrites, wearing one face in public while hiding another beneath. Then he noticed Hu Weining devouring grass in huge mouthfuls. Puzzled, he couldn't resist plucking a stalk and popping it into his own mouth. "Let me go right now, or I won't hold back anymore." Though holding soft jade in his arms, GMO wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. One misstep could ruin his reputation completely. He was still a bachelor after all. If rumors started spreading, how would he ever find a wife in the future? "Then promise me you won't run away?" Tang Shui finally let go, only then realizing how audacious her actions had been, pressing her entire body against GMO like that. How utterly embarrassing. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. Seeing this, Hong Qianta finally believed that Tang Shui wasn't bewitched by GMO. Yet from their words, it seemed there was something unspeakable between the two. "Miss Tang, could it be that GMO, that heartless scoundrel, took advantage of you and then turned his back without acknowledgement?" Hong Qiantu couldn't help but ask, glaring at GMO with eyes full of wrath, as if wishing to skin him alive. "What nonsense! I don't even know her. Don't try to pin this on me." Jima stared warily at Tang Shui and Hong Qiantu. He inwardly suspected these two were performing an elaborate scheme to frame him, coveting his family's property and land. "I actually heard you play the qin at Yuer's house before, and I've admired you ever since." Tang Shui explained the reason, her face growing redder as she spoke. Honestly, after just one meeting, how could she have thrown herself into his arms like that? In truth, Tang Shui was terrified that GMO might vanish again as he had the previous 2 times. That's why she reacted so impulsively. "Now calm down." The girl's maidenly shyness made her blush crimson, lowering her head to fiddle with her clothes hem while not daring to look directly at GMO. After a thorough explanation, the misunderstanding was resolved, leaving Hong Qiantu alone in utter disarray amidst the wind. Upon hearing that Yuer was precisely the one taken away by Tang Shui, GMO then invited her inside for tea, wishing to learn about Yuer's recent circumstances. After a long while, Hong Qianta finally snapped out of his daze. Now that GMO isn't here, it's the perfect time to rescue Xian'ao and the other two. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, he gathered his courage and entered the courtyard. "My brothers, you've suffered so much." Hong Qianta strode toward the 2 men and 1 demon who were chewing wild grass, unable to stop his eyes from welling up with tears. "What kind of life is this? Even eating grass tastes delicious, they must be starving." He frantically rummaged through his storage bag, pulling out roasted chicken, cured meat, and game a whole pile. "Eat, go on, eat. You look famished." Yet, the 3 of them barely blinked, still happily munching on wild grass. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you soon, to free you from this misery." Hong Qiantu pounded his chest while shoving food into the hands of the 3. "Old Hong, what are you doing? I considered you a friend, don't you dare harm me now." The profound tortoise flicked away Hong Qiantu's hand with a claw, making him take back all the food. Fan Jingxing's tone turned icy as well. "Old Hong, you don't understand. Go back, we don't need your rescue. Get them out? Are you kidding me? They wish they could stay here for the rest of their lives." But of course, there was no way to explain the reason to Hong Qiantu. Hong Qiantu continued to persuade, insisting on rescuing the 3 no matter what. Then he discovered that there were no restraining spells on the 3 of them, which left him somewhat puzzled. If their freedom wasn't restricted, why would they stay here to endure GMO's torment? "Before GMO notices, I'll take you away right now." Hong Qiantu resolved that even if he had to carry them by force, he would make these 3 leave. "Enough, Hong Qiantu. Get yourself sorted and mind your own business. Don't interfere with us enjoying our peaceful leisure." The 3 of them couldn't stand Hong Qiantu's incessant nagging any longer and bluntly told him to get lost. "I initially wanted to be polite, but this old Hong fellow is truly insufferable. Only a fool would leave. Staying with Master Ji is better than swapping places with the gods themselves. The greens we eat are spiritual herbs, the well water we drink is celestial nectar, legendary farming tools lie around for casual use, and at night, one can even comprehend the laws of heaven beneath that willow tree. Where else under heaven could one find such a wondrous place?" If not for their friendship with Hong Qiantu, the 3 men would have probably pinned him down and given him a thorough beating. "Have you gone mad? Biting the hand that feeds you, such ingratitude." Hong Qiantu couldn't believe it, calling this leisurely life enjoying blessings? Had everyone lost their minds? He'd gone out of his way to save them, yet these people were utterly ungrateful. "Try this." Too tired to argue, Fan Jingxing casually handed a blade of grass to Hong Qiantu. Considering Hong Qiantu's good intentions, he decided to give the man a helping hand. "You enjoy it. I'm not blessed enough to partake." Hong Qiantu stormed off with a flick of his sleeve. These 3 were willingly wallowing in degradation. But why should he stoop to their level? Eating wild grass for sustenance, how shameful would that sound if word got out? Old Hong was simply too short-sighted. He was the first to notice Mr. G's extraordinary qualities, but unfortunately, he failed to seize the opportunity. Xian'ao shook his head. The greatest fortune was laid before him, yet he didn't cherish it. "Can't blame us for that. Fan Jingxing believed he had already done everything possible. It was Hong Qiantu himself who failed to grasp the chance. Opportunities like these depend on one's own destiny. Had I not taken that extra glance at your hoe back then, even I might have bitterly missed this heaven-sent chance, Hu Weinong said sincerely. Hong Qiantu thought that Xian Ao and the other two had lost their minds. Little did he know that in their eyes, he was the foolish one. Miss Tang, come visit again when you're free. GMO opened the door and escorted Tang Shui out. The two conversed happily and seemed to get along quite well. Tang Shui was eager to forge a friendship, while GMO also wanted to curry favor with her in hopes that she'd take better care of you. As a result, their interactions went pleasantly. Hong Qiantu found this scene utterly displeasing. For some reason, he just couldn't stand GMO. No matter how he looked at him, it rubbed him the wrong way. But when his gaze fell upon Tang Shui, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Ah, how did you get?" Chapter 34, Are humans really this fast at reproduction? Got one already? This instantly sparked everyone's gossipy curiosity. Even Tianping, who'd been fast asleep in the chicken coop, suddenly stretched his neck to look over. It hasn't even been half an hour since they entered the room. How could this happen already? Is human reproduction really this fast? The three from Xuan'ao clan also secretly glanced over, their faces filled with shock. She really is. Of course, it wasn't pregnancy, but rather an aura. Tang Shui's body faintly radiated a trace of imperial majesty, proof she had already touched the threshold of the Spirit Emperor realm. Before entering the house, Tang Shui was only at the early stage of the Spirit King realm. Yet in such a short time, she had reached the peak of the Spirit King realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm. It was simply unbelievable. Everyone wanted to know what exactly had happened. What on earth did you do in there? Hong Qiantu repeatedly confirmed he wasn't seeing things and couldn't help but ask Tang Shui directly. At this moment, he also felt regret in his heart. Had he known earlier, he would have followed them inside. Perhaps he could have gained some benefits too. Nothing much, just drank tea and chatted. Don't know how it happened, but I accidentally broke through multiple times in a row. Tang Shui shrugged with an innocent expression, but the faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips and the unusual glimmer deep in her eyes proved that things were far from that simple. In truth, Tang Shui understood in her heart but chose not to speak of it, for the reality was too astonishing. Without personal experience, outsiders would never believe it. Master Ji is truly a hidden dragon. Henceforth, Lingshu's sword sect must never cross him. Tang Shui gazed at GMO with bashful eyes, her thoughts swirling. Breaking through multiple levels just like that, by accident? Hong Qiantu nearly choked on his own saliva in shock. What kind of joke is this? Since when has cultivation become as easy as drinking water or eating rice? Breaking through just by drinking tea and chatting? Who do you think you're fooling? Mr. G, perhaps we should also have some tea, chat a bit, and discuss how to divide things here. Hong Qiantu said with a shameless grin. Scram! If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. If it weren't for Tang Shui's sake, GMO would have already acted. Seeing GMO about to lose his temper, Hong Qiantu dared not linger any longer, pulling Tang Shui away hurriedly. With this negotiation failed, he had no idea how to explain it when he returned. Alas, back then it took me a full 50 years to advance from Spirit King to Spirit Emperor. Yet that Tang Shui achieved it in just half an hour. Fan Jingxing sighed deeply, filled with boundless emotion. Comparing people to others can truly be infuriating. It's all thanks to Mr. G's extraordinary methods. That girl being favored by Mr. G will have an immeasurable future ahead of her. Xianao's tone was dripping with sourness. Hu Weining's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. This is bad. I must quickly return those Lingshu sword sect disciples. Previously, Hu Weining had converted several Lingshu sword sect disciples, including even a sword prodigy, which created bad blood between him and the sect. Now, all he could think about was how to mend relations with the Lingshu sword sect. Fan Jingxing pondered carefully, and his face also turned pale. He too had quite a few grievances with the Lingshu sword sect. If Tang Shui ever became Jimo's woman and whispered a few words in his ear, wouldn't he be in for a world of trouble? They exchanged a glance, both seeing the panic in each other's hearts. In the valley, Hong Qiantu was utterly humiliated. I went all that way just to come back with my tail between my legs, having accomplished nothing. What a tremendous letdown. My Lingshu sword sect withdraws and will no longer contend for the White Emperor's tomb. Moreover, anyone who opposes Master Ji will be making an enemy of the Lingshu sword sect. After calmly delivering this statement, Tang Shui drifted away without another word. Would the Lingshu sword sect truly withdraw and abandon the White Emperor's treasure? Everyone couldn't believe it. How could such a tremendous opportunity be abandoned just like that? Tang Shui shook her head calmly. What was the White Emperor's treasure compared to this? She had already found the most precious treasure in the entire world. Only when they saw Tang Shui resolutely walking away did the crowd finally believe that the Lingshu sword sect had truly withdrawn. Soon after, the people surrounded Hong Qiantu, their gazes dark and unfriendly, demanding an explanation from him. Tang Shui was taken out by Hong Qiantu once, only to defect immediately. How could anyone accept this? It's GMO, that scoundrel used his handsome charms. Miss Tang was young and naive, falling right into his trap. Facing the furious crowd, Hong Qiantu felt his nerves fraying. He had no idea what exactly had happened either and could only make wild guesses. But these words carried no persuasive power and only served to anger the crowd even more. And so, the poor thousand-faced slaughterer was pinned to the ground and thoroughly taught a lesson. As for how to deal with GMO, they found themselves at another deadlock. No one dared to act recklessly again. This GMO was too bizarre, and everyone feared that if they made a move, they might be the next unlucky one in line. Stop fighting. I've come up with a brilliant plan. Hong Qiantu cried out while covering his head, genuinely having thought of a clever strategy. Unfortunately, no one was willing to listen at this point, and the blows only grew heavier. With no further disturbances, Jimo's life returned to its usual tranquility. But headaches followed closely, for the household had gained two voracious eaters. Fan Jingxing and Huaining seemed like hungry ghouls reborn, devouring everything in sight at every meal. While others measured their meals in bowls, these two counted by the bucketful. Even when stuffed to the throat, they'd still cram food into their mouths frenziedly. Who on earth could afford to keep such gluttons? Originally, GMO had intended to send the two away, but seeing them secretly nibbling wild grass in the shadows, he couldn't bring himself to be cruel. I have no choice but to expand the courtyard and plow some fields. GMO came up with a brilliant idea. After carefully planning in his mind, GMO drew a blueprint and handed it to Fan Jingxing and Huineng. The moment Fan Jingxing laid eyes on the blueprint, he was stunned. The Supreme 8 Trigrams formation. His mouth went dry, his entire body trembled in disbelief at what he was seeing. This was the legendary Supreme Immortal Formation, capable of anchoring heaven and earth, channeling the vital breath through mountains and marshes, and wielding the formidable power to command thunder and wind. If this formation could be successfully laid out, it would be enough to sweep through the entire profound spirit realm. Such a priceless treasure was casually thrust into Fan Jingxing's hands by GMO, startling him so much that he nearly fainted on the spot. Although Huineng had no knowledge of formations, just a single glance at the diagram made his head roar with noise, nearly exploding on the spot. It was terrifying. Just looking at the diagram had such an effect. If the formation were completed, its power would be unimaginable. Both their faces were filled with astonishment. Was Mr. G planning to abandon his low-profile demeanor and dominate the world? Can you understand this? Just follow the diagram. Jimu inquired. The blueprint divided the courtyard layout into 8 sections according to the Bagua configuration, with every detail clearly marked: where to plant vegetables, where to cultivate crops. This lowly one is but a dullard. Fan Jingxing's face burned with shame. Though his mastery of formations had reached grandmaster level, he was truly incapable of laying out such an immense array. Even the formation diagrams, he could comprehend barely 1% of them. The rest were utterly inscrutable, far beyond his grasp. Something this simple, and you still can't understand? GMO shook his head and patiently began explaining to the two of them. 1 for Qian, 2 for Dioi, 3 for Li, 4 for Jin, 5 for Sun, 6 for Can, 7 for Zhen, 8 for Kun. The 8 trigrams intertwine, counting the past flows with the current, knowing the future moves against it. As GMO continued speaking, heaven and earth subtly responded, with celestial flowers cascading from the sky and golden lotus blossoms surging from the ground. A miraculous phenomenon manifested, shaking the entire world. Chapter 35, Hong Qiantu's Bitter Regret. The sky above was adorned with resplendent radiance, as countless flowers of the great Tao bloomed across the firmament, transforming into brilliant sparks of fireworks. Beneath Jima's feet, clusters of law runes condensed into lotus flowers, spreading outward in all directions. Fan Jingxing and Huaining listened with intoxicated rapture, wholly immersed in the spectacle. The ninefold heavenly silkworm, the celestial rock, the mystic turtle, and an entire pond of dragonfish all entered states of profound enlightenment, enveloped by boundless Tao rhythms as countless insights flooded their minds. Celestial blossoms scatter, golden lotuses surge from the earth. Who on earth could trigger such extraordinary phenomena between heaven and earth? All cultivators in the profound spirit realm were astonished. Since losing connection with the upper realm 10,000 years ago, such a spectacle had not been witnessed for millennia. What on earth is going on here? Had deities from the upper realm descended? Has another peerless talent finally achieved the Tao? This sight filled countless mighty cultivators with joy, for they glimpsed new hope of breaking through the shackles that bind them. The golden age of the profound spirit realm is upon us. A spirit emperor gazed at the sky, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Meanwhile, a supreme cultivator silently calculated heavenly secrets, his gaze turning southward. The celestial anomaly's epicenter lies in the southern domain. How could such a formidable expert emerge from those barbaric lands? As all knew, the profound spirit world was divided into 5 continents and 4 oceans, with the southern domain being the most barren of all, a veritable wasteland. And now, the anomaly had occurred in the southern domain, shocking everyone. Instantly, the entire profound spirit world was thrown into upheaval, as major factions dispatched their elites to the southern domain, aiming to uncover the identity of that peerless powerhouse. GMO explained for a while, then suddenly stopped. Infuriating. Here he was, teaching with such earnestness, and these two idiots actually fell asleep. Two damned fools, unbearably stupid. Furious, GMO kicked Fan Jingxing and Huineng each once before storming back into his room to sleep. He slept soundly, but the entire world had already been turned upside down by his actions. The moment GMO returned to his room, the courtyard began shimmering incessantly with radiant light. First, Tianpeng broke through his realm, stepping into the spirit venerable stage. His body grew significantly larger, his black feathers gleaming with dark radiance, while golden runes shimmered in his eyes, extraordinarily divine. In the pond, schools of dragon carp leaped forth, with surges of dragon chi steaming upward. Amidst the shimmering ripples, faint silhouettes of young drakes could be seen in constant transformation. The dragon carp's dragon bloodline grew even purer, evolving toward the form of drakes. Xian'eo, Fan Jingxing, and Huineng all experienced a dramatic surge in power, advancing to the late-stage spirit venerable realm. This realization was truly worth 100 years of their strenuous cultivation. Yet Fan Jingxing and Huineng showed no joy of breakthroughs, rather, their faces were twisted in bitterness, as if they had swallowed a green-headed fly. What had they just heard? Mr. G scolded them as stupid donkeys, utterly incorrigible. Though they considered their cultivation talents to be 1 in 10,000 among humans, being seen as donkeys in Gmo's eyes filled them with unbearable shame. It's all my fault for being so foolish. If only I were a bit more talented, I would surely have transcended the mundane and attained the sage spirit realm by now. Fan Jingxing was filled with deep regret, feeling that he had squandered Gmo's earnest efforts in nurturing him. Then, he discovered that the formation diagram hadn't been taken away by GMO, and only then did a look of joy appear on his face. This must be Master G giving me a chance. As long as I work hard to construct the primordial 8 trigrams formation, Master G won't drive me away. Huineng also felt a strong sense of crisis. How could he prove his worth and make Mr. G keep him around? Over the years, he had amassed a vast collection of spiritual treasures and materials. Now, he decided to pull out all the stops and collaborate with Fan Jingxing to construct the primordial Bagua formation. To avoid scorn from GMO, the two spared no effort, pouring all their energy, even their life savings, into the project. After being thoroughly beaten, Hong Qiantu was ostracized. Disheartened and disillusioned, he became much more subdued. He didn't dare spy on GMO anymore, yet still noticed something unusual. Fan Jingxing and Huineng stopped farming and switched to land reclamation instead. Something was off. These two seemed to be up to something, a massive project that would consume endless resources. Hong Qiantu discreetly inquired and learned that Fan Jingxing was bulk purchasing various array materials while Huineng had completely emptied his sex treasuries. Have these two gone completely mad? Not only are they serving GMO like slaves, but now they're even throwing their entire fortunes into it? Hong Qiantu couldn't fathom what vile methods GMO had used to make these two so utterly devoted to him. As his investigations continued, his shock only grew deeper. Fan Jingxing and Huineng's cultivation levels had surprisingly surged by 2 minor realms, reaching the late-stage spirit venerable realm. They were evenly matched before, but now they're left far behind. And that Tianpeng actually became a demon venerable too. A weakling he could casually crush before now stood on equal footing with him in strength. Can anyone tell me what the hell happened? Hong Qiantu tugged at his own hair, racking his brains until they nearly burst, yet still couldn't figure out the answer. But upon closer reflection, some clues seemed to emerge. It appeared that those who befriended GMO all received tremendous benefits. First Lin Zhan and Xiao Siron, then Tianpeng, Tang Shui, Xian'eo, and others, without exception, each encountered extraordinary fortunes after coming into contact with GMO. Old Hong, you don't understand. Don't ruin our peaceful enjoyment. Hong Qiantu carefully recalled his conversation with the 3 Xian'eo members, then suddenly trembled as belated realization struck him. Could it be that the source of all this was actually Gmo? Was he truly a peerless master living in seclusion here? At the thought of this, Hong Qiantu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, feeling an intense pang in his aged heart. If this were truly the case, wouldn't that mean he had missed an earth-shaking opportunity? To confirm his suspicions, Hong Qiantu took advantage of the dark and windy night to secretly rummage through the construction waste discarded from Gmo's yard. He pulled out a withered yellow grass root and, suppressing his disgust, placed it in his mouth. With just one chew, his mouth instantly filled with the juice's tantalizing sweetness. A thick surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded through his 8 extraordinary meridians, drawing an involuntary groan of pleasure from his lips. No wonder the 3 from Xuan'ao were grazing all day. This isn't wild grass at all, but genuine spirit herbs. Then his fingers brushed against something even more remarkable, strange moisture within the soil itself. Nectar of immortals. Hong Qiantu nearly cried out loud. How could such a treasure be used to water the ground? What a waste of heavenly treasures. No longer caring about dignity or appearances, he burrowed into the garbage pile, searching for spiritual liquid and roots to devour. "Hey, isn't that old Hong? What are you doing eating dirt?" The mysterious turtle emerged from the earth, its claws sweeping through the soil and scattering rocks everywhere. During the day, the mysterious turtle remained an ordinary, unremarkable creature. Only at night could it employ its abilities to move piles of construction debris. The successful deployment of the primordial 8 trigrams formation owed much to this 1,000-year-old turtle, master of Earth's power. When the mysterious turtle surfaced, it was startled, come face to face with an old acquaintance, no less. Hong Qianta's aged face flushed crimson as he clumsily wiped his mouth. "Don't be embarrassed, I munch on wild grass every day too," Xian Ao said self-deprecatingly, though he didn't mock Hong Qiantu. "Brother Xian Ao, please show me the proper path forward." Hong Qianta fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself before Xian Ao on the spot. Chapter 36, I got careless and failed to dodge. The next day, Hong Qiantu arrived early at Jimo's courtyard, bare-chested and carrying a large bundle of thorns on his back. Without uttering a word, he immediately knelt down in worship upon the ground. This was the guidance from Xian Ao last night. Xian Ao said that GMO might seem cold on the outside but was warm-hearted and kind, and as long as one sincerely admitted their mistakes, they would surely be forgiven. Just like how the three of them initially came with the intention of harming GMO. Yet in the end, not only did GMO not hold it against them, but he also repaid their malice with kindness, bestowing them with tremendous fortune. And so, this scene of carrying brambles to plead for forgiveness unfolded. To demonstrate his sincerity, Hong Qianta sealed his own spiritual power, reverting to an ordinary man, his back lacerated and bloodied by the thorns. Here was an elderly man in his 70s, gray-haired and stripped bare, carrying thorns to atone, who wouldn't be moved and softened by such a sight. "Stop kneeling, go." Tianpeng sauntered out with an arrogant swagger, as if he owned the place. "I've come to apologize to Mr. G. Until he forgives me, I won't get up from my knees," Hong Qiantu declared resolutely, his tone unwavering. This time he was going all out, no matter what. He had to secure GMO's forgiveness, then figure out a way to ease tensions with GMO. Who knows, maybe I can even score the same perks as Fan Jingxing and the others. Those three live large every day, feasting on spirit herbs and drinking spirit brews. Hong Qiantu was practically green with envy. Kneeling non-stop? Now that's a real man. Tianpeng gave a thumbs up, especially when he saw fresh blood gushing from Hong Qiantu's back. He couldn't help but feel impressed. This guy was truly ruthless. But you've chosen the wrong time. Our master left early this morning and likely won't return for at least 10 days to half a month, Tianpeng said impassively. Clearly, the master must be unwilling to forgive Hong Qiantu, hence his deliberate absence. Humph, if only he'd known this day would come. A weather vane like Hong Qiantu doesn't deserve forgiveness. Ah, Mr. G has left. Hong Qiantu was dumbfounded. Should he keep kneeling or not? Not kneeling would seem insincere, coming back to apologize later probably wouldn't work then. Kneeling here, who knows when GMO might return. If it really takes 10 days to half a month, he'd likely bleed to death before then. To make his suffering appear convincingly dire, he'd deliberately inflicted severe wounds on his back. Specially treated to hinder healing, the injuries continuously seeped blood. This must be Master G's test for me. With grim resolve, Hong Qianta clenched his teeth and made his decision. Spare the child and you won't catch the wolf. As long as GMO's forgiveness could be obtained, it would be a bloody good deal no matter the cost. And none of this was actually GMO's test to begin with. GMO hadn't left to avoid Hong Qiantu, he'd genuinely gone out on business, heading toward the heaven-reaching mountains. Carrying a basket on his back and a firewood chopper at his waist, he hummed a tune as he ventured deep into the mountain range. Dr. G, stay on the outskirts and whatever you do, don't venture deep into the mountain range. Along the way, they encountered an elderly hunter who kindly warned GMO. Lately, for some unknown reason, the celestial mountains have been plagued by beast tides, claiming the lives of many mountain villagers. Even hunters now dare only to operate on the outer fringes of the range. Thank you, uncle. I'll just gather some wild mountain tea and come right back. It'll be fine. GMO thanked the old hunter, though he didn't pay it much mind. He often traveled through the Skirich Mountains yet never encountered any significant danger. Even when encountering wild beasts, they were merely game delivered to his doorstep. After GMO left, the old hunter scratched his head, deep in thought. There aren't any wild tea plants in those mountains at all? Wait, no. If memory serves, legends passed down through generations speak of an immortal tea tree growing deep within the Skirich Mountains. But it's just a legend, no one has ever actually seen it. Could Physician G possibly be going to pick the legendary immortal tea? Hey, Physician G, come back. That immortal tea is merely a legend, don't take it seriously, or you'll risk your life for nothing. The old hunter shouted urgently, but amidst the dense mountain forests, GMO had already gone too far to hear. It's over, Dr. G might not make it back this time. The old hunter could only sigh and pray in his heart, hoping heaven would watch over the virtuous. In the crevice of a giant boulder, a plant with 9 flowers and 9 leaves swayed mischievously. The celestial peaks haven't been peaceful lately, I better hide well. These days, men's hearts aren't what they used to be. Everyone lusts after my precious form, mustn't let those greedy scoundrels find me. This is an aged wild ginseng, impossible to tell how many years it's lived. The roots beneath the soil have fully taken human form, with complete limbs and even facial features so lifelike it resembles a tiny infant. It surveyed its surroundings, certain this spot was secluded enough to be perfectly safe. With boulders providing cover and its natural ability to conceal itself, there was almost no risk of being discovered. A small wild ginseng. A bit tiny, but should make decent soup. Just as the ginseng thought it was safe and sound, a voice suddenly rang out, while footsteps grew steadily clearer from afar. Oh, little mountain ginseng, that definitely can't be me. I've lived 9,999 years, I'm undoubtedly the supreme ginseng king of heaven. The ginseng king patted its chest humanely with its leaves and let out a soft sigh. GMO walked over to the giant rock, staring at the small ginseng plant nestled within its crevices. He rolled up his sleeves and reached straight in. That's right, GMO had indeed discovered this ginseng plant. Not even the 9 transformations silkworm's stealth ability could deceive him, let alone a mere ginseng plant. Even if this was a near 10,000-year-old ginseng king. Under the ginseng king's horrified gaze, the leaves on its head were firmly grasped by GMO in one swift motion. How could a mere mortal spot me hiding here? Though Ginseng King felt a trace of panic in his heart, he wasn't truly afraid. After cultivating for so many years, why should he fear some mere mortal? An insignificant creature like an ant could be crushed with just one slap. But once you take a life, you taint yourself with karma. Therefore, the Ginseng King harbored no killing intent at all, merely intending to frighten the other party away. Just as it was about to release a hint of its aura to scare GMO away, it suddenly realized its body felt weak, its strength inexplicably immobilized. GMO's palm seemed to possess an inconceivable power, sealing all of its cultivation. Impossible. He's just a mere mortal. The Ginseng King was finally terrified. Without its cultivation, how was it any different from a mere radish? It could only await slaughter. The next second, over half of it was forcibly uprooted on the spot. If GMO hadn't been worried about snapping its roots, he might have yanked it out completely in one go. I get it now. This guy was playing dumb to deceive me, pretending to be a mortal to get close before striking with precision. How utterly treacherous. Damn it, why was I so careless? Why didn't I dodge? The Ginseng King was filled with regret, regretting that its 10,000 years of life had been wasted. As the saying goes, caution helps one sail a boat for 10,000 years. Knowing full well that humans are the craftiest and most deceitful, how could it let its guard down like this? GMO gave several more forceful tugs, while the Ginseng King, with its life hanging in the balance, summoned all its strength, clinging tightly to the rocks with its roots. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. GMO let go and fetched a small herbal shovel from his basket, intending to dig away the soil before extracting the ginseng. A legendary magical artifact, this guy's definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. The Ginseng King was terrified out of its wits. With this shovel strike coming down, there'd be no chance of survival. Without another word, it scrambled out of the soil, legs pumping furiously as it bolted for dear life. GMO merely blinked, and the ginseng before him vanished without a trace. Holy shit, the ancients weren't lying, ginseng really can run away. Chapter 37, Run, That Savage Human is Here Again. Watching the runaway Ginseng King, who fled with lightning speed and vanished in the blink of an eye, GMO stood dumbfounded. What a careless oversight. One should have heeded the ancient saying to tie a red cord before digging for ginseng. Sure enough, those who don't listen to elders will see misfortune right before their eyes. It seems from now on I must avoid acting recklessly and think twice before doing anything. GMO continued forward, discovering numerous medicinal herbs along the way. Whenever he found ones he deemed valuable, he'd dig them up and place them in his basket. This trip into the mountains wasn't just for tea leaves, he intended to gather some herbs along the way too. Ahead lay a small pond with crystal clear water, where a fiery red giant fish at the bottom was cultivating by absorbing spiritual energy from the water. By the pond stood a crooked tree 30 feet tall, its branches swaying as it was shrouded in dense demonic aura, radiating the unmistakable presence of a demon king. Within a 3-mile radius, any bird or beast that ventured too close would instantly be seized by the tree demon, becoming food for both the tree and the fish demon. Suddenly, the tree demon sensed prey entering its territory, and its roots shot forth like striking serpents, sweeping toward the intruder. Halfway there, it clearly saw the figure of its prey and immediately recoiled in fright without hesitation, uprooting itself and madly fleeing into the distance. Pathetic. Jumping at shadows like this, what kind of demon king gets scared so easily? The giant fish surfaced with a disdainful expression, casting a brief glance. He also wondered what exactly the tree demon feared. Damn your grandpa, you crooked-necked tree, no loyalty at all, selling out your own ally. The big fish panicked and swiftly darted to the bottom of the water, desperately burrowing into the mud. It's terrifying, it hoped it hadn't been spotted. or else today next year would mark its death anniversary. At this moment, the big fish's hatred for the tree demon reached its peak. The bond has weakened. That bond just isn't what it used to be. The big fish wore an expression of deep resentment, its thousand-year friendship vanishing like smoke in the wind. When danger came, it thought only of saving itself. Doesn't that crooked-neck tree have a guilty conscience? I think I just saw a crooked-neck tree running. GMO rubbed his eyes. He must be seeing things. It's somewhat believable that ginseng can run away, but how on earth could a tree possibly run? Passing by a pond, he took a glance and was delighted. This fish is plump enough. It should taste delicious when grilled. I'll eat it on my way back. Only after Jima had gone far did the big fish emerge from the deep mud at the bottom, dart straight out of the pond, and flee in another direction. Thank our ancestors for their protection. Escaped that calamity. Can't stay here any longer, or I'm definitely ending up as grilled fish. Strange, why is there less and less wild game in the mountains these days? GMO gazed around in confusion. Throughout the entire journey, he hadn't seen a single decent animal, shattering his hopes for a hearty meal. Old tree demon, why are you running? Spotting the frenzied tree demon dashing away, a demonic beast couldn't help but ask. You know what they say, transplanted people thrive, transplanted trees die. For this tree demon to leave the pond it's grown in all its life would come at a great cost. If I don't run, I'll die. That man, he's coming again. The tree demon hastily replied, not daring to pause for even a second as it fled desperately deeper into the mountain range. Which man? Who are you talking about? The demonic beast froze for a moment before belatedly realizing what had happened, its face filled with shock as its entire body trembled. It immediately chased after the tree demon. Instantly, utter chaos erupted, like startled chickens and dogs scattering, turning the forest into complete pandemonium. The man's cruelty was already infamous among all demons. Those who didn't flee would meet terribly gruesome fates. What happened? Wang Wenjian thought he was done for. Hunted by several demon kings, he was hanging by a thread between life and death. But just at this critical moment, a sound came through. The demon kings who had been chasing him turned tail and fled as if hearing something terrifying, escaping with reckless abandon at speeds far exceeding before. Had these demon kings unleashed such extreme speed from the beginning, he would have died long ago. Only then did Wang Wenjian realize these vicious, ruthless demon kings had been toying with him all along, like cats playing with mice. Run! That vicious human is coming again. These were the exact words that echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, the demonic beasts were so terrified they practically wet themselves, fleeing in disarray. It must be some powerful human expert arriving, scaring off these demonic beasts. It's just, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to repay that senior's life-saving kindness. Wang Wenjian sighed, realizing there was no possibility of survival left for him. His injuries were too severe, even his dantian had been pierced. Now, there was nothing left but to await death's arrival. Senior's sister, in this life, we were fated to part. I can only pray to meet you again in the next. Wang Wenjian's eyelids grew heavier, and the lovely silhouette in his mind faded further away. He was truly on the verge of death. What a pity, he had harbored a secret crush all along, but hadn't yet confessed to his senior sister. Young man, are you alright? GMO passed by and saw Wang Wenjian lying on the ground. He quickly stepped forward to examine his injuries. Poor guy, attacked by a wild beast. What a pity I arrived too late, otherwise, there'd be wild game to eat. GMO scanned his surroundings but found no trace of the beast. He sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. Get out of here, it's dangerous. When Wang Wenjian saw a human appear, a glimmer of hope surfaced, but upon realizing it was just an ordinary mortal, he immediately urged them to leave. He knew he was beyond saving, but he couldn't drag this kind-hearted person down with him. This place was far too perilous. A mortal without cultivation would stand no chance of survival. No rush, let me heal you first, GMO said unhurriedly. Then he set down his basket and rummaged for usable herbs. Cured? Don't be ridiculous. Wang Wenjian gave a bitter smile. How could injuries like his possibly be saved? Is this mortal unaware that his dantian is already shattered? Unless a medicine sage appears, there might barely be a chance to sustain his life. He was about to persuade GMO not to waste his efforts, but when he looked up, instantly, all words stuck in his throat. 7-core sea breeze, frost bloom, and tortoise blood grass. One rare spiritual herb after another was dug out by GMO. This won't do, this absolutely won't do. These are far too precious. Wang Wenjian hastily refused. These supreme-grade spiritual herbs were worth cities if brought outside. They'd spark desperate bidding wars between major sects that would literally draw blood. And now, how could he waste such precious medicinal herbs from a stranger he barely knew? Just some common herbs, not worth much, GMO said with casual indifference. They were merely some herbs casually gathered along the way. How could they possibly be valuable? Wang Wenjian choked up, unsure of what to say. Then he sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Even forgetting to sob, his mouth left agape in shock. GMO was refining elixirs, or more accurately, kneading medicinal pills. He gathered several spiritual herbs into a lump, then continuously kneaded and rolled them. 1st grade, 2 grade, 3 grade. Jimo's hands slowly rotated, their movements graceful and harmonious, with an aura of the Tao swirling about them. Meanwhile, mysterious runes continuously surged from his palms, causing the pill's quality to rise steadily. In no time at all, a pill bearing 9 medicinal patterns was completed. Grade 9 Elixir. Wang Wenjian swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. Chapter 38, I shall call you the invincible bird. A grade 9 elixir. This was actually a grade 9 elixir. Just like that, kneading away, and it was done. Wang Wenjian felt everything he witnessed was dreamlike, utterly unreal. Even the medicine saint would need to use the finest alchemy furnace and spend 7 times 7 days to possibly refine a 9th grade pill. Moreover, the success rate was extremely low. But the person before her had concocted it in just this short while. It was simply too astonishing. Make do with this for now. If your injuries don't fully heal, I'll gather some more herbs and refine a few better ones for you. GMO handed the 9th grade pill to Wang Wenjian. He could refine even better ones? Better than a 9th grade elixir? Could this be a sacred medicine? Just who is this person before me? A medicine immortal? Thank you, revered medicine immortal, for bestowing this medicine. Wang Wenjian's face overflowed with gratitude as he dropped to both knees and kowtowed 3 times to GMO. GMO helped Wang Wenjian up and said, My name is GMO. I'm no medicine immortal, just a barefoot doctor at best. You can call me Dr. G or Mr. G. Really now? It was just a medicinal pill. Was kneeling in gratitude necessary? But you have to admit, this young man has good morals, knowing how to be thankful. Barefoot doctor? Senior, you're being so modest and low-key, keeping your abilities so deeply concealed that it truly inspires awe and utmost admiration. Wang Wenjian regarded GMO with deep respect and then revealed his own background. He was a student of Langia Academy, who had come to the Tongtian Mountains with his classmates for training. Unexpectedly, they encountered several demon kings and narrowly escaped with their lives. Your classmates just abandoned you like that and ran away? GMO felt indignant on Wang Wenjian's behalf. Upon encountering the demon king, Wang Wenjian volunteered to lure it away, while his fellow students actually ignored him and fled for their own lives. Such selfish behavior from these people was truly despicable. I acted of my own will. As long as senior sister Zhu Yan remains unharmed, that's all that matters, Wang Wenjian said. Wang Wenjian said solemnly, without blaming those individuals. Ah, yet another pitiful and wretched simp. GMO looked at Wang Wenjian with sympathy. If his senior sister truly cared for him, how could she bear to let him sacrifice himself to lure away the demon king? It's quite possible that very senior sister, to save her own life, had schemed against Wang Wenjian. GMO really wanted to tell Wang Wenjian that a simp who keeps simping would end up with nothing in the end. But in the end, he held his tongue and simply urged Wang Wenjian to take the medicine quickly. After swallowing the elixir, Wang Wenjian was immediately enveloped in a dense aura of vitality. His wounds healed rapidly, and his punctured dantian slowly began to mend. This time, misfortune turned into blessing for Wang Wenjian. Not only were his injuries completely healed, but nourished by the 9th grade elixir, his physique became even stronger, greatly benefiting his future cultivation. Feeling his dantian restored to its original state, Wang Wenjian was moved to tears, unsure how to express his gratitude to GMO. Mr. G, your life-saving grace is beyond repayment. From now on, whether it's crossing mountains of swords or seas of fire, just say the word and I'll charge forward without hesitation, declared Wang Wenjian with heartfelt emotion. Wang Wenjian knelt down once more and kowtowed to GMO again. He then took his leave, his heart burdened with concern for his senior sister Zhu Yan's safety. Anxious and unable to rest, he felt compelled to go check on her situation. A simp never comes to a good end. Watching Wang Wenjian leave, GMO couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But those caught in love's throes are the most blind. They'll never give up until driven to utter desperation. Who's hiding there? Show yourself. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the bushes to the left, catching GMO's attention. Flap! A large long-beaked bird frantically burst out from the shrubbery, flapping its wings to soar skyward only to panic and crash straight into a tree trunk. Its entire body blazing with cyan light, the bird actually snapped the tree clean in half midair before fleeing in disarray. A streak of black light flashed as GMO threw the firewood axe at his waist with all his strength, striking the large bird with precision. Blood splattered in the air as half of the bird's wing was severed, falling to the ground. The bird let out a mournful cry, desperately flapping its remaining wing to stubbornly prevent itself from falling before disappearing into the distance. Impressive, still able to fly like that. I dub you bird strong-will. Staring at the stubbornly resilient large bird, GMO couldn't help but sigh before excitedly picking up the fallen wing from the ground, revealing a satisfied smile. Finally, some wild game to eat. He deftly prepared the bird, plucking feathers, removing skin, seasoning it, and promptly started a fire to roast it. In the distance, numerous powerful demon beasts witnessed this scene, their fur standing on end in horror while secretly feeling profoundly relieved. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise I would have been the one roasted and eaten. Soon, the wings turned golden brown and glistening, emitting an intoxicating aroma that made mouths water. GMO devoured the feast with gusto, the entire dozen-pound wings vanishing into his stomach. So ruthless, utterly ruthless. Thank heavens I managed to escape this fiend's clutches, or I'd surely have been stewed into ginseng soup by now. The ginseng king hid beneath a pile of withered branches and decaying leaves, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Its heart still pounded with lingering fear, and anxiety gnawed at it as it kept a watchful eye on GMO's movements, ready to bolt the moment he drew near. GMO let out a contented burp, then pulled out his water skin to take a drink. This is the scent of spiritual liquid, and of an exceptionally high grade at that. The ginseng king caught a whiff of faint fragrance lingering in the air, its gaze fixed unblinkingly on GMO's water skin while smacking its lips uncontrollably. It truly couldn't imagine that someone would treat such precious spiritual liquid like water, such extravagance. Seeing the droplets rolling down GMO's lips, the ginseng king nearly couldn't resist rushing forward to lick them. Then it stomped its feet in rage, itching to rush forward and stop GMO, because GMO was actually using spirit liquid to wash his hands. This was absolutely outrageous. Such reckless waste deserved to be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. The ginseng king's face was twisted in agony. After eating and drinking his fill, GMO stretched lazily and continued his trek deeper into the mountain range. The ginseng king immediately rushed out to root itself in the spot where GMO had washed his hands, voraciously absorbing the spiritual liquid from the soil. It made contented sounds, its entire body radiating radiant light as its leaves unfurled completely, its form growing ever more humanoid in appearance. To think that I, a noble ginseng king, would end up drinking a human's hand-washing water. The ginseng king, though greatly benefited, couldn't help feeling rather despicable. How could it be so shameless as to relish even the hand-washing water? Fortunately, no outsiders witnessed this, otherwise, it would likely become a laughingstock throughout the entire Celestial Ridge Mountains. Gazing in the direction GMO had departed, the ginseng king wondered if this human was heading for that legendary tea tree. Every single person who covets the tea tree has inevitably met their doom. I hope this human has enough sense not to throw his life away needlessly. Driven by curiosity, the ginseng king couldn't resist following secretly in the end. On a distant mountain peak, dark clouds blanketed the summit. Electric serpents danced wildly as thunder roared, with countless arcs of lightning swirling through the air, bolts after bolts striking downward relentlessly. In an instant, the entire mountaintop was baptized by innumerable thunderbolts. Amidst the dazzling lightning, a gnarled ancient tree struggled desperately, only to be ultimately swallowed by the roaring thunderbolts. Boom, rumble, rumble. With the peals of thunder, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, plunging the sky into sudden darkness. GMO was drenched to the bone, utterly bewildered. He checked the weather before leaving. Rain hadn't been forecast for days. There must be something strange when anomalies occur. A prickle of unease ran down GMO's spine as he scrambled to find shelter from the storm. In the darkness, a cluster of orange-red light caught his attention. Chapter 39. You're gonna get struck by lightning, you're dead meat. A lantern? There seemed to be a household up ahead. GMO walked toward the glow of the flames and soon arrived before a structure. It was an ancient temple situated within a gorge. Vermilion doors, bluish-gray courtyard walls, and at the entrance hung a brilliant red lantern. The orange-red light GMO had seen earlier was emanating from this very lantern. Despite the wind and rain, the lantern remained utterly unaffected. Its flame never wavered, casting hazy halos of light that enveloped the entire ancient temple. When GMO took a closer look around, his scalp instantly tingled with fear. The crimson paint on the great gate seemed off, displaying an eerie scarlet hue as if it had been soaked in blood. Beneath the courtyard wall, dotted among the dense vines, were flecks of snow white rows upon rows of bleached white bones. When he realized they were all animal bones, GMO's fear gradually dissipated. The gate was slightly ajar. GMO steeled himself and knocked several times on the door knocker. There was no response from within. After much hesitation, GMO finally pushed the door open and stepped inside. The ancient temple, long in disrepair, had collapsed in many places, with broken walls and debris everywhere. The air carried an eerie silence that inspired fear, giving no indication that anyone lived there. But if no one lives here, why would there be lanterns hanging outside? That doesn't make sense. It wasn't until he reached the backyard that GMO's eyes finally lit up. The courtyard was serene and lush with flowers and plants, while at its center stood a small pool built entirely of white jade. In the center of the pond, a jade-carved pink lotus stood poised to bloom. The air was suffused with a refreshing, heart-soothing fragrance. A single whiff is enough to lift one's spirits and invigorate the mind. Emerging unstained from the muddy depths, bathed in clear ripples yet free of gaudiness, hollow inside and straight without, neither creeping nor branching, its fragrance purer the farther it spreads, standing tall and pristine. GMO inhaled several breaths of the lotus-scented air, and as affection arose in his heart, Sushire's ode to the lotus unconsciously flowed from his lips. Crossing into this world, he saw lotus flowers resembling those from his homeland for the first time, filling him with warmth and familiarity. As he kept reciting, a peculiar rhythm surged forth, rippling in all directions. The heavens responded, with laws of nature intertwining in the void as great Tao symbols danced about. Strands of Tao charm transformed into shimmering rain, falling directly into the pond. The lotus flower grew ever more vibrant, its petals slowly unfurling to the rhythm of poetic verses. GMO remained oblivious to the slender white figure flickering amidst the lotus pods blooming with flowers. Boom! A thunderclap erupted from level ground. For some unknown reason, winds howled across the heavens as masses of dark clouds formed instantly, completely shrouding the ancient temple in oppressive darkness. Lightning streaked across the sky, deafening thunder roared amidst howling winds, and silver bolts of electricity danced wildly, a scene of divine punishment descending upon the world. The entire Skirich mountain range was thrown into complete shock. What on earth had happened? The heavenly tribulation atop the highest peak deep within Skirich mountains had barely concluded. Why had another tribulation emerged elsewhere? Moreover, judging by the disturbances, this one appeared several times more terrifying than before. Since when did the Tongtian mountain range become home to such hidden dragons and crouching tigers? What's even more terrifying is that the heavenly tribulation continues to gather strength, its power endlessly escalating, making it impossible to predict just how horrifying its final intensity might become. Run! Around the ancient temple, countless demonic beasts fled in panic, fearing they might become collateral damage. A divine punishment of this magnitude could obliterate even a demonic saint, reducing them to ashes beneath these heavenly strikes. All the demon beasts were filled with confusion. What had appeared within the ancient temple to provoke such a thunder tribulation? The lotuses in the pond swayed violently, and the white figure grew increasingly distinct, but time was already running out. The sky darkened completely, as if night had fallen. The sight before them was nothing but dazzling arcs of lightning. The lotus ceased its swaying as the shadow relinquished its struggle under such celestial wrath. All resistance was futile. GMO narrowed his eyes, peering at the heavens with a furrowed brow. This makes no sense, he muttered. I haven't defied the system recently, why strike me now? In that moment, he misunderstood, believing the system had come to punish him. Amidst the dazzling glow of dawn, GMO drew his woodcutter's blade, holding it horizontally towards the heavens. Look, it's that cruel and vicious human. Evil truly engenders retribution. Providence is finally dealing with him. Many great demons gazed from afar, spotting the ancient temple and GMO's figure, their eyes instantly brimming with tears of excitement. This vicious human has devoured countless of their brethren. Every time this human ventured into the mountains, the demon beasts that fell into his hands met gruesome fates, subjected to cruel and inhumane tortures like frying, roasting, boiling, and steaming, only to be consumed in the end. Indeed, justice is served eventually. The heavens opened their eyes and delivered divine retribution upon this utterly wicked human. Woo-woo, my revenge is finally complete. The long-beaked bird that had narrowly escaped from GMO's grasp last time flapped its sole remaining wing, cawing excitedly. Ha, you bastard got struck by lightning, you're done for. A crooked-necked tree swayed its clumsy trunk in a dance, relieved that with this scourge eliminated, it would never have to live in fear again. Countless demonic beasts cheered and celebrated, their eyes wide open to witness the spectacle of how this human would be struck dead. Boom, rumble, rumble. A golden lightning bolt viciously crashed down. Golden serpents danced wildly as dazzling streaks of lightning illuminated the void. GMO swung his blade down, intercepting the thunderbolt. Though electric currents coursed through his body and his hair stood on end, he remained completely unharmed. Ah, he blocked it. Countless demonic beasts cried out in dismay, yet remained convinced that this human could never escape death. Thunderclouds churned, their flashing brilliance growing ever more intense. One terrifying lightning strike after another cascaded down without cease. Deafening roars shook the heavens as endless bolts of lightning rained down upon the ancient temple. GMO appeared as insignificant as a lone leaf boat upon a raging sea, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Ha! He's done for. Thunder of this terrifying magnitude could slay even a demon emperor. There's no way he survives this. Boisterous laughter echoed continuously through the Skirich mountains. Some great beasts howled at the heavens, while fierce raptors soared straight into the firmament. Countless demonic creatures roared excitedly, reveling in celebration. However, this scene didn't last long before all sounds abruptly ceased. The tribulation clouds dissipated from the sky, and sunlight returned to illuminate the land. Yet that detestable human still stood unharmed on the spot, with nothing more than slightly singed hair. A strange energy current flowed, completely shrouding the ancient temple until everything within vanished from sight. The celestial mountain range was deathly still. The roaring ancient beasts hastily shut their maws, digging burrows to hide in on the spot, while the raptors soaring through the skies were so terrified they forgot to flap their wings, plummeting to the ground like dumplings into a boiling pot. Terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. That human actually survived the heavenly tribulation. His power is truly unfathomable. GMO closed his eyes, his entire body trembling and numb. He had no idea how many bolts of lightning he had blocked, leaving him sore and aching all over. Fortunately, the intensity of this lightning strike wasn't too great, so no real harm was done. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils suddenly dilating as his face froze in shock. Before him stood a completely unclothed young woman. Chapter 40, Surely your grandmother isn't named Heishan? Her skin was like fine mutton fat jade, fairer than frost and snow, her slender figure flawless and exquisite. A holy radiance haloed her form, a beauty beyond compare. It must be an illusion. GMO hurriedly closed his eyes, sensing a sudden warmth in his nose as if blood was about to trickle forth. He took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, the scene from before had vanished without a trace. Ah, I knew it. How could there be such a breathtakingly beautiful girl in this world? GMO muttered to himself. Feeling a pang of regret deep down, he really should have stolen another glance. It feels like I just missed out on a fortune worth 100 million yuan. Are you saying I'm pretty? A soft, sweet voice sounded by GMO's ear, accompanied by a faint, intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air. Turning his head, GMO froze instantly. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman stood by his side. Clad in pristine white garments, she had an elegant nose and luminous, intelligent eyes, resembling an ethereal fairy untouched by mortal affairs. Her hair carried a faint pink hue, her pupils shimmered with a greenish gleam, and her entire being exuded an aura of nature strikingly different from an ordinary human girl. The breeze rustled, lifting the maiden's ebony tresses and fluttering the hem of her skirt, creating an ethereal and fleeting beauty that seemed almost unreal. This maiden was precisely the girl GMO had glimpsed moments before. In the blink of an eye, she had somehow clothed herself. Are you human or ghost? Seeing the young woman less than half a foot away from him, GMO's body trembled uncontrollably. Not excitement, but fear. A dilapidated ancient temple, yet within it dwelled a girl so beautiful she scarcely seemed human. This sight sent shivers down GMO's spine, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the Orchid Temple from a Chinese ghost story. Could it be that I've really run into a female ghost? Guess. The mischievous girl took half a step forward, pressing herself almost entirely against GMO's shoulder. As she spoke, her warm breath tickled his ear unbearably. GMO couldn't stop trembling all over, but the fear in his heart had already dissipated. Her breathing carried warmth. Noticing several huts nearby, GMO thought to himself, this young girl must be the owner of this place, likely having just stepped out from one of the houses. As for what was seen earlier, it must have been a trick of the eyes from the lightning strike, causing hallucinations. I am GMO. I stumbled upon this place while seeking shelter from the rain. I hope I haven't startled you, miss. May I inquire about your name? GMO composed himself, speaking softly. GMO. The girl repeated it, as if committing the name to memory, then tilted her head thoughtfully and said, Qinglian. My name is Qinglian. This name came from the ode to the lotus that GMO had recited earlier, emerging unstained from clear ripples, yet without coquetry. What a lovely name. Miss Qinglian truly lives up to it, like a lotus rising from water, pure and untainted. Gazing at the girl's ethereal beauty, untouched by mundane cares, GMO offered his sincere admiration. Perhaps only in these remote mountain forests, far from the mundane world, could such a maiden embody such divine grace. Miss, do you live here alone? GMO asked curiously, for it was hard to imagine a young maiden living in this dangerous forest. No, Grandma lives here too, but she's naggy and boring. Why don't you stay here with me from now on, brother Momo? The young girl Qinglian was brimming with goodwill toward GMO, showing not the slightest reservation as she even clung shamelessly to half his arm, acting coquettishly. Moreover, her address was unbearably intimate and cringeworthy. She actually called GMO brother Momo. Grandmother? GMO's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly pulled his arm back, swallowed hard, and tentatively asked, Is your grandmother named Heishan? No. Qinglian shook her head, once again wrapping her arm around GMO's and lifting her small chin as she said, Grandmother's surname is Nian Nye Qian. When he first heard that his grandmother wasn't called Heishan, GMO secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But upon hearing the name Nye Qian, his heart immediately leapt into his throat again. Then, the dreadful thing truly occurred. GMO suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an overwhelming resentment directed at him. Murderous aura detected. Just as GMO was about to turn around, a dark figure had already closed the distance, appearing behind him with several cold flashes of light aiming for his neck. Several sharp fingernails halted mere inches from GMO's carotid artery, utterly unable to advance any further. At the critical moment, GMO had reacted by thrusting his firewood cleaver backward, pressing it against the assailant's chest and pinning them firmly in place. You're still too green for a sneak attack. GMO poked with his firewood knife, feeling only astonishing elasticity before curiosity made him turn around. Upon turning, he recoiled in shock, swiftly retracting his hand and stumbling several steps back, for he realized his opponent was a woman, and the spot his blade had prodded was exceedingly awkward. Grandma, you're not allowed to bully my Momo Gidge. Qinglian spoke up, her tone carrying both reproach and resentment toward the woman for striking GMO from behind. Wait, Grandma? GMO stared at the woman before him, his mind brimming with question marks. The woman before him wore a black dress, her skin fair and dewy, her willowy waist slender, and her rounded hips full and perky. Most striking of all were the astonishingly ample curves that seemed ready to burst forth. If someone claimed she was Qinglian's elder sister, no one would doubt it. But to say she was her grandmother? Truly hard to believe. Don't let grandma's youthful appearance fool you, she's actually very old, a real old monster. Noticing Jimo's skeptical expression, Qinglian explained with earnest seriousness. Hearing this, Jimo's face darkened with exasperation. This unfortunate child, how could she say such things in front of an elder? Calling her own grandmother an old monster was practically asking for a beating. Sure enough, Nie Qian's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot, though not because she was displeased by being called an old monster, but because Qinglian was acting so intimate with a strange man. Had all those years of hardship and devotion really meant less than a human she'd just met? Nie Qian narrowed her eyes at GMO, a fierce glint flashing in the depths of her pupils. Granny, my apologies, I didn't realize it was you. My mistake. GMO hastily put away the kitchen knife, his face flushing slightly red. That really was unintentional, who'd have guessed a random poke would land? There? It's fine. Nie Qian nearly gritted her teeth as she spoke, her fists clenched so tightly they trembled. If she weren't uncertain about overpowering GMO, she would have already exploded in fury. Her full-powered ambush had been effortlessly blocked, leaving Nie Qian deeply wary of GMO now. Moreover, with Qinglian present, she absolutely couldn't afford to openly clash with him. GMO wore an awkward, guilty smile, unsure how to diffuse the palpable tension in the air. Sir, the guest room is right over there. Make yourself at home. Nie Qian pointed towards the nearby side chamber, dismissing GMO with a wave. Thank you. GMO cupped his hands in acknowledgement and hurried towards the chamber, too embarrassed to linger any longer. Qinglian trailed after him like a shadow, calling out, Brother Momo, wait for me. Let's sleep together tonight. Chapter 41, The Seduction from Grandma. Sleep together tonight? GMO stumbled upon hearing this. How could she say such things so casually when their elders were still standing right there? He quickened his pace toward the side chambers, randomly chose one, and ducked inside. Meanwhile, Qinglian was promptly yanked back by Nie Qian, who couldn't possibly let her act so recklessly. Xiaohe, you've already taken human form. You must understand the boundaries between men and women. How can a young lady behave so intimately with a man? Nie Qian lectured earnestly, her heart simmering with even deeper resentment toward GMO. The child was perfectly fine, innocent as a blank sheet of paper, yet without anyone noticing, that damned human corrupted them. Grandmother, from this day forward, my name shall be Qinglian. Qinglian corrected with solemn earnestness. Xiaoa was merely a childhood name before her transformation. Qinglian now marked her true and formal name. Then she continued speaking, also, I'm Brother Momo's person, why can't we live together? How did you become his person? I'm the one who raised you through all the hardships. Nie Qian panicked. They could overlook the name change, but when it came to ownership, she couldn't just not fight for it. Though the two weren't related by blood, Nie Qian had always treated Qinglian as family, pouring endless effort and affection into her. Now, her own little cotton-padded jacket is about to be draped over someone else. How could she bear that? Grandma, I know you've always taken such good care of me and loved me dearly, but Brother Momo chanted poetry to enlighten me and even used his own body to shield me from the heavenly tribulation. That's how I was able to take human form, so I must repay his kindness with my hand in marriage, Qinglian declared firmly. She was actually that lotus flower in the pond, who had successfully transformed into human form with GMO's help. It could be said that everything she had was given by GMO. Without him, she would have turned to ashes in the heavenly tribulation. In the face of the earth-shattering thunder calamity moments ago, GMO stood tall with his blade raised to the heavens, shielding her without retreating half a step. That scene was etched deeply into Qinglian's mind. From that moment onward, she resolved that her life belonged only to GMO. Chanting poetry could enlighten you and even withstand the heavenly tribulation? Foolish child, how could you be so easily deceived? All of this is false, every bit of it is that human's filthy scheme. Nie Qian had been hiding underground in slumber earlier and hadn't witnessed the events, so she simply didn't believe it. Primarily because she'd never heard of poetry being able to enlighten unless the verses resonated with divinity itself, harmonizing with the Tao. But such means belonged solely to divine beings. Since the profound spirit realm had long been devoid of deities, none of this could possibly be true. It must be that GMO had deceived Qinglian through underhanded methods. Qinglian, you don't understand, human hearts harbor the greatest treachery, stopping at nothing to achieve their ends. This human has surely come targeting you. You mustn't fall for his tricks. In my view, to be safe, we should simply kill him. If he were to reveal your whereabouts, we'd likely never know peace again. Nie Qian felt a surging murderous intent towards GMO. Qinglian's origins were astonishing. If word of her location leaked, it would undoubtedly provoke the covetous desires of every cultivator under heaven. To ensure Qinglian's safety, eliminating witnesses would be the best solution. Grandma, it's not at all like you said. If you keep slandering Brother Momo, I won't talk to you anymore. Qinglian pouted her lips, completely unwilling to listen. Stop being stubborn. You need to calm down and think clearly. Nie Qian waved her hand, casting Qing Lian back into the pond, where she transformed once more into a lotus flower. At this moment, Nie Qian was utterly furious. Truly, a grown daughter is no longer one's own. It would have been better had she never taken human form. Her hatred for GMO surged anew. Let's see what tricks you're trying to pull, she muttered. Nie Qian tugged at her collar, revealing her snow-white fragrant shoulder, heading straight towards the side chamber. GMO, soaked from head to toe, was just about to remove his clothes when Nie Qian barged in without a second thought. Fortunately, his clothes were still on, otherwise things would have been quite awkward. Did Granny need me for something? GMO inquired. He maintained some caution toward this grandmotherly figure who looked far too young, mainly because her name kept making him think of a Chinese ghost story. Young master, our place is so remote. May I ask how you found your way here? Nie Qian got straight to the point, voicing the doubt in her heart. The ancient temple was protected by a high-level concealment array, making it nearly undetectable even by Saint Realm cultivators, yet she had already verified that the formation was intact. Jimo's ability to discover this place disturbed her deeply. I followed the light of the lantern, yes, the one at the main entrance. GMO answered very honestly without any attempt to conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, Nie Qian secretly sneered in her heart. That red lantern was the core array eye of the entire formation, and outsiders simply couldn't see it. She was certain GMO was lying. Spouting such obvious nonsense undoubtedly proved he harbored sinister intentions. You've given yourself away. Nie Qian was now certain there was definitely something off about GMO, and his intentions were far from noble. In that case, she had no choice but to find a way to eliminate him. Oh, Ji Gongzi, I feel so terribly hot. Nie Qian rebuked playfully, pulling at her collar to reveal more of her snow-white skin while subtly closing the distance between her and GMO. She put on an exaggerated display of coquetry, attempting to capture GMO's attention while seeking an opportunity to deliver a single lethal strike. Granny, the night wind is cold, you mustn't catch a chill. GMO picked up a thin blanket and promptly wrapped Nie Qian in it, bundling her up tightly from head to toe. Yes, quite chilly indeed. Just look at my legs, they're frozen stiff. If you don't believe me, feel them yourself. Nie Qian bit her lip, her face exuding an alluring charm as she slowly lifted her skirt, revealing her long, slender, and fair legs. She was extremely confident in her figure, and certain that no man could resist temptation. Every single one had ulterior motives. She simply didn't believe Jima would be the exception and remain unmoved. Grandma, at your age, you really shouldn't be exposing your legs like that. The mountains are damp, you'll end up with aching joints if you're not careful. GMO kindly reminded her, his eyes clear and free from any impure thoughts. Old man's chill in the legs? It's your whole family that gets old man's chill in the legs. Nie Qian gritted her teeth in anger, beginning to suspect whether GMO had psychological issues or was deliberately pretending. Is he genuinely righteous or just pretending? Nie Qian refused to believe it. What cat doesn't crave fish? So she steeled her heart, removed her outer garment, and revealed her flawless, snow-white back. GMO indeed had a reaction, his eyes glazed over as he muttered, such a smooth back. It'd be a shame not to cupping it. Granny, how about I give you a cupping session to drive out the dampness in your body? Thinking he shouldn't stay here for free, he figured he might as well use his medical skills to help Nie Qian regulate her health. GMO noticed that Nie Qian had excessive dampness in her body and poor qi blood circulation, so cupping would greatly benefit her health. Are you even a man? Are you sick or something? Nie Qian was furious and cursed inwardly. Was her charm really that insignificant? He must be faking it. GMO definitely must be faking it. Finally making up her mind, she decided to go all the way, just dose him directly. Chapter 42, The Taste of Cupping Therapy That Shatters Grandma's Heart. Seizing the moment when GMO wasn't paying attention, Nie Qian silently sprinkled some white powder into the teapot. Afraid of being detected by GMO, she didn't use a deadly poison but instead opted for a colorless, odorless sleeping draft. Young master, please have some tea. Nie Qian poured a cup of tea and handed it to GMO. Thank you, elder. GMO didn't suspect anything and immediately drank it all in one gulp, smacking his lips afterwards and complimenting its delicious taste. Nie Qian watched GMO with a cheerful smile, waiting for him to collapse. However, GMO remained completely unaffected. Nie Qian poured him another cup. After drinking it, GMO remained completely unaffected. He poured himself another cup, with the same result. Nie Qian began to stare in stunned disbelief. What was going on? Had the drug lost its potency? At this moment, GMO also poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, sighing, Granny, I never expected you to be tough on the outside but warm on the inside. I misunderstood you. Let me toast you with this cup. Originally, because of the ambush, GMO had a very poor impression of Nie Qian, but he never expected her to arrange accommodations for him and even pour tea, which deeply moved him. Tough on the outside but warm on the inside? What the hell? Nie Qian took the tea with a blank expression and drank a sip. She wanted to confirm whether the sleeping drug had truly failed. No sooner had the tea entered her throat than she panicked. A wave of dizziness struck as the drug took effect. She had no idea why GMO remained unaffected, but her mind was already in turmoil. Damn it, even the slyest fox will eventually meet a skilled hunter. She's been caught. You, shameless. Her face was filled with terror. Once unconscious, she would be entirely at the other's mercy. Her purity, guarded for 3 millennia, might now be shattered in an instant. Grandma, what's wrong with you? GMO quickly rushed forward to check on the unconscious Nie Qian. Only after confirming she had merely fallen asleep and was unharmed did he finally exhale in relief. Carrying Nie Qian to the bed, GMO found himself swallowing hard as he gazed at her alluring back, an itchy restlessness creeping into his heart. I can't hold back anymore, let's do it. In the end, emotion triumphed over reason, and GMO extended his wicked hand. The next day, Nie Qian groggily opened her eyes and lazily stretched. She only felt that she'd had an incredibly wonderful dream last night, so comfortable it left her endlessly savoring the aftertaste. When she realized her surroundings, she let out a piercing scream. Yes, after fainting last night, she must have been taken advantage of by that GMO. Tears of despair welled up, but then she discovered to her astonishment that her chastity remained intact. She was still untouched. Faced with such a beautiful maiden at his complete mercy, how could any man restrain himself? Was GMO some kind of saint? She didn't believe it and carefully examined her body. Then came another, even shriller scream. You, perverted bastard. I swear I'll kill you. Nie Qian gritted her teeth, her fists clenched so tight they creaked, engulfed in towering rage. That damned GMO was no gentleman. How could he leave such embarrassing marks on her back? Nie Qian stared at the orderly rows of purplish-black circular bruises on her back, wishing she could slice GMO into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, she would rather he had been a lecher than a sadistic devil. Who knew what she had endured after losing consciousness? Nie Qian dressed quickly, determined to hunt GMO down even if it meant mutual destruction. The demon had to die. She stepped out of the door, sensing the surging spiritual energy coursing through her body, and suddenly froze. With such immense spiritual energy, I'd become a demon saint. An overwhelming demonic aura erupted from her body as a domain unfurled, enveloping the surroundings. Mastering the power of a domain is the true mark of achieving sainthood. Clearly, she had truly reached the realm of a monster saint at this moment. She became a saint just by sleeping? Who would dare believe it? Arriving by the pool, Nie Qian was utterly astonished once again. The lotus flower in the pool radiated boundless light, its entire form suffused with the power of chaos, having transformed into the legendary innate spiritual root, the primordial chaos lotus. Qinglian, how did you become like this? Could it be that 10,000 years have already passed? Nie Qian felt as if everything was like a dream. Could she really have slept for 10,000 years in a single slumber? Granny, are you out of your mind? It's only been one night. I told you, my big brother Momo isn't human, he's a god. Qinglian's tone was thick with resentment. If not for Nie Qian confining her to the pond, she would have long since eloped with GMO. Ah, you mean to say, all our transformations are bestowed by that human? Nie Qian's mind went completely blank. Then she eagerly asked Qinglian to explain everything that had happened. At this moment, GMO was strolling through the forest, a silly grin still lingering on his face. TSK, Grandma's back was really something. Those cupping marks feel so satisfying. Pity I don't have proper tools. A good scraping session would have been heavenly. GMO sighed softly, feeling like a hero with no stage for his talents. Cupping and scraping therapy, such skills are hard to practice when you can't even find the right person to perform them on. Tough times indeed. He headed north, advancing deeper into the Tian mountain range. From what he recalled, that tea tree stood on the highest peak to the north, likely still 2 or 3 days' journey away. All this trouble just to brew a decent pot of tea, truly no easy feat. What frustrated him was that he didn't encounter any game along the way. Even when he spotted 1 or 2 from a distance, they bolted like they'd seen a ghost. Hey, you big tiger, aren't you the king of the forest? Why are you running? And you, 3-legged toad, what's your deal? Look at that pathetic face of yours, acting like I'm about to eat you. Jima could only mutter helplessly at the fleeing tiger and golden toad. At this moment, he was unaware that his fearsome reputation had already spread throughout the entire Heavenly Peak mountain range. After walking some distance further, a blood-soaked figure lay collapsed by the roadside. Indeed, lapdogs never meet a good end. GMO stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Brother, are you okay?" The person before him was none other than Wang Wenjian, whom he had encountered before. It was truly unexpected how miraculous fate could be. Wang Wenjian, on the verge of death, had crossed paths with GMO once again. This time, Wang Wenjian's injuries were even more severe than before. His breath was faint as a thread, clinging to the last remnants of life. A voice calling out reached his ears as he slowly lifted his eyelids. Mr. G. Mr. G. Wang Wenjian's eyes welled up with tears. Never had he imagined he'd see his savior again in his final moments. What a pity, I'm afraid there'll be no chance to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Don't worry, I've got you. GMO patted the other person's shoulder to reassure them. As long as they still had breath left, he was confident he could save them. Run, Mr. G, run quickly, there's a demon. Wang Wenjian used the last of his strength to warn GMO to flee, for a demon king was nearby. If that demon king discovers it, I'm afraid it will bring harm to Mr. G. GMO frowned, and without another word, directly abandoned Wang Wenjian, swiftly darting behind a large tree. Roar! A foul wind swept over them as a massive black bear spirit roared, charging out from the dense forest and pouncing fiercely toward Wang Wenjian. Wang Wenjian revealed a bitter smile and closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Just as he was about to meet his end under the bear's claws, a cold glint suddenly flashed. Chapter 43, Women Only Slow Down Your Blade. A cold gleam rose, the firewood axe fell. The black bear was decapitated, reduced to a lifeless corpse. It turned out GMO hadn't fled, but was hiding in wait. When the black bear demon drew near, he raised his blade and struck down like thunder. What a feast we'll have! GMO stared at the plump bear paws, wiping his mouth as drool nearly dripped from his lips. Wang Wenjian heard the commotion and opened his eyes. Seeing the black bear demon lying in a pool of blood, his mind buzzed with shock. This is a formidable black bear demon king, and it was just taken down with a single slash of the blade? Don't take it the wrong way, I didn't mean to use you as bait on purpose. Those beasts just run away the moment they see me, so I had no choice but to lure it like that. But don't worry, my saber is pretty swift, I definitely wouldn't let you get hurt in the slightest. GMO waved his blood-stainless chopping knife and explained. Then he took off his basket, rummaged for herbs, and began crafting pills. Wang Wenjian's throat went dry with nervousness, utterly at a loss for words. He desperately wanted to understand, how could a mighty demon king vanish just like that? While he stood there dumbfounded, GMO had already finished kneading a 9th grade pill. It was done with the same casual ease, as effortlessly as a breeze, just rolling those hands together until the pill formed. Though Wang Wenjian had witnessed this before, he was stunned anew. Such alchemy defied all ancient and modern methods, each viewing left one marveling at its sheer brilliance. After taking the elixir, Wang Wenjian's injuries rapidly improved, and after resting for a while, he fully recovered. Without saying a word, this honest man immediately knelt down to kowtow. GMO quickly stopped him, saying, "None of that. Just prepare this bear properly, and that'll be thanks enough." Soon, a bonfire was lit, and 4 clean bear paws were skewered over the flames. "Hey, you're injured and weak, you need to replenish. Swallow this bear gallbladder, and eat these 2 bear kidneys while they're still hot." Jimu rummaged through the bear carcass, picking out the best parts before urging Wang Wenjian to devour them all at once. Every part of the demon king's body was immensely valuable, yet Jimu had given away the most precious portions. This moved Wang Wenjian so deeply that tears welled up in his eyes. But when Jimu added one more remark, Wang Wenjian completely lost control, and the tears came streaming down. "Hey, this is a male bear, that thing's a great tonic, don't let it go to waste." GMO stared at the black bear's abdomen, raising an eyebrow at Wang Wenjian with a look only men would understand. Gazing at the thing thicker than his own arm, Wang Wenjian gulped hard, shaking his head so violently it looked like a rocking drum, tears streaming down his face in terror. No matter how nourishing it was, he just couldn't bring himself to eat it, it was too disgusting, utterly beyond his ability to stomach. Fortunately, GMO was just making a casual remark and didn't actually force Wang Wenjian to eat it. Once the bear paws were roasted, the two each grabbed one and began devouring them ravenously. The bear paws were fragrant and delicious, with exceptionally tender meat that instantly transformed into vital energy upon entering their stomachs, nourishing their entire bodies. Wang Wenjian's mouth glistened with grease as he ate, radiant light bursting from his entire frame. He had gained tremendous benefits. GMO seized the opportunity to ask her why she was injured. Alas, Wang Wenjian let out a long sigh. "It's not senior sister Zhu Yan's fault. I was the one who volunteered to distract the black bear so she could gather that century-old Ganoderma. You idiot, do you think you have 9 lives? If it weren't for bumping into me, you'd be nothing but bear dung by now." GMO stared at Wang Wenjian, itching to give him a couple of good kicks. This hopeless simp is beyond redemption, going life and death twice just to curry favor with a woman who doesn't even like him. What utter foolishness. Wang Wenjian gave an awkward chuckle but offered no rebuttal. Though he knew GMO spoke truth, whenever senior sister Zhu Yan pressed her cleavage together and cooed in that honeyed voice, his brain would overheat and he'd agree to anything. "Master G, how did you slay this black bear?" Wang Wenjian deliberately changed the subject while harboring burning curiosity. "Just a casual slash and he was dead. What more do you want?" GMO retorted irritably. "Casual? Impossible, there must be some hidden trick to this." Wang Wenjian found it hard to believe, not that he doubted GMO's capability, but because he hadn't detected any spiritual energy fluctuations when GMO made his move earlier. Without using any spiritual power, yet easily slaying a demon king, who would believe there's nothing fishy about that? Jimo's eyes flickered as inspiration struck. With a solemn expression, he declared, "You're a clever lad, so I'll give you some pointers." Wang Wenjian immediately perked up his ears, his face etched with earnestness. To receive guidance from a master was an immense blessing indeed. Women will only slow your blade. Forget about that nonsense with your senior sister. Have no desires, no attachments, keep the blade in your eyes and your will in your heart. Then your strikes will be swift as the wind, capable of cutting through all things with a single slash, GMO said with an inscrutable expression. As he spoke, he handed over the firewood knife for Wang Wenjian to test it out. Wang Wenjian took the hatchet with skepticism, but inexplicably felt an immediate surge of confidence, like holding this blade meant holding the world in his grasp. He stared at the hatchet in confusion. Aside from its surprising heft, there was nothing unusual about it. Following Jimo's instructions, he swung the blade with force. In an instant, a 5 to 6 meter long sword aura materialized, cleanly cleaving a thick tree, one that would take 2 people to embrace, in half. Wang Wenjian was dumbfounded, unable to believe he had unleashed such an overwhelmingly powerful slash, one that could rival even a demon king. Still not fast enough. Your mind remains preoccupied with women. GMO wore a stern expression, thoroughly dissatisfied. Wang Wenjian's face twisted with inner turmoil. The moment he closed his eyes, images of his beloved senior sister Zhuyan flooded his mind. The affection in his heart simply couldn't be erased. Humph, men. GMO let out a cold snort. It seemed this little Wang had fallen hard, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to extricate himself anytime soon. By now, he was also quite curious just what kind of beauty was Zhuyan that she could make Wang Wenjian pine for her like this. Neither spoke another word as they continued gnawing on the bare paws. At that very moment, dozens of figures rapidly approached. The group, having spotted the smoke rising from the bonfire, surrounded the area with suspicion. Upon seeing GMO and Wang Wenjian feasting heartily by the fire, their timid expressions faded, revealing themselves as they swaggered out boldly. "So it's you, Wang Wenjian, hiding here eating meat, while I worried this short-lived bastard might have died." A sharp, caustic female voice rang out from the crowd. "Senior sister Zhuyan, it's not what you think. I nearly lost my life luring away that black bear for you. If I hadn't met Mr. G, I'd probably be dead." Hearing the voice, Wang Wenjian hurried to explain, terrified of being misunderstood. The speaker was none other than Wang Wenjian's senior sister Zhuyan, while the others were his so-called good classmates. But Zhuyan completely ignored whatever Wang Wenjian was saying, clinging tightly to the arm of a yellow-haired man beside her, her nose in the air as she blatantly disregarded Wang Wenjian. Wang Wenjian watched this scene with fire in his eyes, daring to feel anger but not daring to speak out. "Oh, so little Wang here likes big papayas," GMO remarked after glancing at Zhuyan, suddenly enlightened. Who would have thought Wang Wenjian had a taste for that type? Chapter 44, The Underdog's Counterattack. Zhuyan had a delicate face, not particularly beautiful, but with breasts as full and heavy as papayas. Their size must have been at least an F cup. Truly enticing to men, no wonder Wang Wenjian couldn't stop thinking about them. Noticing Jimo's teasing gaze, Wang Wenjian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Ah, you actually stole my black bear." The blonde-haired youth suddenly widened his eyes and let out an exaggerated roar. While shouting, the blonde-haired youth forcefully pushed Zhuyan aside and lunged greedily toward the black bear's corpse. Then, he swiftly pulled out a dagger, peeled off the hide with practiced ease, dismembered the carcass, and hastily stored the pieces in his storage pouch. "Lu Qi, what are you doing? This black bear belongs to Master Ji." Wang Wenjian spoke up to stop them. "What's the difference between this behavior and outright robbery? Have they no shame at all?" "Shut up, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak to senior brother Lu Qi like that? We were the first to discover this black bear, so naturally, it belongs to brother Lu." Zhuyan assumed a haughty attitude and sharply reprimanded Wang Wenjian without hesitation. Twice, Wang Wenjian had risked his life for Zhuyan, never expecting he would end up in such a situation. Instantly, his heart burned with indignation, yet he still restrained himself from venting his anger toward Zhuyan. But he couldn't stand Lu Qi's behavior and was about to intervene when GMO waved his hand, signaling him not to bother. Since they were already full, they might as well leave these useless scraps for him. It's not like they were anything valuable. Honestly, what was wrong with this little punk? Dressed head to toe in fine silks like some wealthy young master, yet he pounced on the meat like a dog spotting excrement. GMO shook his head inwardly. Just what kind of people was the Langya Academy churning out? He silently resolved that if he ever got the chance to teach there, he'd reform these corrupt practices and teach them the true meaning of socialist virtues. Lu Qi collected the bear hide, took the bear bones and meat, and didn't even let that certain part go, peeling off the entire length and storing it away like a treasure, which drew uproarious laughter from the surrounding crowd. Zhuyan's face flushed with embarrassment as she raised her small fist and lightly thumped Lu Qi's chest, coquettishly saying, "Senior brother Lu, do you really need to eat that thing? So bad. Hee, if I'm good, you're good too." Without any restraint, Lu Qi couldn't resist extending his groping hand, taking the opportunity to give her a firm squeeze. What a spectacular pair of shameless lovers, flirting so brazenly in public. Wang Wenjian trembled with rage, yet restrained himself. He had no right to speak. After all, Zhu Yan had no connection to him whatsoever. What right did he have to interfere? At this moment, the pathetic simp finally suffered the heartless cruelty of the toxic femme fatale, his heart thoroughly chilled. GMO feared getting an eye infection from the sight, so he picked up his basket and prepared to leave. He truly wanted to stay no longer. Wait, who said you could leave? Lu Qi's gaze fell on GMO's basket, and immediately his eyes shone with greed, his breath growing rapid. What were those things? Baskets overflowing with exotic flowers and rare herbs, every single one a priceless spiritual ingredient and treasured medicine. Then his gaze fell upon GMO, and after confirming repeatedly that this was just a mortal, the corners of his lips curled into a cruel smirk. A man's guilt lies solely in his ownership of the treasure. That mortal must have stumbled upon some incredible luck to acquire so many supreme great spirit herbs, but it was utterly unfortunate that I happened to witness it. Why can't I leave? GMO stared directly at Lu Qi, furrowing his brows. Lu Qi didn't even bother to conceal the greed in his eyes as he snorted, "You may leave, but the basket stays." The others also turned their gaze to the baskets behind GMO, their breathing growing rapid with greed. Lu Qi, that's enough. Don't be insatiable. Wang Wenjian stepped forward, shielding GMO protectively. He never could have imagined that these same classmates who had been so refined and courteous at the academy would now reveal themselves as utterly despicable creatures. Though wealth may tempt the heart, a man should still uphold propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. What, you worthless trash dare to stand in my way too? Lu Qi scoffed and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the disciples of Langya Academy nearby fanned out in a semicircle. Wang Wenjian, be sensible. Don't ask for trouble. Join us in killing this mortal, and if senior brother Lu is in a good mood, he might even share some rewards with you. Zhu Yan's face was full of a cold smirk, her heart utterly vicious, actually planning to commit murder for wealth. The other disciples raised no objections, clearly sharing the same mindset. To them, killing a mere mortal counted for nothing. What troubled them now was how to deal with Wang Wenjian, fearing he wouldn't join them in their unscrupulous acts. Zhu Yan, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Wang Wenjian's heart instantly shattered into pieces. The woman he had loved all along turned out to be so malicious at heart. I must have been blind as a dog, my judgment clouded like lard, to ever fall for such a woman. Ha, what kind of woman I am is none of your business. In my eyes, you're just a dog, a fool to be used at will. Zhu Yan stopped pretending, her true toxic nature fully revealed. Damn it, so you've been deceiving me all this time. Wang Wenjian clenched his fists until they cracked, let out a furious roar, and lunged forward. Yet in the very next second, he was kicked flying back by Lu Qi, spitting blood as he crashed heavily onto the ground. Wang Wenjian, with strength like yours, you still dream of a toad lusting after swan flesh? Compared to senior brother Lu, you're nothing but a pile of dog shit, pa. Zhu Yan approached, stepping on Wang Wenjian with one foot, her face filled with disdain as she spat on him. At this moment, Wang Wenjian's heart completely died, finally severing any lingering illusions he had about Zhu Yan. Mr. G was right, women only slow the draw of a blade. From now on, my heart won't hold space for any woman. Having suffered such a blow, Wang Wenjian finally achieved profound enlightenment. Without desire or pursuit, eyes holding blades, thoughts anchored in heart, when the blade flashes like wind, nothing stands unconquered. Within him reverberated those words spoken by GMO, a mind cleared for the Tao, as comprehension of blade techniques surged like tidal waves, until fierce sword intent began radiating from his very being. Wang Wenjian has attained enlightenment. The surrounding crowd stood stunned. Lu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, wishing it were him who had attained enlightenment. How could Zhu Yan gain sudden insight just after being humiliated by him? This was utterly absurd. No, I must try this myself someday. Zhu Yan retreated in fear, the chilling blade intent sending shivers through her entire body. She dared not remain by Wang Wenjian's side a moment longer. Mid-stage spiritual sect realm. Late-stage spirit sect realm. Initial stage spirit king realm. The crowd watched in astonishment as Wang Wenjian's cultivation surged violently, directly breaking through a major realm barrier into the Spirit King realm. This sudden enlightenment was equivalent to at least 20 or 30 years of arduous cultivation. Wang Wenjian rose from the ground and raised his hand, swinging it down toward Lu Qi. An indestructible blade intent surged forth. Lu Qi was sent flying backward, a deep wound appearing on his chest that exposed the bone beneath. It was hard to believe this was just an attack with a bare hand. Had it been a real blade, the power would have been truly terrifying. Trash. Wang Wenjian glanced at Lu Qi before turning his gaze to Zhu Yan, saying indifferently, "Next, it's your turn." Chapter 45, Scarish Peak. Senior brother Wang, the truth is I've always liked you. Please don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. Zhu Yan's face was filled with terror as she clutched her arms, deliberately squeezing her ample bosom beyond what hands could hold, her voice so sugary it made one's skin crawl. This trick had always worked flawlessly on Wang Wenjian before, but this time it failed. Crack! Wang Wenjian slapped Zhu Yan several times in succession before kicking her to the ground. You truly disgust me. The surroundings fell deathly silent. No one dared to make a sound. In this world, it's ultimately fists that do the talking. In the past, these people mercilessly bullied Wang Wenjian. Now, it's a case of what goes around comes around. Mr. G, how should we deal with these people? Wang Wenjian respectfully inquired of GMO. In his heart, those who dared to harbor murderous intent towards GMO absolutely deserved no mercy. To Wang Wenjian, GMO was akin to a life-changing mentor. Now, how could he tolerate others' blasphemy against him? Forget it. GMO, however, didn't dwell on it. Surely he couldn't just kill everyone involved. Thank Master G for sparing your lives, then get lost, Wang Wenjian declared. Thank you, Master G, for your magnanimity in forgiving us. At this moment, none of them dared to disobey. They all stammered apologies, admitted their mistakes, and fled in panic. Lu Qi clutched his chest as he staggered away, a venomous glint hidden deep in his eyes. Clearly, this matter was far from over. Thank you for your guidance, Master G. It's only through your teachings that I've come to comprehend the way of the blade. From now on, there will only be room for you in my heart. No other woman could ever take your place. Please allow me to follow by your side. Wang Wenjian gazed at GMO with boundless admiration, his eyes twinkling with countless little stars. At this moment, even if GMO ordered him to die, he likely wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. GMO felt a chill run down his spine, regretting his earlier talkativeness. He worried that by accident, he might have turned a perfectly promising young man down an unintended path. Moreover, his so-called swordplay advice had just been nonsense, yet Wang Wenjian's talent was freakish enough to actually grasp the essence of blade mastery from it. Ahem, your achievement stems solely from your own diligence, no need to thank me. The world holds too much injustice, too many despicable people. Now that you've attained skill, you ought to make a difference. Go do something meaningful, become someone useful to society. Not daring to keep Wang Wenjian nearby, GMO spun yet another tall tale to send him packing. Wang Wenjian nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, as if suddenly enlightened. Exactly. How could I selfishly cling to Mr. G's side seeking comfort? I should emulate Master's broad-mindedness, embrace the world, and bring benefit to all people. Master G, I understand now. You shall be my lifelong role model. Wang Wenjian cowed out to GMO, then turned and left. From that day forth, the martial world gained another rogue swordsman, one who stood up for the weak and oppressed, upheld justice, and performed good deeds without leaving his name. GMO finally relaxed. Indeed, honest people were so easy to fool. He continued deeper into the depths of the Tongtian mountain range. Before long, the Ginseng King emerged from underground, gazing in the direction where GMO had disappeared with eyes full of brilliance. Sir, you are truly a peerless master. The Ginseng King had been secretly trailing GMO, witnessing firsthand his myriad heaven-defying abilities. He enlightened the Chaos Azure Lotus, wielded a blade to cleave through heavenly tribulation, and now with just a few words of guidance, enabled the mediocre Wang Wenjian to comprehend the true essence of saber techniques. At this moment, the Ginseng King finally resolved to do everything in his power to cling onto GMO's substantial coattails. With just a few pointers from GMO, one would surely benefit endlessly. The Ginseng King was filled with regret. Why had he run blindly before? It would have been far better to simply let GMO catch him. 2 days later, finally, GMO arrived at the highest peak of the Skirich Mountains, Skirich Peak. Skirich Peak towered into the clouds, its summit beyond sight, as if piercing through the heavens to connect with the firmament above. Rumors say there indeed exists a path leading to the upper realm here, but it remains mere legend, never verified. 3 years away, and everything's changed beyond recognition. GMO stood at the mountain's base, gazing up at Skirich Peak. Where verdant slopes and clear waters should have been, the summit now coiled with black mist, everywhere bearing the ravaged scars of lightning strikes. 3 years ago, GMO encountered a tea tree on Tongtian Peak and gathered numerous leaves to brew tea. Now that the tea leaves have been exhausted, he contemplated returning to gather more. From the current vantage point, Tongtian Peak had undergone significant changes, leaving him uncertain whether the tea tree had been affected. I hope the tea tree is still there, otherwise this trip would have been in vain. This mountain trek had taken immense effort, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. GMO stepped forward, beginning his ascent up the slopes. After he left, several dark figures emerged from the surroundings, another one joining in. Seems everyone wants a piece of that Bodhi tree. The residual power of the heavenly tribulation has mostly dissipated, it's time to enter. Several shadowy figures could no longer restrain themselves and charged straight towards Skirich Peak. Bang! A bolt of lingering lightning flickered, one unfortunate soul touched the remaining thunder energy underground and was instantly electrocuted to charcoal. The others paled in shock, but gritted their teeth and pressed onward regardless. Great peril often conceals great opportunity. As for life and death, that depends entirely on one's skills and fortune. Which poor soul provoked such terrifying heavenly punishment through thunder and lightning? GMO walked along the mountain path, surrounded by dense electric energy that hinted at the terrifying lightning strikes this place had endured not long ago. He ignored the occasional arcs of electricity erupting from the ground, striding forward without the slightest evasion. Those lightning strikes capable of easily obliterating spirit emperors were nothing more than mild tickles in his eyes. The Ginseng King followed GMO to Skirich Peak, hesitating repeatedly before finally stealing its heart and ascending as well. Meanwhile, creatures from all directions at the mountain's base began entering in growing numbers. These beings, whether human, demon, or spirits born of plants and flowers, all exuded terrifying auras as they vanished into the depths of Skirich Peak. The thunder tribulation that struck Celestial Summit Peak was sure to yield countless treasures and spiritual herbs, naturally drawing the covetous eyes of these powerful cultivators. Some came with grander ambitions, targeting the Bodhi tree atop the mountain peak. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, everything veiled in swirling black mist, visibility reduced to nearly nothing. GMO proceeded with extreme caution, for along the way he spotted numerous carcasses of powerful beasts. There were pythons as thick as barrels, and pangolins as large as calves. Such a shame. What excellent game they would have made. Sighing, GMO continued forward. Little did he know, these corpses he deemed worthless were all treasured finds in the eyes of cultivators. In other places, cultivators were fighting tooth and nail over half a corpse, or even just a mere scrap of flesh. As expected of a supreme master, he didn't even glance at these demon emperor or even demon venerate corpses. The Ginseng King felt quite conflicted. The master's standards were so lofty, how could he ever make himself worthy in the master's eyes? Put. Suddenly, a cold glint shot from afar, aiming straight for GMO's back. This vicious and brutal strike was clearly meant to kill, yet when it hit the basket on GMO's back, it vanished without a trace. Ah, what kind of magical artifact is this, that it could withstand my full-powered strike? The lurking creature cried out in shock, unable to believe this utterly unremarkable bamboo basket possessed such terrifying power. GMO sensed something amiss. Picking up a pebble, he hurled it into the darkness. Ah! From the distance came heart-rending, blood-curdling screams. Chapter 46, Too Ugly for My Taste. Then, a figure fled in terror, looking utterly disheveled. Left behind on the ground was half of a bloody severed arm. Who would believe that such an inconspicuous little stone could break the arm of a spiritual venerable realm expert from several miles away? This was truly a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. They had schemed to kill, only to stumble upon someone far stronger, nearly losing their life in the process. The fleeing man ultimately failed to escape his fate. The Ginseng King trailed behind him, seized the opportunity, and dragged him underground before tearing him to pieces. Humph! How dare you scheme against our master G? Did you really think you'd live? The Ginseng King prided himself on being a loyal subordinate, believing that by doing things for GMO, he could surely win the man's favor. GMO had only made it halfway up the mountain when danger struck once more. In a mountainous forest, streaks of green spears pierced through boulders, sweeping toward him. Massive rocks shattered as stone pillars collapsed. Everything within a 100-meter radius was pulverized by those indestructible green spears. What the hell is this? GMO darted left and right, light as a feather, swiftly weaving through the flying debris as he fled the area. His heart still pounding with fear, he squinted his eyes and finally caught sight of the hidden creature. It was a bizarre plant, resembling a cactus in shape but standing nearly 3 meters tall, covered with hundreds of writhing vines. These were the very vines that had assaulted GMO earlier, capable of effortlessly splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Seems like my chance to shine has arrived. The Ginseng King burst directly from the soil, charging toward that bizarre plant, eager to seize the moment to prove itself. Yet just as it soared midair, a cold gleam sliced past its face, nearly splitting it in two. It turned out GMO had flicked his firewood axe like a shooting star, slashing straight toward the strange plant. Bang! The struck plant exploded instantly, splattering green sap across the ground. The stone sizzled with rising smoke, the sap possessed terrifying corrosive properties. Thank heavens I chose long-range attacks, GMO mused with relief. Retrieving his firewood axe, GMO shot a sinister glance at the Ginseng King lying on the ground. He instantly recognized this as the very ginseng that had escaped him days prior. A grin spread across his face. This shape-shifting old root would make such nourishing broth. Great master, spare this lowly one's life, the ginseng pleaded. The Ginseng King was so terrified that he immediately prostrated himself and kowtowed. If that blade came flying, his ancient life would surely be over. GMO was stunned for a moment. So this ginseng really had become a spirit, capable of human speech? Curious, he walked over and poked the plump white body of the Ginseng King with his finger. Seeing limbs nearly identical to a human's, he found it utterly fascinating. The Ginseng King seized the opportunity to plead, Master G, this humble one wishes to follow by your side. I sincerely beg you not to turn me away. No, GMO decisively refused. A ginseng that's become sentient, who dares keep such a thing by their side? Who knows what schemes it might harbor? Moreover, though the Ginseng King had an infant's body, it bore the face of an old man, which made GMO extremely uncomfortable just looking at it. This appearance was simply too hideous. Don't want it? The Ginseng King felt as though struck by lightning. It had thought such humble deference would surely elicit rapturous acceptance, never expecting such an outcome. Moreover, it clearly saw the undisguised look of disdain on Jimo's face. The exalted one disdains me? The Ginseng King was deeply wounded, its warm advances met with cold rejection. To think even it could fall victim to someone's contempt one day. The 10,000-year-old ginseng root that had cultivated for millennia, just one whiff of its fragrance could equal 100 days of rigorous cultivation, and a single bite could elevate one directly to sainthood. Yet, GMO simply considered it unworthy of his attention. Seeing the Ginseng King groveling in surrender, GMO couldn't bring himself to strike. Besides, the thought of devouring a talking ginseng root was too unsettling, he had to mercifully walk away. The Ginseng King was still fretting over its inadequacies when it noticed GMO had already disappeared into the distance. Wait. I'm very useful. If you keep me close, I can make your cultivation progress 1,000 miles a day. The Ginseng King scurried after him on stubby little legs, energetically pitching its virtues. Cultivation? GMO immediately felt his temples throb, this was really hitting his sore spot. He turned back with an angry glare, you're fucking useless. The Spirit Ginseng King was shocked, even the Spirit Emperor coveted him. Could it be that the true cultivation of this master had already surpassed the Spirit Emperor? Indeed, looking at Jimo's displayed abilities, none were something a Spirit Emperor level expert could accomplish. At this moment, the Spirit Ginseng King felt he had finally seen through Jimo's origins, and his resolve grew firmer. No matter what, he must cling to this powerful ally. Mr. G, I know you're looking for that Bodhi tree. I can guide you there. The Ginseng King spoke up. Do I really need you to lead the way? Isn't it just the high platform on the southern side of the mountain peak? Jima sneered dismissively. He wasn't visiting for the first time, what need had he for a guide? Moreover, his heart was filled with vigilance, this Ginseng King's unsolicited kindness surely harbored ill intentions. Ah, how could you possibly know that? The Ginseng King was stunned. Although the whole world knew about the existence of a congenital Bodhi tree in the Celestial Mountains, no one had ever discovered its exact location. Even those fortunate enough to stumble upon traces of the Bodhi tree invariably met with untimely deaths. The Ginseng King only knew the exact location of the Bodhi tree because of his status and long lifespan, having gone through great lengths to uncover it. How could I possibly not know? Such a massive tree, you can spot it at a glance once you reach the mountain peak. GMO found this utterly baffling. It's just a tea tree, nothing more. Why all the secrecy? Anyone unaware might genuinely think it's some kind of celestial treasure. This little ginseng root has obviously never seen the world, startled by everything, alarmed by nothing. You're not human? The Ginseng King screamed. Nothing that encounters the Bodhi tree ever survives, even a spiritual emperor couldn't escape death. You're insulting me? How about I stew you alive? Jimo's face darkened with anger, and a single glare from him made the Ginseng King tremble all over. Upon closer inspection, GMO was indeed human, which left the Ginseng King utterly baffled. If GMO could see the Bodhi tree, he must have entered the killing array. Could it be that even that lethal formation was powerless against him? At this thought, the Ginseng King couldn't help but draw a sharp, startled breath. It said that even immortals couldn't survive that formation, yet GMO escaped unharmed. Could his cultivation be above the immortal realm? But the profound spirit world shouldn't have warriors of that level existing here. Judging by Jimo's demeanor, he doesn't seem to be boasting, he must have truly seen the Bodhi tree with his own eyes. The Ginseng King stared at GMO with growing dread. Just what kind of existence was this man? Boom, rumble, rumble. At that very moment, an earth-shattering noise erupted from the summit of Skirich Peak, though no one knew what had actually occurred. A mushroom cloud rose from the mountaintop, accompanied by a deafening explosion as the entire peak trembled violently. The earth quaked and mountains swayed, countless forests collapsed, boulders tumbled down, and flames soared skyward, painting an apocalyptic scene. What happened? The Ginseng King shivered uncontrollably, sensing an overwhelming force of destruction being unleashed. Chapter 47 The Bodhi Tree. Jimo's face turned pale, his heart gripped by lingering fear. Before leaving home, he'd only checked the weather forecast. Why hadn't he cast a divination for himself to foresee fortune or calamity? Never did he expect such wretched luck, stumbling headlong into catastrophe. Dust and rubble flew everywhere as fireballs rained incessantly from the sky. The ground crumbled beneath him, yet GMO remained perfectly still, his fingers weaving through calculations as he sought the path to survival. The Ginseng King trembled like a sieve, but when it raised its head and saw the figure before it standing as steady as a mountain, its heart immediately calmed. With an expert here, what do I have to fear? It immediately went up and hugged Jimo's calf, instantly enveloped in a deep sense of security that wiped away all traces of fear in its heart. A true master remains unshaken even if mountains crumble before him, his composure unwavering. At this moment, Jimo's image in the Ginseng King's mind towered even higher than the heavenly peak. Ah! In the distance, screams erupted incessantly, clearly some wretched creatures had met with calamity. The shrieks made Jimo's scalp prickle, yet what truly baffled him was that his divination hadn't foretold disaster. but great fortune instead. Indeed, youth wasted leads to regret in old age. Had I known, I would have studied divination techniques more diligently. GMO let out a sigh, thinking his amateurish skills had led to inaccurate calculations, filled with self-reproach. With calamity at our doorstep, where could auspicious signs possibly come from? Looking down at the ginseng king clinging to his calf, he flicked its forehead. Your ascension ginseng spirit, what are you afraid of? The ginseng king felt its head splitting with pain and hurriedly released a shimmering halo, erecting multiple layers of light barriers to block the incoming storm of sand and stones. Not bad, somewhat useful. GMO nodded approvingly, thinking to himself that this ginseng spirit indeed wasn't entirely useless. Perhaps keeping it around wouldn't be such a bad idea. Praise only spurred the ginseng king into even more enthusiastic displays, eager to prove its worth. On the mountain peak, explosions rang out continuously. Amidst the chaos, an ancient tea tree towering hundreds of feet high began to crumble and disintegrate. No way, that tea tree is splitting apart. GMO gazed at the mountaintop from afar, his heart aching at the sight. The tea brewed from its tender buds was exceptionally fragrant. If it died, where would he ever find such fine tea leaves again? The ginseng king's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Could it be that the Bodhi tree was in trouble? Everyone knew the Bodhi tree was an innate divine root, practically indestructible and immortal. How could anything possibly be wrong with it? Though it had endured a heavenly tribulation of thunder just days before, that lightning's force shouldn't have been enough to destroy the Bodhi tree. Anxious, it quickly widened its eyes and unleashed its divine sense, desperate to see what was happening atop the mountain. All that met the eye was utter obscurity, impossible to discern clearly. Alas, the gap between me and a true master is like that between heaven and earth, sighed Ginseng King. The Bodhi tree suffered calamity indeed, disintegrating, its trunk collapsing, its soul fragmenting. The terrifying power contained within it had erupted, causing the earth to shake and mountains to tremble. This process lasted a full 3 hours before gradually coming to an end. The entire Skirich Peak lay in complete devastation, transformed into a slaughterhouse with countless living beings dead or wounded. The mountain had grown even more perilous now. Not only did lingering bolts of lightning remain, but wildfires erupted everywhere while collapsing boulders threatened without warning. Many fortunate survivors began retreating immediately, not daring to linger on Skirich Peak for another moment. Yet another group pressed on toward the summit with feverish determination burning in their eyes. After calamity passes, comes the time to seize all manner of fortune. Roar! A mournful howl echoed in the distance as the earth trembled. A cyan shadow rode upon demonic winds, approaching with terrifying speed. It was a blue wolf, not particularly large, its frame gaunt and emaciated. Yet with each bounding stride, the earth quaked beneath its paws, shattered rocks cratering the ground where it landed. Gmo's eyes gleamed. Another delicious meal had delivered itself to his doorstep. Without hesitation, he drew his firewood cleaver. The Ginseng King was about to warn Gmo that this was a demonic beast of venerable rank, but swallowed his words before they could leave his lips. How foolish! With a supreme expert present, what threat could a mere demonic venerable pose? Sure enough, the green wolf that had been tracking the Ginseng King's scent shuddered violently upon seeing Gmo, immediately tucking its tail between its legs and fleeing in panic. Are all the beasts in your celestial summit mountains this cowardly? Gmo couldn't help but ask. What a shame to let such fine game escape like that. The Ginseng King didn't know how to respond. Any beast that had witnessed Gmo slashing through heavenly tribulations with his blade that day would be terrified. Moreover, Gmo's reputation for being fond of wild game had spread throughout the entire Skirich mountain range, who would dare deliver themselves to certain death. It could be said that Gmo had become the uncrowned king of the entire Skirich mountain range. Let's head up the mountain. Gmo put away his firewood knife and continued toward the mountain peak. At this point, there was no turning back. He had to go up and see for himself what was going on. How could such a massive tree vanish without a trace? There had to be an explanation. Gmo and the Ginseng King ascended to the summit of Tongtian Peak without incident, encountering no danger along the way. On the southern slope of the mountain peak, swirling mist enveloped the area as various energies erupted, with occasional explosions echoing through the air. That was precisely where the Bodhi tree stood. Yet even Gmo couldn't discern what was truly happening within. The billowing smoke and raging forces obscured everything. Frowning, Gmo sensed the peril ahead and dared not advance recklessly. Shadows flickered incessantly around them as numerous creatures had already arrived at the scene. Watching cautiously from the darkness, none dared to act rashly. The Ginseng King sensed the terrifying pressure permeating the surroundings and, frightened, once again clung tightly to Gmo's leg. A 10,000-year Ginseng King. A cold voice rang out as someone emerged from the shadows and stood before Gmo. It was a middle-aged man with an aquiline nose, phoenix eyes, and pupils gleaming with cold light, his gaze fixed firmly on the Ginseng King. Ha ha ha, truly, after endless searching, fortune comes without effort. He threw back his head in wild laughter before suddenly thrusting out his large hand, making a direct grab for the Ginseng King. Take your filthy hands away, or I'll chop them off. A man reached straight for his lower regions. How could GMO tolerate such insolence? He immediately growled a cold warning. Moreover, the Ginseng King belonged to him, who dared lay a finger on it. Though GMO thoroughly despised the Ginseng King, now that he'd accepted it, he would naturally ensure its safety. Du Joyo, I am now Mr. G's subordinate. I advise you not to set your sights on me again, or you will regret it. The Ginseng King, convinced it had latched onto GMO's formidable influence, cast aside all restraint and pointed accusingly at the middle-aged man with a scolding tone. At this moment, it reveled in unparalleled exhilaration. Having lived nearly 10,000 years, this was the first time it had ever dared to openly confront a spirit saint with such brazen audacity. Du Joyo frowned, sizing up GMO with a look of utter disdain. Humph, just a mortal putting on airs. He was about to strike again, but reconsidered and hesitated. How could a mere mortal possibly ascend to the summit of this heavenly peak? And that insufferably prideful 10,000-year Ginseng King would never deign to attach itself to a mortal. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Du Joyo, since when have you become so timid and hesitant? If you don't dare to take this 10,000-year ginseng, then it's mine for the taking. At that very moment, a ghost-like figure suddenly materialized out of thin air, lunging straight at GMO in an attempt to forcibly seize the Ginseng King. Chapter 48, The Immortal's Dirty Trick? This person appeared and vanished like a phantom, with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they appeared right beside GMO and threw a punch directly at his face. The Ginseng King couldn't even make out the figure clearly. In the blink of an eye, the person was already standing right before him. Without a doubt, this was yet another spiritual saint, possessing an incredibly supreme movement technique. A sudden ambush like this was truly impossible to guard against. Even Du Joyo showed fear on his face, admitting that if he were the one being ambushed, he wouldn't be confident in dodging this punch. GMO remained motionless, as if he truly couldn't react in time. Just as he was about to be buried under that punch, something bizarre happened. The ambusher suddenly convulsed violently, let out a blood-curdling scream, and was sent flying sideways. His palm appeared charred and bloody, struck by a stray crackle of lightning. Who knows if it was GMO's incredible luck or the attacker's sheer misfortune, but he triggered the residual lightning energy on the ground before even touching GMO, suffering an unwarranted lightning strike. Ha! Serves you right for launching a despicable sneak attack. The Ginseng King burst into laughter. How blind this fool must be to dare attack Mr. G, it's sheer suicide. Clutching GMO's leg, it had the clearest view. When the attacker struck, GMO had imperceptibly shifted half an inch to the side. Clearly, it was this mere half-inch distance that cost the ambusher dearly. The ambusher's figure was thus revealed, dressed in black robes, wearing a crimson skull mask, exuding a thick aura of bloodlust from head to toe. Red Skull the Demon! From the shadows, someone recognized the assailant's identity and cried out in alarm. Instantly, sharp intakes of breath rose one after another. The Crimson Skull, a notorious demonic fiend, was vicious by nature and killed without remorse. None had ever seen his true face, nor did anyone know his real name. All that was known was this fiend's hands were drenched in blood, countless lives had fallen to him, and wherever he appeared, death was certain to follow. Now that the bloody skull has appeared here, doesn't it mean the god of death is about to arrive? Many silently cursed their luck, while the more timid discreetly slipped away, fearing they might invite fatal misfortune. Retribution? I've slaughtered countless souls, never once believing in such nonsense. That brat merely stumbled into some dumb luck, narrowly dodging death this time. Next, I'll carve him into 8 bloody pieces, then toss him into the cauldron with this ginseng root of yours to brew us some exquisite elixirs. The voice of the Red Skull was sinister and terrifying, dripping with murderous intent. Though his expression remained hidden, the face beneath that mask must have been contorted with utter ferocity at this moment. This was utterly humiliating. Not only had his ambush failed, but he'd been struck by lightning in full view of so many spectators. Where could he possibly save face now? He absolutely had to reclaim his dignity. The red skeleton's figure blurred as he transformed into a streak of afterimages, launching another assault at GMO. Yet another tragicomedy unfolded. This time, it wasn't electricity, but fire. The moment the red skeleton approached GMO before even making a move, raging flames erupted beneath his feet, shooting skyward and engulfing him in an instant. The red skeleton was entirely ablaze. Had he not been extraordinarily powerful, he might have been roasted alive right then and there. By the time he extinguished the flames, his black robes were tattered and charred, leaving him thoroughly scorched and utterly disheveled. Looking at GMO's indifferent expression, he finally showed a wary look. Weird. It was just too weird. Not just Red Skull, even the others felt something was off, thinking GMO was pretending to be weak while actually playing Red Skull like a fiddle. Outwardly plain and unremarkable, putting on the harmless appearance of an ordinary mortal, but in reality, his heart was filthy through and through. These experts immediately placed GMO on their list of people not to be trifled with, silently resolving never to provoke this man in the future. Du Joyo felt a wave of lingering fear, grateful that he had restrained himself and not attacked. Otherwise, he would have been the one in trouble now. Are you blind? There are flashing lightning arcs and swirling flames on the ground, yet you stubbornly stepped on them. How utterly foolish. GMO gazed at Red Skull with the contemptuous look one reserves for idiots. He had no idea that the anomalies beneath the ground were clearly visible to him, yet completely imperceptible to others. Am I blind? Stop acting so high and mighty, as if you could even tell. The Crimson Skull's face turned livid as he snorted coldly. The lightning arcs and flames on the ground were utterly untraceable, even spiritual sense couldn't detect them. So how could mere eyes perceive them? Of course I can see them, humph, pockface. GMO stared meaningfully at the Red Skull mask on Mayunk's face as he spoke. Pockface? The Crimson Skull stood thunderstruck, staring fixedly at GMO. How could the other party know his face was pockmarked? Could he truly penetrate the mask and see his true features? Yet this mask was a legendary artifact, even a Spirit Emperor's divine sense couldn't pierce through it. For the first time, a sliver of fear took root in the Crimson Skull's heart. Oh, so the Red Skull is actually pockmarked. The crowd buzzed with excited chatter. The originally mysterious and terrifying Demon Lord seemed far less frightening now that everyone imagined him with a pockmarked face. No wonder he wears a mask, he's just ugly. The Ginseng King sneered without hesitation. These words nearly made Crimson Skull vomit blood in rage. His greatest secret had actually been exposed. Just what origins did this Master G have to be so terrifying? At that moment, someone shouted loudly, "Look, the mist is clearing." The thick southern fog began to disperse, revealing the scenery within. The spot where the Bodhi tree once stood was now completely empty. As if not even wood chips or leaves remained, everything had turned to ashes. Could the Bodhi tree's ambitions have been too great? Did it try to reach the pinnacle of refinement, only to self-destruct in the process? Joyo speculated. He had come specifically for the Bodhi tree, never expecting to draw water with a bamboo basket only to end up with nothing. Something's wrong. There seems to be an undulating immortal aura over there. The Bodhi tree has likely fallen victim to treachery. The Ginseng King's expression darkened as he sensed a wisp of energy foreign to the Xianling realm. Immortal aura. The surrounding cultivators paled, their hearts roiling with towering waves of shock. Could it be that an immortal from the upper realm intervened? But why target a Bodhi tree that poses no threat? Since the passage between the two realms was severed long ago, how did these celestial energies reach here? It seems the situation is even more complicated than imagined. Mr. G, don't go. Beware of the killing array. The Ginseng King shouted anxiously. While the crowd was still discussing, GMO walked without hesitation towards the southern area and stepped inside. Yet he encountered no obstruction at all. The legendary killing array showed not the slightest sign of activation. Could it be that after the Bodhi tree collapsed, the killing formation disappeared along with it? The Ginseng King muttered to himself and immediately followed suit. Indeed, it was perfectly safe without any danger whatsoever. Seeing this, a few individuals couldn't restrain themselves and transformed into streaks of light, attempting to tail behind them. However, these individuals were intercepted by a mysterious force. With a thunderous boom, they exploded into waves of crimson mist. Chapter 49. Never before have I seen someone so shameless. Whether they were spirit venerates or spirit saints, they had no ability to resist whatsoever. That unfathomable force annihilated them all without a trace. That killing formation clearly still remained intact. How could this be? Why is it that G can enter while others cannot? The crimson skeleton gnashed its teeth, a growing sense of helplessness festering in its heart. Was the opponent truly that formidable? He refused to believe it and decided to charge forward anyway. But after taking just a few steps, he timidly retreated. In the end, I still dare not gamble with my life. Joyo stared at GMO's moving trajectory, his face full of confusion. Why was he the only one not triggering the killing array? It made no sense. The others all wore expressions of shock, not daring to set foot in that area for even a half step. The Ginseng King gazed fearfully at the bloody mist drifting behind them and clung tightly to GMO, afraid of meeting the same fate. But clearly, as long as they stayed by GMO's side, there was no danger whatsoever. Indeed, Mr. G is invincible. The Ginseng King felt greatly reassured and began observing his surroundings. This place truly lived up to being the root of the Bodhi tree. Spiritual energy filled the air, forming rainbow-hued mist. The ground was fragrant with rare grasses, and all manner of exotic flowers and plants emitted radiant glows, each one an invaluable spiritual herb. Not far away, a small pool shimmered brilliantly, dazzlingly radiant. The Ginseng King grinned from ear to ear. The spiritual energy here was so incredibly dense that it couldn't help but breathe deeply, greedily inhaling and exhaling. GMO sniffed the air and remarked indifferently, "The air here isn't bad, just a little worse than at my place." Worse than at your place? The Ginseng King rolled its eyes on the spot. The spiritual energy here is so dense it's practically turning into mist. Yet you claim it's inferior to your home? Mr. G, do you live in some kind of immortal paradise? The nearby expert scoffed upon hearing this, completely disbelieving and convinced GMO was just boasting. This place gathers such concentrated spiritual energy precisely because an innate spiritual root, the Bodhi tree, has taken root here. Could it be you have multiple Bodhi trees at home or something? Mr. G, should we harvest all these precious herbs on the ground? Asked the Ginseng King. The cultivators outside, seeing so many rare flowers and exotic grasses, were filled with greed, wishing they could claim them all for themselves. But GMO remained completely indifferent from start to finish, even casually trampling them underfoot as if they were mere weeds. No need. The vegetables grown at my home are better than these, GMO said indifferently, clearly looking down on it. Upon hearing this, the surrounding experts immediately showed disdain. Enough already. It's fine to play the pig to eat the tiger, but overdoing it is just disgusting. Then, they all felt immense heartache. Gee, putting on an act is one thing, but did you have to trample those precious spiritual herbs so carelessly? If you didn't want them, you could have given them to us. Humph, I've never seen someone so shameless. The Red Skull looked utterly disdainful, convinced that GMO was just an exaggerator seeking attention. Damn it, to think someone like him publicly stepped on my face just now, so infuriating. This water seems quite nice. GMO walked up to the edge of the pool. The pool was 3 feet square, shimmering with a pure white halo as wisps of life energy gushed forth. Ha! Finally dropping the act, huh? This is spirit spring water. Don't tell me you've got some excuse to look down on it now. The Crimson Skeleton let out a disdainful snort, but before he could finish speaking, it was as if someone had choked him by the throat. No sound escaped him anymore. Within his line of sight, he saw a pair of large feet stomp directly into the spirit spring. GMO sat by the poolside, picking at his large feet, and sighed. After walking such treacherous mountain paths, I'm exhausted. Finally, I can soak my feet properly and relax. While he was nice and comfortable, everyone else felt as disgusted as if they'd swallowed flies. Everyone had been scheming about how to divide up this spiritual spring, but look what happened, it was completely ruined. Who could possibly bear to consume spiritual spring water that someone's feet had been soaking in? The Ginseng King had previously witnessed GMO washing his hands with spiritual nectar, so seeing him now soaking his feet in the spiritual spring didn't strike it as particularly unusual. Not one to miss out on such benefits, the Ginseng King also slipped into the pool for a soak. A continuous stream of spiritual energy immediately began flowing into its body. The Ginseng King felt invigorated from head to toe, its aged face growing increasingly youthful. Meanwhile, the surrounding elite cultivators felt their hearts shatter with envy. The precious herbs were trampled flat, and the spiritual spring water was used to wash stinky feet. What on earth is this G-fellow trying to do? Does he truly not care about these treasures at all? Crushed herbs can still be used for medicine, but once a spiritual spring becomes foot-washing water, how can it ever be used again? Ah, nothing beats the crisp water from the well at home, so much more refreshing for soaking tired feet. GMO spoke again, his tone laced with disdain. Everyone was so angry they could practically hear their teeth grinding, itching to grab a blade and take this bastard down. You're really putting on airs, as if your house is some celestial palace? If it weren't for the killing array blocking them, these people might well unite against their common enemy and swarm GMO to finish him off. The truth was, GMO's continuous taunts and provocations were simply too infuriating to endure. Ah, Mr. G is admirable in every way, except for his utter lack of humility. The Ginseng King couldn't help but flush with second-hand embarrassment for GMO, thinking he'd taken the act a step too far. It had no idea that GMO was simply telling the truth. After soaking his feet, GMO wandered around again and discovered that the Bodhi tree had truly left nothing behind, not even its roots remained, all reduced to ashes. All that effort for nothing. What a shame. Guess I won't be getting good tea anymore. He dusted off his hands and prepared to leave. What's this? A Bodhi seed. The Ginseng King made a discovery, unearthing a shriveled seed from a muddy pit. It was a small Bodhi seed, completely charred black, nearly reduced to charcoal by lightning strikes. This must be the only remnant left by the Bodhi tree. Unfortunately, it had completely lost all usefulness now. The Ginseng King was about to throw it away when GMO swiftly snatched it up. He examined it carefully, a delighted expression appearing on his face. Finding a spot with rich soil, he buried the Bodhi seed. Mr. G, that's a dead seed, it won't sprout, the Ginseng King reminded him. Not necessarily. I'm quite skilled at growing things. After all, he was a man bearing the title of Shinon, so GMO was still quite confident. What's so impressive about being good at growing vegetables? That's just weird. No matter how skilled he is at farming, can he possibly bring a dead seed back to life? That bastard G is putting on such an act. I've never seen someone so shameless. The surrounding crowd all wore expressions of disdain, thinking GMO was truly insufferable. They wished a bolt of lightning would strike down this pretentious show-off, seeking attention shamelessly. If he can actually make this Bodhi seed sprout, I'll eat this pile of dung on the spot. Red Skull pointed at a heap of animal feces, his face full of contempt. But Red Skull kept his voice low, clearly afraid GMO might hear him and come to settle the score. Dujoyo couldn't help but laugh, then I'm really looking forward to seeing how you'll eat that pile of dung. Though he didn't actually believe GMO could revive this Bodhi seed, Jojo simply wanted to annoy Red Skull since they didn't get along anyway. How about we make a wager? Red Skull challenged icily. Were it not for her injuries, she would have already struck Jojo down. But Jojo didn't take the bait, he just smiled without responding. Only a fool would accept a guaranteed losing bet. I'll take that bet. An elderly man emerged at a leisurely pace, cradling a longsword in his arms. Chapter 50, Connecting Heaven and Earth, Penetrating Yin and Yang, Defying Life and Death. Shin Tong, are you truly determined to gamble with me? The Crimson Skeleton gazed bewildered at the emerging elder. Is this guy an idiot, knowing he's bound to lose yet still making the bet? The surrounding crowd also cast puzzled glances, failing to comprehend Shin Tong's intentions. Could he be trying to curry favor with the Crimson Skeleton in a roundabout way? But Shin Tong is after all a disciple of Lingshu Sword Sect, born from a first-rate faction. Although his cultivation might not match the Red Skull's, there's no need for such cowardice, right? A true swordsman would rather break than bend. For Shin Tong to be this spineless is downright disgraceful. The Red Skull thought the same, assuming Shin Tong was buying his way out of trouble, and laughed heartily. Smart move. If I were to go on a killing spree, I'd spare your life. You're overthinking it. I'm betting because I'm certain, absolutely certain, of my victory. Shin Tong spoke unhurriedly, staring straight at the Red Skull without a hint of fear. Because he had once heard about Jimo's deeds from Tang Shui's lips. A transcendent master capable of plucking the celestial notes of the great Tao could surely accomplish feats beyond mortal reach. Reviving a Bodhi seed might not be impossible after all. Shin Tong resolved to stake it all, pushing forward the sword he carried in his arms. This is an epic-level weapon, his most treasured possession, awarded by the sect last time for accomplishing a great merit. Excellent, an epic weapon, I'll gladly accept it. The Red Skeleton produced a precious mirror, also an epic-level treasure, and the two made a wager. GMO remained completely unaware that he had inadvertently triggered a gambling match. After burying the Bodhi seed, he fetched some spiritual spring water to irrigate it, applying his vegetable-growing techniques. Yet nothing happened. Clearly, a completely lifeless seed wouldn't revive no matter how much spiritual spring water you poured on it. Ha, you lose. Shin Tong, you're truly an idiot. Did you seriously think this guy had the power to bring the dead back to life? The Crimson Skull revealed a smug grin and was about to seize the treasured sword from Shin Tong's grasp. At this moment, Shin Tong's face turned ashen. Could it be that he had truly misplaced his trust in GMO? Don't rush, it's not over yet. Jojo interjected, unable to stomach the Crimson Skull's gloating. Could it be that waiting till the end of time is necessary? A seed that's already turned to carbon could never take root and sprout, even if planted for 10,000 years. The Red Skull could wait no longer and reached straight for the sword in Shin Tong's arms. Thud! A deafening explosion shook the entire ground. Everyone's faces darkened with alarm, fearing another catastrophe had arrived. That commotion was caused by that G fellow, someone shouted. And so, all eyes turned back to GMO once more. What they saw was GMO bending over with his butt sticking out, drawing peculiar patterns in the dirt with a wooden stick. Yet as these patterns intertwined to form sigils, they somehow induced tremors in the very earth itself. What's he doing? The Crimson Skeleton's gaze flickered with uncertainty, clearly sensing the surging earth vein energy beneath its feet. He's setting up a formation, connecting heaven and earth, bridging yin and yang. Such an esoteric array. Among the crowd stood a Grandmaster-level formation expert, his face filled with shock. The formations Jima was sketching completely exceeded his comprehension. Formation Grandmasters were already at the pinnacle of array mastery in the profound spirit world. Yet now, even such an authority couldn't understand just what kind of formation was this Jima laying down? Connecting heaven and earth, linking yin and yang. Could this truly reverse life and death? Everyone collectively drew in a sharp breath, their eyes locked onto GMO, waiting for a miracle to unfold. Using a wooden stick as his brush and the earth as his canvas, GMO's strokes flowed like soaring dragons and slithering serpents. One ancient rune after another emerged, forming a special yin-yang fish diagram that intertwined in embrace. The vital energy of the entire Tongtian mountain range came surging forth in rolling waves. To think I've immersed myself in formation arrays for centuries, yet I don't even compare to 1/10,000th of Senior G's skill. He is my guiding light. I'd willingly become his loyal follower, if only he'd impart even a shred of his wisdom. The Grandmaster of Formation Arrays was utterly conquered, burning with the urge to rush over and kowtow to become his disciple. Boom! A thunderous boom echoed across the heavens. The formation didn't just connect with the earth, it bridged the firmament itself. Dazzling beams of radiance erupted as boundless spiritual energy gathered, forming a vast shower of luminous rain that cascaded down. The heavens and earth transformed. GMO was instantly engulfed by the radiant downpour, leaving the onlookers unable to discern what transpired within. Every spectator stood rooted in stunned silence like wooden chickens. It appears I'm going to win. The gloom on Qin Tong's face vanished completely. It seemed he was about to stage a comeback in this wager. Illusion, this must be an illusion. How could such a shameless rogue possess such formidable power? The Red Skull refused to believe the scene before his eyes. After all, GMO displayed not the slightest demeanor of a master. Nothing in his words or actions matched the bearing of a peerless mighty figure. Within the formation, the Ginseng King jumped up and down, shouting incessantly, "Share some with me, share some with me, please share some with me." The boundless energy contained within the Earth's essence and the heavenly rain of light was all drawn forth by GMO, channeled into the Bodhi seed beneath the soil. This made the Ginseng King burn with envy. These energy substances possessed unimaginable vitality. If it could absorb even a portion, it would undoubtedly undergo an inconceivable transformation. GMO had a headache from the Ginseng King's incessant noise, so he reluctantly diverted a few strands of energy to it. Instantly, the Ginseng King erupted with dazzling radiance, unexpectedly growing a 10th leaf and even blossoming. It's important to know that 9 represents the ultimate limit. Once this boundary is surpassed, it signifies reaching the pinnacle of sublimation, where a living being undergoes unimaginable metamorphosis. The Ginseng King struck it rich this time, obtaining an opportunity beyond all expectations. Half a day later, the rain of light ceased, and everything returned to calm. The crowd once again saw GMO and the Ginseng King. Beneath GMO's feet, a fresh green sprout quietly broke through the soil. The Bodhi seed, reviving from death, had sprouted. Mr. G indeed possesses abilities beyond the comprehension of gods and ghosts. You've truly succeeded. Qin flushed with excitement, grinning like a child as he eagerly reached out to the Red Skull for that legendary treasure mirror. Impossible. That sprout was clearly something he planted himself just now when we weren't looking. The Red Skull shamelessly reneged. This was a bet he simply couldn't afford to lose. Because once you admit defeat, not only do you have to hand over the treasure mirror, but you also have to eat that huge pile of shit. So, even if it means death, we can never surrender. A dignified spiritual saint expert is actually cheating. Do you still want any shred of dignity? Du Joyo spat in disdain, utterly despising such vile losers who refuse to own up to their defeat. The surrounding crowd also cast contemptuous glances, but the Crimson Skeleton shamelessly retorted, "Who can prove this sprout grew from that Bodhi seed?" No sooner had he spoken than GMO pulled up the tender shoot. Its roots still clung to the original Bodhi seed. Now with irrefutable evidence, the Crimson Skeleton had no room left for denial. "It must have been swapped. That's definitely not the seed from before." With these words, the Red Skull turned into a blur and rushed toward the foot of the mountain. "Shameless scoundrel, don't think you can just refuse to own up." Qin Tong roared and chased after him. "Excellent. Take it home and cultivate it for a while, and we'll have fresh tea to drink." GMO looked at the sapling in his hand, quite pleased. Just then, something unexpected occurred. A violet lightning bolt, carrying the might of heaven and earth, descended from the sky and struck straight at the sapling. Chapter 51, Mr. G suffered divine retribution and died. Immortal aura. The King Ginseng was horrified. Within those violet lightning bolts actually lingered energy traces from the upper realm. Even now, having undergone metamorphosis and grown 10 flowers with 10 leaves, it still wasn't confident about withstanding this strike brimming with annihilating power. This must be the source that destroyed the Bodhi tree, likely originating from the upper realm. If struck by it, one would assuredly be reduced to ashes. The violet heavenly lightning tore through the void, crashing straight toward the small Bodhi sapling in GMO's hands. Its purpose was unmistakable: annihilation. Boom! The lightning bolt, carrying the weight of 10,000 forces, struck GMO with unerring precision. In an instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, as the entire sky-piercing peak shook violently. The nearby powerhouse cultivators were also caught in the devastation. Those below the Sage Realm were virtually torn apart instantly, reduced to pulped flesh. Even Sage Realm experts barely survived, sustaining grievous injuries as they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. This is the wrath of heavenly punishment. Flee now. Du Joyo was shocked beyond measure. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he erupted with his fastest speed, fleeing into the distance with lightning haste. The other survivors likewise unleashed their life-preserving techniques, scattering in frantic escape. Those who didn't run would surely meet their end. Ah, heaven envies genius. Could it be that Senior G possessed talents so heaven-defying that the heavens themselves could not tolerate his existence? The Master of Formations let out a grief-stricken cry, blood and tears welling in the corners of his eyes. With one last glance in GMO's direction, his face filled with desolation, he departed. Above the firmament, lightning flashed and thunder roared, its piercing radiance illuminating half the sky. One after another, streaks of lightning emerged, densely covering the heavens before descending upon the summit of Tongtian Peak like a violent storm, relentless and unceasing. Soon, the entire Tongtian Peak was engulfed in an endless sea of thunderous light. What exactly happened? Countless powerful beings were startled, their faces filled with shock as they turned their gazes toward the direction of heaven-piercing peak, wondering why the divine punishment had descended. And what manner of creature was the heavens seeking to destroy with such wrath? Ha ha, as they say, pretentiousness invites lightning. Even the heavens can't stand that bastard G and are determined to strike him dead. The Crimson Skull laughed wildly at the heavens. He had unexpectedly benefited from misfortune by defaulting on his debt and fleeing. He had evaded this calamity. Upon discovering that Jima had suffered divine wrath, he felt immensely gratified, grinning so wide his mouth nearly split to his ears. Elsewhere, Jin Tong collapsed to the ground as if his soul had left him. It's over. Mr. G is finished. None survive heaven's retribution. The thunder and lightning struck for a full 9 hours before finally dissipating. The entire summit to Heaven Peak was left riddled with holes, its summit shaved down by nearly 100 meters. Every living thing had been blasted into dust. 18 li outside Whitehead Town, before Jimo's courtyard, Hong Qiantu had wasted away to the point of being barely recognizable as human. Carrying thorns to seek forgiveness, he had been kneeling here for a full 11 days, yet GMO still hadn't returned. He was barely hanging on. During these days, to demonstrate his sincerity, he had deliberately abstained from drinking water and stubbornly endured. An ordinary person would have long perished under these conditions. Even with his robust physique, he was enduring extreme hardship. A conviction sustained Hong Qiantu, believing all this was Jimo's test. As long as he endured, dawn would surely break through the clouds. Brother Tianpeng, may I ask when Master Ji will truly return? Hong Qiantu couldn't resist asking Tianpeng about Jimo's whereabouts again. Don't call me Tianpeng. I'm Master's little black, just a small silky chick. Tianpeng corrected him and said, the Master's whereabouts are not for us to speculate upon. He'll return when it's time. If you wish to kneel, keep kneeling, otherwise, scram. Hong Qiantu forced a smile and obediently continued kneeling. Having endured 11 days already, how could he give up halfway? He won't be coming back. A choked sob rang out as Tang Shui, her face filled with grief, arrived before the courtyard. Upon receiving the news from fellow disciple Qintong that GMO had met with misfortune, Tang Shui refused to believe it and came personally to investigate. Now that it was clear GMO hadn't returned home, the likelihood was grim indeed. What nonsense are you spouting? How could our master not return? Tianpeng roared angrily. Were it not for knowing Tang Shui's close relationship with GMO, he might have already taken punitive action. Everyone should be aware of the heavenly punishment that occurred at Skirich Peak a few days ago. The target of the divine retribution was none other than Mr. G. I fear he has already. A single crystal tear fell from Tang Shui's eye as her face became streaked with weeping. Impossible. Tianping's legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. The other three, Xianao, Fan Jingxing, and Huineng, gathered around upon hearing this news, their faces turning ashen as their minds went completely blank. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. Had Mr. G suffered divine retribution and died? Ah, GMO was really dead. Hong Qiantu felt dizzy. Hadn't he suffered for nothing these past 11 days then? GMO was already dead, so who's left to see this gesture of apology? At this thought, he hastily untied the thorny branches from his body, threw them to the ground, and walked away. Such is human nature, utterly pragmatic. A somber silence spread through the air as no one could accept this outcome. At that moment, Tianping's head throbbed with pain. A multicolored glow shimmered above its head as the figure of the 9 times heavenly silkworm slowly materialized. Stop gawking and clean up the courtyard quickly to welcome our master's return, the 9 times heavenly silkworm said irritably. Lady Silkworm, the master has been struck by divine retribution and passed away in his prime, wailed Skyrock. Go to hell. Speak for yourself, the master wouldn't even catch a cold before you'd kick the bucket. 9 transformed silkworm flicked Skyrock's forehead again. This silly bird still hadn't grasped how unfathomable their master was. Divine retribution. Barely worth mentioning. Ah, so you mean the master isn't actually. Tianpeng immediately leapt to his feet, instantly regaining his vitality. Hello, what a full house, what are y'all up to? At that very moment, a familiar voice rang out. A tattered figure, cloaked in pitch-black filth like a beggar, shuffled into their midst. Wow, it's you, it's really you. Tang Shui stared at the figure who seemed to have emerged from a coal pile, immediately overjoyed, and without another word, lunged forward. Like a koala, she clung tightly, firmly attaching herself to the other person. GMO was taken aback. How could Miss Tang be so unreservedly affectionate? Every time they met, she greeted him with such an enthusiastic hug that he simply couldn't handle it. Tianpeng and the other blockheads took a closer look. It was indeed Jima, alive and well, having returned unharmed. Though she looked utterly wretched, she was unmistakably alive. Instantly, their sorrow turned to joy. Honestly, why don't you have faith in Mr. G? With Mr. G's capabilities, could mere divine retribution possibly kill him? Having already walked some distance away, Hong Qiantu heard the commotion and turned back to look only to freeze in place like a statue. How could this be? The moment he left, GMO had already returned right behind him. Doesn't this mean everything was indeed a test from the master, and I failed it? How I regret this. At this moment, Hong Qian beat his chest in frustration, wishing he could smash his head against a block of tofu and die. One wrong step led to another. Why did I endure for 11 days only to give up just when success was within reach? Woo, that's wonderful, you're really not dead. Unable to contain herself, Tang Shui embraced Jima's head and pressed her petal-like lips against his. Chapter 52. Who do you think you are? Tianpeng and the others tactfully withdrew, giving them privacy. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Shui finally blushed and released her grip. Jimo's dusky face was now entirely covered in crimson lipstick marks. Dazed and confused, GMO wondered, what on earth just happened? Who kisses and hugs someone like this on only their second meeting? And honestly, just pecking cheeks? If you've got the guts, why not go for the lips directly? Miss Tang, please make yourself at home while I go freshen up first. GMO was currently in disheveled condition, covered head to toe in traces of lightning strikes, and felt too embarrassed to greet Tang Shui. Apologizing, he yanked the ginseng king hanging on his leg and flung it to the ground before going to wash up. Greetings, Mrs. G. I'm a super ginseng with 10 flowers and 10 leaves. I've weathered hardships and survived divine retribution together with Mr. G. The ginseng king scrambled up from the ground with eager enthusiasm, introducing itself with utmost seriousness. It mistakenly believed Tang Shui was Jimo's wife, and thus behaved with great reverence. At the same time, it deliberately emphasized its friendship with GMO, hoping to leverage this connection. I'm not Madame G yet. Tang Shui's delicate face instantly flushed crimson, utterly coy with embarrassment. It's only a matter of time anyway. The ginseng king, having lived for 10,000 years, was as shrewd as they come. With one glance, he could tell this girl seemed quite taken with Mr. G. What exactly happened between you and my master when you weathered the heavenly tribulation together? Tianpeng and the others all crowded around, their faces filled with curiosity. It cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken. The ginseng king shook its head, its face full of wariness. It wasn't deliberately trying to tease them, it's just that the divine punishment involved was too significant, possibly related to a colossal conspiracy, and simply couldn't be spoken of. No one pressed further. After all, GMO had always been enigmatic, and none dared entertain thoughts of prying into his secrets. To emerge unscathed from divine punishment, Mr. G's true capabilities truly defy our imagination. Hu Weineng was astonished. His earlier guess that Jima sought enlightenment through worldly experiences now seemed far too simplistic. The others shared his sentiment, feeling even more convinced of their initial choice. You all are simply too weak. From now on, Master G holds the highest rank, and I'll be second. After all, I've survived heavenly tribulations alongside Master G through life and death. The ginseng king felt transcendent and slightly intoxicated by his own importance. Seeing that Hui Ming and the others were only at the spirit venerable realm, he looked down on them a bit while also wanting to establish his own status within the family. A 10-leaf, 10-flower ginseng was indeed unparalleled since ancient times, giving him every right to be proud. You want to take the second spot? Are you sure? Tianpeng looked at him with an expression reserved for dimwits. Certainly, whether in terms of seniority or strength, I am beyond deserving. The ginseng king shook his crown of 10 leaves and 10 flowers, wearing an expression full of pride. These insignificant minnows daring to doubt his authority clearly lacked worldly experience. Unaware he had now transcended mediocrity, he might as well be called the supreme ginseng of the mystic spirit realm. Ah, youth, you're still so naive after all. The ancient turtle shook its head with a sympathetic expression. What's wrong with a little 1,000-year-old mystic turtle? Got a problem with that? The ginseng king stood akimbo, speaking in a pompous manner, not showing the slightest regard for the ancient turtle. Yes, I do have a problem. A childish voice rang out, but only the sound could be heard, with no visible source. Hiding like a coward, show yourself if you dare fight. Ginseng King shouted boldly. Though it had never been skilled in combat, it felt utterly confident facing even a spirit saint realm expert without pressure. Given more time, it wouldn't falter against a spirit emperor either. The childish voice gave no response, but the very next second, the Ginseng King heard a crisp crunching sound above its head. It raised its eyes and was instantly scared out of its wits. A tiny translucent insect was nibbling away at its leaves. 9 transformations heavenly silkworm. The Ginseng King trembled violently. How could this legendary invincible creature, said to have gone extinct, appear here? Ah, great, invincible, noble, and merciful heavenly silkworm, please spare this lowly one. The Ginseng King acted decisively, immediately dropping to its knees to beg for mercy. Being this timid, how can you follow our master like this? The heavenly silkworm slurped its tiny mouth and nibbled a few more leaves, ultimately deciding not to give the Ginseng King a hard time before vanishing again. Master? The Ginseng King was utterly astonished. Master G is indeed unfathomable, keeping even the heavenly silkworm as a pet. At that moment, it abandoned its arrogance and spoke solemnly. I admit I failed to recognize true greatness. Under Master Ji's command, naturally, the noble and benevolent heavenly silkworm stands supreme. After them, it should be my turn. Does anyone object? We have no objections. Tianping and the others spoke almost in unison, yet their faces held mischievous smiles. This was downright creepy. Something strange. The Ginseng King's body couldn't help but tremble, clearly realizing things weren't as simple as they seemed. Sure enough, a willow branch pierced through the void, lashing out and flipping him to the ground. Unstoppable, invincible, there wasn't even time to react. The willow branch radiated the power of divine laws, sealing everything within its grasp. The terrifying might it contained left the Ginseng King without the slightest will to resist. Withdrawing the branch, the ancient willow tree by the pond swayed its countless tendrils ever so slightly, as if asserting its formidable presence. The Ginseng King swallowed hard, not daring to speak another word. This willow tree was truly terrifying, undoubtedly an innate spiritual root whose grade was beyond imagination. Old Ginseng, you can keep flaunting your seniority. If you can't secure second or third place, you could always bravely fight for fourth. Tianping urged with ill intent. We guarantee there will be no more terrifying entities, Fan Jingxing pledged, thumping his chest. The Ginseng King regained his composure and was about to speak, but the next moment, nearly 100 powerful auras surged forth, each no weaker than a spirit saint, instantly stifling the words that had just reached the Ginseng King's lips. Gang up to decide rankings. Either you fight all of us, or all of us gang up on you. Dragon energy steamed from the pond as dozens of dragon fish leaped from the water's surface. But from the Ginseng King's perspective, it saw nearly 100 flood dragons riding clouds and mist, staring ferociously at it through the haze. In the next moment, they might collectively attack and tear it to pieces. Facing the Ginseng King one-on-one was nothing to fear, but wouldn't taking on a whole group be suicidal? Even a Spirit Emperor realm expert would be instantly devoured without a trace when facing these ferocious flood dragons. Hold your attacks, please don't strike. Let's all value harmony and peace. Harmony and peace is what matters here. The Ginseng King's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, finally not daring to bring up the matter of family hierarchy again. Then it wandered around, growing more astonished with each step. The vegetable garden brimmed with fragrant melons and fruits, thick with life essence that refreshed both mind and spirit. A well at the center radiated rainbow light toward the heavens, filled entirely with immortal nectar far superior beyond measure to the spiritual spring atop Skirich Peak. The courtyard was filled with boundless spiritual energy, continuous and inexhaustible, as if it could never be depleted. No wonder GMO kept praising how everything was better at home when he was at the peak of Tongtian Mountain. Turns out he wasn't boasting at all, it was just plain, honest truth. Sigh, how dare I ever doubted Mr. G. Despicable of me. The Ginseng King waved its leaves and gave itself a hard slap, silently reminding itself that even if it doubted everything else in the world, it must never harbor the slightest disrespect toward Mr. G. At this moment, Jimo's voice carried from afar, and upon hearing it, the Ginseng King pricked up its ears before immediately crumbling into despair. Chapter 53, I can warm your bed. Miss Tang, it's mealtime. I've brought back a wild ginseng from the mountains. Would you like me to make some ginseng soup for you? Fresh from washing up, GMO warmly greeted Tang Shui. The Ginseng King was nearly frightened to death. Master G actually intended to eat him. What should I do now? It's all my fault for doubting Master G back then. Clearly, I'm going to be held accountable when the time comes. The Ginseng King was utterly remorseful. Having grown 10 leaves and 10 flowers, he had thought his glorious life was about to begin, yet before it could even start, it was already coming to an end. Tianping chuckled with schadenfreude, delighted that the Ginseng King, who'd been putting on airs just moments ago, was now getting his comeuppance. How about some ginseng chicken soup? Jimu continued questioning Tang Shui. This time, it was Tianping's turn to be scared out of his wits, terrified that with Tang Shui's slightest nod, he'd end up as the main course on a plate. Miss Tang, actually, steamed carp with ginseng is also quite good, GMO added again. Instantly, all the dragon fish in the pond became restless. Fortunately, Tang Shui said she wasn't hungry and told GMO not to bother, putting an end to this terrifying conversation. Indeed, under the presence of an exalted master, one must never act arrogantly but always tread carefully. The Ginseng King completely lost its temper, its mind solely preoccupied with how to ingratiate itself with GMO to avoid being stewed one day. GMO took out the Bodhi sapling and planted it by the pond, then fetched some well water to irrigate it. Within moments, the originally inch-tall seedling grew to over 3 feet in height. That seems to be the legendary Bodhi tree. Tang Shui gasped sharply, suppressing her shock to steady herself. After carefully observing again, she sensed the unique spiritual aura distinctive to innate spirit roots and instantly confirmed her speculation was correct. She could never have imagined that GMO would actually retrieve this legendary object during his mountain trip and plant it in their own courtyard. Similar, yet not quite. Legend says the Bodhi tree is a sacred plant, but this one lacks some sanctity while carrying a faint trace of evil energy. Hu Weinong was well versed in Buddhist Dharma and could sense something extraordinary about the Bodhi tree before him. Sacred and evil forces had fused together, a phenomenon beyond his comprehension. Like fire and water, two opposing energies that repel each other are theoretically impossible to merge, yet now they blend together harmoniously. It's truly unbelievable. The legendary Bodhi tree had already disintegrated. This was a long-dead Bodhi seed revived by Master Ji. The Ginseng King explained nonchalantly. These words instantly stirred up a storm of shock in everyone's hearts. A dead seed sprouting again, this involved the mysteries of life and death. Could it mean that GMO possessed the heaven-defying power to revive the dead? What's wrong with you all? It's just reviving a seed. Why make such a fuss? GMO said calmly, not understanding why these people were all staring at him with such admiration. He couldn't be bothered to deal with these simpletons who always made a fuss over nothing, and began inspecting the construction progress of the courtyard. To be honest, during his absence, Huinang and Fan Jingxing hadn't dared slack off for a single day, investing all their energy and entire family fortunes into expanding the courtyard. Now, more than half of the project had already been completed. The nascent Bagua formation had begun to take shape, though there were still quite a few issues with finer details that required Jima's personal intervention. Yet on the whole, Jima was thoroughly satisfied. Despite their advanced years, the two men had accomplished a tremendous amount of work. They certainly hadn't eaten all that rice of his for nothing. Poor Xian'ao, who had contributed the most effort by handling nearly all the earth and stonework, seemed to have been completely overlooked by Jima. I can't exploit the working class. I must at least pay them some wages. GMO felt uneasy and went back inside to rummage through his belongings, eventually pulling out a few pieces of broken silver. Looking at the remaining silver bits no larger than corn kernels, GMO felt a pang of sorrow. If not for his self-sufficient farming, he might not have been able to survive in this world. The life of a mortal truly isn't easy to endure. He divided the silver into 2 portions, wrapped them in discarded paper, and handed them to Huineng and Fan Jingxing. Both of you've worked hard these days, just a small token of appreciation. Jimo wore an embarrassed expression. They'd done so much work, yet his gift seemed far too inadequate to properly convey his gratitude. But with such a poor family background, we could only make a token gesture. Mr. G, we don't need wages. You've already provided us with food and lodging. How could we possibly accept money from you? Fan Jingxing hurriedly declined, refusing to accept it no matter what. Brother Fan, when Mr. G offers wages, it's his acknowledgement of our work. Huineng frantically winked at Fan Jingxing. What an old fool. Couldn't he see this was a blessing bestowed by an exalted being? And yet he dared refuse. Unable to interfere further, he reverently accepted the silver offered by GMO. With just this subtle prompt, Fan Jingxing abruptly changed his tune. Since Master G insists, it'd be rude to decline. Many thanks for the wages, I'll work even harder from now on. You've done well. GMO was quite satisfied. These two used to be local ruffians, but now they had turned over a new leaf. It was truly heartwarming to see them finally understanding the value of earning rewards through hard work. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. GMO felt exceptionally proud of himself for successfully steering these two wayward souls back onto the right path. Xian'ao watched eagerly, wondering why the master showed no sign of acknowledging him. He had done all the dirtiest and most exhausting work, so why was he left out when it came time to divide the rewards? The old black tortoise felt very wronged. Huineng and Fan Jingxing eagerly unwrapped the paper package, wanting to see what kind of blessing GMO had bestowed upon them, but they discovered it only contained a few small pieces of broken silver, nothing special at all. Mr. G's worldly refinement shows he has completely embraced living as an ordinary mortal. Huineng realized he had overthought it. The payment was genuinely just payment, far from the divine fortune he had imagined. Fan Jingxing, however, had a completely different reaction. Whatever he saw caused his pupils to dilate slowly, his face filled with shock before giving way to overwhelming joy. He nearly couldn't restrain himself from roaring his elation to the skies. It's too precious, far too precious. Many thanks for Master G's generosity. Clasping his fists, Fan Jingxing bowed deeply in Jimo's direction. Though he initially wished to kneel, remembering Jimo's temperament, he settled for the simplest form of respect. What's the big deal? It's just a few coins of silver. Is it worth being so happy? Huineng scratched his bald head with an utterly bewildered expression, looking for all the world like a monk who couldn't reach the Dharma with a 10-foot pole. Tang Shui curiously leaned in for a closer look. Her beautiful face registered shock before she couldn't help but run to Jima's side. With bashful hesitation, she pleaded, "How about, I work for you too?" Seeing the reward Jima had given, Tang Shui felt tempted too. What can a girl like you do? All I have here is rough farm work. Jimo couldn't understand why such a delicate maiden who'd never done a day's rough work in her life was foolishly sticking her nose into matters that didn't concern her. Tang Shui bit her lip and spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, "I can warm the bed." What did you say? Chapter 54, The Threshold of a Cannon Fodder. GMO couldn't believe his ears. What did he just hear? Warming the bed. Miss Tang sure knows how to joke around. GMO smiled wryly, dismissing it as just a joke. How could such a beautiful girl possibly warm his bed for him? Impossible. As a poor mortal who couldn't cultivate, like a toad, how could he possibly catch the eye of a swan? GMO was acutely aware of his status, daring not to entertain any vain hopes or improper thoughts, treating Tang Shui merely as a friend. Tang Shui's mood instantly plummeted into dejection. Having mustered up the courage for a bold confession only to be gently rejected, it seemed she truly wasn't worthy of Mr. G after all. Indeed, such an exalted figure was beyond imagination, likely only someone like the celestial maiden could aspire to his stature. How could she harbor such unrealistic fantasies? But when looking at Mr. G, my heart always pounds like a drum, impossible to restrain. On the other side, Hu Weineng was questioning his life choices. It was just broken silver wrapped in paper, no different from usual, so why was Fan Jingxing so excited? Then his astonishment deepened as he watched Fan Jingxing enveloped in swirling Taoist aura, his cultivation soaring rapidly. There must be some detail I overlooked. Hu Weineng calmed his mind and carefully examined the broken silver in his hand, indeed discovering a clue. It turned out there was nothing wrong with the silver, the issue lay in the paper. On the crumpled white paper was inscribed a swastika symbol. At first glance, it appears utterly ordinary, yet upon closer perception, one instantly feels the vast tides of Buddhist Dharma surging forth, as if hearing the chanting voices of 3,000 Buddhas resonating in the ears, all expounding the profound subtleties of supreme Buddhist teachings. Zen echoes encircle the ears while Buddha's wisdom permeates the heart. Amitabha Buddha. Hu Weineng pressed his palms together in solemn reverence, his form radiating golden light as a wisp of sacred energy ascended from his crown. Damn, these two idiots struck gold. They're practically on the path to sainthood. Tianping felt a sour taste in his heart. The master's rewards were indeed as generous as ever, but unfortunately, he hadn't accomplished anything remarkable recently and could only watch enviously. If this continued, his standing would likely decline more and more. A strong sense of crisis welled up in Tianping's heart. Oh, so working under Mr. G means great rewards come only with great contributions. The Ginseng King suddenly understood, but then it crouched on the ground, scratching its face and head in deep thought, realizing that apart from being eaten, it truly seemed useless. I, the supreme ginseng of the mystic spirit realm, am actually worthless, utterly useless. At this thought, the Ginseng King's leaves immediately withered, and its entire existence seemed bleak and hopeless. In the distance, Hong Qianta watched as Fan Jingxing and Hu Weineng successively achieved breakthroughs. He pounded his chest in frustration, his regret so deep it could turn bile green. Why hadn't he held on just a little longer? He'd been merely one step away from Master G, yet a single wrong thought had made him abandon the effort midway. Nothing in this world could bring greater regret than this. Given another chance, he would have willingly knelt without rising. Hong Qianta wandered off in despair, racking his brains to think of any possible way to earn Jimo's forgiveness. The mystic turtles sank into melancholy. The three of them had worked together, yet the other two had reaped great rewards while he alone received nothing. What exactly did I do wrong? Useless oaf. From now on, you'll follow this old turtle around, loosening soil, pulling weeds, and tending this vegetable garden properly. GMO pointed at the black tortoise lying in the vegetable patch and instructed the Ginseng King. Being a sucker for good looks, in the end GMO couldn't stand the unsightly appearance of the Ginseng King either, so he casually assigned it some chores. Ginseng paired with a turtle, if they developed feelings while living together, perhaps the stew would taste even more delicious when they inevitably ended up in the same pot one day. The Ginseng King had no idea about the gluttonous thoughts in Jimo's mind. Tearfully grateful, it felt deeply appreciative of Jimo's recognition. It scurried on stubby legs over to the mysterious turtle's side, squatted carrot-style into the ground, extended countless roots into the soil, and began emanating its own energy to nourish all the melons, fruits, and vegetables in the garden. The mystic turtle shuddered, his face filled with astonishment before tears began streaming down. As expected, Master G hadn't forgotten about me after all. To think he would let this mutated 10,000-year Ginseng King follow me, this was truly the greatest blessing. With the Ginseng King by his side, his cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than usual. Although the effects might not be immediately obvious, over time, he would reap the greatest benefits. As expected, Mr. G had a clear sense of fairness in his heart, fully aware of each person's contributions. Xian'ao was brimming with energy and determination, thinking to himself, Hu Weineng, Fan Jingxing, you two old fools would never have guessed that I'm the one Mr. G values the most, you turtles. The Ginseng King glanced at the dazed and grinning Xian'ao and quickly shuffled away, afraid of catching whatever idiocy he had. Then it spotted the iron cauldron not far away and eagerly pounced toward it. Ah, what the hell is this? The ginseng king clung to the iron cauldron, sensing an overwhelming force ruthlessly drawing out its vital essence. Within a few breaths, its plump body withered into a dried-up husk, nearly sucked into a ginseng jerky. Inside the iron cauldron, an intricate pattern identical to the ginseng king took form. Trembling with lingering fear, the ginseng king obediently returned to the black tortoise's side, refusing to budge another inch. Not listening to Mr. G's warnings truly brings great terror. What exactly is that pitch-black iron cauldron? It's absolutely terrifying. Don't provoke that cauldron, it's very likely the mythical grade embryonic artifact forged by Mr. G himself, Xian Ao kindly reminded. Mythical grade. The ginseng king sucked in a sharp breath with a hiss. Equipment grades are generally categorized as common, rare, heirloom, epic, legendary, dreamweave, celestial, and mythic. Since the interrealm passages connecting the profound spirit world were severed, not a single piece of mythic equipment has appeared in the entire realm yet. Now they were actually witnessing a mythic embryo. Once this embryonic artifact fully formed into a true divine weapon, its power would be enough to sweep across the entire profound spirit world. Mr. G is most likely playing a grand game, plotting to seize the entire mystic spirit realm, muttered the mystic turtle cautiously. Plotting for the entire mystic spirit realm? Little turtle, you're still too naive. The ginseng king stroked the 10 flowers and 10 leaves atop its head, speaking with profound mystery. You don't understand, the waters of mystic spirit realm are too shallow. They probably can't contain a true dragon like Mr. G. Recalling the scene at Skirich Peak, how Mr. G had faced the rolling heavenly thunder without fear, insulted the heavens themselves, and directly confronted divine retribution. From this, one can deduce that Mr. G is most likely a fallen deity, bearing a deep-seated blood feud, destined to return with vengeance one day. At the thought, the ginseng king gasped in shock once more, utterly terrified. Seeing this, the mystic tortoise realized the ginseng king seemed to know some earth-shattering secret. His curiosity burned uncontrollably, and he probed relentlessly, but the ginseng king remained tight-lipped, not a word escaped his mouth. But the ginseng king still kindly reminded him, little turtle, you must cultivate diligently. Your cultivation level is far too low. In the future, you might not even qualify to be cannon fodder by Mr. G's side. What level of cultivation would qualify one to be Mr. G's cannon fodder? The mysterious turtle humbly inquired. Immortal. Chapter 55, A Lifetime Doomed by One Encounter with GMO. On the northern hillside beyond the courtyard, two graceful figures stood against the wind. Miss, we've confirmed that GMO lives in the courtyard ahead, but Miss Tang is currently there too. Should we really go knocking on his door? The maid Xiaolan whispered to Wen Shi beside her. Ever since the treasured ode to a humble abode was ruined by GMO, when she had nursed this grievance in her heart. Moreover, her family's persistent urging for her to quickly find a husband and marry had only deepened her resentment toward GMO. Thus, unable to contain herself any longer, when she had Xiaolan investigate GMO's whereabouts and personally went to confront him. The master's illness is worsening by the day, young miss. You really shouldn't keep obsessing over the author of an epigraph for a crude house. The world is vast, who knows where he might be? For all we know, he could be some wretched old man or might have passed away already. Xiaolan pleaded earnestly, reasoning that one shouldn't waste a lifetime pining after someone so elusive. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling puzzled. Had her young mistress gone mad? To become so obsessed with a complete stranger merely because of a poem, even considering marriage? The Wen family of Moonlight City had dwindled in numbers over generations. This generation bore no male heirs, leaving only the two sisters Wen Shi and Wen Dai. With the current family head Wen Zhong's health deteriorating daily, he sought to appoint an heir, thus forcing both daughters to take in sons-in-law to continue the lineage. As the eldest sister, Wen Shi naturally bore the greatest pressure. In truth, she had already set her heart on someone and resolved never to marry another in this lifetime, yet no matter how she searched, that person remained unfound. Xiaolan, you wouldn't understand. My intuition tells me that only the one who penned an epigraph for a humble abode is destined to be my match. As a woman of peerless talent, when she possessed her own pride and determination, she would never sacrifice a lifetime's happiness merely for the sake of family. To wed just anyone, that she could never bring herself to do. Moreover, though there are many men in this world, the only one who could ever stir her heart was this noble scholar who penned the epigraph of Hansan. Xiaolan knew Wenxi's temperament all too well. Once she'd set her mind to something, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Since matters had already reached this point, further persuasion would be futile. All she could do was silently pray that her young mistress would soon achieve her heart's desire. That damned bastard G is all to blame, tearing up my poem and shattering my hopes. Today, no matter what, he owes me an explanation. Wen Shi's dark eyes gazed into the distance, only to see GMO chatting and laughing with Tang Shui, fueling her rage beyond measure. Why should those damned lovebirds flaunt their affection while she was left standing alone in shadows? Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, the sight of GMO and Tang Shui standing together inexplicably set her heart ablaze with unnameable fury. Let's go settle the score with that bastard. Wensi gave a cold snort and strode towards Jima's courtyard. Ah, love makes people blind. Xiaolan sighed and had no choice but to follow. The master and servants soon arrived in front of Jima's courtyard. Tang Shui was the first to spot the two figures. Frowning, she stepped forward to meet them. It's that feisty young lady from the Wen family. What's she doing here? GMO muttered under his breath. This so-called number one talented lady of the Wen family in the southwest region had inexplicably hurled harsh words at GMO the last time they met, leaving him with a very poor impression of Wen Shi. Therefore, GMO couldn't be bothered to deal with such a spoiled and willful rich girl. He chose to ignore her completely, wanting no interaction whatsoever. Wensi, what are you trying to do? Tang Shui stopped Wen Shi, whose face was flushed with anger. Going to settle scores with him? When she pointed at GMO not far away, her willow leaf eyebrows drawn fiercely. Still holding a grudge over last time? Take my advice, let it go. Why make an enemy of Mr. G over something as trivial as a poem? Out of past camaraderie, Tang Shui tried to persuade her with kind words. Although GMO was generally good-tempered, once provoked, when she would surely face dire consequences. Just a mere poem? In my heart, the epigraph of a humble home is a priceless treasure, tied to my lifelong happiness. I absolutely cannot let this matter rest. Gritting her teeth, when she declared she wouldn't let this matter drop, Tang Shui was helpless, never expecting Wensi to place such importance on a single poem. Reasoning with an enraged woman was impossible, and this gave her a throbbing headache. Yet she stood her ground firmly. As long as I'm here, I won't allow you to harass Mr. G. GMO, you cowardly turtle, always hiding behind women, are you even a real man? Wensi directly cursed at GMO, defiantly challenging to see what Tang Shui could possibly do to her. How dare this girl call Mr. G unmanly? I won't stand for it. Upon hearing this, the Ginseng King's eyes instantly lit up. Seizing this golden opportunity to prove himself, he immediately emerged from the soil to teach Wensi a lesson. The mystic tortoise pressed the Ginseng King back down with one claw, whispering, "This isn't your business. Know your place and stick to being a root. Mr. G is tempering his heart in the mortal world, don't you dare meddle." Ah, so Mr. G seeks enlightenment through worldly tribulations. That explains why he's deliberately posing as a mortal. The Ginseng King's face was full of reverent admiration. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have attempted to attain enlightenment through earthly suffering, yet none have ever succeeded. Never thought GMO would have such audacity. Embarking on an impossible mission, it utterly convinced the Ginseng King to surrender. GMO had no intention of paying heed to Wenshi, but now that she was pointing fingers and shouting accusations directly in his face, he had no choice but to step forward. "Miss One, was it? Do we have some personal grudge?" GMO walked up and confronted Wenshi directly. He wanted to ask clearly what exactly he had done to offend the other party. "You tore up my in praise of a humble abode, don't tell me you're trying to weasel out of it?" Wenshi said angrily. "In praise of a humble abode? Yours?" GMO was utterly confused. The inscription of a humble abode was clearly just a poem I scribbled during calligraphy practice. How did it become yours? And it's just a scrap of paper, is it really worth all this? If it's not mine, then does that mean it's yours? But I paid 100,000 taels of gold for it. If you don't compensate me, I won't let this go. Wenshi's voice turned frosty. She had indeed spent a fortune to acquire it, and the black and white receipt was still in her possession as proof. 10,000 taels of gold for a piece of worthless paper? Are you out of your mind? GMO was dumbfounded. He then decided not to argue with Wenshi any further. Debating with a fool would only make him one too. Who did they think they were fooling? A random scrap of paper he'd scribbled on could sell for 10,000 gold coins? Fine, I'll compensate you then. What's the big deal? Just wait. GMO gave up arguing. Wasting so much breath over a mere scrap of paper really wasn't worth it. With those words, GMO simply pulled Tang Shui inside, unwilling to continue squabbling with Wenshi. Wenshi was utterly enraged. What she treasured most had been dismissed as worthless by GMO, something she couldn't accept at all. Revenge. I must have revenge. Xiaolan, go back and send a message to father. Tell him I found a candidate for a husband. Wenshi's eyes burned with raging fury. Ah, miss, what are you planning to do? Seeing that glint in Wenshi's eyes, Xiaolan felt a surge of panic in her heart. Every time when she showed that expression, it was absolutely the prelude to some major disaster. I'm going to make that bastard my husband. I'll have him marry into my family as a live-in son-in-law. A flash of hatred crossed Wenshi's face. Chapter 56. This son-in-law is mine for sure. Young mistress, have you truly lost your mind? If the master consents, How will you ever explain yourself? Xiaolan nearly shrieked aloud. There's no sense in throwing a tantrum only to get yourself in trouble. This is a matter of lifelong importance. How can it be treated as child's play? When she huffed angrily, fine, marry then. At worst, we'll just hurt each other. That bastard is utterly despicable anyway. No, absolutely not. Xiaolan shook her head. She couldn't let her young mistress have her way with this. Ha, what a fool. With his miserable conditions, how could father possibly take a liking to him? Once this news spreads, all those persistent suitors pursuing me will surely see GMO as a thorn in their side. When she revealed a sly, fox-like smile, Xiaolan realized belatedly Miss was using others to do the dirty work for her. If those men with ulterior motives toward when she found out she had marked GMO as a prospective husband, they would surely be unable to resist making a move against him. Then, someone would continuously come to cause trouble for GMO. Miss, won't this backfire on us? Xiaolan couldn't help but ask. If it backfires, it'll be on that G fellow, Wensi said dismissively. GMO had no idea that in such a short time, he had already been plotted against. He returned to the room and retrieved the 4 treasures of the study. Mr. G, what are you doing? Tang Shui asked. I'm writing inscription of a humble dwelling for that spoiled young mistress outside, lest she keeps pestering us. What calligraphy style did I use last time? Forget it. I'll just write them all out anyway. It won't take much effort. GMO didn't dwell on it too much either. Dipping his brush with a flourish, he wrote multiple versions of the epigraph of a simple rune, in song typeface, Kai script, slender gold style, and more. Tang Shui watched from the side, dazzled to the point of speechlessness. Each piece of calligraphy not only differed in style but also carried its own distinct aura of the Tao. Some exuded an overwhelming righteous aura, rolling waves of noble virtue striking the face. Some were wrought with iron strokes and silver hooks, every stroke and sweep embodying exquisite sword techniques, sword intent surging, profound and unparalleled. Some seemingly formed entire worlds, with architecture and human figures unfolding before one's eyes like paintings, astonishing beyond words. Divine craftsmanship, truly divine craftsmanship. Go on, send that young mistress away. GMO casually crumpled up over a dozen sheets of paper into a ball and handed them to Tang Shui, telling her to deliver them to Wenxi. All of them? Tang Shui felt the weight in her hands. Each calligraphy piece was priceless. To give them all away just like that, she couldn't bear it. What, you wanted to? There's a pile of calligraphy and paintings over there. Pick whatever you like later. GMO pointed towards the kitchen, where countless artworks lay discarded, used as firewood. An entire pile, used as firewood. Tang Shui's mind buzzed instantly. These treasures that cultivators would fight over with bloodshed were actually just rubbish discarded by Master G, used to kindle fires for cooking. Such arrogance, truly outrageously arrogant. Dazed, she walked outside and reluctantly handed over a dozen copies of Inscription of a Humble Abode to Xiaolan, saying to Wensi, "This is Master G's compensation for you. Don't come here making trouble again." Wensi remained silent. Was this considered making trouble? When Tang Shui learns that she is to choose GMO as her husband, she'll understand what true recklessness means. Just scribbling a few calligraphy pieces and thinking that could make up for it, how is that possible? Xiaolan curiously flipped open a glance, her face filled with astonishment, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her voice quivering. "Miss, look quickly. What is there to see? Just a pile of worthless fakes. Don't act so uncultured." Wensi wished she could knock Xiaolan on the head. How embarrassing this girl was. In the one estate, how rare could it be to see precious things? Was there any need for such shock? No. I think these are even better than your previous Inscription of a Humble Abode. Xiaolan couldn't help but remind her, her heart pounding rapidly. Unfortunately, Wensi simply didn't believe it, refusing to even glance at them, treating them as worthless as dirt. "Young mistress, if you truly won't look, don't regret it later," Xiaolan asked again. Too verbose, throw it away. "Don't sully my eyes," Wenxi said with utter disdain. But how could Xiaolan bear to throw it away? She clung tightly to it, afraid Tang Shui might take it back. Moonlight City, City Lord's Mansion. When Zhong had recently been tearing his hair out with worry, the eldest daughter Wenxi is devoted to the arts, while the second daughter is wholly engrossed in rigorous cultivation. Both daughters are of considerable age, yet show no intention of marrying. The Wen family lineage is already dwindling, making it impossible to marry off the daughters. Thus, they can only seek live-in sons-in-law. For this reason, Wen Zhong has no choice but to pressure his daughters daily to choose husbands. In the past, he could let his daughters put off the matter, but lately, his old injuries have flared up, and his health deteriorates day by day. To ensure the continuation of the Wen family line, he must now force his daughters to quickly find husbands and marry. Now, receiving the news from his eldest daughter when she's saying she had found someone she liked, it filled him with unexpected delight. Wonderful! Xier has finally come to her senses. Wen Zhong was so thrilled that he wished he could immediately host a wedding for Wenxi and become the honorable father-in-law. Baisho Town, GMO. Seeing the future son-in-law's profile with only 5 simple words, Wen Zhong's heart sank. Because among his impressions of outstanding young masters from noble families and elite disciples of major sects, there was no name like GMO. Could it be that Sheer made up a person to fool her father? When Zhong wasn't someone easily deceived, he immediately dispatched people to investigate. A few days later, his subordinates brought good news. There was indeed a person named GMO within the boundaries of Baisho Town. Orphan and impoverished, he was known for his pure-hearted nature, frequently providing free medical treatment and medicines to the poor, earning him an excellent reputation. Baisho Town, the former residence of the White Emperor, truly a place that nurtures extraordinary talents. When Zhong's anxious heart finally settled, and his first impression of GMO remained quite favorable. As for GMO's humble origins, he didn't care. For a man, character and virtue mattered most. People's hearts are unfathomable. We don't know if this GMO is just fishing for fame and undeserving of his reputation. In this world, those who seek to climb the social ladder by attaching themselves to the powerful are as numerous as fish in a river. As the saying goes, you may know a person's face but not their heart. We must absolutely not let anyone with ulterior motives deceive when she's feelings. When Zhong immediately made up his mind to personally assess this prospective son-in-law, as long as he passed his scrutiny, the marriage arrangements would proceed without delay. When Zhong secretly arrived at Baisho Town, carefully observing GMO's every word and deed, handsome in appearance, with clear eyes and an air of scholarly refinement, graceful and cultured. In terms of looks and temperament alone, he's truly flawless, and perfectly matched with Sheer. Hard-working, honest, modest in character, treats others with sincerity, and is always willing to help. Excellent, excellent indeed. My daughter's discernment is truly first-rate. After several days of observation, when Zhong had developed an extremely favorable impression of GMO. What's more important is that GMO was an ordinary person. This was a huge plus. An ordinary person wouldn't steal the spotlight or pose any threat to the Wen family. There was also no worry about his daughter being mistreated in the future. Perfect. The more Wen Zhong watched, the more satisfied he became. This was practically the ideal candidate for a live-in son-in-law. Ha ha ha, a heaven-sent son-in-law. Our Wen family has claimed him. Upon returning to Moonlight City, Wen Zhong immediately instructed the steward to promptly select an auspicious date for GMO's betrothal and finalize the marriage arrangements. Chapter 57, To Marry Into the Family or Not. Red flags fluttered and drums resounded to the skies. A scarlet-decorated horse procession stretched for 10 miles. The carriages bore the emblem of the Wen family, adorned with crimson double happiness decorations, all loaded with betrothal gifts. Dowry spanning 10 miles. This scene left countless passers-by utterly astonished. The Wen family's eldest daughter is taking a husband. Wonder which young master has been blessed with such fortune. Ah, our humble white-haired town is about to hatch a golden phoenix. To be connected with the Wen family means soaring to the heavens, truly enviable indeed. Why is the procession heading to the outskirts? Could it be that the Wen family's son-in-law is some country bumpkin? The entire Baisho town was in an uproar, with everyone buzzing about the news. Many curious onlookers followed the procession, eager to catch a glimpse of who this illustrious son-in-law might be. As for those young men who had secretly admired when their hearts bled, their goddess was getting married, and the groom wasn't any of them. In the maple garden, when she was leisurely reading a poetry collection, her mood was splendid. She had already arranged for the news of selecting GMO as her groom to be spread. Surely, trouble would soon find that scoundrel. At the thought, a pleased smile graced her delicate features. Miss, something terrible has happened. Xiao Lan rushed in from outside in a panic. Don't be so flustered all the time. Whatever it is, say it slowly. Don't tell me GMO has already been killed? When she chuckled. If that were truly the case, it would be wonderful news indeed. The family has already proposed marriage to GMO, Xiao Lan said urgently. Ah, then go and stop them quickly. You must intercept them. When Xi's expression changed drastically. Her father was so desperate for his son-in-law that he wouldn't even pass up on someone like GMO. This was practically throwing his own daughter into a pit of fire. Xiaolan wore a bitter expression. Miss, it's too late. The betrothal procession has probably arrived at GMO's house by now. When she felt as if struck by lightning, this was disastrous. However, she quickly regained her composure. It doesn't matter. I'll simply tell father that GMO is unfaithful, entangled with Tang Shui of the Lingshu sword sect. Father despises fickle men above all else. Not only will he cancel the betrothal, but he'll also order someone to teach GMO a brutal lesson. When she quickly devised a countermeasure. Though it would somewhat damage the Wen family's reputation, there was no time to worry about that now. Miss, isn't this improper? I actually think young Master G is rather decent. Xiaolan stroked the stack of inscription of a humble dwelling in her arms as she spoke. The saying goes, accepting gifts makes the hand short. Having received such tremendous favors from GMO, it was only natural she should speak up for him. Shut up. I'd sooner marry a stray cat or dog than that bastard. When she glared fiercely at Xiaolan, unable to understand why she was taking the outsider's side. And at this moment, the carriage procession led by Wen Mansion's chief steward, Won-in, had already arrived grandly at Jimo's doorstep. GMO had long been startled awake. Staring blankly at the carriages completely surrounding his courtyard, he wore a thoroughly bewildered expression. Indeed, a family of humble origins, utterly unacquainted with refinement, they must be dumbstruck by such generous betrothal gifts. Won-in shook his head discreetly at Jimo's reaction, baffled as to why the master and young miss had taken a liking to such an ill-matched family. This young lad seems to possess nothing more than a pleasing exterior, no exceptional qualities whatsoever. Son-in-law, congratulations. Won-in strode up to GMO with congratulations before stating his purpose. What? When she has taken a liking to me? The Won family wants to recruit me as their live-in son-in-law? GMO stood dazed for a long moment before finally comprehending the situation. The Won family truly has audacious ambitions. They actually want Master G to become their live-in son-in-law. That Wen Zhong is truly shameless, scheming to become Master G's father-in-law. What a cunning plan. Tianping, Xianao, Fan Jingxing, and Huineng huddled together, whispering in low voices. The fools all sneered coldly, angrily denouncing the Won family for not knowing their place, foolishly dreaming of the impossible like a toad lusting after swan flesh. The Ginseng King offered a dissenting opinion. Master G's worldly cultivation requires experiencing all aspects of human life. Perhaps he'll even get to know what it feels like to live off a woman. At these words, Tianping and the others fell into silence. This reasoning made sense. GMO never followed conventional logic. Who could guarantee he wouldn't suddenly take a whim to experience being a live-in son-in-law? I won't agree. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm materialized and promptly pinned the Ginseng King beneath its foot. The surrounding people immediately cast gossip-filled glances, sensing the pungent scent of jealousy lingering in the air. Sister Tiancan, you wouldn't be thinking of an old cow eating tender grass and secretly fancying our master, would you? Tianpeng, that simple-minded fool, blurted out exactly what was on his mind without a second thought. The moment the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted it. But it was already too late. Without seeing any movement from the 9-change heavenly silkworm, a palm suddenly manifested in midair and sent the skyrock flying with a forceful slap. Amitba, this old monk observes that when she's blessings are too meager, she is unworthy of matching with Master G. Huineng was an opportunist who immediately shifted his stance. Fan Jingxing also promptly declared with absolute certainty, this marriage alliance absolutely cannot come to pass. The complexion of the 9 transformations heavenly silkworm instantly softened. I think Lord Heavenly Silkworm and Master G are truly a match made in heaven. The mysterious turtle was even more direct, shamelessly laying on the flattery. You stupid turtle, what nonsense are you spouting? The 9 transformation heavenly silkworm plucked large clusters of roots from the Ginseng King and immediately shoved them into the profound alligator's mouth. The profound alligator's heart skipped a beat. Had it somehow managed to flatter the wrong side? But in the next moment, it was overcome with ecstasy, devouring those ginseng roots voraciously. Before long, a demon saint aura erupted from within its body. Fan Jingxing and Huineng exchanged envious glances. They were still only at the semi-saint level, yet this mere flattery had catapulted the profound alligator directly to demon saint status. The 2 men immediately regretted their missed opportunity and wanted to butter him up too, but the 9 transformation heavenly silkworm had already vanished without a trace. Ginseng King crawled out from underground, still trembling with fear, only to find 2 pairs of gleaming green eyes fixed on him. He snorted angrily, "What, craving my body? You two must be tired of living." The heavenly Pang limped back with a tearful expression, complaining, "What kind of world is this? We both told the truth. But how come that turtle gets rewarded while I get beaten up?" He felt absolutely certain in his heart that 9 transformation heavenly silkworm harbored improper intentions toward their master. Huineng pulled Tianping aside to educate him on the art of conversation and the importance of emotional intelligence. "Young master, what exactly are you thinking about?" Won-in had been holding out the marriage certificate for quite a while, his arm going numb, but Jimo remained dazed, making no move to accept it. He simply couldn't understand what was there to hesitate about with such a good opportunity. Playing hard to get shouldn't be taken this far. GMO was truly conflicted in his heart. Once he married into wealth, boundless riches and honors would naturally be his to enjoy. Not to mention anything else, just the betrothal gifts before his eyes were enough to sustain him for several lifetimes. The carriage was piled high with silks and satins, pearls and jades, chest upon chest of gold and silver, dazzling Jimo's eyes. He was genuinely tempted, having been poor his entire life. This was the first time he'd seen such staggering wealth. But, although when she was beautiful, she had a terrible personality and was utterly brainless, spending 100,000 taels of gold on a useless scrap of paper. If any child they had in the future inherited when she's intelligence, what then? After thorough deliberation, GMO finally made his choice. Chapter 58, I absolutely refuse to marry into her family. What? Won-in couldn't believe his ears. GMO repeated it again while staring at the dazzling gold and silver treasures before him, feeling his heart bleeding. But considering the welfare of the next generation, he ultimately hardened his resolve. He refused. This GMO actually rejected the Wen family. The onlookers were all dumbfounded in an instant. They thought GMO must have water in his brain or had been kicked by a donkey, otherwise he wouldn't be so foolish. When she was as beautiful as a flower, and the Wen family was a powerful and wealthy clan, only an idiot would refuse such a marriage. Listen well, GMO, you'd better think this through carefully. Wen An's expression turned ferocious. Turning down the Wen family's marriage proposal was equivalent to publicly slapping their face. News of this would surely bring immense shame upon the Wen family. Thank you for the Wen estate's undeserved favor. G is of humble birth and dares not reach beyond my grasp, GMO said. Clang. As soon as GMO finished speaking, the Wen family guards escorting the betrothal gifts immediately drew their weapons, glaring at him with furious eyes. One word from Wen, and they would swarm forward to chop GMO into mincemeat. What status did their young mistress hold? She was as beautiful as a celestial maiden, peerless in literary talent, worthy to match any man under heaven. Yet this GMO, a lowly peasant, had the audacity to refuse this marriage proposal, rejecting their goodwill outright. The guards couldn't endure such humiliation. Lord G, do you truly intend to refuse? Have you considered the consequences? Wen An's face was etched with murderous intent, his words dripping with menace. GMO's temperament only grew more defiant under pressure, his voice icy as he retorted, marriage should be based on mutual consent. Does this mean the Wen family will kill me if I refuse? When she has a terrible temper and no sense to speak of, yet she still wants to marry me? Tell her to give up on that fantasy. I will never become a live-in son-in-law. Very well. Wen was furious beyond measure, his fists clenched until they creaked, unleashing his spiritual venerable realm aura unreservedly towards GMO. The hundreds of guards also stood poised for battle, their weapons drawn, ready to reduce everything before them to rubble at a single command. It seems a fight is imminent, should we intervene? Fan Jingxing rolled up his sleeves, lifted his legendary iron shovel, and stood ready to strike at any moment. These fellows all seemed destined for enlightenment, in this old monk's eyes. Huaining chanted a Buddhist mantra and drew out the Eye of Medusa, preparing to convert this entire group should battle break out. The thought of going to war with the Wen family filled them with excitement, and these blockheads were already rubbing their hands in anticipation. Sister Tian, just wait a moment, I'll slaughter this whole crowd to eliminate when she is your competitor for you, Tian Peng deliberately fawned. But the next second, he was sent flying with a single slap. Clearly, the path of flattery was one Tian Peng still needed to explore further. What's this? In broad daylight, do you intend to forcibly seize civilian men? Though Jimo's heart was racing with panic, he showed no trace of it. With so many people watching, he didn't believe Wen would actually strike. Something's off, this brat actually remains unafraid of my oppressive aura. Wen stared at GMO in bewilderment. Any ordinary person subjected to his spiritual venerable's aura should have already prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in terror, so why did GMO remain completely unaffected? Then he sensed the formidable auras radiating from Huineng and Fan Jingxing, and immediately reined in his murderous intent. This matter will not end here for my Wen family. Leaving behind a threatening remark, Wen departed with his entourage. GMO watched the slowly retreating convoy with a sense of melancholy. All that gold and silver lost, vanished just like that. How heartbreaking. Within Maplewood Manor, Xiaolan once again flung open her lady's chamber door in a panic. What's the matter? Didn't I tell you to send word to father? When she felt that her personal maidservant was becoming increasingly useless. Could this silly girl be lovesick, her heart aflutter with spring desires too? There's no need to inform the master. I just received word that GMO didn't accept, Xiaolan said. He didn't accept? That bastard knows his place, a pheasant can't match a phoenix. Wait, what right does he have to refuse? What reason could he possibly have to refuse? When she first felt pleased, but swiftly grew angry. Although she had never actually considered marrying GMO, the mere thought of being rejected by that bastard still infuriated her. Xiaolan swallowed hard and whispered, GMO said you have a bad temper, and that you're mentally unstable. What? When she flew into an absolute rage on the spot. That bastard GMO actually dared to look down on her? With what qualifications? How could someone like him have the nerve to reject her? I have a bad temper. I'm crazy? It's your whole family that's crazy. When she was so furious she ground her teeth and stomped her feet repeatedly, wishing she could immediately confront GMO in person to clarify why exactly she was considered crazy. The dignified eldest daughter of the Wen family, offering marriage herself, not only was she rejected, but also picked apart with criticisms. Just thinking about the gossip spreading outside now, when she felt like she could tear GMO limb from limb. Miss, don't be angry. The master will surely avenge you, Xiaolan comforted. When she finally calmed some of her fury, waiting to see how her family would deal with GMO, the Wen family would never tolerate such an insult. Meanwhile, Wen raced back to the Wen residence at top speed to report the incident to Wen Zhong. Master, that boy must be punished severely, Wen declared. This concerns the Wen family's reputation. We absolutely cannot let GMO off lightly. or outsiders will surely think the Wen family is easy to bully. Neither poverty nor humiliation can sway him, nor force nor threat can bend him. The more I see of this lad, the more I like him. And he's right, Sheer does have a terrible temper, always making me angry. And she really does have a problem with her head, or she'd have married and given me grandchildren to enjoy family happiness long ago. When Zhong was like a father-in-law sizing up his future son-in-law, the more he looked, the more pleased he became. Far from being angry, he grew even more appreciative of GMO, feeling a kind of mutual admiration between them. A son-in-law should be just like this, so the two men can have topics to chat about later. 1 and make another trip to tell GMO he doesn't need to marry into our family. Say Sheer can marry him, but one of their future children must bear the Wen surname. After some consideration, Wen Zhong decided to compromise. Whether he joins our household or not doesn't matter, as long as he can continue the Wen family line. Wen stared fixedly at Wen Zhong, convinced his master must have lost his senses, yet he had no choice but to obey. When Wen sought out GMO again, his attitude had improved considerably. Yet once more, he met with failure. GMO still refused to agree. When she heard this news, her entire body instantly turned to stone. Was she even her father's biological daughter? Not only did Dad not stand up for her, but he actually planned to marry her off. What was even more infuriating was that bastard GMO had rejected her yet again. Xiaolan patted Wenxi's shoulder comfortingly and said, "Miss, the master sent word, forced melons aren't sweet. Since that GMO doesn't fancy you, this marriage matter is settled. He'll find you someone better than GMO, so don't be too heartbroken." Hearing these words, Wenxi was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. Does even my father think I'm not good enough for that bastard? She began to lose faith in humanity. GMO, you bastard, this isn't over. I swear I'll make you fall for me, then ruthlessly abandon you and break your heart, leaving you in utter misery. When she steeled her heart and conceived a ruthless plan for revenge. Chapter 59, The Most Elegant Gentleman Under Heaven. As the ancient saying goes, when a man courts a woman, it's like climbing a mountain. When a woman courts a man, it's like peeling back gauze. When she remained convinced that under her proactive pursuit, no man could possibly resist. That GMO was just a country bumpkin who absolutely couldn't escape her grasp. Filled with confidence, she soon wrote a letter and had Xiaolan deliver it to GMO. The pink stationery bore delicate handwriting and carried the faint, sweet fragrance of a maiden. When GMO received the letter, he was genuinely excited. After all, this was the first love letter from a girl he had ever received in his life. But soon, his face twisted with disdain. A love poem? A love poem personally written by Wenxi, for me? Is that all? Just what kind of mischief is that unreasonable young lady trying to pull? The handwriting is passable, but the tonal patterns are all wrong and the parallelism is faulty. How can this even be called poetry? GMO briefly glanced at the letter before handing it back to Xiaolan, dismissing the poem as utterly worthless. He bluntly declared that Wenxi's reputation as the top talented woman of the Southwest was undeserved. After all, steeped in the poetic traditions of Tang and Song dynasties from Earth and forced by the system to rigorously study verse, GMO had exceedingly high standards for poetry. This poorly written love poem of Wenxi's clearly didn't measure up. Master G, this love poem was specially written for you by the young lady. How could you treat it like this? Xiaolan felt rather indignant on Wenxi's behalf. For a young maiden to take the initiative and compose a poem to confess her feelings was no small matter, yet this GMO remained utterly insensitive to such romance. Miss Xiaolan, look at this yourself. Such a perfunctory verse lacks even half an ounce of genuine emotion. Who does she think she's fooling? GMO replied. Xiaolan, filled with doubt, read the letter twice. Even by her standards, it seemed rather unimpressive. The young lady wrote rather casually, truly unworthy of her reputation as a talented woman. Xiaolan defended, my lady is writing a love letter to a boy for the first time, she's bound to be inexperienced. First time? Jima felt slightly better, though it was clear Wenxi's intentions weren't sincere and her motives impure. Considering it was her first time, he reluctantly offered some guidance, treating it purely as an exchange between literature enthusiasts. If she doesn't know how, I can teach her. For example, the line, the exquisite dice are inlaid with red beans. Do you know of this bone-deep longing? Is most appropriate for a confession or a subtle hint. If it's love at first sight, you can use this confession. Just because you glanced back once, I've thought of you morn and eve. When love grows deepest, nothing fits better than lines like, I wish to be the star, you the moon, shining together night after night with radiant glow. If your meeting comes too late, pour out your heart with, returning your pearls with twin tears I cry, regretting we met not before marriage ties. Jima spoke eloquently, effortlessly weaving exquisite verses and reciting all manner of love poetry as if drawing them from his sleeve. Xiaolan rested her chin in her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, gazing at Jima with starry eyes full of admiration. Though she had accompanied Wenxi and been subtly influenced by poetry, she had never heard lines so soul-stirring and heart-piercing. Even her young mistress would agonize over refinement, deliberating time and again before composing a merely passable verse. Yet what about Jima? He just, with every step a poem, each perfect line divinely inspired, every utterance becomes an immortal masterpiece that will endure through the ages, and each phrase brims with tender affection, making listeners blush crimson with fluster. Such literary genius undoubtedly shines unrivaled through all antiquity. Xiao Lan was utterly captivated by Jima's extraordinary talent. Sir Ji, I believe my young mistress is unworthy of you. I shall return forthwith to dissuade her from these unrealistic notions. Xiao Lan, who had become utterly devoted to GMO, spoke with complete sincerity. Making an inward comparison, she realized her talented young mistress was merely a firefly beside the moon when standing before Sir Ji. More importantly, though Sir Ji possessed world-shaking brilliance, he chose to remain obscure. Such cultivated humility truly made him peerless in this world. A gentleman unlike any other in this world, this was how GMO was described. Upon returning, Xiaolan relayed to Wen Shi every single word of GMO's critique on the love letter. The eldest daughter of the Wen family absolutely flew into a rage. How utterly ridiculous. A mere peasant working the fields dared to question her? She admitted it was written perfunctorily, but that didn't mean GMO had any right to critique it. With indignation, she decided to write GMO another love poem to showcase her literary prowess, refusing to be looked down upon by an uncouth man. Miss, let it go. At your level, no matter how hard you try, you probably won't catch young Master Ji's attention, Xiaolan kindly reminded. The words struck like a thunderbolt. Xiaolan, what nonsense are you talking about? What's wrong with my ability? When she widened her eyes, bewildered by Xiaolan's unexpected remark. I'm no mere decorative vase. My reputation as a talented woman was earned through genuine scholarly merit. The title of Southwest's premier talented lady was authentically conferred by those great Confucian scholars from Langya Academy. Though Xiaolan disliked discouraging Wensi, she still recited the poems she'd heard from Jima, line by line, to make Wensi give up. These poems, never mind Wensi, likely none of Langya Academy's great scholars could have composed them either. With each verse, Wensi grew increasingly astonished, her face etched with disbelief. How could these poetic verses possibly be written by someone like GMO? Impossible, these poems definitely weren't written by him. Plagiarism, it must be plagiarism. Wensi genuinely couldn't accept that a mere farmer could possess such profound literary accomplishment. If he truly had such talent, he would have surely gained nationwide fame by now. He wouldn't be hiding away planting crops in some remote village. Xiaolan spoke truthfully. Miss, whether it's plagiarism or not, don't you already know in your heart? These poems by Master Ji simply don't exist in this world. When she, intimately familiar with poetry ancient and modern, of course knew this to be true. But even beaten to death she wouldn't believe GMO could be some hidden master of the literary world, convinced these verses must have been plagiarized from obscure texts or ancient manuscripts. Miss, look at these again. Xiaolan sighed helplessly and brought out the dozen or so copies of an epigraph for a crude hut that GMO had previously compensated with. When she casually flipped through them and immediately stood frozen like a wooden chicken. The style, aura, brushwork, everything was identical to the copy of an epigraph for a crude hut she had cherished in her arms, yet these were clearly superior. Judging by the ink strokes, these must have been written recently, while her own copy was obviously from several years ago. Clearly, they were all written by the same person, and the other party's calligraphy skills must have improved significantly. Could it be that GMO is the author of an eulogy to a humble home I've been searching for all this time? Wensi's mind buzzed with shock. Miss, don't jump to conclusions. Obviously, these dozen pieces written by young Master Ji are far superior to yours. They absolutely can't be from the same person. Xiaolan wasn't very knowledgeable about calligraphy, but she simply felt that Jima's writing was superior, incomparable to her mistress's piece. She thought her mistress must be coveting these ink treasures and wanted to take them back. Xiaolan, you don't understand. These are clearly all from the same hand, just created several years apart. That's why there's naturally some difference in quality. Wensi explained very seriously while clutching the stack of calligraphy tightly, showing no intention of returning them to Xiaolan. Xiaolan's heart was filled with regret. It was like throwing a meat bun at a dog with no hope of getting it back. As a maid, she couldn't very well compete with her mistress for something. GMO, you rotten scoundrel. You made me search for you for 3 whole years. Don't even think of running away again. Even if I have to force you, I will marry you this time. When she was determined, even if she had to resort to coercion, she would make GMO submit to her will. Chapter 60. What a sin, how could a young lady be like this? Miss, you should just give it up. Young Master Ji has already made it clear he won't marry you. Besides, he and Miss Tang are deeply in love with each other. Let's not meddle in their affairs, alright? Xiaolan mercilessly crushed his hopes, showing no optimism about this relationship at all. Forced affection brings no sweetness, why bother? Moreover, the relationship between Wen Shi and GMO was already strained to begin with. If things got even more out of hand, it might backfire, who knew? They might even end up becoming enemies. But Wen Shi wouldn't hear any of it. After searching for 3 long years, She had only just uncovered the identity of the one she held dear. How could she ever give up so easily? Moreover, she truly liked GMO. She had once decided she would marry no one else based solely on one of his poems. How could she bear to let him slip into someone else's hands? For the sake of her own happiness, when she decisively asked her old father for help. Upon receiving Wenxi's message, Wenxiong was so angry he nearly spat blood on the spot. He truly never imagined that Wenxi would make such a demand to send someone to capture GMO and force him to marry her. This is madness, sheer madness. Wenxiong was heartbroken and indignant. The Wen family, as a prominent noble clan and regional power, had always upheld integrity and honor. How could they stoop to such despicable acts? Moreover, for a young maiden to forcibly kidnap a man for marriage, what kind of propriety was that? If this were to spread, where would he ever hide his face? Daddy, who are you angry with? A young woman in her 20s walked over slowly, gently patting Wenxiong's back as she poured him a cup of hot tea. Her delicate face was radiant like spring, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and slender jade-like legs. She always wore a bright smile that instantly made people fond of her and feel a warm familiarity. This was none other than Wenxiong's second daughter, Wendai, a gentle woman who makes one feel as if bathed in warm spring breezes, radiant and captivating. But in reality, appearances can be deceiving. She's nothing short of a little devil. Family disgrace. Your elder sister actually asked her father to help her snatch a man. Wenxiong took a sip of tea to calm his rising anger. It's utterly infuriating. How could a well-bred lady entertain such disgraceful thoughts of abducting a man? Shameful. Abduct that mortal named GMO? A rare expression of astonishment crossed Wendy's face. She never expected her elder sister to stoop to such behavior. Is that GMO truly so exceptional? Capable of making my aloof sister abandon all restraint like this? Though Jimuo is exceptionally fine, matters of the heart can't be forced. Dyer, you mustn't follow your elder sister's example. When Zhang gazed at the obedient-looking Wendai and felt his younger daughter was far more reassuring. Despite her formidable strength, she never bullied others. He had always thought his elder daughter was the sensible one, but now it seemed the younger daughter was truly dependable. Don't worry, father, she said with a sly smile. Competing for a man is so cliché, I'd never do something so gauche. If I were to act, of course I'd straight away cook the rice before it's even washed, giving you a sweet little grandchild to dote on. Wendy was all smiles, but her words were utterly shocking. Initially, when Zhong nodded in approval at the first half of her statement, but upon hearing the latter part, he sprayed out his tea in mid-sip. Cook the raw rice into a meal, adding a well-behaved grandson? When Zhong nearly had his heart stop from fright. Damn it all. I thought the elder daughter was troublesome, but never imagined the younger one would be even more outrageous. That GMO dared to reject my Wen family's marriage proposal. I'll make him repay this humiliation 100-fold, Yi Dai sneered. Despite the blossoming smile on her face, the chill in her words made one's heart tremble. Butterfly, don't be like this. Daddy promises I'll never force you to marry again. When Zhong was terrified. When Dai had always been the type to act on her word. Once she set her mind to something, nothing could stop her. Now he genuinely feared when Dai might just storm over and push GMO down to make a plump baby without another word. Father, I truly wish to start a family. Since you've also said GMO is a good man, his character must be fine. So why stop your daughter? Just stay home and rest, waiting to hold your dear grandson. Wendy smiled bewitchingly, then soared into the air and vanished towards the south. Wen Zhong ultimately didn't stop her, fearing that intervention might only backfire. Upon careful consideration, it didn't seem like such a bad thing after all. To hell with it, as long as there's a grandson to hold. Neither of my two daughters gives me much hope. Reviving the Wen family will likely have to start with the grandchildren. At Chu, GMO walked through Baisho town, sneezing non-stop. Rubbing his nose, he felt an inexplicable premonition and muttered in confusion, something's off. I feel like someone's plotting against me. Then he calculated with his fingers, his expression growing even more puzzled. Luck with women? What kind of joke is this? As if I could ever have such good fortune. GMO shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind. Dr. G, what a man of iron and blood. A true man who'll never stoop to marrying into someone else's family. Absolutely. We've got your back, no way we're freeloading off anyone. Some townsfolk warmly greeted GMO as he passed by. Of course, many also stared at GMO with looks that regarded him as an idiot. Only a complete imbecile would reject the Wen family's marriage proposal. GMO paid no mind to their reactions. To those who greeted him warmly, he returned smiles. To those who regarded him coldly, he remained unbothered and unperturbed. Such is life, simple contentment brings true happiness. Whenever ailing townsfolk sought his help, GMO would pause his journey to treat them. He never took the initiative to charge money, leaving the consultation fee to fate, which earned him quite a good reputation in Baisho town. Ahead, the commotion from a tea house caught Jimo's attention. Master Bien, I beg you, please save my Ali. A mature and beautiful woman pleaded with an elder dressed in gray robes. The gray-robed elder sat casually in his chair, holding a teacup with lowered eyelids while stealing glances at the woman's ample curves, a faint sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Beside the woman stood a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. The child had large, lively eyes that sparkled, but she appeared to be ill, her hair dull and straw-like, her gaunt face almost unrecognizably thin, exuding an air of sickness. Auntie, don't beg this wicked man. I'm not sick and don't need treatment. The little girl pouted stubbornly, tugging at the woman's hand to leave. Her expression clearly showed she couldn't bear to see her elder humbling herself to plead for help. The woman's face twisted in anguish. She'd clearly recognized the old man's heart of stone wouldn't be swayed easily. Having lost all hope, she resolved to walk away. Poor thing, that young lass likely won't last another month. Once the last trace of human king's bloodline in her body is exhausted, death is certain. The old man picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip. Only 1 month left to live? Master Bien, I beg for your mercy, please save her. I am willing to agree to any condition you propose. Upon hearing how little time the girl had left, the woman's emotional defenses completely collapsed. As long as you satisfy me properly, keeping this little girl alive for a few more years won't be much of a problem. The old man eagerly grabbed for the woman's waist, not even trying to hide the lust in his eyes. Anyone with half a brain could see this so-called Master Bien was nothing but a lecherous old rogue, using the girl's treatment as leverage to force the woman into degrading herself. You shameless old scoundrel, take your filthy paws off her. To behave so brazenly in broad daylight, under the scrutiny of all. GMO rushed over with long strides and slapped away the grubby hand the old man had stretched out. Chapter 61. This barefoot physician has some skills. Times have truly changed for the worse. What a shameless old man nearing 70 or 80 years of age could stoop so low. GMO, who utterly detested such unscrupulous old men, knocked the gray-robed elder's unclean hand aside and shielded the woman behind him. The little girl Ali clapped her hands and cheered, "Hit him, big brother, hit him. Beat this dirty old man to death." The woman looked up nervously at Jima standing protectively in front of her, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance, yet still fearful of offending Master Bien and facing dire consequences. The surrounding townsfolk gathered, all pointing fingers and scolding the old man. Yet there were also many who watched with cold indifference, for such was the cruelty of the world. When you needed someone's help, you had to pay the corresponding price. Like many poor families who fall ill but can't even afford to see a doctor, if not for Jimo's free treatment, they would likely only suffer in agony until death. Young fool, daring to ruin my plans, seek death. The gray-robed elder paid no heed to the crowd's accusations. In his eyes, they were all mere ants. Ask yourself, would a venomous snake ever care about ants' opinions? But towards GMO, murderous intent arose within him. A mere mortal daring to ruin his plans was like lighting a candle in a latrine, seeking death. Without another word, the old man flicked his index finger, sending a wisp of dark light silently drifting toward the back of Jimo's hand. This was an extremely potent poison capable of causing the entire body to fester and erupt in festering sores. Though not fatal, the suffering inflicted would be 100 times worse than death itself. Shameless old fool, if it weren't for your age, I'd beat you up every time I saw you. GMO pointed at the other party and cursed loudly, then felt an itch on the back of his hand and absent-mindedly scratched it. The old man wore a cold smirk as he waited for GMO to succumb to the poison. But to his surprise, she showed no signs of being poisoned at all, appearing completely unaffected. You've got some skills, actually being able to neutralize a deadly poison without leaving a trace. No wonder you dared provoke this old man. Boy, don't meddle in others' affairs. Do you even know who I am? I hail from 10,000 Toxins Valley. They call me the venomous physician, Bienwei, the wicked hand. The old man stood up, gazing down at GMO with an air of superiority. In his heart, he was convinced that the moment his name was spoken, this brat would surely piss himself in terror, perhaps even drop to his knees begging for mercy right then and there. Evil-handed poison doctor? Sounds like a real scoundrel. How shameless of you to say it out loud. Then do you know who I am? GMO scoffed, then cleared his throat and declared, "Listen well, I am the legendary barefoot young physician GMO, more dashing than Panin, a single pear blossom that outshines the begonias." Seeing the gray-robed elder resorting to such cliched tactics of intimidation through reputation, as if a frightening title alone could cow people. Without a trace of fear, GMO immediately coined an equally dashing yet aptly fitting title for himself. Among the onlookers were also some cultivators, whose faces turned pale with terror upon hearing the name of the evil hand poison physician. Then, these people looked at GMO with sympathy. Damn it, this young lad has actually provoked the malevolent poison physician Bienwei. His fate is bound to be utterly miserable. Hearing GMO dare to speak to Bienwei like that, the woman paled instantly and urged him under her breath to leave quickly. Bienwei was a ruthless man who never forgot a wrong. Those who offended him would face vengeance and meet a gruesome end. A barefoot village doctor? Some lowly quack dares speak to me like this? Bianwei had initially assumed GMO might have powerful connections, but upon realizing the other party seemed completely unfamiliar with his name and was merely a barefoot healer, all his reservations vanished instantly. Since this ant has no eyes, let's send him to his grave. Seeing the intense killing intent in Biankei's eyes, the woman hastily intervened. Master Bien, this young man doesn't know any better. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to his level. Biankei glared fiercely at the woman. Yi Yao, if you still want this old man to save that doomed girl, shut your mouth. Yi Yao's body trembled slightly. After glancing at the little girl, she dared not speak another word. Bianwei had already extended his palm, several poison needles concealed between his fingers as he aimed for Jimo's shoulder. The poison needles were lethal enough to kill instantly with just a prick breaking the skin. If your filthy hands dare touch me again, I'll chop them off and feed them to the dogs. GMO sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike, his entire body breaking out in goosebumps. This flatway is truly disgusting, actually daring to grope him. Chop it off, feed it to the dogs, feed it to the dogs. Ali clapped her little hands excitedly, her eyes full of worship as she gazed at GMO. Beside them, Yi Yao was so startled she hurriedly covered the child's mouth. This little rascal really knew no fear of saying something calamitous. The failed attack gave Bianwei pause as he regarded GMO with newfound wariness. This young man before him was no ordinary mortal, that much was certain. Not only had he effortlessly neutralized Bianwei's poison, but he'd also dodged a full-powered palm strike with ease, maintaining perfect composure throughout. Unable to gauge Jimo's true depth, Bianwei dared not make another impulsive move. But he couldn't bear to let the duck in hand fly away either, so he turned to Yi Yao and said, my previous offer still stands. Come with me. To save Ali, Yi Yao had no choice but to take her hand and prepare to leave with Bianwei. She was truly out of options. So long as Ali remained unharmed, she was willing to pay any price. Are you stupid? Going with this old geezer? If you're leaving, it should be with me, GMO interjected. It's just healing someone, he can do that too. Yi Yao was stunned. At first, she thought GMO was a decent person, but she never expected him to be just like the rest, lusting after her body. As expected, men are all scum. Ha, turns out you're no saint either. How dare you criticize me, you shameless prick. Bianwei shot a glance at GMO and said disdainfully, do you even know what's wrong with this girl? How could someone like you possibly cure her? You think playing the hero and staging a rescue will win you her favor? If you've got no real skills, don't pretend to be some big shot here. These words weren't just meant for Jimo's ears, they were also directed at Yi Yao. A reminder to Yi Yao that he alone was capable of saving Ali. My medical skills are quite formidable. As long as someone hasn't breathed their last, GMO has some confidence in snatching them back from death's grasp. Since Ali is still alive and kicking, it surely can't be anything serious. Treating her shouldn't be difficult. That's right, Physician G is a miraculous healer with superb medical skills. Having lived most of my life, I've never seen a physician more skilled than Physician G. Exactly, last time my Ahua had a difficult delivery and almost lost 13 lives in one go, but Dr. G saved them all. Those townsfolk who had received Jimo's kindness and been aided by him all spoke up in unison, giving him a thumbs up as they praised him. They had all personally experienced Jimo's astonishing medical skills, and their praises came from the bottom of their hearts. But gradually, something began to feel off. What the hell is this, one corpse, 13 lives, nonsense? Sao, once associated with a veterinarian, everyone's praises instantly lost their persuasive power. Yi Yao's eyes had initially sparkled with hope, believing GMO possessed remarkable medical skills, but hearing his subsequent words, the light in her gaze instantly faded. How skilled could someone who treats livestock possibly be? She picked up Ali and decided to follow Bianwei. Chapter 62, Sis, please stop coveting your sister's husband. Ha, a veterinarian. Bianwei wore a triumphant smile as he mercilessly mocked GMO. Meanwhile, Ali struggled desperately to break free from Yi Yao's embrace, but her strength was too pitifully small to succeed. The little girl cast a pitiful look at GMO, pleading, Big brother, save us. Auntie is being foolish. She's being completely deceived by this wretched old man and will surely lose both her person and her wealth. Though young in age, Ali possessed wisdom beyond her years and saw things with remarkable clarity. Yi Yao was exasperated and had no choice but to cover Ali's little mouth again. I can truly cure this little girl, GMO said with utmost sincerity. Yi Yao halted and asked with a last flicker of hope, then tell me, what illness does Ali actually have? GMO replied, it seems there's a physical issue, malnutrition. A complete cure might be somewhat troublesome, but with my care, her life shouldn't be in danger. Malnutrition? Complete cure? So he really is just a veterinarian, utterly useless. To claim that Ali is malnourished and then boast about a complete cure, how could I have ever pinned my hopes on someone like this? Yi Yao's face was full of disappointment as she turned and left without hesitation. A flash of surprise flickered in the depths of Bianwei's pupils. He was eager to know whether GMO was merely guessing wildly, talking nonsense, or had genuinely discerned something. Ali's physical condition was indeed unusual and could truly be described as malnourished. The little girl had suffered misfortune in her childhood while still in swaddling clothes. Her innate Dao bone had been cruelly gouged out. Had it not been for receiving a drop of human king's blood to sustain her life, she would surely have perished long ago. Now the drop of the human king's blood is nearly exhausted. To survive, she'll need an immense quantity of heavenly treasures to nourish her body and replenish her vitality. And this is essentially a bottomless pit. Even the accumulated resources of a first-rate sect would struggle to sustain the little girl's consumption. Dianwei's earlier claim that he could extend Ali's life by several years was pure deceit, just a ploy to swindle Yi Yao. Once he'd taken advantage of Yi Yao's innocence, who would care about the little girl's fate? Alas, Yi Yao rejected Jimo's goodwill, placing her trust instead in a scoundrel like Bianwei. Watching Ali being carried away, GMO let out a sigh. This was Yi Yao's choice, and he couldn't force it. After all, they weren't related. In his heart, he could only hope the little girl would have fortune's favor. Around the corner not far away, when she and Xiaolan watched from a distance, tall and handsome, skilled at playing the zither, composing poetry, and with such a kind heart, my MOMO is truly flawless, perfect in every way. Wenxi's face was filled with starry-eyed admiration, her bright eyes completely focused on GMO. Truly, a maiden's heart is full of poetry. When one falls for someone, everything about them seems wonderful. Xiaolan couldn't take it anymore. Pressing her hand to her forehead, she sighed, "Miss, snap out of it. Since when is young Master G yours? Aren't you ashamed?" Her young mistress was truly beyond hope. Indeed, love truly blinds people, transforming this once proud talented maiden into a love-struck fool. But while the falling flowers yearn, the flowing water remains indifferent. Miss, could you stop being so lovesick on your own? Xiaolan, why don't you find a chance to knock MOMO unconscious and bring him back to Green Maple Garden? Wenxi suggested. Ahem. Xiaolan coughed in fright. Her young mistress was truly beyond saving. Naturally, Xiaolan would never do such a thing. Are you kidding me? Forcibly kidnapping women is common, but when have you ever heard of forcibly kidnapping a man? If this got out, wouldn't it be utterly humiliating? Seeing that Xiaolan wasn't making a move, when she didn't force the issue. Instead, she walked toward GMO, intending to have a good talk with him and clear up the previous misunderstanding. Just then, a white blur flashed by, blocking Wenxi's path. Xiaolan, thinking her young mistress was under attack, immediately reacted by thrusting a palm strike straight at the assailant's face. But upon clearly seeing the other's face, he quickly withdrew his attack and exclaimed, "Second young miss." Standing there was none other than the Wen family's second daughter, Wen Dai. "What are you here for?" Upon seeing her own younger sister, when she showed no trace of joy on her face, only indifference, the two sisters had never gotten along well since childhood. As the eldest daughter of the Wen family, when she had been passionately devoted to the arts since childhood, showing no interest in cultivation, she simply focused on doing what she loved, living freely and unrestrained. Whereas Wen Dai had borne too many burdens from a young age, shouldering pressures that no child should ever have to endure. Therefore, Wendy had never shown her elder sister a pleasant expression, carrying a lingering resentment in her heart. The bond between the sisters naturally grew colder over time. "Why am I here? To stop you from causing trouble, of course. Father says you're bringing disgrace to our family by attempting to kidnap a man. You're confined to Qingfeng Garden for 3 months to reflect on your actions. Xiaolan, you're responsible for keeping an eye on the eldest young lady. If she takes even half a step out of Qingfeng Garden, you'll answer for it." Wendy was spouting nonsense, making up wild stories. Of course, this was entirely fabricated. Wen Zhong had never given such an order. But Wenxi didn't doubt it and believed her. Having frequently been punished with confinement in the past, she had already grown accustomed to it. Xiaolan, hearing it was Wen Zhong's order, naturally obeyed without any objection. Moreover, she also believed that her young mistress truly needed to be confined to calm down. "I don't want to be grounded. I promise I won't tie up my Momo anymore." Wenxi looked utterly devastated. If she were grounded for 3 months, wouldn't that mean she couldn't see Jima for 3 whole months? "Your MOMO? Wendy's face revealed a mischievous smile. "My dear sister, could you please be more reserved and not harbor any unrealistic fantasies about your brother-in-law, alright?" "Brother-in-law?" Wenxi felt her entire body grow cold upon seeing that familiar, devilish grin. Wendy said smugly, "That's right. Father can't wait to have a chubby grandson from GMO and me, so he fully supports our relationship. As for you, since you've already been rejected, don't entertain any wild ideas." "Absolutely not." Wenxi felt icy cold all over and pleaded desperately, "Good sister, please don't take GMO from me. I promise you can inherit the position of family head, and I swear I'll obey all your commands from now on. I'll do anything you ask." For Jimo's sake, she was willing to give up everything. "My dear elder sister, you're the firstborn. It's only right that you take charge as family head." "I have no interest in it. After marrying GMO, I just want to focus on being a good wife and mother, following his lead to enjoy a quiet pastoral life," Wen Dai said with a smile. This was the life she truly yearned for, not the dull and tedious daily cultivation, nor having to deal with all those troublesome family affairs. Clearly, Wendai never gave the headship position a second thought. If anything, she saw it as nothing but a burden. In other clans, people would stop at nothing to seize the position of family head, employing every means imaginable, even turning against their own kin and shedding blood among brothers. This one family is truly something. No one seems willing to take up the position of family head, all yielding to others with excessive modesty. Could this be the so-called forsaking the throne for handsome men? Master Ji is indeed formidable. The two young ladies are so desperate to claim him they've abandoned even the family head position. Xiao Lan suddenly grew worried. Surely the two young ladies wouldn't turn against each other over a man, would they? Chapter 63, Ali, let your brother cook you some black chicken stewed with turtle. Xiao Lan's worries did not come to pass. The quarrel between the two Miss Wins ended with Wendai immobilizing Wen Shi. Indeed, strength reigns supreme no matter the era. For the first time in her life, when she regretted not cultivating diligently, leaving her utterly defenseless against Wendai. Her face was full of resentment as Xiao Lan dragged her back to the green maple garden. It looked like she wouldn't be coming out anytime soon. Sister, you really should reflect on yourself. In a few days, when young Master Ji and I hold our wedding banquet, I'll make sure to invite you to share our joy. Wendy didn't miss the chance to provoke Wenxi either, watching how the latter gritted her teeth in frustration, which made her blossom into laughter. Raising her eyes to gaze at the distant GMO, Wendai felt quite satisfied. His appearance and character were truly beyond reproach. The only shame was that GMO was merely immortal. Imagine, 100 years later, while one remains youthful as ever, the other has already turned white-haired. Such a scene is truly sorrowful to behold. Forget it. If I can achieve immortality, naturally I'll have the ability to extend your life by 10,000 years. If I fail to become immortal, then I shall abandon my cultivation willingly and grow old with you in this mortal world. Wendai secretly resolved that if they could not share life, then they would share death. Although the path to immortality had been severed, Wendai still held considerable confidence in herself. Her cultivation talent was once in 10,000 years. By her 20s, she had already reached the spirit venerable realm, making her one of the most monstrous geniuses among the younger generation. She's a genuine immortal seedling. Having resolved her inner turmoil, Wendai's mood lifted, and she pondered how best to approach GMO. Soon an idea struck her, and she hurried after Bianwei in the direction he had gone. Bianwei never could have imagined such a thing would happen. He lured Yi Yao to a small valley outside of town, revealing his ugly true nature as he reached out with his lecherous claws toward her. Just as he was about to succeed, he was ambushed. The attacker claimed to be Jimo's wife, vowing to avenge her husband. Were it not for his numerous life-saving tricks and the enemy's fear of his sinister poison techniques, Bianwei would have nearly met his end right then and there. You mongrel couple, just wait. Once I've recovered from my injuries, I'll have you torn limb from limb. Bianwei fled in disarray, his body a bloody mess, eyes blazing with fury and consumed by bitter hatred. He believed he'd merely insulted GMO, never expecting such vicious retaliation, sending his own wife to assassinate him. The sheer audacity, the hypocrisy was staggering. After repeatedly plotting to kill GMO himself, now he dared accuse GMO of cruel revenge. Absolutely unbelievable. The one who struck was Wendai, naturally to avenge GMO. How could the man of Wen Shi be bullied by others? By a twist of fate, Yi Yao and Ali narrowly escaped disaster. Wendai also knew a little about Ali's tragic background and felt deep sympathy for the young girl. After some thought, she decided to take Ali to find GMO, because the little girl firmly believed that GMO could cure her. As for Yi Yao, she was still shaken and hadn't recovered from the shock when Wendai had already taken Ali away. On the way home, GMO encountered Wendai, who had been deliberately waiting for him. Big brother. Ari saw Jima and excitedly rushed over, throwing herself straight into his arms. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable closeness to Jima deep in her heart, and only when near him did the torment within her body ease significantly. Jima was utterly confused. Wasn't Ari supposed to be taken away by Yaoye? Why would she appear here with a stranger? He could clearly sense Ali's dependence on him and couldn't help but dotingly pinch the little girl's nose. Seeing her gaunt face that had become almost unrecognizable due to weight loss, his heart ached unbearably. Ali recounted her ordeal with a grievance, and Jimo's admiration greatly increased for this one family's second young miss who stood up for justice before him. Both were wealthy young misses, blood-related sisters. How strange that one was so spoiled and willful, only knowing how to bully others with her power, while the other upheld righteousness and, moreover, was so exceedingly beautiful. Wendai's face blossomed with a radiant smile, unbearably sweet, as she gazed at GMO with an expression of perfect docility. Indeed, girls who smile often are never too unlucky. GMO warmly invited her to be his guest. Jimo's courtyard had undergone dramatic changes from before. The innate 8 trigrams formation had begun taking shape, with an enigmatic aura flowing through it that completely concealed all peculiar aspects of the yard. At this moment, Jimo's courtyard had returned to simplicity, appearing completely ordinary and unremarkable. Wendy looked around with curiosity, for this would become her home after marriage. Born into nobility, she had never stayed in the countryside before, so everything struck her as novel. Meanwhile, several simpletons in the courtyard turned their gazes toward Wendy and Ollie. No one paid Wendy much attention, after all. Breathtaking beauties came and went here far too frequently, and Ollie, who was riding on Jimo's head, attracted everyone's strong attention. Who is this little girl? Master G actually allows her to ride on his head? Everyone was shocked. Could she be Master G's illegitimate daughter, to be spoiled like this? No matter what, this little girl clearly holds great importance in Master G's heart. We must please and take good care of this little ancestor from now on. Everyone's minds raced, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to flatter GMO. When Dai finally noticed something unusual, that plump black chicken lazily sunbathing on the ground was actually a demonic sovereign. Even more shocking, the bald monk hoeing the field and the scholar-looking fellow turned out to be two half-step spiritual saint realm experts. What's even more terrifying was that the figure rummaging through the vegetable patch was actually a demon saint. Why would such fearsome powerhouses appear in GMO's courtyard? What were their intentions? Could they pose a threat to GMO? Despite feeling somewhat flustered, Wen Dai wasn't particularly afraid. First, as the young lady of the Wen family, she could intimidate these beings. Second, her master's status was so exalted that it would deter them from even considering any improper thoughts toward her. Mr. G, what are these? Wendy suppressed her astonishment and inquired softly. Oh, the two tilling the land are laborers I hired. These are our egg-laying hens, and that over there is an uninvited old earthworm. GMO patiently explained each item to Wendy. Wendy's heart pounded with terror. Two semi-saints reduced to laborers, the heavenly ping turned into an egg-laying hen, and most outrageous of all, the demon saint being called a mud turtle. She was genuinely afraid that the profound turtle might fly into a rage, reveal its true colossal form, and swallow Jima whole in a single bite. Not even her master would dare address a demon saint as mud turtle to its face. Such an insult was beyond anyone's endurance. I am Wendy of the Wen family from Moonbright City. My master is Chu Chingy of the Misty Palace. Wendy immediately invoked her family identity, hoping to awe these ruthless individuals. Tianpeng and several other simpletons wore utterly bewildered expressions. Clearly they couldn't comprehend why Wendy suddenly shouted about her prestigious family. Though the Wen clan was indeed influential and Chu Chingy's prestige shook the southern region, what bearing did that have on them? Could any background possibly compare with Master G's stature? Thankfully, my background intimidated these powerhouses. My future husband, you'd better shape up, I just saved your life. Wen Dai secretly sighed in relief. It was truly hard to imagine how Jima had survived being so reckless and carefree with his words. Ailey, what would you like for dinner tonight? How about Big Brother cooks you some turtle stew with black chicken? GMO spoke up. We're doomed. Wen Dai was horrified. Such humiliation would surely drive the two great demons to fight desperately. Chapter 64, So Naive, So Foolish. At the mention of black chicken stewed with turtle, Tianpeng and Xianao immediately panicked. I was really afraid that ignorant little girl might absent-mindedly agree with a single word, which would truly be the end of me. Meanwhile, the King Ginseng was so terrified it immediately burrowed underground to hide, fearing it might get caught up in the mess and end up stewed in the pot. A stew of black chicken and turtle paired with ginseng is an absolutely perfect match. It was certain to be implicated. Wendy's heart instantly leapt into her throat. She secretly gripped the life-saving treasure her master had given her, ready to fight desperately in hopes of protecting GMO. Sure enough, the two great demons were truly enraged. Their faces darkened as they charged straight toward GMO. It's over. It seems today I'll truly meet my end, dying on the same day, in the same month, in the same year as this jinx. When Dai cast a glance at GMO, her expression brimming with tenderness. Surging spiritual energy coursed through her body as she prepared for a desperate fight. Deep in her heart, she resolved, if they could not live together, then they would die together. Tianpeng and Xianao charged straight over, each clinging to one leg of Jimo's trousers with tears welling in their eyes. Wendy, who had already steeled herself for a life or death struggle, was utterly dumbfounded at the sight. What on earth was going on? Ailey would never eat black chicken stewed with turtle. Ailey shook her little head. What kind of dish was this? It sounded disgusting from the name alone. She looked down at the dark tortoise as if spotting a new toy, immediately sliding off Jimo's shoulder and plopping right onto its broad shell. Go, tortoise tortoise, giddy up. Ollie actually treated the dark tortoise as her steed and began playing with it. The dark tortoise, as if granted amnesty, obediently started running, sending the little girl into fits of giggles. Tianpeng also followed behind, his face full of fawning flattery as he ingratiatingly tagged along. Ah, is Master's prestige really such a big deal? Wendy misunderstood once again, believing that Tianpeng and Xianao had only spared Jima out of respect for her master, Chu Chingy's reputation. Ah, silly fool, really making people worry. Do you even realize I've saved you yet again? If you don't treat me well from now on, I'll dig out your black-hearted liver. Noticing Wen-Dai's strange gaze, GMO couldn't help but shiver. What's wrong with this Miss Wen? Her eyes suddenly became so terrifying. Lord Ji, do you realize these two are very dangerous? Wen-Dai pointed at Tianpeng and Xianao, feeling she must warn GMO. Otherwise, who knows when this fool might offend these two again and bring about his own demise. What's so dangerous about them? If they weren't slightly useful, I would have boiled them long ago. GMO scratched his head, not seeing any danger in a chicken and a turtle. Hearing this, Tianpeng and Xianao trembled in fear. Those words carried hidden meanings. After some contemplation, they suddenly understood. This was GMO giving them a stern reminder. The mystic turtle reflected on himself and realized that since becoming a demon saint, his attitude had become somewhat complacent. His enthusiasm for weeding and loosening the soil wasn't as fervent as before. This was wrong. How could he grow arrogant after just a minor improvement in strength? As the Ginseng King had said, to even qualify as cannon fodder for Master Ji, one needed at least immortal-level cultivation. He was still worlds away from that. I must change, rid myself of arrogance and impatience, and adjust my mindset. Well then, I'll start by setting a small goal for myself, ascending to immortality. Having found the right purpose in life, Mystic Tortoise felt surging motivation, and his mental state instantly rose to a higher level. Heavenly Rock felt restless with anxiety. Recently, he'd grown too lazy, indulging in gluttony and idleness, basking in the sun and idling away his days. He was certain this had displeased his master. How can I become a chicken that's useful to my master? Tianpeng fell into deep thought. Cook it? Absolutely not. You must never have such thoughts again. Wendy hurriedly dissuaded him. For now, he had only temporarily intimidated these two great demons. If GMO continued to humiliate them, they would undoubtedly turn hostile, and no one would be able to save him then. Only by getting along well could both sides remain undisturbed. Miss Wen makes a good point. As the saying goes, no matter how poor you are, don't eat the chicken that guards your home. No matter how hard life gets, don't slaughter the turtle that comes to you. Fine then, I'll raise them properly from now on. GMO nodded, convinced by Wen-Dai's reasoning. Tianpeng and Xianao finally felt completely at ease upon hearing this. So it was truly a warning meant for them. Now that their intentions were properly aligned and their attitudes had transformed, they had finally earned Jim's forgiveness. Had they failed to come to their senses in time, they might well have been cooked into tonight's dinner. Fan Jingxing and Huainan witnessed everything, frightened to the point that they didn't even dare to lift their heads, desperately hoeing the ground without daring to slack off for even a moment. Yet misfortune arrived without warning. There truly was no escaping it. Sir Ji, neither of those two are good people. They've come to you with ulterior motives and sinister purposes. Wendy, sharp as winter frost, had already discerned Fan Jingxing and Huaining's identities from their appearances. Fan Jingxing, the one who could slaughter an entire city in one strike, leaving no trace behind. Huaining, the soul-snatching evil monk who could claim lives with a single word. These two men are utterly wicked individuals, yet they've disguised themselves as migrant workers here. They must have some grand scheme. Miss Wen truly has eyes like torches. These two were indeed no good, but they've now thoroughly reformed and turned over a new leaf. I believe in them, they'll never do evil again, Jima declared with absolute confidence. In his eyes, Fan Jingxing and Huaining were originally local ruffians who tried to seize his family's property and farmland, but now they'd been converted to the path of virtue. Having learned to earn wealth through hard work, I believe they will no longer commit evil deeds. Turn over a new leaf and start anew? Oh, my naive husband, you're truly too foolish and innocent. How could you not know that it's hard to change one's nature? Such villains rarely reform easily. Wendy simply didn't believe it. Since when do dogs stop eating shit or wolves refuse meat? If Fan Jingxing and Huaining had no ulterior motives, she'd sooner believe in ghosts. The hearts of men are wicked. She wanted to continue persuading him. GMO waved his hand. I believe in them. Perhaps they had no choice before, but now I'm sure they want to be good people. Truly, a woman's heart is the most venomous. This Wen-Dai is trying to harm us. Fan Jingxing and Hui Nang were seized with panic, fearing that GMO might mistakenly believe the slander. Upon hearing GMO's affirmation of them, they were so moved they almost shed tears of gratitude. Indeed, Master Ji's heart is as clear as a mirror, seeing through all matters with crystal clarity. To serve him, one would gladly die 100 deaths without regret. The two finally became utterly devoted followers of GMO. When Dai stared blankly at GMO, realizing she was growing increasingly fond of her future husband. This must be what they call a childlike heart. In this filthy mortal world filled with ugly human hearts, who would have thought there still existed such a fool who believes everything is beautiful? How truly precious this was. Mr. G, thank the heavens for letting me meet you at just the right moment. If in the past when Dai had wanted to marry GMO, there had still been elements of revenge in her intentions, but now, it had transformed into something she desired with all her heart. Ha! GMO was utterly bewildered but politely replied, Miss Wen, I too am fortunate to have met you, young Master G. When Dai felt her heart flutter like a startled deer, emotions surging uncontrollably. Unable to resist, she closed her eyes and puckered her lips. Chapter 65 Ali's Origins. Wendy closed her eyes, her delicate face slightly tilted upward, her body taut with tension. Her fingers twisted the hem of her clothes as her heart pounded wildly in her chest. She was incredibly nervous, yet filled with anticipation, waiting for her first kiss to come. Yet after what felt like an eternity, there was still no movement at all. Wendy opened her eyes, only to find Jima's figure already gone. Not far away, Jima was playing joyfully with Ali. Bastard! She gritted her teeth, feeling utterly insulted. What kind of girl takes the initiative to kiss someone, only to be completely ignored in return? Am I really this unattractive? Do I have zero appeal at all? For the first time, she doubted her own charms. Yet soon she grew delighted again, believing GMO was a true gentleman who wouldn't take advantage of a girl. He shuns feminine charms, he must be utterly devoted in love. Wendy smiled, utterly delighted, feeling like she had discovered a treasure of a boy. But after a while, she began to worry again. How could she possibly attract Jima this way? Even taking the initiative to kiss him hadn't gotten a reaction. Would she have to force the issue next time? At the blush-worthy thought, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. GMO pretended to play around with Ali, but inwardly he was screaming about the danger. He wasn't bent, of course he understood. He had nearly lost control and almost kissed her right then, but he forced himself to hold back. A single kiss could lead to big trouble. He'd inevitably have to take responsibility, possibly even end up marrying into the Wen family as a live-in son-in-law. A single kiss could determine a lifetime of happiness. Though he held considerable affection for Wen Dai in his heart, the multitude of concerns ultimately held him back from kissing her. Alyssa, young but sharp-tongued, teased with a laugh, "Big brother, you really are such a wimp." Jimu's face darkened as he retorted, "What does a little brat like you know? It's just a kiss, isn't it?" Alyssa immediately grabbed Jimu's head and planted a noisy kiss on his cheek. "My aunt always forces kisses like this on me too, every time, leaving my whole face slobbery." GMO was both frustrated and amused. This mischievous child was truly a handful. "Sister Dai, I'll hold Big Brother for you. Come quick and give him a forced kiss." Ali took the opportunity to cling tightly to GMO, shouting excitedly toward Wen Dai. This instantly drew everyone's attention, and all eyes turned toward Wen Dai in eager anticipation. "Ali, what nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to force a kiss on him?" Wendy, teased by this little brat, turned scarlet and covered her face with her hands before fleeing the scene in haste. After all, she was still just a girl, thin-skinned and naturally too embarrassed to stay any longer. At the same time, she decided to thoroughly investigate the reason why so many powerful figures were lurking around Jimo's place. Certainly, there had to be some earth-shattering conspiracy behind it. While playing with Ali, GMO accidentally noticed a terrifying scar on her forehead, horrifying to behold. The hideous scar emanated a chilling, peculiar aura that ceaselessly devoured Ali's vitality. No wonder Ali looked sallow and emaciated. The root of her ailment lay here all along. Normally hidden beneath her straight bangs, the scar would have remained undiscovered had GMO not helped wipe Ali's face. One glance told him something was wrong. Beneath the scar, it seemed a piece of her forehead bone was missing. "Ali, tell your brother, where did the wound on your forehead come from?" GMO suppressed the raging fury in his heart. This scar was clearly no accident, it had been inflicted deliberately. What kind of monstrous person could be cruel enough to do this to a mere child? Beast? I don't know. I've had it since I was little, and Auntie wouldn't tell me when I asked. Ali didn't know why, but ever since she could remember, this scar had always been there, tormenting her endlessly, making her wish for death. Now, only by staying close to GMO did that agony finally subside, allowing her for the first time in her life to laugh freely without a care in the world. "Don't worry, Big Brother will heal you for sure." Jima silently vowed to cure Ali completely. He couldn't bear seeing such a young child endure such agony. This little girl, she seems to be that pitiful child from the Luo clan of human kings. After seeing the scars on Ali's face, Huining seemed to recall some long-buried memories from the past. Ali? Luoli. That's right. It's that poor girl from the Luo family. To think she's managed to hold on until now, truly not easy. Fan Jingxing sighed with emotion. The Luo family of the human kings was once one of the top-tier clans in the profound spirit realm. Though it has declined, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Even now, it remains a formidable aristocratic family with considerable influence in the southern domain. 5 years ago, the Luo family welcomed a baby girl born with a Dao bone naturally embedded in her brow. At her birth, the skies blushed with rainbow hues, and radiant rains cascaded down. This girl is Ali, born with innate Dao bones, destined for an extraordinary fate. Yet, it was this very gift that drew covetous eyes from others. While Ali was still in swaddling clothes, someone struck at her viciously, cruelly gouging out the Dao bones from between her brows. She nearly met an untimely end, but fortunately, a single drop of ancient human king's essence blood sustained her life, allowing her to survive. They say the murderer was from the Luo family, utterly despicable creatures. Fortunately, they met Mr. G, so the little girl finally has a chance at a better life. Both Huining and Fan Jingxing felt indignant over Ali's suffering, yet they firmly believed GMO would cure her. Sure enough, the two soon witnessed GMO's grand gesture. Ali received the finest care possible. Every day, divine Shinong rice was freely eaten, and unlimited amounts of spiritual nectar were consumed. The courtyard was filled with spiritual vegetables, and GMO constantly devised new ways to cook them for Ali. The wafting aroma of the dishes was mouth-watering, and just a single whiff caused one's spiritual energy to surge enormously. Even more astonishingly, GMO gathered piles of 8th and ninth grade elixirs, simply letting Ali snack on them like candy. The ginseng king also suffered misfortune, having large handfuls of its roots plucked by GMO to brew nourishing bone broth for Ali. The little girl changed noticeably day by day. Her hair gradually grew lustrous and jet black, her pallid complexion slowly regained its rosy hue, and her cheeks grew increasingly plump. Within just a few days, the little girl seemed like an entirely different person, with delicate features, rosy lips, pearly white teeth, a blushing face, and bright black eyes shimmering like gentle waves, indescribably adorable. It was precisely like an ugly duckling transforming into a young swan. If not witnessed firsthand, no one would dare believe it was real. The scar between Ali's brows had faded considerably but still remained. To completely heal it, some special medicinal herbs would be needed. At the same time, not only GMO, but everyone doted on this little girl immensely. The rarely seen 9 transformations heavenly silkworm also revealed its true form and frolicked with Ali. He even wove his own 9-colored cocoon into a radiant ribbon and tied it into her silken locks. The willow tree gifted Ali an exquisite headband woven from its branches. The mystic tortoise offered 12 Shin Ming pearls from its true form, crafting them into a delicate bracelet. The heavenly rock was more direct. It would steal demon emperor eggs daily to treat the little girl to delicacies. Huining and Fan Jingxing found themselves in an awkward position, not for lacking treasures, but because theirs weren't prestigious enough to present with pride. The lowest ranked item Ali possessed was that bracelet gifted by the mysterious turtle, a relic of legendary grade. As for the ribbon from the 9 transformations heavenly silkworm, it even surpassed mythical grade and most likely had reached celestial grade, truly an immortal artifact. Chapter 66. Is it too late for this old monk to return to secular life and father a daughter now? The reborn Ali resembled nothing short of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. The mysterious nether bead bracelet on the wrist shimmered with radiant treasure light, impervious to both water and fire, while also possessing the effects of nourishing the body and strengthening the soul. The willow twig headband appeared ordinary at first glance, yet each leaf contained the laws of heaven and earth, suffused with the charm of the Tao. It allowed Ali to continuously apprehend the profound truths of the great Tao, keeping inner demons at bay and granting mastery over myriad techniques. Most extraordinary of all was the ribbon bow atop her head, emanating a hazy halo of light that enveloped the little girl from head to toe. If a supreme expert with the heavenly eye were present, they would surely perceive Ali shrouded in a swirling aura of 9-colored radiance, dreamlike and illusory, with the force of time and space thoroughly shielding her from harm. Even if the spiritual emperor were to strike, it likely wouldn't be able to cause even the slightest harm. In the entire profound spirit realm, there's probably no child who can compare to Ali now. Fan Jingxing exclaimed in admiration. This outfit Ali was wearing was priceless beyond measure. Who could have imagined such treasures adorning a little girl no older than 5 or 6? Huining's eyes sparkled as he muttered to himself, who would have thought Master Ji had such a fondness for little girls? I wonder if it's too late for this old monk to renounce his vows, take a wife, and raise a few precious daughters of my own. The old monk clearly hadn't rid himself of worldly desires. Greed had taken root. He fantasized about the unimaginable benefits he might reap if he actually sired a fine daughter that caught Jima's eye. Yeah right, take a good look at yourself. With that horse-like face of yours, do you really think you could produce anything resembling our darling Ali's cuteness? Fan Jingxing mercilessly mocked, eyeing Huineng's distinctly equine features. That's still better than you, blessed with good looks but doomed to die a lonely old bachelor, Huineng retorted. Fan Jingxing's aged face flushed crimson as he snorted. If I'd been accomplished and confident in my youth, known what treasures were worth cherishing, my granddaughter's granddaughter would likely be old enough to buy soy sauce by now. His face clouded with melancholy, etched with the pain of someone lost in bitter memories. Clearly, even he had suffered the agonies of passionate love in his younger days. Huineng sighed. In the past, you truly weren't worthy of Miss Duan, but now it's different. Serving Master Ji has elevated your status beyond comparison. You're more than worthy of Miss Duan now. Moreover, this old monk has heard that Miss Duan remains unmarried to this day. Really? Fan Jingxing's despondent mood vanished instantly, his whole body suddenly electrified with adrenaline. Miss Duan remains unmarried, could she be waiting for me? Overwhelmed with excitement, he resolved to seek the truth once he broke through to the spirit sage realm. If Miss Duan truly still has feelings for me, then I'll go propose at the Duan family without delay. I won't let this love slip away again and regret it for the rest of my life. Old Fan, let me tell you, our Black Tortoise clan has countless beauties. If you're looking for a wife, I can play matchmaker for you. The mystical turtle emerged from underground. This sly creature had been eavesdropping all along. Fan Jingxing's face immediately darkened with rage. Shin Ao, I treated you like a sworn brother, and you're trying to make me your grandson-in-law. The Xian'ao who became a demon saint was already considered an ancestral-level existence within the Xian turtle clan. Naturally, the introductions he made were for his disciples and grand-disciples, clearly intending to take advantage of Fan Jingxing. Just as these old fools were bickering, from outside the courtyard came a shout. "Gee, you damned human trafficker, give me back my Ollie. Ollie, where are you? Auntie has been searching for you so desperately." Yi Yao's face was haggard, her eyes filled with guilt and anxiety as she called out loudly again and again. She truly hated herself. How could she have trusted that old scoundrel Bian Wei? Not only had she nearly lost her purity, but she had also lost Ollie. These past few days, Yi Yao wandered about in utter despair, searching everywhere for Ollie, her heart tormented with unbearable anguish. Later, he suddenly remembered that the woman who had attacked Bianwei that day seemed to have claimed to be Jimo's wife. So, he inquired about Jimo's residence and came looking for him. Yi Yao pushed open the courtyard gate and walked straight in. Fan Jingxing and the others paid no attention to her and continued with their tasks. This was none of their business, as Mr. G surely had his own reasons. Yi Yao's gaze swept past Fan Jingxing and the others, ignoring the beautiful little girl perched on an iron cauldron, gnawing on a boiled egg larger than her head, lovely as a fairy. Instead, she scanned the yard in search of Ali's figure. Alas! Ali raised her head and sighed. Her aunt was truly blind, yet she turned a blind eye to even this. If she were really lost one day, there was no way she could count on her silly aunt to find her. Seems leaving her aunt to search for Brother G was indeed the wise choice. Otherwise, one day her muddle-headed aunt might just sell her off without realizing it. "Auntie, what are you looking for?" Ali covered her smooth little forehead, unable to resist speaking up. He was standing right in front of her yet kept looking around, which really exasperated her. "Looking for Ali, looking for my little Ali, a little one. Have you seen a girl about your age, with yellowish hair and an ugly face?" Yi Yao instinctively responded, then suddenly realized something was amiss. The little girl actually called me auntie, and her voice sounded strikingly familiar. It was Ali's voice. Ali? Yi Yao was astonished. There was indeed some resemblance between the little girl before her and Ali, but the differences were far too stark. She didn't dare to believe it. "I'm not your Ali. Your Ali looks quite plain." Ali was fuming. Apparently, in her aunt's eyes, she was considered ugly and unattractive. Yi Yao finally confirmed that the girl before her was indeed Ali. Overcome with excitement, she rushed over and pulled the little girl into a tight embrace, showering her with kisses. Just as the little girl had described, her face was indeed smeared with saliva. Holding Ali in her arms, Yi Yao couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. How wonderful, she'd finally found the child at last. For several days filled with anxiety, she hadn't had a single moment of peace. Only now could she finally set her heart at ease. "Auntie, don't cry, eat this candy. I didn't get lost, I came to find Brother G to cure my illness." Ali fished out a 9th-grade medicinal pill from her pocket and popped it into Yi Yao's mouth. She deeply regretted sneaking away without telling anyone, making her aunt worry for so many days. "If you dare run off like that again, I'll spank you." Yi Yao was about to teach the brat a lesson when suddenly, she found herself unable to speak. The candy pill that Ali had stuffed into her mouth dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into a vast surge of spiritual energy that rushed through her 8 extraordinary meridians. The weariness on her face vanished completely as Yi Yao regained her radiant complexion, her vitality and spirit returning to peak condition within mere breaths, yet the medicinal effects continued unabated. A flash of white light enveloped her body, and unexpectedly, her cultivation realm broke through. What on earth had she just consumed? "Ali, what did you give Auntie to eat?" She couldn't help but ask. "Big Brother G made candies. Does Auntie want more?" Ali scooped out a handful of pills from her pocket and stuffed them all into Yi Yao's hands. She had plenty of this stuff, more than she could ever eat. 9th grade, elixirs. Yi Yao stared dumbfounded at the rainbow-colored pile of 9th grade elixirs in her palm, her mind buzzing. Chapter 67, Too Poor at Home, Forced to Eat Demon Emperor Eggs Every Meal. Who would believe that the rare and highly sought-after 9th grade pills, which were nearly impossible to obtain on the market, now numbered more than a dozen in his possession. With skepticism, Yi Yao carefully examined the pill in her hand. The 9 distinct medicinal patterns on the pill's surface were clearly visible, undeniable proof that this was indeed a genuine 9th grade pill. "Little aunt, why aren't you eating it?" As she spoke, Ali pulled out a few medicinal pills from her pocket and tossed them into her mouth, chewing them with a crunching sound as casually as if they were snacks. Using 9th grade medicinal pills as snacks. Yi Yao didn't even know how to describe it. Such extravagance was simply unbelievable. "Ali, did GMO give you all these?" She couldn't help but ask. Could it be that GMO wasn't actually a veterinarian, but rather a reclusive genius with unparalleled medical skills? To be able to refine a 9th grade pill, at the very least, he must be a medicine saint. "MHM, Brother G is very kind to me. He even cured my illness, now my head doesn't hurt at all. Auntie, you won't have to worry about Ali anymore." Ali nodded and then handed the half-eaten boiled egg in her hand to Yi Yao. The little lass was truly filial, never forgetting to share good things with her dear aunt. A demon emperor's egg. Yi Yao gasped in astonishment. Who in the world could be so extravagant as to use a demon emperor's egg as food? Wouldn't it be better to hatch it as a battle companion? Did GMO give you this to eat? Yi Yao asked. Big brother G said our family's circumstances aren't good. We're too poor to afford meat, so I have to make do with eggs and vegetables for every meal. Ali continued happily. But brother G is such a good cook. The vegetarian dishes he makes are delicious, much tastier than meat, I'd say. Family circumstances aren't good? Too poor? Eating demon emperor eggs every meal? Yi Yao wondered if GMO had some misunderstanding about poverty. Consider demon emperor eggs as food and 9th grade elixirs as snacks. If this is called poverty, then do rich people even exist in this world? She took a bite of the boiled egg in her hand. Its rich, smooth texture and unique fragrance lingered on her tongue, exquisitely delicious. At the same time, a surge of vital essence flowed through her abdomen, nourishing her bones, meridians, and flesh, elevating her physical strength to a qualitative new level. Such miraculous benefits from just one bite. Yi Yao wished she could eat these all day, every meal. Then, Yi Yao examined the scar on Alia's forehead. Indeed, the once gruesome scar had faded to a faint trace, and the chilling aura had completely dissipated. In other words, Alia's illness was truly cured, completely freed from the shadow of death, and she would never have to endure that inhuman suffering again. Yi Yao was overjoyed to the point of tears. This was truly wonderful. Her brother-in-law and sister would surely feel comforted by this in the afterlife. But then, Yi Yao felt something was amiss again. Every anomaly hides a demon. There must be some ulterior motive behind Jimo's unusual kindness toward Ali. It wasn't that Yi Yao was overthinking. After all, she had encountered far too many scheming individuals, almost every one of them harboring ill intentions, seeking to exploit her and Ali without exception. There has never been a purely good person in history. Those who are kind to you without reason must harbor ulterior motives. Of this much I'm certain. Last time, GMO clearly lusted after her body. Ailey, come with Auntie. Yi Yao scooped Ailey into her arms, her mind singularly focused on taking the child away from this place. Before understanding GMO's true intentions, she really didn't want Ali to stay here. Who knew what schemes he might be hiding? I won't go. I'm living happily here, and I refuse to leave brother G. Ali struggled with surprising force, breaking free from Yi Yao's embrace. This Ali was no longer the weak, frail little girl from before. Now she resembled a fierce little beast, displaying such strength that even Yi Yao, a martial king realm cultivator, couldn't restrain her. It could even be said that, in terms of physical aptitude alone, the little girl had completely surpassed Yi Yao. After all, having consumed so many precious resources, Alia's constitution had undergone a complete transformation. Where do you plan to take Ali? GMO appeared, locking eyes with Yi Yao. He had heard the commotion long ago but chose not to interrupt the reunion between Yi Yao and Ali. Now that Yi Yao intended to take Ali away, he naturally wouldn't allow it. Brother G, I don't want to go with Auntie. I'll stay with you. You can't abandon me. Ali quickly dashed to Jimo's side and clung tightly to his leg, terrified he might send her away. She had never had a good life from childhood till now, and these past few days were arguably the happiest and most blissful of her life. How could she bear to leave? Mr. G, thank you for saving Ali. I'll find a way to pay the medical fees later. Please let Ali leave with me. Yi Yao spoke up. Though she said this, she truly had no means to pay the fees. She couldn't even afford the cost of a single 9th grade elixir. And Ali had consumed countless 9-quality elixirs and other rare treasures over the past few days. Their accumulated worth would undoubtedly amount to an astronomical sum she could never hope to repay. Even someone like the human King Luo family would probably have to pay a fortune to afford this expense. But Yi Yao was certain the Luo family would never care about Alia's fate. The only way she could repay GMO was by serving him like a devoted ox or horse. She wasn't trying to renege on repayment. She genuinely feared that GMO would use Ali as leverage and scheme something against her. After all, investing so much in Ali, who would believe it's done without expecting anything in return? Don't worry, I won't charge you any consultation fee. Once Ali is completely healed, I promise to let her go. GMO said calmly. Though he genuinely adored Ali, he had no intention of taking her away from Yi Yao. As for the consultation fee, GMO had never even considered it. But isn't Ali fine now? Fully recovered? Yi Yao was utterly perplexed. There's one final step missing. She's lacking a small piece of bone at her glabella. GMO already had a treatment plan in mind, confident he could regenerate the missing bone for Ali, though it would require several special medicinal ingredients. But these herbs were too rare, and he couldn't obtain them immediately. Oh, so you're after that Dao bone too? It's useless, those people would never hand it over, Yi Yao blurted out. She seemed to have misunderstood Jimo's intentions, thinking everything he'd done was also motivated by desire for Alia's innate Dao bone. Jimo's brow furrowed, his face darkening with menace. Sure enough, the bone between Alia's eyebrows had been gouged out by someone, and Yi Yao knew all about it. Auntie, you liar. You've always known who hurt me, yet you never said a word. Ali was truly clever. She immediately grasped the implied meaning behind the words. The wound on her forehead was caused by someone digging out a piece of bone, yet her aunt had deliberately kept the truth from her all this time. Who on earth could be so vicious as to gouge out Ali's Dao bone? GMO pressed for answers. If he could retrieve that bone, he was absolutely confident he could restore Ali to her original state. Stop asking. I can't say. Yi Yao realized she had slipped up, inadvertently revealing too much. But the truth must never be spoken under any circumstances, because silence is safety. Once revealed, both he and Ali would surely lose their lives. This involved the scandal of the Luo clan, the Human Kings. Hui Nang and Fan Jingxing had guessed correctly. It was indeed members of the Luo clan who had excavated Ali's Dao bone. If their identities were exposed, those individuals would inevitably retaliate in humiliated fury, sealing Ali's fate with certain death. Chapter 68. The Tomb of the White Emperor emerges. No matter how GMO pressed, Yi Yao refused to divulge anything, partly because her heart was weighed down with too many concerns, and partly, what good would it do even if she confessed? Those people held heaven in their grasp. No one dared defy them. How could she possibly expect GMO to secure justice for Ali? GMO was deeply disappointed in Yi Yao. How could someone so timid possibly protect Ali well? Thus he made his decision. No matter what, he would never easily entrust Ali to Yi Yao's hands. Hui Neng and Fan Jingxing were nearly bursting with anxiety, barely resisting the urge to remind Yi Yao, just speak up boldly. The one before you is an unfathomable recluse of immense power. What's the paltry Luo family worth? If only Yi Yao would speak the truth, they believed GMO would surely avenge Ali without hesitation. But Yi Yao was truly lacking in perception, failing to see such a golden opportunity. Today, no matter what, I'm taking Ali with me. Seeing that negotiations had broken down, Yi Yao no longer wished to continue entangling with GMO. Since GMO had ulterior motives, eyes set on her Dao bones, Ali absolutely couldn't remain by his side. Yi Yao noticed that GMO showed no fluctuations of spiritual energy, concluding he must be just an ordinary mortal. No matter how exceptional his medical skills might be, he couldn't possibly be a match for her. Her thoughts shifted, intending to take Ali back by force. What's this? Planning to resort to violence? GMO sensed Yi Yao's intention. Though he never hits women, if Yi Yao proves ungrateful, he can't be blamed for borrowing some Jingfu-style lessons. A glint of cold light flashed through Yi Yao's eyes as she prepared to strike. Cluck cluck. The timely sound of chicken cries rang out as Tianping appeared not far away, waddling with his characteristic splay-footed gait. Demon venerable. Yi Yao's delicate frame trembled, the icy glint instantly fading from her eyes. Ahem. Huining and Fan Jingxing also pretended to cough while slightly revealing their auras. Hearing the sounds, Yi Yao glanced over and immediately turned deathly pale. Two half-step spirit sage realm experts. What on earth is happening? When the mystic turtle slowly emerged into her line of sight, Yi Yao was so terrified she staggered backwards several steps, almost landing on her rear. At that moment, all thoughts of fighting vanished from her mind. How foolish I was. How could a supremely skilled physician, even without cultivation, possibly lack followers by their side? Fortunately, I hadn't acted yet, otherwise I might already be dead and buried. Yi Yao realized belatedly and didn't dare hold the slightest hostility toward GMO anymore. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, her heart nearly stopping from astonishment. Right before her eyes, that little girl Ali fearlessly climbed onto the back of the demon saint-level black tortoise. She extended her fair little hand and gave a crisp pat on the tortoise's rear, cheerfully shouting giddy up, as if urging along a horse. Yi Yao was so frightened she nearly fainted, fearing the mystic turtle might be provoked and tear Ali to pieces with a single bite. That reckless child is truly audacious. How dare she treat a demon saint as a mount and even spank its bottom? Does she have no regard for her life? Yet, no bloody scene unfolded. The demon saint showed no rage. Instead, it obeyed Ali's commands cheerfully, running east and west as docile as a lapdog. Yi Yao clutched her chest, gasping heavily as she gazed at GMO with an incredibly complicated expression. Being able to command a demon saint so casually, this GMO's background must be extraordinary. Now that Ali has fallen into his hands, I'm afraid I can't snatch her back. GMO, Ali is just a poor, unfortunate child. I hope you'll let her go. You won't gain any advantage from her, so please return Ali to me. You can ask anything of me in exchange, I'll comply. Seeing that force wouldn't work, Yi Yao switched to persuasion. She put on an air of delicate charm, presenting herself as ripe for the plucking, her words boldly hinting that GMO could have his way with her. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I won't be giving Ali back to you. GMO felt deeply insulted. He never intended to seek benefits from Ali, let alone use her as leverage to take advantage of Yi Yao. How could someone as upright and kind-hearted as him be seen as a lecher in Yi Yao's eyes? It made no sense. Stop pretending. You clearly have ill intentions. Why else would you have your wife kidnap Ali? I'm warning you, if you dare harm even a single hair on Ali's head, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Yao snarled the threat, convinced that GMO harbored malicious intentions and ulterior motives. There's no such thing as a free lunch. GMO had invested so heavily in Ali yet claimed he wanted neither payment nor repayment, which was utterly unbelievable. My wife captured Ali? GMO was completely baffled. Since when did he have a wife? He remained entirely unaware that Wen Dai was falsely posing as his wife, a deception that would later entangle them in considerable trouble. Ali, wait for me. Auntie will definitely save you. In the end, Yi Yao left these words behind, departing unwillingly as she went to seek help to rescue Ali. Auntie, please don't come to save me, okay? Ali responded, perfectly fine herself. Couldn't her aunt just stop interfering with her bliss? Honestly, someone that old still can't stop worrying people. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao stumbled slightly, truly wanting to give this brat a good beating, completely oblivious to the elder's well-intentioned efforts. Showing such favor to an outsider, after all the affection I've showered upon her, what a waste. Several more days passed. The long-awaited tremor made its appearance once again. GMO once again sensed the eerie heartbeat coming from deep underground. This time, the heartbeat was exceptionally clear, as if an ancient behemoth slumbering beneath was about to awaken, causing the entire earth veins to tremble along with it. Clang! Even more astonishing was the sudden deafening roar from the iron cauldron, as if it too had sensed something. Ever since its forging, the iron cauldron had remained as lifeless as a lump of scrap metal, utterly devoid of movement. Now it resounded with deafening noise, resonating with the rhythm of a heartbeat. The time for the White Emperor's tomb to open has arrived. Huining and Fan Jingxing exchanged glances, understanding the significance of this commotion. In the past, this would have sent them into ecstatic anticipation, awaiting the tomb's opening to seize the opportunities within. Now, their standards had risen, and they cared not the slightest. Various forces that had been watching this place circled in like sharks scenting blood. These people clearly also realized that GMO was not to be trifled with, lurking in the surroundings, silently waiting. How strange, what exactly are these sneaky people up to? GMO gazed at the shadowy figure hiding in the distance, always feeling like another rogue was plotting to seize his family's property and land. At this moment, Hong Qiantu, who hadn't shown his face in a long time, chose the perfect opportunity to visit GMO once again. Mr. G, those turtle bastards are trying to dig up your White Emperor tomb. Hong Qiantu had been racking his brains on how to please GMO and finally seized his chance. Without hesitation, he turned informant, directly betraying his sworn brothers who had allied with him, and secretly came to report the situation to GMO. There's a tomb beneath my house? What nonsense are you spouting? GMO didn't believe Hong Qiantu's words at all, because the location they were at wasn't a place where winds gathered and waters converged. It couldn't possibly contain a grand tomb. And just as the words left his mouth, bang! A deafening roar shook the earth as the ground collapsed, revealing an ancient and weathered stone gate before the crowd. Chapter 69 Nightfall, time for me to shine. The situation instantly became extremely awkward. GMO had just finished saying there couldn't possibly be a tomb in this place, and then what happened? The earth split open, revealing a stone gate emerging from the ground. It was practically a slap in the face, the loud, stinging kind. GMO felt his old face grow slightly warm, his heart filled with bewilderment. Based on his knowledge, no one should have built a tomb in this location. It defied all principles of feng shui. Hong Qiantu froze, not knowing what to say next, his face as bitter as a gourd. He felt like he had dug his own grave, making the revered expert so awkward. There was definitely no good outcome awaiting him. No tomb, there's absolutely no tomb here. Huining, ever the bootlicker, saw this golden opportunity and immediately stepped in to smooth things over for GMO. Since Mr. G said yes, then it's yes. If he said no, then it's no. Every word from Mr. G should be taken as absolute truth. This is Mr. G's home, a blessed land of immortals, where gifted talents thrive. There's no way a tomb could exist here. Fan Jingxing quickly chimed in, his tone utterly resolute. GMO's awkwardness instantly dissolved. He cast approving glances at Huining and Fan Jingxing. After all the rice they'd mooched off him, these two gluttons finally proved their sharp perception. You guys have been working hard on the reclamation lately. Tonight I'll fry up a few dishes, and we'll have a proper drink together. GMO knew how to return their kindness with perfect social grace. At these words, Huinang and Fan Jingxing were overjoyed. They had long been craving GMO's cooking, not to mention his rich, mellow homemade liquor with its lingering aftertaste, nothing short of heavenly perfection. And above all, what greater honor and blessing than to share dinner with Master G? The two cast grateful glances at Hong Qiantu. Old Hong was truly a righteous brother, going out of his way to create an opportunity for such a stroke of luck. What a kind soul! Hong Qiantu, freshly awarded a good guy card, gritted his teeth in anger, silently cursing Huinang and Fan Jingxing for their shamelessness in spewing such blatant lies. The tomb gate was practically right there, yet they still claimed there was no tomb. Talk about having thick skin. But since the expert had declared it non-existent, going against his word was naturally out of the question. Hong Qiantu suddenly had an idea and quickly corrected himself. Mr. G, I misspoke, there's no tomb here. nothing related to the White Emperor's resting place at all. You old fox, blowing with the wind, not a word of truth comes from your mouth. Look for yourself, isn't White Emperor clearly carved on the stone gate? GMO looked at Hong Qiantu with disdain, thinking him utterly dishonest and far too slippery. In the distance, the stone gate gleamed with dazzling radiance, the characters for White Emperor shimmering brilliantly as if formed from starlight. An overwhelming imperial aura, vast as the sea, enveloped the surroundings, stirring hearts and minds, evoking an irresistible urge to prostrate in worship. There was no doubt this was indeed a relic of the White Emperor. Whether it was a tomb or not remained unknown. Hong Qiantu's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Could it be that he was simply doomed to never succeed in flattery? Why was it that no matter what he did, GMO remained unimpressed? Mr. G, this is your territory. Should we drive these people away? Hu Weineng inquired. GMO shook his head, gazing at the stone gate with countless thoughts swirling in his heart. He had also heard of White Emperor. After all, this legendary man was far too famous. 10,000 years ago, during humanity's darkest and most desperate era, the White Emperor emerged to single-handedly hold back the slaughter of humans by demons, devils, ghosts, and other inhuman races, sheltering mankind beneath his protection. Were it not for the White Emperor, it's likely that the profound spirit realm would have no place for humanity today. His accomplishments shine brightly enough to illuminate eternity, yet his fate, it said, was one of utmost misery. A small number still firmly believe that the White Emperor lives on, silently guarding humanity to this day. Now, as long as we enter the stone gate, perhaps we can unravel this ancient mystery. The stone gate is tightly shut, enveloped by an overwhelmingly powerful energy that makes it difficult for outsiders to approach. Everyone is watching, hesitant to make any rash moves. Mr. G, are we just going to let this be? Fan Jingxing carefully noticed that GMO seemed intrigued, clearly showing interest in the White Emperor's tomb, yet for some reason took no action. Let's eat first. We'll talk after the meal. GMO glanced at the sky, lost in thought. True to his word, he paid it no further mind and simply returned to the house to cook a meal. Ailey, that little glutton, was already clamoring about being hungry, chasing the ginseng king all around the room with bits of uneaten ginseng root still clinging to the corners of her mouth. The ginseng king had thought GMO was ruthless enough, but never expected this tiny lass to outdo the master in brutality, treating him like a carrot to gnaw on. I fear in the entire profound spirit realm, only Master G could face the White Emperor's tomb with such effortless calm. Hong Qiantu sighed in admiration. At this critical moment, GMO remained completely unruffled, calm and composed, truly behaving like a reclusive master as expected. As for the others, their eyes gleamed with greed, leaving their avarice completely unconcealed. Compared to them, GMO appeared even more transcendent and detached from worldly desires. Hong Qiantu sighed in dismay, yet another failed attempt to establish connections with the esteemed master. How would he manage from now on? Gentlemen, since you all lack courage, I shall claim the fortunes of White Emperor's tomb for myself. Someone could no longer restrain himself, succumbing to his greed as he took action. As he spoke, his entire figure transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the stone gate. His voice still echoed through the air, but in the next instant, his entire body had dissolved into a pool of blood. The stone gate indeed concealed a great terror, effortlessly annihilating his spirit emperor. Heh, ignorant fools! Someone let out a cold laugh. The tomb of the White Emperor was never meant to be breached so easily. Yet it was just as well that such reckless fools existed, allowing the crowd to witness the grave dangers lurking within. Without powerful protective treasures, even approaching the stone gate would be impossible at the Spirit Emperor realm. Such a threshold immediately barred the vast majority of participants on the scene. Thus, only truly formidable experts could qualify for the competition. Several other powerful figures, refusing to believe the rumors, took their turns but all failed one after another. Before these individuals could even get within 100 meters of the stone gate, they were reduced to ashes by an overwhelming force. However, progress soon followed as the energy radiating from the stone gate diminished further, allowing some to approach within 10 meters of it, while these individuals struggled and bled in desperation. Inside the house, GMO and his companions contrasted sharply with the scene outside, laughing and chatting without pause as they feasted heartily. Nearly everyone had transformed into ravenous eaters, devouring the food with gusto. GMO's culinary skills were simply unmatched. Little Ailey was eating with such gusto that oil dribbled down her chin, her cheeks speckled with grains of rice as she kept shoving food into her mouth. Huineng and Fan Jingxing were gorging themselves like starving ghosts reborn, for every bite contained profound opportunities. Missing even half a mouthful would be an immense loss. Their cultivation realms finally broke through, both stepping simultaneously into the Spirit Saint realm. Some spent bitter centuries in cultivation yet never overcome this barrier, while others, through mere flattery and bootlicking, achieve meteoric advancement over the course of a single meal. If this got out, it would probably infuriate people to death. Take Hong Qiantu, for instance, shivering desperately in the cold wind outside. The night has fallen, time for me to step up. After eating and drinking his fill, GMO looked out the window at the setting sun and knew the moment to act had arrived. Chapter 70, If you ascend to immortality, I shall guard the mortal world for you. The dying sunlight at the horizon fully dipped below the earth, plunging heaven and earth into complete darkness. Cultivators who had been vigilantly monitoring the stone gate's changes suddenly noticed its energy fluctuations plummeting to freezing point in an instant. The protective power surrounding the stone gate seems to have vanished. Charge forward now. Someone shouted excitedly and rushed toward the stone gate without hesitation. Seeing this, many others swarmed over in a frenzy. The group arrived safely before the stone gate unharmed. One impatient spirit venerable couldn't wait any longer and directly punched the stone gate. The fist strike carried immense force, its terrifying power roaring like raging rivers as it smashed toward the stone gate. Bang! The stone gate remained unscathed, while the spiritual lord who struck it suffered a backlash. His arm instantly exploded into bloody mist, and he vomited mouthfuls of blood, a gruesome sight. Foolish. Trying to force open this stone gate is practically suicide. Someone sneered coldly, then confidently tapped on the characters White Emperor engraved on the stone gate while continuously channeling spiritual energy into them. Sure enough, the stone gate responded with creaking sounds. The man's face lit up with joy, brimming with smug satisfaction. But the next instant, a tremendous force slammed into him, sending him flying sideways. Everyone nearby suffered the same fate. All were swept up and sent tumbling through the air. At this moment, the originally dim stone gate erupted with radiance once more, as the previously receding power revived, now even more terrifying than before. Seeing the situation turn dire, the crowd scrambled to flee, but alas, it was already too late. The energy surged forth, reaping everything in its path. Dozens of cultivators were instantly reduced to ashes. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding crowd, all secretly relieved they hadn't recklessly followed in the heat of the moment. Indeed, think twice before acting proved to be the true wisdom of the Jianghu realm. No matter the circumstances, one must never let greed cloud judgment or act impulsively. When Huaining and Fan Jingxing pushed open the door, they were met with a horrifying sight, dozens of cultivators exploding one after another like firecrackers, reduced to ashes. The scene was utterly terrifying, for among the dead were even sacred spirit realm experts. What are you two idiots standing around for? Grab your tools, we're going treasure hunting. GMO stepped out a moment later, missing the terrifying scene and having no idea what had just happened. Otherwise, he would have backed out instantly. Huning and Fan Jingxing promptly fetched their legendary great hoes and shovels, specially made for the job, and the trio strolled leisurely toward the stone gate. Hong Qianta stared at Huaining and Fan Jingxing, unable to resist rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, these two had barely reached the half-step Saint Spirit realm. How could they become full-fledged Saint Spirits in the time it took to finish a meal? What on earth had happened here? He cast a resentful glance at GMO, another pang of heartache gripping his chest. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly another one of GMO's schemes. Back in the day, Hong Qiantu had been on equal footing with masters like Shen Ao, Huaining, and Fan Jingxing. They were sworn brothers in cultivation. But now, all his old comrades had ascended to sainthood while he remained stagnant. What rankled him most was that GMO had been his discovery first. When it came to karmic opportunities, there was simply no logic to be found. How Hong Qiantu wished he could turn back time and cling to GMO's coattails from their very first meeting. Not only Hong Qiantu, but even those cultivators acquainted with Huaining and Fan Jingxing revealed expressions of utter shock. Attaining sainthood is a threshold that has stopped countless geniuses of astonishing talent in their tracks. To be honest, Huaining and Fan Jingxing's natural aptitudes were rather mediocre, yet they crossed into the spiritual saint realm with such ease. This made everyone's eyes nearly pop out of their heads, especially those who had gathered in the small valley to conspire against GMO. They all knew Huaining and Fan Jingxing had become GMO's prisoners. Initially thinking captivity must be sheer torment, they never imagined it would instead bring unexpected fortune. This left them utterly incredulous. Ouch! Someone slapped their thigh in regret. If only I hadn't chickened out that day and attacked GMO instead, maybe I'd be a spirit saint today too. Here come 3 more to die. Are these 3 out of their minds? They know they'll die yet keep walking forward like idiots. Some nearby cultivators noticed GMO and his 2 companions heading straight for the stone gate and couldn't help jeering at them. To knowingly walk into certain death despite the danger is sheer folly. Master G, it's dangerous ahead. Hong Qiantu, sensing an opportunity to curry favor with GMO, hastily shouted to warn him against advancing further. Danger? Utter nonsense. GMO looked around but found no signs of danger, believing Hong Qiantu was talking nonsense. Huaining whispered, "Old Hong still hasn't learned his lesson even at his age," daring to mention danger to Mr. G. As if Mr. G needs his warnings? Besides, Mr. G doesn't even fear divine retribution. What danger would scare him? Ah, did I say the wrong thing again? Feeling Huaining's exasperated sidelong glance, Hong Qiantu panicked. Can't figure out where I went wrong this time. Fan Jingxing still remembered Hong Qiantu's earlier kindness and beckoned to him, signaling him to hurry up and follow. With Mr. G leading the way, what danger is there to fear? In the end, Hong Qiantu was too timid to follow. Ha, That fool wants to rush to his death, and indeed there's no stopping him. Someone sneered mockingly, but his laughter lasted no longer than 3 seconds before abruptly cutting off. Because GMO and his 2 companions were so bold and unhindered, they arrived unimpeded before the stone door. Who is this young man? Could he be White Emperor's illegitimate son? Why isn't the stone gate attacking him? Everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. It makes no sense at all. The terrifying pressure from the stone gate still permeated the air, yet it strangely refrained from attacking GMO's trio. Huineng and Fan Jingxing maintained an air of serene composure, following behind GMO without the slightest fear, their hearts swelling with pride. You worthless scum actually thought you'd see Mr. G humiliated? Well, are your dog eyes dazzled now? Hong Qiantu's heart burned with endless regret. Why hadn't he been braver earlier? Humph. Merely approaching means nothing. The moment he dares touch that stone door, he's dead for sure. The cultivator who just cursed GMO to die spoke up again. Yet, the slap of reality came swiftly. No sooner had he spoken than GMO pushed open the tightly shut stone door with one hand. There was no violent energy, no earth-shattering killing intent. It opened as effortlessly as an ordinary door. Instantly, everyone widened their eyes, straining to see what lay beyond the doorway. But inside was enveloped in mist, obstructing all attempts to peer through. I told you, there couldn't be a tomb here. GMO seemed capable of piercing through the fog, dispelling his inner doubts. Behind the stone gate brimmed with vitality, this was no burial chamber at all. Then, the 3 were enveloped by a surge of energy and sucked inside the door. If you attain immortality, I shall safeguard the mortal world for you. GMO only felt his vision blur. Simultaneously, a voice thundered in his mind. Then, he saw the scene unfold before his eyes. A man in white robes, purer than snow and as radiant as jade, held a jade flute in his hand. Gazing up at the vast sky, he made an eternal vow. Although he had never seen the White Emperor before, GMO's first instinct told him that this man was none other than the White Emperor. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away, a peerlessly beautiful maiden with skin like ice and bones like jade sensed this aura and scoffed angrily, "Scoundrel, you've finally shown yourself." Instantly, his figure transformed into a streak of starlight as he flew toward the source of the leaked aura. The images in GMO's mind vanished in an instant, as if they were merely hallucinations. His vision returned to normal, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with a blood-soaked mole lunging toward him. Chapter 71, Mr. G, stop pretending you are the White Emperor. A foul wind assaulted the senses, reeking with overwhelming stench. A grotesque creature, standing at least 3 meters tall, bared its fang-filled maw as it lunged towards GMO. GMO's scalp tingled with terror, every hair standing on end. A single bite would spell certain death. A moment of life or death. He reacted with lightning speed, snatching the shovel from Fan Jingxing's hands in the blink of an eye, and stabbed it into the monster's mouth. The shovel pierced through the monster's throat and emerged from the back of its skull. The monster collapsed dead with a single strike. Where's my precious shovel? Fan Jingxing took several seconds longer than GMO to recover. When he opened his eyes and found the shovel in his hand had mysteriously vanished, he yelled in panic. Then he spotted his shovel and the corpse of that monstrous creature. A night shadow marten. How could demonic creatures appear here? He gasped in shock, feeling a belated surge of fear. This Shadow Knight Marten was a demon saint-level magical beast, equivalent to a spirit saint realm expert. Had it ambushed him earlier, he would have surely met his end. Thankfully, Master G intervened in time and annihilated it with a single strike. What a pity, when Master G finally revealed his skills, he missed witnessing it firsthand. Truly a great loss in life. Just a shabby shovel, yet you treat it like treasure. I'll make you a better one when I find the time. GMO pulled out the iron shovel and handed it back to Fan Jingxing. Fan Jingxing's mind went blank. He hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. A better shovel? That would be a mythical grade treasure. You must know that mythical grade equipment, commonly known as Emperor artifacts, are so rare that even a spirit emperor might not possess a single one. Something's wrong, the air here is saturated with dense demonic energy. Huining, standing nearby, paled in shock and swiftly circulated his spiritual power to shield his body, preventing the demonic energy from corroding him. Fan Jingxing immediately activated his qi to protect his entire body. GMO only sensed a faint chill in the air and didn't feel any discomfort whatsoever. With great interest, he examined the corpse of the demon Marten on the ground, trying to figure out whether the creature was edible. As expected of Master G, not even demonic energy phases you. Huining and Fan Jingxing watched as GMO remained completely unfazed, boundless admiration swelling in their hearts. Outside, the excitement reached boiling point. Since GMO opened the stone gate, that terrifying force had also vanished. After repeatedly confirming there were no dangers, all the cultivators surged toward the stone door, eager to enter and seize the White Emperor's relics. The moment they stepped inside, profound regret washed over them. Screams continued without end, as low-level cultivators simply couldn't withstand it. After a futile struggle and agony, they met tragic deaths. No one had anticipated such dense demonic energy permeating this place, where even a momentary lapse would allow the sinister energy to invade bodies, corroding both vitality and essence. Cultivators corrupted by the demonic energy suffered rotting flesh, blackened blood, and slow, excruciating deaths. Yet these horrors failed to deter the greedy cultivators. The allure of White Emperor's treasure proved too strong for anyone to willingly abandon. Where their gaze could reach, treasure lights shimmered and spiritual herbs wafted their fragrance, all of which irresistibly stirred the greed in these people's hearts. We'll make a fortune here. It's filled with treasures and opportunities. Each showing their unique abilities, the crowd employed various methods to resist the demonic energy before charging madly in all directions, scrambling to seize the scattered treasures. Instantly, disputes, fights, bloodshed, and deaths began to unfold. The number of cultivators who perished or were injured fighting over treasures far exceeded those harmed by demonic energy. Indeed, demonic energy isn't the real horror. Human greed is far more terrifying. Among the crowd, one man moved like a fish in water, completely unaffected by the demonic energy while actively absorbing it to strengthen himself. What was a death trap for other cultivators became nothing short of paradise for him. If Lin Zihan were here, he would surely recognize this man as Ma Peng from the Tianlang gang. Who would have thought that Ma Peng, who had vanished for so long as if evaporated from the human world, would reappear here? Even more astonishing was that Ma Peng's body now radiated the aura of the spiritual sage realm. It was hard to believe that Ma Peng, who had only been at the spiritual sect realm months ago, could become so terrifyingly powerful in such a short time. Ma Peng didn't linger, continuously pressing deeper into the wilds. This time, his objective was to uncover the truth about the White Emperor's tomb. The orders came from the Netherworld ancestor himself to determine whether the White Emperor still lived. GMO flipped the demon Martin over while sighing repeatedly. This thing's too gamey to cook properly, what a waste. Huining and Fan Jingxing felt their scalps tingle with shock. Mr. G actually intended to eat that demonic Martin. For humans, demonic energy is a deadly poison. Just a wisp entering the body can be fatal. Even an immortal would find it impossible to withstand the demonic energy contained within the flesh of a demonic beast at the saint-level realm. But Mr. G here actually wanted to eat a devil Martin. How utterly savage. This mink fur is quite nice, perfect for making a new dress for my dear Ollie. GMO set his sights on the mink's fur, thinking of making a little mink coat for the girl. What cultivators saw as terrifying demonic beasts were no different from ordinary animals in his eyes. As he skinned it, he casually asked, "Did you guys hear anything just now, or see any images in your minds?" Both Huineng and Fan Jingxing shook their heads. They had only felt a moment of dizziness, and when they opened their eyes, they saw GMO had already slain the demonic mink. Beyond that, they hadn't noticed anything else. Did you really not hear the White Emperor's voice or see his image? GMO recounted everything he had seen and heard. Huineng and Fan Jingxing were utterly astounded. Could it be that Mr. G performed some heaven-defying technique, tracing back to the origin, piercing through the past to pluck a fragment of truth from the river of time? The White Emperor protected humanity actually because of romantic ties with his children. Just what kind of woman could make the White Emperor willingly safeguard the mortal world? Huineng stared at GMO in astonishment and finally couldn't resist blurting out, "Mr. G, surely you couldn't be the White Emperor." Huineng, who practiced Buddhist teachings, was also privy to many secrets concerning samsara, the cycle of rebirth. Legends spoke of supreme beings who employed heaven-defying methods to reincarnate, gradually awakening memories of their past lives as they matured. The situation Jima encountered bore a striking resemblance to the recovery of past life memories. Moreover, numerous signs indicated an inexplicable and profound connection between Jima and the White Emperor. The residence happened to be built directly above the White Emperor's tomb, and while the stone gate had previously obliterated all cultivators, it showed no hostility toward GMO whatsoever, even allowing him to open it effortlessly. This strongly suggested that GMO might very well be the master of this place. Fan Jingxing gasped, convinced that Huineng's deduction was spot on. Jimo's origins were shrouded in mystery, his abilities unfathomable. If he truly were the reincarnation of the White Emperor, everything would fall into place. Me, the White Emperor? Don't be ridiculous, that's impossible. GMO shook his head. Reincarnation causes one to forget all memories of past lives due to the confusion of rebirth, but under special circumstances, memories of previous lives can gradually return. This place is by Emperor's ruins, which has triggered a fragment of your memories. Therefore, there's only one truth, Mr. G, you are by Emperor. Huineng analyzed it logically. Recover my ass. I can't be by Emperor because I wasn't even from this world to begin with. GMO blurted out in haste, accidentally revealing his greatest secret. Then he realized he'd slipped up and promptly shut his mouth. Someone not of this world? Could Master G truly be from the upper realm? Huineng and Fan Jingxing swallowed hard, not daring to speak recklessly anymore. Now that I've accidentally learned Mr. G's true identity, will I be silenced forever? Sure enough, GMO approached them with a bloodstained knife, his face full of menace and a sinister grin on his face. Chapter 72, Ancient Battlefield. Ahem, what's known by heaven and earth stays between you and me, understand? GMO waved the knife menacingly at the two men. The fact that he came from another world must not spread, lest it invite unknown calamities. Who knew if some wicked cultivators might capture him and treat him like a lab rat for experimentation? For his own safety, it was only natural to silence Hui Nang and Fan Jingxing. Understood, understood. Rest assured, Mr. G, even death won't loosen my tongue. Fan Jingxing swore vehemently, making a solemn oath on the spot. Meanwhile, Huineng wore a look of utter bewilderment. What are you talking about, Mr. G? This old monk's spirit was wandering the cosmos just now and knows nothing of what happened. Playing dumb and feigning ignorance, this old bald monk had truly mastered the art. That's actually allowed? Impressive. Fan Jingxing felt he really should learn more from Huineng in the future. No wonder they say clever heads don't grow hair. This bald monk's intelligence was genuinely a cut above his own. Just joking, only teasing. About being from another world, pure nonsense, don't take it seriously. Seeing their compliance, GMO instantly switched to a smiling face and sheathed his dagger. This is playing both the white-faced villain and red-faced hero, truly a masterclass in acting. Huineng and Fan Jingxing could only force polite smiles, silently warning themselves to tread as carefully as walking on thin ice from now on. Regarding Master G, they must never think too much or speak carelessly. After carefully storing the fox fur, GMO led the two forward. He felt certain this environment was likely to contain what he sought, the special medicinal herbs that could completely cure Ali. Another location within the ruins. Hong Qiantu cautiously observed his surroundings, searching for an exit to leave this place. He was one of the few not blinded by greed, unconcerned with the treasures here and solely focused on escaping. Because he had previously warned GMO, Hong Qiantu was ostracized by his former allies, left in a situation where he was neither truly inside nor outside their circle. In this perilous land where danger lurks everywhere, it's truly impossible to move an inch without companions to watch your back. Not only must one deal with potential demonic beasts, but also remain constantly vigilant against ill-intentioned cultivators. Some individuals are particularly treacherous, specializing in ambushing lone cultivators to rob and murder them. If Hong Qiantu didn't have some real skills, he would have surely met his end here already. Indeed, Mr. G did not deceive me. This place is no tomb of the White Emperor, but rather an ancient battlefield where he once waged war against the demon clan. Hong Qiantu searched the area and discovered the remains of several powerful demons, forming a general conclusion about what had happened there. Consequently, he felt the road ahead was unpredictable, uncertain whether he'd survive to leave. An epic weapon. Not far away, someone suddenly shouted loudly, as if they had discovered some valuable treasure. Just then, a dazzling streak of radiant light flashed and shot straight toward Hong Qiantu's location. Under normal circumstances, he would have been overjoyed to have an epic weapon delivered right to him. But at this moment, it wasn't a blessing, it was misfortune. Many cultivators followed the glow of the dawn light, their killing intent palpable as they closed in. At this moment, Hong Qiantu felt utterly desperate. One wrong move, and he could become the target of a group attack. An epic-level weapon is enough to make men stake their lives in fierce competition. Blood would inevitably be spilled in the struggle. Hong Qiantu's worst fear had come true. The epic weapon, wrapped in a halo of light, arrived before him in an instant and fell directly into his hands. Hong Qiantu only felt a sharp pain in his palm. It had been sliced open by a wound. Blood gushed out, but the very next second, it was absorbed by the weapon in his grasp. This is a weapon of the demon race, a demonic armament. Hong Qiantu trembled with terror, his entire body turning ice-cold as an ominous feeling overcame him. A demonic weapon had come to him willingly, actively absorbing his essence and blood. It was a demonic saber, approximately 6 feet long and pitch black throughout its length. The blade was engraved with patterns unique to demonkind, and as it continued to drink blood, the engravings began to glow with a sinister crimson hue. Hong Qiantu could clearly sense a feeble soul within the blade gradually growing stronger. Is this a weapon spirit, or the lingering soul of a powerful demon? Hong Qiantu desperately tried to discard this weapon. However, the demonic blade seemed to have fused with his palm as if grown into it, making it impossible to shake off. His blood was continuously being drained by the demonic blade, and his complexion gradually turned deathly pale. Hong Qiantu, hand over that weapon if you know what's good for you. A cultivator approached, eyeing the demonic blade with greed, eager to claim it for himself. Here, take it. Without a word, Hong Qiantu immediately offered the blade, secretly hoping this man would take the terrifying weapon off his hands. There was definitely something wrong with this demonic blade. It held unimaginable dangers within its cursed edge. At least you know what's good for you. The man stepped forward without hesitation, reaching out to seize the demonic blade. At that very moment, Hong Qiantu found his arm moving against his will as he suddenly thrust the blade forward, its razor edge plunging straight into the man's heart. This wasn't Hong Qiantu's intent to kill, but rather the malevolent will of the demonic blade itself. Kill! The nearby cultivators instantly saw red, mistaking Hong Qiantu's resistance as refusal to surrender the legendary weapon. Like a raging tide, they surged forward to attack him and seized the blade by force. Forced by desperation, Hong Qiantu had no choice but to strike back in self-defense. Empowered by the demonic blade, he unleashed a force nearing half-step spirit saint level, slaughtering all those cultivators in one fell swoop. The lifeblood essence of the deceased was fully absorbed by the demonic blade, which, now sated with blood, emanated an even more formidable aura. The spiritual resonance within the blade grew unmistakably stronger. Who exactly are you? Beads of cold sweat covered Hong Qiantu's forehead, for he had confirmed one terrifying truth: the soul fluctuation within the blade was saturated with surging demonic energy. Clearly, the spirit of a powerful demonic entity resided within. Ha! You insignificant human ant, kneel and beg for mercy. If this emperor is in a good mood, I might spare your wretched life. A powerful spiritual wave emanated from the demonic blade. These words struck Hong Qiantu like a bolt of lightning. This creature addressed himself as this emperor, meaning he was the divine soul of a demon emperor. I see now, you're that mangy toad who was chopped into 18 pieces by the White Emperor. Hong Qiantu suddenly recalled a legend about the White Emperor, a great battle between humans and demons. Having already deduced that this place was an ancient battlefield where the White Emperor fought the demonic tribes, it was only natural for him to guess the other's identity. A mangy toad? You're courting death. The demonic blade trembled violently, voraciously draining Hong Qiantu's blood while a deathly aura eroded his soul. Clearly, these words had thoroughly enraged the demonic emperor within the blade. The White Emperor is dead, while I still live. Thus, I am the ultimate victor. Once I regain my peak strength, the entire Xianling realm will prostrate beneath my feet, subject to my rule. Be wise and offer your soul to become my servant. Otherwise, I'll condemn you to eternal damnation where death would be a mercy. Facing death, Hong Qiantu remained defiant. You, a mere toad dreaming of ruling the Xianling realm? I advise you to lay low if you want to cling to your wretched existence. Otherwise, someone will make sure you meet a fitting end. He showed no fear, embracing his resolve to die, ready to end his own life. But at that very moment, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Hope surged in Hong Qiantu's heart. He was saved. Chapter 73, The Primordial Soul-Devouring Toad. Stubborn as a mule. Since you refuse to recognize kindness, prepare to die. The demon emperor sneered, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Hold it right there. The one who'll deal with you has arrived. Hong Qiantu interrupted the demon emperor, then shouted at the top of his lungs, Mr. G, save me, save me. The familiar figure he saw was none other than GMO and his two companions, slowly approaching. Not even the King of Heaven himself can save you now. The demon emperor was about to finish off Hong Qiantu but suddenly changed his mind. I'll make you kill that so-called Mr. G with your own hands, let you taste the despair of shattered hope. Humph. In the entire profound spirit realm, there's no one capable of subduing me. Mr. G, it seems old Hong is the one calling for help. Fan Jingxing spotted Hong Qiantu, noticing his pitch-blackened body and blood-red pupils, clear symptoms of demonic energy corruption. By the looks of it, he probably didn't have long to live. Mr. G, should we try to save him? Huining hadn't forgotten their superficial old brother bond with Hong Qiantu and spoke up to plead for mercy. A doctor's compassion knows no bounds, though he'd always held Hong Qiantu in disdain. Letting the man die was never an option. GMO nodded and stepped closer. Yet the moment he approached, Hong Qiantu raised his demonic blade and charged toward GMO. Old Hong, have you lost your mind? Master G just said he'd save you, yet you dare attack. Fan Jingxing, unable to tell that Hong Qiantu was being controlled by the demon emperor, shouted anxiously. He couldn't understand what had come over Hong Qiantu, why he was hellbent on courting death. How dare you raise your hand against Mr. G? You've got some nerve. I swear I couldn't control myself, would you believe me? Hong Qiantu's face crumpled in despair. Game over. Lifting a blade against Mr. G, how many lives did he think he had to spare? But he was under the demon emperor's control, truly unable to help himself. I don't believe a damn word you say, you wretched old coot. Bad to the bone. I've known all along you've been scheming to kill me off so you can take my house and land for yourself. Gmo's face flushed with anger. That old bastard had such a vicious heart even in death, he still wanted to drag someone down with him. Facing the attack, GMO didn't retreat but instead advanced directly, closing in on Hong Qiantu with swift movements. In the instant they crossed paths, the demonic blade had already fallen into GMO's hands, while Hong Qiantu was kicked to the ground. Disarmed with bare hands, exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. None of the onlookers clearly saw what happened, they only felt their vision blurred before Hong Qiantu's weapon changed owners. Legend has it that when the White Emperor faced enemies, this was his favorite technique to employ. Barehanded against foes, he would seize their weapons and turn them against their owners for a lethal reversal. Even the demon emperor was startled, for not even he could perceive how he'd fallen into Gmo's grasp. He couldn't suppress a shiver,
as terrifying memories of being dominated by the White Emperor's era came flooding back.
No, impossible. That bastard White Emperor should have died long ago. The Demon Emperor suppressed the shock in his heart, believing he was overthinking things. As the demonic blade left his body, Hong Qiantu regained his freedom. He urgently warned, "Mr. G, be careful with that blade, there's something wrong with it." The blade concealed the Demon Emperor's divine soul, and Hong Qiantu was truly worried that GMO might be caught off guard and suffer a sneak attack. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor began to make his move. This brat was surely doomed. Even the White Emperor wouldn't fare well if caught off guard by him. Now, this person was nothing but fish on the chopping block, entirely at his mercy. The Demon Emperor launched his attack, channeling an endless surge of demonic energy through the hilt of the blade, forcibly pouring it into GMO's body.
There really is a problem. It's irritating.
GMO immediately sensed something trying to invade his body, causing an itchy sensation. He felt extremely uncomfortable, repeatedly shaking his hands trying to throw away the demonic blade.
Once I've latched onto you, don't think you can escape.
The Demon Emperor wore a face full of ridicule, then suddenly felt himself split apart. And indeed, he truly had split apart. For some inexplicable reason, as GMO swung it, the demonic blade cracked and soon shattered into pieces on the ground. Hong Qiantu had known GMO would surely have a way to deal with the Demon Emperor, but he never expected it to be this effortless, a mere lift of the hand, and the weapon housing the Demon Emperor's essence was reduced to scrap.
This is absolutely incredible.
To think this was an epic-level weapon, yet in GMO's hands it might as well have been made of paper. With just a few casual flicks, it shattered into pieces.
This is beyond absurd. Even the Demon Emperor was left dumbstruck.
Although he was merely a remnant soul dwelling within the weapon, he shouldn't have been so utterly defenseless.
The demonic blade shattered, leaving the Demon Emperor nowhere to hide.
From the fragments billowed surges of demonic energy, unleashing a terrifying imperial might. Instantly, the entire ruins were engulfed in swirling sand and rolling stones, the earth trembling and mountains shaking. Huainan and Fan Jingxing paled in horror, fleeing in panic from the churning epicenter of demonic energy. They couldn't withstand the Demon Emperor's oppressive aura, their faces turning pale with terror, devoid of any will to resist. Fortunately, Fan Jingxing still remembered Hong Qiantu and casually dragged him away, saving his life.
Detestable humans, prepare to die. Amid the churning demonic energy, the Demon Emperor roared as he lunged towards GMO. Instantly, GMO was completely enveloped by endless demonic energy, his fate unknown.
So it's you, Hong Qiantu.
You actually colluded with the Demon Emperor to ambush Master Ji.
Huineng, who had fled into the distance, wore an ashen expression.
If Hong Qiantu didn't provide an explanation, he wouldn't let the matter rest.
I told you, I had no choice. You wouldn't believe me. Maybe we should take this chance to escape. Once the Demon Emperor deals with Master Ji, he'll surely come for us. Although Hong Qiantu had faith in GMO, under the overwhelming aura of the Demon Emperor, he truly didn't dare remain in place.
Old Hong, you truly haven't seen the world. Fan Jingxing wore an enigmatic expression as he said, "You don't realize it, but Mr. Ji is actually..."
Huaining beside him quickly coughed to interrupt, signaling him not to speak carelessly. But this is the primordial soul-devouring toad, a being that once rivaled the White Emperor. Hong Qiantu persisted with his concerns, for the primordial soul-devouring toad was most skilled in soul arts, so formidable that even the White Emperor back then couldn't eradicate it completely.
One can imagine how terrifying it truly was. Primordial soul-devouring toad.
To think this scourge has managed to cling to life till now. But he must be blind to attack anyone, yet chose Mr. Ji, truly like an egg striking a rock.
Huineng was filled with boundless confidence in Jima.
After all, Mr. Ji had descended from the realm above, his cultivation was at least at the immortal level. Who was there to fear? Before long, the demonic energy dispersed, revealing Jima's figure. Completely unharmed, he stomped his foot and crushed something beneath it with savage force. It was a golden-spotted toad about the size of a rice bowl, lying belly up with its eyes rolled back, nearly flattened. Clearly, this toad was none other than the once arrogant primordial soul-devouring toad, now pinned under Jimo's foot and being mercilessly ground into the dirt. I told you, Mr. Ji is invincible. Huineng heaved a sigh of admiration before scurrying over enthusiastically to fawn over him.
Excellent, I've caught myself an old toad. Look at this size, definitely aged enough to be perfect for medicine.
GMO took out a section of rope and directly bound the bulging belly of the ancient soul-devouring toad, hanging it upside down at his waist.
Hong Qiantu's eyelids twitched violently.
Damn right it's old. The primordial soul-devouring toad had probably lived for tens of thousands of years, only to get squashed flat by Jimo's foot and captured.
Hanging a demon emperor from your belt, what kind of divine move is that?
Chapter 74. An old flame from 10,000 years ago.
As medicinal ingredients? Using a demon emperor as medicine. Is Mr. Ji planning to concoct an immortal elixir?
Huaining and Fan Jingxing's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was indeed Lord Ji, so bold and unconstrained.
Meanwhile, the primordial soul-devouring toad was so furious its eyes rolled back, and it fainted. A dignified demon emperor, flattened under someone's foot, hung upside down at the waist, and even destined to be brewed into medicine even in death, it would lack the face to meet its demonic ancestors. Lord Ji, I'm sorry, earlier Hong Qianta hastily explained, fearing that GMO might blame him for his earlier actions. Don't blame yourself. This freak toad can spew black gas and bewitch minds, you must have been under its influence. GMO waved his hand dismissively, completely unbothered. Besides, catching such a fine old toad was entirely thanks to Hong Qiantu anyway. GMO took out a pill from his robe and casually tossed it to Hong Qiantu. This pill can detoxify. Hong Qiantu caught it and stared in astonishment, his pupils dilating with disbelief. It was actually a 9th grade pill. Tears welled up in his eyes. He never expected GMO to be so generous, casually giving away a 9th grade pill. He was deeply moved beyond words. After consuming the 9th grade elixir, the demonic energy within Hong Qianta dissipated, his corroded soul was restored, and even his cultivation level rose significantly. At this moment, he seemed to understand the benefits of staying by GMO's side. No wonder Monk Huineng and Fan Jingxing were so devoted to following him. But when he prepared to express his gratitude for the life-saving favor, he discovered GMO had already walked far away. Bestowing kindness without seeking reward, Mr. G's moral character is noble, his mind magnanimous, possessing a heart as pure as crystal. Hong Qianta bowed deeply in the direction GMO had departed, his heart filled with boundless reverence. After narrowly escaping death, Hong Qianta continued searching for an exit. Before long, he encountered a peculiar young maiden. The girl was enveloped in an extremely frigid cold current, her entire body resembling ice-carved jade, so beautiful she seemed like a painting. Her figure was graceful and her purity unparalleled, carrying an ethereal and unworldly aura that made people keep a respectful distance, not daring to blaspheme. Hong Qiantu was awestruck as if seeing a celestial being. If he didn't know the path to immortality had been severed, he would have thought a fairy had descended to the mortal realm. What astonished Hong Qiantu even more was that he couldn't sense any cultivation level in the young woman, and yet in her presence, he didn't even dare to look directly into her eyes. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. This maiden could probably crush him with just a single finger. Your body carries the aura of an emperor-level expert. Did you encounter that scoundrel by D? The maiden spoke, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. Yet her tone remained as cold and unyielding as an eternal glacier, haughty to the extreme, devoid of even a trace of warmth. White Emperor? What a scoundrel! Hong Qiantu's heart raced wildly. Whoever dared to call the White Emperor a scumbag was unimaginable. Senior, this lowly one previously encountered remnants of the primordial soul-devouring toad spirit, hence some of its aura lingers on me. As for the White Emperor, hasn't he already perished? His voice trembled, terrified of angering the person before him and bringing about his own death. Good men die young, while scourges live forever. That bastard couldn't possibly be dead. The girl's ethereally beautiful yet icy face showed a trace of bone-deep hatred as she whispered, if the primordial soul-devouring toad still lives, that scoundrel must still be alive too. I sensed his aura earlier, he's definitely hiding in these ruins, probably with that damn toad. White Emperor is alive. Hong Qiantu was rocked by this revelation, yet filled with doubt. The primordial soul-devouring toad was captured alive by Master Ji, he said. I saw no sign of White Emperor. Mr. G? That scoundrel must be using a fake name to deceive naive girls again, truly incorrigible. The young woman snorted coldly, immediately concluding that this so-called Mr. G was none other than Bai D. Mr. G is Bai D? Your insight has suddenly enlightened this humble one. Hong Qiantu reflected on various clues and instantly accepted this bold conjecture. Under the woman's questioning, he then proceeded to recount Jimo's extraordinary qualities. Living in seclusion, with unfathomable power. Open the portal here, without hindrance. Can snatch blades barehanded, suppress demon emperors with a single step. The girl listened intently, her eyes growing brighter as she gritted her silver teeth and snorted. That's right, it's that scumbag, that bastard really didn't die after all. Though her tone was fierce, after concluding that the White Emperor wasn't dead, the girl's eyes couldn't help but glisten with joyful tears. She was clearly overjoyed at the confirmation that the White Emperor lived. As expected, a woman's words deceive like ghosts. Cursing him as a scoundrel with her mouth, yet clinging to him in her heart. Hong Qianta silently cursed to himself while brimming with excitement. Mr. G was actually the White Emperor. No wonder he was so mysterious and formidable. Then his heart jolted as if suddenly realizing the girl's origins, his face filled with astonishment. Hadn't she already ascended to immortality 10,000 years ago and left the profound spirit realm? Why would she appear here now? With intense curiosity, Hong Qianta cautiously asked, Dare I ask, esteemed senior, might you be the sacred maiden Su Yen of Ethereal Palace? I am Su Yen, but I ceased being Ethereal Palace's sacred maiden long ago. The girl replied, then had Hong Qianta lead the way, intending to settle old scores with GMO. Hong Qiantu was overjoyed. Ah, Mr. G, I brought your old flame to reunite with you. Won't you be grateful and let me follow you? If that doesn't work out, following Fairy Su Yen would be just fine either way. This deal is an absolute win. With exhilaration in his heart, Hong Qiantu trotted eagerly along, leading Su Yen to find GMO. Outside, when Dai hurried anxiously towards Gmo's courtyard. After she left last time, she had gone to investigate why there were so many powerful individuals lurking around Gmo's home. Later, from her master Chu Qingyi, she learned that the place was once Bai Di's former residence and might also be Bai Di's resting ground. So you're after Bai Di's tomb. I couldn't care less if you want to rob graves, but if any of you dare harm my husband Wen Dai, you'll regret it deeply. Upon learning the truth, Wen Dai grew concerned for Gmo's safety and immediately rushed back. For a mortal to get involved in such events meant their life was constantly at risk, they could perish at any moment. When she arrived at Gmo's location, Wen Dai's heart sank instantly. Outside the courtyard, a stone gate emitted a hazy glow, while the ground was streaked with blood, clear signs that the legendary White Emperor's tomb had opened. Yet within the courtyard, there was no trace of GMO to be seen. Where is young Master G? Where did he go? Wen Dai anxiously grabbed Tian Pang, who had been sleeping in the chicken coop, and vigorously shook him. Immediately, Tian Pang was tossed into dizzying spins, his feathers scattering everywhere. The master went into the stone gate with those two blockheads to dig for treasures. The grumpy Tian Pang was about to fly into a rage when he spotted Wendy, instantly forcing his temper back down. Honestly, so uncouth. How could he ever be a master's woman? Fan Jingxing and Huineng, those bastards actually dared to force my man into danger. If my husband loses so much as a single hair, I'll ask master to end them. Yi Dai flung Tianping aside and lunged toward the distant gateway. Boom! The earth trembled as muffled roars continuously emerged from underground, clear signs of violent upheavals occurring within the White Emperor's ruins. Chapter 75. Dismemberment into 18 pieces was real after all. Oh no, something must have gone wrong. Husband Jima, hold on, I'm coming to save you. Wendy's aura surged explosively as she charged through the stone gate. At this moment, overwhelmed with concern for Jima's safety, she deeply regretted not having stayed by his side. Deafening explosions continued relentlessly as countless fissures tore across the ground. Then, the primordial 8 trigrams array emitted a radiant glow, like flowing water nourishing the earth, completely restoring all the cracks that had appeared. By chance, a cultivator witnessed this scene and was utterly terrified, nearly losing control of his bodily functions. Lady Heavenly Silkworm, it seems something major has happened. Should we go check on our master? The heavenly rock revealed a worried expression, and the next second, he was sent flying by a mysterious force. He looked bewildered, unsure what he had done wrong. Was worrying about his master's safety also punishable? Blabbermouth. Who told you to disclose our master's whereabouts to that woman? The 9 transformations. Heavenly Silkworm's tone dripped with sourness before it transformed into a swirl of multicolored light and vanished into the stone gate. Tianping also wanted to follow, but then he remembered there was still a little brat at home, and immediately didn't dare to leave. As for Mysterious Turtle and Ginseng King, Tianping still didn't quite trust them enough to leave Ali alone in their care. Something had truly changed within the ancient ruins. A divine weapon had emerged, and it was White Emperor's weapon, the jade flute that never left his side. Deep within the ruins, on a mountain peak, a jade flute floated mid-air, its entire body radiating boundless light as an overwhelming might surged in all directions like a tidal wave. This was the legendary weapon that had accompanied White Emperor throughout his battles. Though classified only as dream level, rumors said White Emperor had used it to slaughter immortals. Its power was beyond imagination. The surviving cultivators in the ruins had gone mad, charging frenziedly toward the location of the jade flute. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts also seemed summoned, swarming forth in droves. Compared to the others facing peril at every step, Gmo's group could be described as taking a leisurely stroll, encountering no danger whatsoever. The powerful demonic beasts even shied away upon seeing them, keeping a wide berth and daring not to make contact. Strange, Mr. G isn't emitting any pressure at all, so why are these magical beasts so afraid and all avoiding us? Fan Jingxing was deeply puzzled. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that the beasts avoided attacking because he was a spiritual saint after all. Many of the beasts they encountered were at the demon saint level. In terms of individual strength, magical beasts at the same level far surpass a spiritual saint in combat power. Moreover, beasts are inherently vicious and bloodthirsty by nature. There's no reason for them to back down. Huineng reminded him, AI, Lao Fan, after eating all that Shinom rice, you still haven't learned to use your brain. Why do you think Mr. G hangs the ancient soul-devouring toad from his waist? Oh, I see now. Fan Jingxing suddenly understood. So that's why Master G carried such an ugly toad. It was to intimidate those demonic beasts. Even the demonic emperor's ancient soul-devouring toad ended up like this. So how would other demonic beasts dare to cause them trouble? Master G truly lives up to his reputation as an exalted master. Every word and action holds profound meaning. From now on, I must observe more, contemplate more, and comprehend more. there's a white jade flute on the mountaintop ahead. Looks pretty decent. GMO also spotted that flute. But unlike others who saw it as an imperial artifact, GMO merely thought that if it were indeed made of jade, it might fetch a good price in silver. I'll fetch that for Master G right away. Upon hearing this, Fan Jingxing immediately assumed GMO had taken a liking to White Emperor's weapon and sprang into action without hesitation. Huining had originally intended to follow as well, but after a cautious glance, he instantly dismissed any thought of rash movements. This particular mountain bore an uncanny resemblance to a frog, and upon closer inspection, it appeared almost identical to the primordial soul-devouring toad clinging to Gmo's waist. The only difference was that the mountain was crisscrossed by over a dozen fissures, neatly dividing it into 18 distinct segments. Fan Jingxing had just stepped onto the mountainside when an invisible force sent him sprawling to the ground. If not for the protective glow emanating from the shovel in his hand, which absorbed half the impact, he surely would have been injured. What formidable pressure, such dense demonic energy! Fan Jingxing felt a pang of fear. His carelessness had nearly caused him to capsize in a ditch. Huining helped him up and whispered a few words of reminder into his ear. Fan Jingxing suddenly realized that the mountain before him was no ordinary peak, it was the transformed body of the ancient soul-devouring toad. Legend had it that the White Emperor battled the ancient soul-devouring toad for 3 days and nights, ultimately cleaving it into 18 pieces. Who would have thought it was actually true? And the jade flute, it must have been left behind by the White Emperor as a seal to suppress the toad's corpse. Yet this ancient soul-devouring toad was tenacious indeed. It actually managed to escape with a wisp of remnant soul, only to end up in Gmo's hands after all. Other directions of Toad Mountain. Many cultivators, unaware of the danger, stared greedily at the jade flute at the mountain peak and charged madly upwards, with predictable results. Apart from a handful powerful enough to protect their lives, the rest all became corpses. Though the primordial soul-devouring toad had been dead for 10,000 years, its remains still radiated terrifying energy. The mountain path is rugged. You two old-timers with creaky limbs don't need to climb up. Look around nearby for some good medicinal herbs and dig some to take back. GMO instructed, somewhat regretting bringing these two deadweights along who couldn't even hike without tripping, utterly useless. With that, he headed up the mountain alone. Huining and Fan Jingxing felt extremely dejected, sensing they'd been looked down upon. Mr. G was clearly implying that they were useless, not even capable of running errands properly. Though they were saint-level cultivators who could command respect across entire regions, in Mr. G's eyes they remained utterly worthless. What a devastating blow to their pride. Listlessly, the two began searching for medicinal herbs while contemplating how to become useful to GMO in the future. It seems the White Emperor truly perished, otherwise this jade flute he always carried wouldn't have been left behind. If I can obtain this flute, perhaps I'll finally have leverage to negotiate with the ancestor of 9 nethers. Ma Pang appeared at the foot of Toad Mountain, his face filled with greed. Though he had gained countless benefits from the netherworld ancestor, he had also lost the most precious thing, his freedom, and became a mere lackey. Moreover, he had witnessed firsthand the netherworld ancestor's bloodthirsty cruelty. Nearly 10,000 members of the Sky Wolf Gang had been drained into dried husks. Unfortunately, by the time Ma Pang saw the netherworld ancestor's true nature clearly, it was already too late. Perhaps obtaining this jade flute could make the 9 nether ancestor return his freedom. Compared to other cultivators, Ma Pang possessed an absolute advantage. He feared no corruption from demonic chi, allowing him to ascend the mountain with remarkable speed. Yet someone was even faster. It seemed as effortless as strolling through scenic beauty without the slightest pressure. They walked briskly toward the mountain peak. Who is that person? Ma Pang spotted GMO, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He couldn't tolerate anyone surpassing him in excellence, and even more, he feared GMO might seize the jade flute before he could. GMO. Ma Pang finally recognized GMO, the very culprit who had reduced him to his current wretched state. Instantly, hatred surged like a raging torrent, and his entire being transformed into a shadowy streak as he unleashed a sword/aim straight at GMO's head. Chapter 76, I treated you as a brother, yet you stabbed my belly. This move was astonishingly powerful. With sword energy swirling across dozens of meters, even a small hill would likely have been split clean in half by this single slash. If struck in the head, there would be no chance of survival. Death would be instantaneous. The sword strike was swift as lightning, launched as a sneak attack from behind, leaving GMO utterly unaware. The attack arrived in an instant. At the brink of life and death, GMO suddenly bent down. It turned out a small pebble had gotten into his shoe, so he bent to remove it, and this very motion coincidentally dodged the fatal strike. Ma Pang was dumbfounded, never expecting GMO to have such incredible luck, as if he'd stepped in dog poop. He pressed the attack, swinging his sword with full force at GMO's back, aiming to slice him in half at the waist. There's no way this bastard could dodge again. Sure enough, the strike landed squarely on GMO, but to his astonishment, it left absolutely no mark. It was purely coincidental. The midnight demon mink pelt GMO had skinned earlier was draped over his back, intercepting this lethal sword thrust. Sensing the force striking from behind, GMO finally realized something was amiss. He rose and turned to investigate. Instantly, his eyes met the savage glare of a young man raising a long sword, ruthlessly thrusting it toward him. Having missed twice, Ma Peng's heart swelled with astonishment. But now, having successfully closed the distance to GMO, he was certain that this time, the bastard wouldn't be able to dodge. Die! Ma Peng grinned fiendishly and thrust his sword straight towards GMO's vulnerable flank. Rib bit. The primordial soul-devouring toad awoke from excruciating pain, opening its eyes to find someone violently stabbing its noble white-spotted belly with a sword. Ma Peng was utterly unlucky. This thrust once again missed GMO entirely, instead piercing straight into the primordial soul-devouring toad's body. Feeling resistance from the sword tip, Ma Peng let out a furious roar and stabbed wildly several more times. Rib bit. The belly was the most vulnerable part of the primordial soul-devouring toad. It screamed in pain and lashed out in fury. A vast will instantly surged through the sword tip and flooded into Ma Peng's body. The primordial soul-devouring toad was utterly enraged. Nearly being gutted alive was a humiliation it couldn't endure, and it now sought to devour Ma Peng's soul, scattering his spirit to oblivion. You brat! How dare you stab my toad? GMO blared at Ma Peng angrily, unable to comprehend why this youth was so determined to attack a mere toad, stabbing it with such ferocity. This old toad was meant for Ali's treatment, it absolutely couldn't be killed. Without another word, he threw a punch straight at Ma Peng's nose. Crack! Ma Peng's nose was broken, blood streaming down. He wanted to resist, but found his body immobilized, feeling an overwhelmingly powerful force eroding both his body and soul. Ancestor, save me! Ma Peng turned pale with horror, sensing his life in peril, and desperately cried out for help from the netherworld ancestor. Ha, still calling for reinforcements? Let me beat you up first before we talk. GMO threw another punch at the opponent's eye socket, knocking them to the ground, raining down blows like a storm. Holy shit! Who is that young man? He's actually beating up a spiritual saint. Not only did he effortlessly block that spiritual saint's attacks, but he's overwhelming them without leaving any room for retaliation. The most terrifying thing was that he didn't use a trace of spiritual energy from beginning to end, truly outrageously fierce. This person is most likely 1 in 10,000, a body cultivator who has achieved sainthood through physical refinement, peerless among his peers in combat power. That's why he's so formidable. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain all wore expressions of shock after witnessing this scene. Meanwhile, some of the experts who had intended to seize the jade flute immediately abandoned their schemes, genuinely afraid to confront GMO. Didn't you see how miserable he was? His face was beaten to a pulp. Ma Peng's face was swollen and bruised, wailing incessantly. Not only was he suffering physical torment, but also enduring spiritual agony, because right now, 2 terrifying mental forces were colliding inside his skull. So it's you, old fiend of the 9 nethers, trying to plot against me. The primordial soul-devouring toad sensed the familiar aura of its old companion and flew into a towering rage. Both the old fiend of the 9 nethers and itself grew stronger by absorbing the essence and souls of living beings, making it suspect its former ally was trying to kick it while it was down and make a move against it. So much for their sworn brotherhood alliance. Now this bastard was stabbing it right in its soft white underbelly. Such betrayal filled the primordial devourer toad with towering rage. The moment the 9 abyss ancestors will descended, it found itself besieged by the primordial devourer toad, instantly sparking its fury as well. Primordial devourer toad, you're not dead? Get out of my 7 deadly sins vessel immediately, or I won't be polite with you. The 9 abyss ancestor had invested countless efforts into Ma Peng's body, forging it as a perfect vessel for possession once the time was ripe. But now, it seemed the primordial soul-devouring toad was trying to steal his hard-earned gains halfway. How could he possibly tolerate that? The netherworld patriarch didn't know the full story and misunderstood the situation. His sole thought was to protect Ma Peng, so he retaliated without hesitation. 7 deadly sins. The primordial soul-devouring toad's eyes gleamed with sudden greed. The evil soul was precisely his favorite nourishment. Once he devoured Ma Peng, he could definitely regain a portion of his peak strength, and perhaps even break free from GMO's grasp. Without another thought, he unleashed his full power. Instantly, 2 formidable wills clashed head-on, entangling with each other. 10,000 years ago, these 2 had represented the ghost and demon clans respectively, swearing a blood oath to join forces against the White Emperor. Who could have imagined they'd inexplicably turn against each other today? So these were just fair-weather friends. Ma Peng's head throbbed as if splitting apart, blood seeped from all 7 orifices, and his soul felt ripped to shreds. Tears of regret welled in his eyes, not only from the pain inflicted by GMO's beating, but more so from the realization that he was merely a fattened pig raised by the 9 nethers ancestor, meant to be devoured sooner or later. Only now did he recall the words Tian Xiong had spoken before dying. Ha! You actually believe that old ghost's nonsense. Making deals with demons never ends well. Listen to me, stay away from the nine nether ancestor if you want to live. These words that Ma Pang had always dismissed with sneers, he now realizes how profoundly true they were. From beginning to end, he was merely a pawn at the mercy of the Nine Shades Patriarch. In the battle between the Nine Shades Patriarch and the primordial soul-devouring toad, the former ultimately emerged victorious, driving the latter out of Ma Peng's body. With only a wisp of remnant soul left, the primordial soul-devouring toad was no match for the Nine Shades Patriarch, who had regained some of his power. Of course, the Nine Serenities Patriarch also paid a tremendous price. Not daring to linger, he controlled Ma Pang as they fled in panic. GMO didn't attempt to stop them, believing that Ma Pang had merely stabbed his own toad, a crime not warranting death, and that teaching him a lesson was punishment enough. He continued climbing the mountain, and before long reached the summit, arriving before the jade flute. The severely weakened and half-dead ancient soul-devouring toad revealed a glimpse of wild joy in its eyes. Once the jade flute was taken away, it could potentially utilize the remnant power of its original form, perhaps even seize the opportunity to eliminate this detestable human. Good, it's indeed jade, must be worth quite a bit of silver. GMO was quite pleased as he reached out to grab the jade flute. Stop right there, you mustn't touch that flute. An exceedingly urgent voice rang out, stopping GMO in his tracks. Chapter 77, Boys Must Protect Themselves Outside. GMO ignored the voice's warning and grabbed the jade flute firmly in his hand. The flute's radiant glow faded, becoming plain and unadorned. As GMO finally got a clear look at the flute's true appearance, he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. The flute's surface was covered in cracks, with numerous marks left by chopping weapons like knives and swords, as if it could shatter into pieces at any moment. Such a fine white jade flute, who knows what it has been through to end up in such a damaged state? No one would probably want to buy it now, but perhaps after some repairs back home, it could still be used as a playable instrument. GMO's face twisted with distress. If it were intact, this jade flute could easily be worth several hundred taels of silver. What a pity. Put the flute back quickly. The voice came again, laced with panic and concern. GMO turned to see Wendai speaking, the girl now running toward him in frantic alarm. Humph. You want to put it back now? Too late. The primordial soul-devouring toad, sensing its connection with its true form gradually being restored, was overjoyed. Without hesitation, it began to absorb the remaining energy of the entire Toad Mountain. The very next moment, the earth trembled and mountains shook. A jet-black gas, dark as ink, erupted from beneath GMO's feet, completely engulfing him. Meanwhile, the primordial soul-devouring toad frantically absorbed this demonic energy containing its primordial power, causing its aura to surge wildly. No! Wendai watched helplessly as GMO was engulfed by demonic chi, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. Such terrifying demonic chi was something even a spirit saint would struggle to withstand. Mere mortal contact would surely prove fatal. Her face turned ashen, yet without hesitation, she charged toward GMO, leaping through the billowing demonic chi to pull him out. Clutching each other, they tumbled beyond the reach of the demonic haze. At this moment, GMO lay pinned beneath Wendai, his mind in a daze. What on earth was this Miss Wen trying to do? Why had she pounced on him like this? The next second, his pupils dilated instantly, his body froze stiff, and he couldn't breathe. Wendai's cherry-soft lips had completely sealed his mouth. A halo of sacred white light burst forth from Wendai's body, instantly purifying the demonic aura drifting around her. It turned out she had mistaken GMO for being tainted by demonic energy and was determined to save him at all costs. To think a human with a radiant constitution has emerged, this bodes ill for my demon clan. Once I recover a bit more strength, I'll eliminate both of them. Hidden within the surging demonic mist from underground, the ancient soul-devouring toad fixed its deadly gaze upon Wendai. He had already successfully escaped from GMO and was now recovering his strength, waiting for the opportunity to exact his revenge. GMO wanted to struggle, but Wendai held him down firmly, leaving him unable to move. Are all the daughters of the Wen family this fierce? When she forced a marriage, and now Wendai actually kisses me by force. GMO immediately decided to stay far away from the Wen family's girls from now on. It was just too dangerous. Boys out there must protect themselves well. My first kiss was taken just like that, with nowhere to seek justice. Dog couple. At that moment, an icy voice filled with killing intent rang out. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped to freezing point, even causing frost to swirl in the air. Su Yan appeared, her clear and captivating eyes blazing with fury, her fair little hands clenched so tightly they creaked. Nearby, Hong Qian retreated hastily in fright, keeping his distance for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Mr. G, although they say youth is wasted on the young, you really ought to be more discreet. Couldn't you have found a more secluded spot for your activities? Now that you've been caught red-handed, isn't this situation rather awkward? Hong Qian too was filled with regret. Why had he meddled in others' affairs and insisted on tagging along? What was he to do now? When a woman is jealous, she doesn't reason. He was genuinely afraid Su Yan might casually obliterate him. Miss Wen, That's enough already. I can barely breathe. GMO finally managed to push Wendy away and scrambled up from the ground. No, I need to do it once more. Wendy feared the demonic energy wasn't completely purified and wanted to continue. GMO had no such intentions now. He wouldn't mind a kiss, but could they pick another time? There were people staring right at them. His face was too thin-skinned to indulge Wendy's antics with Su Yan and Hong Qian watching. He pinched her lips shut, refusing to let her get closer no matter what. You're fine now. Wendy, believing she had already healed GMO, broke into a joyful expression. My future husband is such a fool. If he hadn't met me, he'd have died countless times by now. Ahem. Mr. G must have been forced into it. Hong Qian mustered his courage, trying to put in a good word for GMO, but a single icy glare immediately silenced him, and he dared not speak another word. Shameless. Su Yan stared fixedly at GMO, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Compared to before, he seemed somehow younger, more handsome, and more rakish besides. In the past, she'd never seen him act so intimate with another woman. Now he's gone and changed for the worse. When called shameless, Wendy instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment, thoroughly mortified. But then it occurred to him, why should an outsider meddle in a couple's affairs? It's none of your damn business how we handle our marriage. Wendy also noticed the peculiar way Su Yan was looking at GMO. A woman's intuition immediately put her on guard. What couple? Miss One, don't speak nonsense, we have no relationship whatsoever. GMO was utterly panicked. This Wendy clearly had grand ambitions, and sure enough, her plan was to make him marry into her family. There was absolutely no way he could let her succeed, so he hurriedly distanced himself. Scumbag! 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 Su Yan and Wendy spoke almost simultaneously. Even Hong Qian too couldn't stand it and muttered a complaint. But the next second, he was met with death glares from all three of them, trembling in fear. GMO, you stole my first kiss. Don't even think about denying it. Wendy directly wrapped her arm around GMO's, but when she spoke, she aimed her challenging gaze squarely at Su Yan. Su Yan froze at these words. Come to think of it, she and the White Emperor indeed hadn't shared any particularly intimate moments. A pang of sourness twisted inside her. She inwardly cursed her past self for being too reserved. Otherwise, how could this vixen be gloating so triumphantly now? She darted forward in a flash, appearing right before GMO, puckering her lips to plant a kiss. Holy moly! GMO hastily covered his mouth, dodging the intimate gesture. He wasn't that kind of careless man. White Emperor, you actually disdain me. Su Yan bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She had mustered up rare courage to take this step herself, only to be rejected. The exclamation of White Emperor instantly broke the awkward tension of the moment. What White Emperor? You've mistaken me for someone else, miss. My name is GMO, not the White Emperor. GMO felt utterly baffled. What's wrong with all these people? They stubbornly insist on treating me as Baidi. First it was Hui Nang and Fan Jingxing, and now this breathtakingly beautiful girl. Damn it, Baidi. What kind of romantic mess did you stir up? Don't you dare pin it on me. Mr. G, stop pretending. You are Baidi. At this moment, someone actually pointed out GMO on the spot. Chapter 78. Oh no, I seem to be competing with the ancestor for affection. The one who spoke was Hong Qian too. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Holy Maiden Su Yan had been pining for you for 10,000 years, yet you remain so cold-hearted and unfeeling. Are you even a man? Though Hong Qian held immense respect for GMO in his heart, he firmly believed that a good man should never make the woman he loves shed tears. At this moment, watching Su Yan's tear-streaked face, so pitiful it could break stone, his old heart nearly shattered. What? Hong, you bastard, you're no better. I saved you out of kindness before, and this is how you repay me? What am I pretending? I'm not the White Emperor at all, and I don't even know this girl. Fuming, GMO hopped in agitation, raising the jade flute in his hand as if to strike Hong Qian too. Boom! A sudden thunderclap booms over flat ground. As GMO swung his jade flute, ominous clouds churned above his head, gathering an utterly terrifying force. This was unmistakably an imperial artifact awakening, unleashing its world-shaking thunderous might, poised to crash down at any moment. The slightest movement from GMO would send this overwhelming force crashing mercilessly upon Hong Qian too. The ancient soul-devouring toad hiding in the shadows trembled violently in terror. It vividly recalled how, back in the day, the White Emperor had struck it 18 consecutive blows, cleaving its body into 18 pieces. It had thought absorbing the remnant power of its original form would be enough to confront GMO, but clearly, that was far from sufficient. It seems the only option is to muster all my strength and fight this bastard to the death. The ancient soul-devouring toad released its divine sense in all directions, summoning every demonic beast within the ruins. Instantly, thousands of demonic beasts within the ruins charged madly toward Toad Mountain. Mr. G, the facts are right before your eyes. There's no need to keep pretending. Hong Qian felt the horrifying power surging above him,
trembling so intensely his legs nearly gave way as he hastily hid behind Su Yan. You've already mobilized the power of White Emperor's life-bound weapon, yet still cover your ears to steal the bell, adamantly refusing to admit you're the White Emperor.
What's the point? Do you really despise me that much?
You deceived me into ascending to the upper realm before, and now you pretend not to know me. How utterly cruel.
Su Yan's tears finally began to flow uncontrollably.
Back in those days, they had promised to ascend to immortality together. Yet at the final moment, the White Emperor actually abandoned her, leaving her behind in the mystic spirit realm. In the end, he even severed the teleportation passage between the realms, cutting off all connections to other worlds. And the Su Yan present here was not her true original self, but rather a remnant wisp of her primordial spirit left behind when she ascended to the celestial spirit realm. With deep obsession, this wisp of spiritual essence, nurtured for thousands of years, finally awakened, resolved to confront White Emperor for answers the moment it came into being. Su Yan truly yearned to understand why White Emperor had broken his promise, deceived her affections, and refused to accompany her in attaining immortality. When Dai spoke plainly, "Young lady, you're gravely mistaken.
GMO is not White Emperor. 10,000 years ago, White Emperor perished. Our ethereal palace's ancient texts contain detailed records of this."
Not long ago, wishing to learn more about White Emperor, she had meticulously combed through many ancient texts housed within her sect, uncovering numerous little-known secrets.
"Are you from the ethereal palace?"
Su Yan gazed at the identification token, her expression shifting with deep complexity as her heart sank uncontrollably. "I am Wen Dai, the current holy maiden of the ethereal palace. Our sect shares deep ties with the White Emperor, so the records we possess should be unquestionably authentic." Wen Dai revealed her identity with undisguised pride, adding weight to testimony. Hong Qianta's expression instantly twisted into something indescribably strange upon hearing this.
"Of course there's a connection.
Your Su Yan, the Holy Maiden, was none other than the White Emperor's old flame, and now you, the new Holy Maiden, have also entangled yourself with him. What kind of absurd situation is this?
The founding ancestor and her disciple's descendant actually fell for the same man? Do all the holy maidens of Misty Palace share identical tastes like this?" As for the claim that the White Emperor was dead, Hong Qianta held a different view.
The emergence of someone like GMO was far too abrupt. A decade ago, there hadn't been even a whisper of such a figure. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, he was low-key in demeanor, with strength so unfathomable that within the entire profound spirit realm, only the White Emperor had ever possessed such traits. Thus, Hong Qianta remained firmly convinced GMO was the White Emperor, or at the very least, his reincarnated form. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a reclusive master to appear out of nowhere in the profound spirit realm. It simply doesn't make sense. Moreover, GMO's every action seemed to carry traces of the White Emperor's aura. Even now, lifting his jade flute as if ready to strike someone, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary White Emperor. Su Yan chose not to reveal her identity, as it would have been far too awkward. If word got out that both generations of the Misty Palace's holy maidens were vying for the same man, it would surely invite ridicule from the world.
How was it recorded in that ancient text?
"I want to see," she demanded. Su Yan's expression revealed a trace of grief as she wished to personally verify the matter, unwilling to believe that Bai Di had truly died.
"The sect's classified texts are not convenient for outsiders to read." When Dai refused. "Outsider?" Su Yan sneered.
"What is her status? If the last surviving immortal ancestor of the Misty Palace still counts as an outsider, then the Misty Palace truly has no insiders left."
"My name is Su Yan, you should know me."
Unable to contain herself any longer, she finally sent a covert voice transmission to Wen Dai.
"Su Yan?"
The name seemed quite familiar. Wen Dai suddenly recalled the portraits of past ancestors in the sacred hall. One of them was clearly the likeness of the young woman before her.
Grandmaster Su Yan? Wendy felt as if struck by lightning, his mind reverberating with shock. If this person really was that revered ancestor Su Yan, then didn't that mean he had? "Master, it's over. I think I've been competing for affection with our ancestor." Wendy's thoughts were in complete disarray.
Unsure how to face the situation, he immediately transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from the spot. She truly couldn't bear to stay here any longer. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Moreover, whether this Su Yan was real or not concerned matters of immense importance that demanded immediate verification upon returning to her sect.
GMO, was it?
"I'll investigate this thoroughly. If you truly are that scoundrel Bai Di, humph." Su Yan's figure vanished from the spot as she urgently departed for Ethereal Palace to consult ancient texts, desperate to uncover the truth of this perplexing situation.
Think cultivators are so great, huh? Coming and going as they please.
And that when family's second young miss kisses me and then runs off.
What a heartless woman. Jima stared at the disappearing figures of the two women, utterly envious.
At the same time, he felt somewhat aggrieved, like a wronged little wife who'd been taken advantage of. They'd had their fun and just ran off without a care. It was genuinely hurtful.
Haha, Mr. G, now that they've all left, why don't you tell me, are you really the White Emperor? Hong Qianta rubbed his hands together, grinning awkwardly at GMO. He felt unbearably stifled, desperate to uncover the truth, otherwise it felt like his whole body was out of sorts. Get lost. Don't ever show your face around me again, or I'll beat you up every single time I see you. GMO blared at Hong Qiantu, the slightest trace of goodwill he'd once felt now completely vanished. That old bastard is such a shameless piece of work, always trying to pin his own filth on others. Then he realized something seemed to be missing around his waist. Hey, where's my toad? Only then did he notice the primordial soul-devouring toad that should have been hanging at his waist had disappeared. This is for Alia's treatment, it's extremely important, how could we possibly lose it? Ah! Suddenly, a succession of agonized screams echoed up from the base of the mountain. Chapter 79, You Can Blow Away My Thousands of Magical Beasts? An endless stream of magical beasts converged from all directions, gathering at the foot of Toad Mountain. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain suffered terribly, enduring a frenzied slaughter. Screams rose one after another, desolation spread across the land, and blood stained the earth red. This was the territory of the demonic beasts, and with staggering numbers on their side, the cultivators stood no chance of resistance. What's happening? Why have all these demonic beasts gathered here? Huaining and Fan Jingxing, who were gathering herbs at the foot of the mountain, sensed something amiss and immediately dashed uphill. At this moment, they knew full well that only by GMO's side would they be safe. To their surprise, they discovered the violent energy that once permeated Toad Mountain had completely vanished. The ancient soul-devouring toad had absorbed all the mountain's energy, rendering Toad Mountain no longer a dangerous place. The other cultivators also noticed this and all scrambled up Toad Mountain in a frenzied rush. But hiding on the mountain was merely prolonging the inevitable. Eventually these demonic beasts would storm the summit, and none of them would escape death. At the mountain's peak, GMO paid no attention to the screams that reached him, occupied with searching for his missing toad only to stumble upon a shocking discovery instead. The entire Toad Mountain was covered in cracks, seemingly chaotic yet actually bearing discernible patterns that intertwined to form an elaborate magic array. Someone had laid down a supreme formation, using Toad Mountain as its vessel, concealing something unknown within its depths. This was the White Emperor's territory, making it highly probable that all of this was his handiwork. Could it be that the White Emperor shares my passion for farming? GMO's curiosity was instantly piqued. He really wanted to know what the legendary White Emperor had planted in these mountains, because through a crack in the ground, he had already glimpsed a single blue seed buried deep beneath the earth. Holding the flute in his hand, GMO thought for a moment. Since they were fellow cultivators, he might as well lend a helping hand. Taking advantage of the demonic chi surging from underground as cover, the ancient soul-devouring toad concealed its form, a chilling smirk spreading across its face. His strength had already recovered to the peak of the demon saint realm. Combined with the gathered thousands of demonic beasts, he was confident that even if he faced the spiritual emperor, he had the means to eliminate them. He planned to use those demonic beasts as cannon fodder first, exhausting GMO. Once his spiritual power was completely depleted, he would then strike to finish him off. After careful consideration, the primordial soul-devouring toad was convinced his scheme was flawless. Even if it failed, he could retreat unscathed. Hong Qiantu walked down the mountain with a bitter expression after being scolded by GMO. He wished he could slap himself twice for being so nosy as to ask GMO such a personal question. This angered GMO so much that he drenched him with a torrent of abuse and told him to get lost. On the way, Hong Qiantu encountered quite a few cultivators, all of whom looked at him as if he were an idiot. Clearly, they couldn't understand why someone would foolishly run downhill at this moment, practically seeking death. Hong Qiantu responded with a cold laugh. The jade flute from the mountaintop was already in Mr. G's hands. Did these people actually think they could snatch something away from him? Thus, both sides regarded one another with the mutual contempt reserved for idiots. Midway up the mountainside, Hong Qiantu encountered Huineng and Fan Jingxing. Old Hong, why are you running downhill? Fan Jingxing asked. Was Hong Qiantu suicidal, going to throw his life away? Sigh, I offended Mr. G. He ordered me to get lost. Hong Qiantu let out a long sigh, feeling as if he and GMO were born under clashing stars, destined never to get along. Then, brimming with excitement, he exclaimed to the two, Old Monk, Old Fan, I've got earth-shattering news for you. I discovered that Mr. G is none other than the White Emperor. Eagerly, he revealed this astonishing secret to his old acquaintances, expecting shock and awe, yet their expressions remained utterly unperturbed, giving no reaction whatsoever. Have you both lost your minds? Listen carefully, Mr. G is the White Emperor. Hong Qiantu repeated himself once more. Isn't this news shocking enough? Why are the two of them so calm? It's your own foolishness, speaking carelessly and offending Master G. That's why Master G is angry and wants you dead. Huiyan gazed at Hong Qiantu, his eyes brimming with sympathy. What? Mr. G wants me to die? Hong Qiantu was stunned. When Fan Jingxing told him about the situation at the foot of the mountain, his face immediately turned deathly pale. Now the entire mountainside was crawling with demonic beasts. When GMO told him to get lost, it was practically the same as sentencing him to death.
Huaining chanted a Buddhist invocation and said, "After all, you lacked reverence for Master Ji, making reckless conjectures that ultimately brought disaster upon yourself. For the sake of our century-old friendship, this old monk will risk Master Ji's displeasure and collect your corpse." Hong Qiantu immediately collapsed to the ground in terror.
"All the demonic beasts have gathered. GMO, wait and see, your end is near."
The ancient soul-devouring toad issued orders to all the demonic beasts, commanding them to advance toward the mountain peak. At this moment, GMO held the jade flute, selected a rock, and climbed atop it. The monstrous beast horde received their orders and surged toward the mountain peak like a tidal wave, leaving not a single trace of life in their wake.
The cultivators hiding in various corners of Toad Mountain instantly faced annihilation.
The shadow of death loomed over the human cultivators on the mountain, with nowhere left to hide.
They could only endure the torment as they awaited their inevitable demise. Despair appeared on everyone's faces. At this moment, a melodious flute tune drifted down from the mountain peak.
The crisp and melodious flute notes reverberated across the entire toad-shaped mountain range.
Master Ji has made his move. Huaining and Fan Jingxing were extremely excited. As long as GMO took action, all dangers would vanish without a trace.
Sick.
Who plays the flute at a time like this? The ancient soul-devouring toad couldn't comprehend what trick GMO was playing. Who had the leisure for flute music during such a moment? Though the melody was indeed beautiful, what the hell was the point? Could it possibly blast these thousands of demonic beasts to death? Once the beast horde reaches the mountaintop, this bastard's life will be over. The primordial soul-devouring toad resolved to trample GMO beneath its feet and grind him into dust, such was its fury over previous humiliations. Suddenly, the entire Toad Mountain trembled.
Some heard a heartbeat echoing from the mountain's core, as though the great peak was awakening to life. The primordial soul-devouring toad's expression changed drastically as it realized its connection with the main body had been completely severed. The flute's tone grew shrill and impassioned, filling the air with a murderous aura. Brilliant light suddenly erupted from the fissures in the Toad Mountain's body as waves of razor-sharp sword chi radiated in all directions.
"Who can save my Linger?"
An old cultivator, his eyes brimming with bloody tears. For his beloved female disciple was being pinned down by a demonic beast, on the verge of being torn to pieces. He could only watch helplessly as his beloved disciple died tragically before his eyes. At that moment, a sword gleam flashed by, instantly cleaving the demonic beast in two. Elsewhere, several young cultivators huddled together, trembling in fear, their faces filled with despair as they were surrounded by over a dozen demonic beasts, life or death hanging by a thread. Just as their hearts had turned to ashes, a brilliant expanse of sword light engulfed all the demonic beasts. Similar scenes were unfolding throughout Toad Mountain. The surging sword energy seemed to have eyes of its own, ceaselessly reaping the lives of demonic beasts and saving countless cultivators.
Chapter 80, Red Spider Lily. "Look, it's that flute-playing master performing divine magic to save us."
The surviving cultivators, having narrowly escaped death, all knelt in worship, prostrating themselves before the retreating figure atop the mountain peak. There, at the summit, stood a man with jade-like grace, towering and majestic as if holding up the heavens, firmly planted upon a colossal boulder. The flute melody he played was divine, while endless sword energies danced to its rhythm, piercing through the bodies of demonic beasts one after another. The formidable demonic beasts, which the crowd had struggled to contend with, were slaughtered as effortlessly as splitting melons and chopping vegetables. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of every cultivator present. As expected of Mage Ji, with mere words, thousands of demonic beasts turned to ashes. Huaining and Fan Jingxing both felt honored beyond measure. To follow a revered figure like GMO in this lifetime was truly the greatest glory.
The two hurried toward the mountaintop, eager to guard GMO's side and prevent ignorant cultivators from disturbing him.
Hong Qiantu quickly scrambled up from the ground and hurried after him, intending to apologize to GMO and beg for forgiveness.
Right now, the ancient soul-devouring toad's mind went completely blank. Its body seemed petrified, utterly motionless. It simply couldn't accept that thousands of demonic beasts had been wiped out with just a breath. Even if the White Emperor were reborn, he might not possess such methods. Just who was this GMO?
Then, he sensed something was terribly wrong. The essence blood of the slain magical beasts, after seeping into the soil, all flowed toward the mountain's core.
A vast aura of life was gathering within. Damn it, what kind of monster is hiding inside my body? The primordial soul-devouring toad was utterly panicked, feeling as though it had somehow fallen into someone's trap. Could it all be a cunning scheme by GMO using me to summon all the demonic beasts, only to wipe them out in one fell swoop, then nourish a newborn entity with their blood? The seed has finally sprouted. GMO stopped playing the flute and waited for the seed to grow. Contrary to what the ancient soul-devouring toad suspected, he wasn't plotting to cruelly slaughter these demonic beasts. He had merely intended to utilize the flute's melody to activate the formation here, channeling some energy to that blue seed beneath the ground. Never did he expect that once activated, this formation would directly hunt the demonic beasts,
absorbing their blood to nourish the seed. It can be said that this was entirely unintentional on Jimo's part. In truth, he had no idea, with just a single tune from his flute, he had effortlessly wiped out thousands of demonic beasts. The blue seed grew rapidly. Growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, clusters of blue leaves soon sprouted from the ground. Manjasaka. GMO was deeply moved and hurriedly gathered some leaves. This was exactly one of the main medicinal ingredients needed to treat Ali. He never expected to find it so easily, and its quality was even better than anticipated. The blue leaf existed for only a very brief moment before quickly withering away. Then, a pink flower bud emerged from the withered stem. Flowers never see leaves, leaves never see flowers. Could this be the legendary other shore flower from our demon realm? No wonder it requires blood for nourishment. The primordial soul-devouring toad muttered to itself, eyes brimming with greed, nearly unable to resist charging forward to seize it. Legend has it that the flower of the other shore possesses the miraculous power to grant any wish, its value beyond measure. GMO sat on the rock, quietly watching the red spider lilies bloom before him, their crimson petals emitting a faint halo, a beauty truly beyond description. He merely admired it as a flower, with no intention of claiming it for himself. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and make a wish. Once the flower fades, there'll be nothing left. The ancient soul-devouring toad grew increasingly frantic as it saw GMO remain impassive. Finally hardening its resolve, it decided to risk life and limb to seize this heaven-sent opportunity. If that fool GMO was squandering such a divine treasure, it certainly wouldn't make the same mistake. Seizing its chance, the toad leaped forward with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, it reached beneath the other shore flower, opening its mouth to make its wish. Rib bit. Yet all that escaped him in the end was a miserable scream. Just as he was about to make his wish, GMO leaped down from the stone and squashed him flat with a single stump. The wish already forming on his lips was forcibly stamped back down his throat. The primordial soul-devouring toad was furious to the point of smoke practically pouring from its 7 orifices. It had been so close to success, only to be thwarted by this accursed human. Ha ha, the fleeing toad actually delivered itself back to my doorstep. GMO laughed heartily, giving the primordial soul-devouring toad another beating, stomping it half to death repeatedly. Then he tied it up once more and hung it upside down from his waist. But this time he didn't let his guard down, tightly wrapping the primordial soul-devouring toad's belly multiple times until the enormous amphibian could barely breathe, its tongue lolling out helplessly. The primordial soul-devouring toad was utterly devastated, having just escaped its misery. Why had it succumbed to greed and brought this fate upon itself? Huinum, Fanjingxing, and Hong Qiantu had already reached the mountain peak but hesitated to approach any closer. They had all heard the legends about the other side flower. Such a divine object was cultivated by Master G, and getting too close might arouse suspicion of ill intentions. But they were puzzled, why hadn't Mr. G made his wish yet? The flowers had been blooming for quite some time, and now they were on the verge of withering. Emperor Bai was also a lover of flowers. If he were here to see these blooms in their full glory, how delighted he would be. GMO wore a face full of regret. What a pity the amaryllis was already withering. Bai D wouldn't get to see it now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. That guy really has a few screws loose. Instead of seeking benefits for himself, he actually wished for Bai D to be resurrected? The primordial soul-devouring toad couldn't fathom someone in this world being self-sacrificing. In its eyes, such a person must be mentally impaired. Yet Hui Nong, Fan Jingxing, and Hong Qiantu had entirely different feelings. Master Ji truly embodied compassion for all living beings. His bodhisattva-like kindness and selfless generosity were truly admirable. As Jimo's words faded, a gentle breeze swept past, transforming the radiant red spider lilies into a shower of glowing petals that scattered across heaven and earth. And nothing was left on the field, not a single trace, as if everything had merely been an illusion, as if the Manhwa had never appeared at all. Mr. G, my admiration for you is like the mighty river's endless flow, unstoppable as a great flood overwhelming its banks. Legends say the Manhwa can fulfill all desires, yet you gave it up without a thought for yourself. Hong Qiantu seized the moment, showering GMO with flattery in hopes of currying favor. You said that flower grants wishes? Jimo's body trembled, his heart bleeding. If it were true, wouldn't he have missed an opportunity to become insanely rich overnight? Rumor. Nonsense. How could such a flower exist in this world? GMO said angrily, choosing not to believe it. Then he commanded Huining and Fan Jingxing, drag this old fool away and give him a beating, spreading nonsense all day long. Without a word, Huining and Fan Jingxing dragged Hong Qiantu not far away, pinned him to the ground, and proceeded to give him a thorough thrashing. Just then, the entire ruins trembled once more with earth-shaking vibrations. Wisps of energy emerged from various parts of the ruins, converging at the summit of Toad Mountain, where they eventually coalesced into a humanoid figure. Chapter 81, From now on, you shall protect the human race. The figure gradually became distinct. White Emperor. The primordial soul-devouring toad was utterly astonished. The dead have returned to the world of the living. Could the flower of the other shore truly fulfill any wish, even reviving those turned to ashes? Then he was so furious that it felt like his heart was twisting in agony. If only he had succeeded in making that wish earlier. Wouldn't he have become invincible across all realms and dimensions, ruling over everything? He glared at GMO, growing angrier the more he thought about it. This stupid human was too idiotic to make a wish himself and even stopped him. It was utterly unforgivable. Over there, Huining and Fan Jingxing were thrilled to see the emerging figure. This was White Emperor, the guardian deity of the human race in the profound spirit realm, whom Master G had actually revived. Master G, you're amazing. So Master G really isn't White Emperor after all. I was wrong. I deserve to die. Hong Qiantu was filled with remorse and suddenly shouted, harder. Why have you stopped? Hit me harder. Beat me to death. Huineng and Fan Jingxing had originally been holding back, never expecting Hong Qiantu to have such peculiar tastes. A chill ran down their spines, and they immediately stopped showing mercy, striking him harshly. Instantly, Hong Qiantu howled like a ghost and wailed like a wolf. Yet, his face bore an excited expression. The more brutally he was beaten, the happier Master G would surely be, and perhaps even forgive him. You're here. The figure suspected to be the White Emperor wore a warm smile on his face, greeting GMO as if they were old friends. He gazed at GMO, unexpectedly revealing a gratified expression. This instantly took GMO by surprise. What's going on? Does White Emperor recognize him? How could this be possible? Do we know each other? GMO asked in bewilderment. From now on, the fate of humanity rests in your hands. The White Emperor's figure gradually dissipated, dissolving back into points of light that vanished between heaven and earth. Only Jima noticed a wisp of glowing mist, carrying a trace of soul essence, sank into the earth. The jade flute in Jima's hands let out a mournful wail, playing a farewell song whose plaintive notes overflowed with boundless desolation. The jade flute clearly possessed spiritual wisdom, bidding farewell to its former master. Witnessing Emperor Bai's sudden appearance and equally abrupt disappearance, even the primordial soul-devouring toad was left dumbfounded. Was this truly the wish granted by the red spider lily, simply to let Emperor Bai reappear for a moment? As for this Jimo's true origins, to actually be acquainted with Emperor Bai, he must be one of humanity's veteran experts. Why then had they never crossed paths before? This is seriously bizarre. The White Emperor's final words sent shivers down the desolate soul-devouring toad's spine. Could this GMO be humanity's new guardian? Me, guardian of humanity? What kind of joke is this? I'm just an ordinary guy, what could I possibly protect? GMO wanted to say he'd trusted the wrong person, but the opportunity was already gone. The White Emperor had vanished without a trace. You devoted your entire life to protecting mankind. If reincarnation truly exists, may you be reborn. May a guardian watch over you in your next life, bringing you safety, joy, and peace. Jima felt a deep sorrow in his heart, silently bidding farewell to the White Emperor. At that moment, the pig slaughter-like screams of Hong Qiantu reached his ears, instantly making him unbearably irritated. Forget it, anymore and we'll have a dead man on our hands. He hastily ordered Huineng and Fan Jingxing to stop. You're supposed to be a monk and a penniless scholar. How can you both be so vicious as to beat a man half to death? Look at Hong Qiantu, beaten black and blue until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Master G has finally forgiven me. Overjoyed, Hong Qiantu immediately knelt down and kowtowed to GMO. Previously, GMO had ordered him to certain death, but now said to let it go, which meant his old life was spared. As the White Emperor vanished, the ruins trembled once more, cracks spreading across the land as Toad Mountain began to collapse. Death loomed over the crowd yet again. Just then, the jade flute emitted a hazy glow. Suddenly, several luminous gateways appeared across Toad Mountain. Without hesitation, the crowd surged through the luminous gate. GMO and his companions hastily stepped into the radiant portal as well. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing before the stone gate from earlier. Surviving cultivators kept appearing one after another. Upon seeing GMO, each wore expressions of profound gratitude, bowing deeply in salute. Had GMO not intervened to save them, none would have survived, all would have perished miserably within the ancient ruins. Before long, the stone gate crumbled on its own, turning into a pile of sand and dust. This ancient ruin, along with the vanishing of the White Emperor, was utterly destroyed as well. GMO stared blankly at the hundreds of cultivators bowing to him, utterly bewildered. The ruins of the White Emperor have vanished, everyone disperse now. Don't come causing trouble around here again. He waved his hand at the crowd, signaling for them to leave. Originally, these cultivators had intended to visit GMO and properly express their gratitude for saving their lives. But upon hearing these words, they concluded that the master sought no reward for his kindness and wished not to be disturbed.
And so, with repeated bows and a heart full of gratitude, they took their leave. Master, you've always taught me that one should repay kindness with gratitude. Since this noble figure saved our lives, and I have no worthy way to repay him, I shall offer myself in marriage. A young maiden, flushed with embarrassment, refused to leave and insisted on repaying GMO. The elderly cultivator beside her quickly pulled her away, admonishing, "Linger, stop this foolishness. You mustn't entertain such unrealistic thoughts. This noble one's status is far too exalted, we could never presume to reach such heights." The maiden's gratitude burned fiercely as she shouted toward GMO, yet ultimately her master dragged her away. "Old fan, look at that adorable maiden over there. She keeps staring at me, do you think she might fancy me?" Hearing the commotion, GMO turned his gaze toward them. He could clearly perceive the beautiful maiden's affection for him, her gaze brimming with tenderness only to be harshly scolded by the stern elder before being forcibly led away. The girl was lingering reluctantly, clearly having developed feelings for him. Alas, in this materialistic and wicked society, pure emotions are ultimately defeated by reality. "Old fan, tell me, with neither wealth nor influence, could I ever marry a wife?" GMO lamented with myriad emotions, returning to his room utterly dejected. No doubt the girl's elders looked down on him and thus came between the young lovers. "Can't blame others, it's my own fault for being poor." Fan Jingxing gazed blankly at Huainan, hoping the monk might reveal whether Jima's words carried some hidden meaning. Scratching his shaved head in deep contemplation, Huaining answered uncertainly, "Perhaps Master Ji is longing for a woman?" "Nonsense! How could Master Ji possibly lack female companionship?" Hong Qiantu immediately objected to this speculation, asserting that a true master wouldn't be so superficial. The three fell into deep contemplation, all sensing Jimo's implied meaning yet unable to unravel the thread of his intention. "I understand." Huaining suddenly struck his forehead and analyzed, "Old fan, didn't the Duan family tear you and Miss Duan apart back then precisely because of your humble origins? Master Ji is clearly hinting that you shouldn't fear authority and should bravely pursue love. Master Ji, I never imagined you'd still be concerned about my lifelong happiness. I'll go propose to the Duan family at once and bring Miss Duan home as my bride." Fan Jingxing's eyes brimmed with tears, overflowing with gratitude. Hong Qiantu said righteously, "Old fan, I'll go with you. If the Duan family doesn't know what's good for them, I'll help you snatch the bride by force." The two men immediately set off towards the Duan family. Chapter 82, She's Just a Child. Upon returning home, the first thing GMO did was check on Ali. The little girl was sprawled out on the bed, snoring loudly, using the mysterious tortoise as a pillow while clutching the ginseng king tightly. GMO sighed helplessly as he removed the dark night mink pelt from his back and carefully draped it over Ali. Seizing the opportunity, the ginseng king wriggled free from Ali's embrace and clung to GMO's leg with teary eyes. During the days GMO was gone, it didn't have a single good day, almost getting chewed up like a carrot by Ali several times. Turns out the scariest thing in the world isn't demons, but bratty kids, especially a gluttonous brat. It complained to GMO about Ali's mischief with great grievance. Like countless parents, GMO uttered that irrefutable line, "She's just a child. How can you stoop to arguing with a baby?" With that, he kicked the ginseng king flying. The ginseng king felt even more aggrieved, as if it weren't also a baby. Despite its old man face, at heart it was just a ginseng sprout. Can't people be less contradictory? Like sticky toffee, the ginseng king rushed over again, clinging to Jima's pant leg, and pitifully pleaded, "I need replenishment, that little girl gnawed off all my roots. I'm severely depleted." "Fine, I've actually caught something quite nourishing this time. You can take a couple bites." Without another word, GMO untied the primordial soul-devouring toad and tossed it over. "Ha, just this? A toad?" The ginseng king wore an expression of utter disdain, but after one glance, its face grew solemn. A second look sent it tumbling back in terror, collapsing to the ground in a limp heap. It never could have imagined that this toad was actually a demon emperor, and not just any ordinary one, but an immensely notorious figure, the ancient soul-devouring toad, the very same commander of the demonic forces that once invaded the profound spirit realm. This ancient soul-devouring toad had once rivaled the White Emperor, slaughtering countless human cultivators. Its name alone was terrifying enough to silence crying children. Yet now, it found itself bound by GMO, its white belly exposed and its tongue dangling grotesquely. The scene was nothing short of shocking. "You want me to eat this?" The ginseng king gulped hard, its leaves trembling in fear. Even the demon emperor is merely food in Master Ji's eyes? Truly terrifying. The Tianping, drawn by the commotion, stared at the primordial soul-devouring toad with glowing green eyes. This is a demon emperor after all. Taking even a couple bites would be incredibly nourishing. Can't let that dumb ginseng king hog it all for himself. So, driven by the foolhardy mentality that only idiots pass up free meals, he charged straight over and viciously pecked at the ancient soul-devouring toad. The Skyrock was clever too, knowing full well the ancient soul-devouring toad wouldn't be easy to sink his beak into. It swooped straight for that white belly, eager to claim its share and tear off chunks of the demon emperor's flesh to taste. Rib bit. The primal soul-devouring toad let out a furious roar. Cluck cluck. The heavenly rock, however, shrieked in agony. The moment he made contact, demonic energy seeped into him, sending waves of pain that made him cry out repeatedly. Did they really think the demon emperor would be easy to bite? A mere touch was enough to nearly overwhelm him. The mystic turtle had initially wanted to take a bite too, but now it abandoned this foolish notion. Oomph, you insignificant insects dare think of devouring me? What wishful thinking! The primordial soul-devouring toad surveyed its surroundings with arrogance plastered across its face. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse even in its current wretched state. These motley creatures weren't worthy to lay a finger on it. Just at that moment, Jimo's voice drifted in from outside. Old monk, fill the iron cauldron with well water and start a fire. I'm going to cook this toad. Huineng replied eagerly, Master Ji, are we having hot pot? Should I get the toad first and marinate it with ginger, garlic, and cooking wine? Tianping and Xianao couldn't help but salivate upon hearing this. They'd had the fortune of tasting Jimo's hot pot before. That unforgettable flavor was truly addictive. But now, he was actually using a divine artifact embryo iron cauldron as the pot and the primordial soul-devouring toad of the demon emperor as ingredients. One could hardly imagine how extraordinary this hot pot would be. The ginseng king trembled in fear, terrified that it might become soup stock material. When Tianping patted his chest and assured it that hot pot generally didn't include ginseng, the creature finally relaxed. Without another word, it dragged the primordial soul-devouring toad outside. I'm impervious to fire and water, think you can boil me? In your dreams. The primordial soul-devouring toad showed no fear whatsoever. As an ancient demonic entity from primordial times, ordinary fire and water couldn't harm it in the slightest. Your luck is truly exceptional, to be cooked by a divine artifact. I'm honestly envious of such treatment. The ginseng king wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, never imagining that his first taste of meat in life would actually be demon emperor flesh. Just thinking about it made him giddy with excitement. Divine artifact? The ancient soul-devouring toad snorted in disdain, utterly unconvinced that a divine artifact could exist in the profound spirit realm. But when he was dragged beside the iron cauldron, he was instantly struck speechless with shock. The iron cauldron appeared plain and unadorned, yet exuded an indescribable sense of profound weight. Its grade couldn't be discerned, and when spiritual sense probed inside, it vanished without a trace, completely devoured like stones sinking into the sea. The ancient soul-devouring toad confirmed that this was a divine artifact. Even if it wasn't a true divine artifact, it couldn't be far from one. Being stewed in a divine artifact, who could possibly survive such a fate? At this moment, the ancient soul-devouring toad was utterly panicked. Could it be that I, a mighty demon emperor, am ultimately destined to become food, devoured piece by these insignificant ants? Wouldn't that make me the laughingstock of the world, the most pathetic demon emperor in history? At this thought, its eyes rolled back, nearly fainting on the spot. GMO said irritably, you gluttons only think about eating all day. Who said anything about hot pot? I'm brewing medicine for Ali here. When the water in the iron cauldron boiled, GMO grabbed the primordial soul-devouring toad and pricked its golden spots with a silver needle. Instantly, streams of golden blood dripped continuously into the cauldron. The primordial soul-devouring toad felt its body being slowly drained, yet strangely happy inside. Its gaze toward GMO now devoid of much resentment. Though being used as medicinal ingredient was still miserable, wasn't this fate still better than being boiled alive and eaten? Golden blood dripped into the cauldron, instantly releasing golden mist as a rich fragrance diffused through the air. Golden carp scales, nectar of the ginseng king, tender bodhi shoots, willow branches, and the blue leaves of the other shoreflower were added in turn to the iron cauldron. For alchemy intended for Ali, GMO was employing the most supreme ingredients available. Every single material used would drive any cultivator to madness with desire. The patterns inside the iron cauldron lit up one by one, its runes flickering incessantly. No longer ordinary, it now flowed with a luminous treasure radiance, appearing supremely sacred. An overwhelming medicinal fragrance rose from the iron cauldron, with radiant light shooting skyward. Shadowy dragon forms coiled above it while the phantom roar of an ancient divine toad echoed. The phenomena were utterly astonishing. Oh, that smells amazing. Big brother G, what delicious thing are you cooking? Little glutton Ali, having caught a whiff of the aroma, came scampering over with clumsy eagerness. Her tiny hand clutched a spoon as big as her head, eagerly rushing over for dinner. Bang! Inside the iron cauldron, dazzling auroras surged forth, their blinding radiance making it impossible to keep one's eyes open as the brilliant light shot straight into the heavens. The ginseng king sprawled over the rim of the iron cauldron, breathing frantically as if desperate to inhale every last wisp of medicinal fragrance into its belly. The heavenly rock and mysterious tortoise behaved exactly the same way. Huining sat cross-legged right where he stood, as a lotus pedestal emerged beneath him and Buddhist radiance shone behind him, with countless profound Buddhist principles flooding his heart. Chapter 83. A touch of cinnabar to ascend you to immortality. Is this an immortal elixir he's refining? Every ounce of the primordial soul-devouring toad's innate bloodline essence was completely extracted, before GMO unceremoniously tossed its emptied carcass to the ground.
He lay limp as a pile of mud, yet his wide eyes stared in utter shock at the iron cauldron.
Such medicinal fragrance was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Just a single whiff rapidly restored his depleted body. If he could drink just one sip of the liquid in that cauldron, wouldn't his injuries heal completely? And if he could drain the entire cauldron, might he instantly ascend to immortality?
The primordial soul-devouring toad trembled with excitement. Seeing nobody paying attention, it began inching slowly toward the iron cauldron.
Wow, a fat toad.
Ali's obsidian-like eyes sparkled as she gleefully trotted over and scooped up the primordial soul-devouring toad in her hands. Then came a frantic round of rubbing and petting, as she played with it endlessly.
I am the mighty demon emperor, not a toy. The primordial soul-devouring toad's heart sank to its lowest depths.
It thought it would rather be devoured than endure this humiliation, being treated as a pet by this insignificant little girl. If word got out, it would never be able to hold its head high again. He struggled, trying to break free from Ali's little demon claws and dash toward that cauldron of immortal medicine, but all in vain. As snatched tightly, he became the little girl's plaything.
In the pond, the dragonfish surfaced one after another, inhaling the medicinal fragrance drifting through the air.
Their entire bodies shimmered with draconic aura, their horns and claws now fully formed, inching ever closer to evolving into genuine true dragons.
Tianpeng had finally broken through. His once pitch-black feathers now bore golden patterns, his eyes blazing crimson, radiating piercing brilliance with every glance, transformed into a mighty demon saint. Huining and Xianao also received unimaginable benefits, their cultivation skyrocketing to the peak of the saint realm, even faintly brushing against the threshold of the emperor realm. The Ginseng king was the happiest of all. His aged face seemed to regain youth, becoming younger and more childlike, literally growing more youthful by the day, bringing him closer to his dream of becoming a ginseng baby. I never expected to undergo my second metamorphosis so quickly. The 9 transformations heavenly silkworm appeared on the willow tree, spinning silk to form a cocoon as it prepared for its second metamorphosis.
The glow within the iron cauldron grew increasingly radiant, while the medicinal fragrance gradually faded. After half a day, the entire cauldron of medicinal liquid had condensed, leaving a tiny pill at its bottom. The pill was only the size of a red bean, uniformly pink in color, resembling a delicate piece of powdered crystal. All humans and demons gathered around, eager to see what treasure had ultimately been forged. Before anyone could get a clear look, GMO pinched the pill between his fingers and called to Ali, "Ali, stop playing with that toad. Come over here." Hearing GMO's call, Ali immediately tossed away the primordial soul-devouring toad and dashed over.
Brother G, you only cooked one little bean? That's not enough for Ali. Ali opened her mouth and took a bite in one swift motion.
GMO quickly restrained her, pressing the crystal-clear elixir against the center of her forehead. In that instant, the little girl froze as if turned to stone, completely motionless. Meanwhile, the miraculous elixir slowly seeped into Ali's skin, merging with her very being. The simpletons gathered around all crowded closer, eager to witness what wondrous effects this elixir crafted by GMO might produce.
Bang!
Ali's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying force that swept out in all directions. Apart from GMO, who stood unwavering, the others were completely unable to resist the shockwave and were sent flying backward. Celestial spirit power. Huining and the others were all struck with horror. GMO's refined elixir was indeed an immortal-grade pill, unexpectedly causing Ali's body to generate celestial spiritual energy. But Ali was so young and had never cultivated before. Could she withstand it? Sure enough, agony twisted Ali's features as she tried to cry out, yet no sound escaped her lips. The surging power was simply too immense. She had no means of controlling it.
Miss Lee, don't be afraid.
Bear with it a little longer, the pain will soon fade.
GMO's fingertips gently massaged Miss Lee's glabella.
As his fingers moved, wisps of Tao essence continuously flowed into her forehead.
The pink elixir completely merged with Miss Lee's body, showing no further signs of rejection.
The violent energy within Miss Lee's body gradually became docile, and her sense of pain dissipated accordingly.
Seeing this, GMO released his fingers.
A vermilion beauty mark emerged between Ali's brows, radiating an endless stream of immortal spiritual energy that continually cleansed the little girl's body. The hideous scar that had marred Alia's forehead vanished in an instant. Her forehead now shimmered with iridescent light, and in the spot where her Tao bone had been gouged out, new bone began to regrow. The newly grown bone was as white as jade, with mysterious runes flickering continuously, exuding an extraordinary aura.
Celestial bone, this is a celestial bone.
Gasps resounded across the arena as the crowd stared at Ali, dumbfounded. Since the severing of the celestial path in the profound spirit realm nearly 10,000 years ago, no celestial being had appeared.
Could it be that an immortal was about to return to the mortal world?
The immortal bones completely took form, radiating a brilliance akin to the heavenly sun, their resplendent glow illuminating the entire sky, while the surging aura of immortal energy spread throughout the 5 great lands and 4 vast oceans.
The entire mystic spirit realm was thrown into a frenzy. It's the aura of an immortal spirit. Could it be a celestial artifact emerging, or has someone broken through their shackles to ascend to immortality? Countless powerful beings and spirit emperors sensed something and sought to uncover the truth. But that aura vanished in an instant, concealed by a mysterious force. It was the primordial 8 trigrams formation that obscured everything, preventing outsiders from detecting any information about Ali. Otherwise, the world would surely have been thrown into chaos. After all, the allure of achieving immortality is simply too great. Ali's aura grew increasingly powerful, and her cultivation strength was skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. Spirit Warrior Realm, Spirit Master Realm, Spirit Ancestor Realm, Spirit King Realm, Spirit Emperor Realm, Spirit Venerable Realm. In just half the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the little girl had advanced from a mere mortal to the Spirit Venerable Realm. This is a realm that the vast majority of cultivators could hardly reach in their entire lives. The youngest Spirit Venerable in history. Huining couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If not for encountering GMO, he might have remained at the Spirit Venerable Realm his whole life. Yet, reaching Spirit Venerable had taken him nearly 3 centuries of arduous cultivation. Looking at Ali, she finished in just a short while. It's truly frustrating when you compare people. However, this wasn't the end. Ali's aura continued to surge wildly, soon breaking through to the spiritual saint realm. But her little face turned deathly pale, clearly showing her body had reached its limit and could no longer contain such formidable power. The crimson vermilion mark between Ali's brows sensed the condition of her body and ceased channeling immortal spiritual energy, causing the radiant glow from her immortal bones to fade away. What a pity! If only this last weren't so physically weak, she might have ascended directly to immortality. Even the primordial soul-devouring toad felt regret for Ali's sake. Immortal ascension had been an unreachable dream for him. He'd thought it hopeless in this lifetime. Yet witnessing this scene made his heart tremble with renewed yearning. But suddenly, Ali's body underwent another strange transformation. Her whole skin flushed crimson as she violently coughed up a mouthful of blood.